Good morning, everyone. We are here coming to you live from Rubik's WCA North American Championship, and we're getting right into it with Charlie Egan's first 3x3 solve. My name is Alyssa Esperez.
And this is Manu Singhal. Glad to have you all with us. Yes, everyone, we are going to get right into it. 3x3 blindfolded round 2. Charlie Egan's one of the favorites to make it onto the podium this competition, 1681. That looks like a success to me, Alyssa.
Absolutely, and we are happy to see that on the first solve with this event. Of course, this event is a best of 3 event, and that means that all of these competitors will be ranked they'll do 3 solves, and they'll be ranked based on the best one of those 3. And with blindfolded solving, there is a risk that you do not finish.
Yes.
You don't get a result. And so all of these competitors will be looking to get that success on the first attempt so that they can feel good for the rest of their mean. Those second 2 solves are bonus, they're gravy, and also gives us a chance to see something really special on those next 2 solves because there's no safety needed.
Exactly, yeah. One of the most important things, as Noah swore, is going to do his memorization here. 7-second memo. One of the important things is this is only round 2. There is a final round to come. All the competitors are going to be trying to make that finals. So even if they don't get the fastest times here, like 18 is probably a little bit slow for Noah, but as Alyssa mentioned, safetying is kind of important. Elliot getting a 16, and kind of just locking in that you have at least one solve that will put you at least in contention, and then from there you can kind of figure out, like, if you think it's going to make it, then you're good. You can kind of just go for it. And if you don't think it's going to make it, then maybe it makes sense to push a little bit, try and safety. And of course, if you just DNF, then kind of puts the pressure on a little bit.
Yeah, we were talking to Charlie yesterday, and he was talking about how last year at Worlds, he DNF'd his first 2 solves in the semifinals, and he was like, I nearly cried before that third solve.
Oh, no.
Here's Charlie's second solve. Already has that success, so he'll just be going to better it here.
It's a good memorization here. High 6.
Oh, fun ball.
Some pretty shaky turning coming out on that edges.
There's a success. Good. It's not better than his first.
You're allowed to touch it briefly. So, 2078.
Okay, so I think it seems like everything is all good there. Picked a little bit of the chatter.
I know Charlie has lots of family and friends staying up late in Australia to watch this round.
Yeah,
so
most certainly.
Shout out to the Australians in the chat. Okay, this is Tommy Cherry. He's our first seed in this event.
Yeah,
world
record
best,
holder.
double world record in this event.
World champion. Bit of shaky turning here. He's actually going to come out with a DNF. 1602. So you'll see that his edges were completely solved here, but the corners were not quite done. The competitors are going to be solving. So, well, some people will do edges first, then other people will do corners second. Some people will do corners first. It kind of depends on whatever they think is best. All the top competitors will be using a method called 3-style, where they solve 2 pieces at the same time and kind of cycle a third piece around. Maybe a bit of a forgotten memo from Noah. He's kind of tracing through the pieces, trying to figure out which ones have already been done, which ones are next.
DNF there.
DNF from him.
Okay.
32.99. Yeah, the other thing you'll notice is, and Noah's kind of pointing this out here, for blindfolded solving, the competitor is actually the one who starts the timer. And this is because...
Who lifts the box.
Yes, and they also lift the box. And this is because they need to time their quote-unquote inspection time. We call it the memorization time as part of their solve here. Figure most people in the chat know about this, but might as well mention for anyone who is new. Aussies be taken over. Hello, everyone from Australia. As that was that last solve that Charlie did there.
All right, this is Charlie's final solve here. Solid memo in 6 seconds.
And pretty clean
There we
execution.
go, 14. That will be his best solve of the round.
Yeah, there we go. Good solve from Charlie. Charlie also got a 14 in the first round, 14.08. So he's got some pretty good solves coming into this this final. I mean, he's almost certainly making it into the final. There's almost no way.
I very much doubt
There's
there'll be
no way.
20 solves better than 14
You never know.
seconds.
You never know. Hey, all I'm saying is if you got me up there, I can DNF faster at least. Let's say that.
I'm unsure.
All right, so on the stream right now we have Caleb. You can also see that that's a three style like solution.
Cutting to Noah here.
Just last couple corners, so you can figure out what the memo is. Oh. He actually hasn't.
And the timer is
stopped
not stopped.
Yeah, so it was definitely at least a +2. I don't think the judge interacted with the puzzle before before Noah had stopped the timer, so everything else should be okay there. Man, Tommy's nod don is so clean. He's not even nodding anymore. He's actually just like flexing his eyebrows, and the blindfold just falls down.
Okay, another DNF from Tommy. So Tommy has DNF'd his first 2 solves here now.
Yeah.
That puts him in a very precarious position and a very uncommon position for Tommy.
Very uncharacteristic. I mean, Tommy is the type of person, you know, during NA All-Stars, he did like blindfolded with like a whole crowd watching him, people making noise. At the DG concert the other day, he was cubing while DG was literally yelling in his ear. So he's someone who can perform under pressure, but maybe things are not going his way this morning. He's definitely going to be safetying on this last solve, I think, right?
So this is the situation we were just talking about that Charlie was in Worlds last summer.
Yeah.
It's not a position any blindfolded solver wants to be in. Yeah,
I mean, but Tommy is like such a world-class competitor. I have no doubt that he will solve the cube on the next one. It's just a matter of like what time he's going to get
and what position that will put him in for the final round.
Right, yeah.
Earlier, we were talking about a nod don. Do you want to tell everyone what a nod don is?
Yeah. So you'll see a lot of competitors. What they'll do is they're blindfold. Instead of using their hand to put the blindfold over their eyes, they're going to like nod their head, basically like a jerk of the motion, such that the blindfold is going to fall onto your eyes. It's a very particular technique that is only used for blindfold solving, and it's very interesting. Actually, if anyone listens to Tom Scott's Lateral podcast, it was mentioned on there as well. Yeah, it's very, very unique, but it basically allows competitors to start turning before they even like as soon as the blindfold covers their eyes.
Both hands can stay on the cube,
exactly.
And you don't need to use one hand to put your blindfold on.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the algorithms that everyone is performing here, most everyone is going to start off with edges, right? So you're seeing a lot of slice moves. This is not really something you can do with one hand very consistently. And Elliot getting a 16. Yeah, just very, very solid performance all around. One person we haven't seen yet is Stanley Chappell. Not sure what has happened to him. Perhaps he's just like off the stream stage somewhere. Or maybe there's another group, maybe.
No, it's all in one group, so there's just everyone is in this group. We're keeping track of a lot of people.
You know, I wonder if they're also using the other 2 stages.
Potentially, yeah. But this is also one of the rare events here at Rubik's WCA North American Championship where the top 3 in the world are all present at this competition.
Right.
That's not happening for a lot of events that we have here, and that will likely be a different story next year at Worlds.
Yes, almost certainly.
But here, there's not too many events where we're seeing pretty much all of the world's best competing on the stage.
If it means anything, the only other event was Square One. If anyone watched the Square One final from yesterday, you know how you can call it chaotic, you can call it amazing.
Intense.
Go watch it back if you haven't seen it already, if you want to see the best in the world.
Yeah, and Dylan, who won that event, gave a really insightful interview after he won, just talking about like basically how he prepped for that.
Ooh.
Okay, we've got Tommy's final solve coming up here, and
All right.
this is a big one.
Thomas Cherry, what can he produce here? He needs some kind of success in order to advance. 7-second memo is not particularly slow, so
A little fumble there as well.
edges look to be okay here, so he's good on
All
that
right.
front. That looks like a solved cube. 1636. You can see the relief on his face there. I mean, like I was saying, Tommy is like a top-tier competitor, right? But even he knows the stakes into this. Like, it's not even the final. It's a semi-final. Third solve, coming in with 2 DNFs. It's pretty impressive that he can just like go in there and back himself to get it done, even though he started off with 2 DNFs. And, you know, 16 is like... It's not
16 is not a safety solve.
It's not a super safety solve. Like that's just impressive.
Yeah.
There's just nothing to be said. I mean, I talked to Tommy about this a while ago about like how he's able to like manage his nerves so well, because it's not just here that you've seen it. In World's Finals as well, you need to clutch up in order to get the WR mean at the time. And also last year at Nats, he also got the world record clock average. And clock is another really high DNF event, very high precision. I was talking to him about this, and he's just like, yeah, I'm just built different. Essentially, that's more or less what he said. He's like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't do anything in particular. It's just I can just handle the nerves better. So there we go. Call it talent. Call it, I don't know what else you would call it. It just sounds like talent to me.
So an insane amount of composure from Tommy all the time.
He's a world-class guy, both in terms of competing and also in terms of in terms of just like competitive mindset, you know, and just as a dude, he's just a fun guy to talk to.
Yeah, he is. Okay, we have Ryan Pilot. He is a very fast single.
Yeah, Ryan actually one of the best in the world. So he's most well known for Square One, but has top 100 single and mean. Don't look like a 11-second inspection, right? Or 11-second memo.
Looks like we're guessing a little bit here.
Yeah. No, so when you see like those outer moves, that means he's moved on to corners, and yeah, the edges were not done. Looks like he was off by 4 pieces on edges. Yeah, so just not quite there, unfortunately, for Ryan.
Maybe we can get an overhead view of the scorecard just to see what else Ryan has put down here.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see if that was solve 3. Actually, did you see him grab his cube? I didn't think to check for that. On this red side, we're watching Braden Richards, delegate from Ohio, my state of origin. And yeah, really stand-up guy. Some fun fact about Braden: he recently completed a road trip across the country from Ohio all the way to California, stopping at a bunch of amusement parks because he's a big amusement park fanatic, you could call it, or enthusiast. Yeah, that was a very long road trip. I think it took him 2 weeks to do the whole thing. So
that is wild.
But it's so cool, right? I want to do a road trip across the country.
It's, you know, many people have done a road trip across the country just stopping at competitions all along the way as well.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he's forgotten a bit of his memo. You'll see the competitors kind of like tapping different places on the cube. They're not trying to feel the pieces. That's not what's going on. They're trying to figure out, have I solved this piece before? What is the next piece that needs to be solved? He's using a method called M2OP. Well, he's using a method called M2 at least for edges. That's where you set up all of the next edge to be solved in like the, what is it called, the UB slot, the up back slot. And then you do M2 in order to solve your edges. And you're kind of solving the edges one by one. That's the difference between M2 and 3 style. You're solving those one by one. He's now, this looks like an OP solution for corners. OP standing for Old Pockman. This is like one of the classic ways to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. He's having a good laugh at this. I'm sure he thought he was a lot closer than he actually was here.
And the funny thing is, it looks very not solved.
Yeah.
But in especially in OP and M2, it can one or two moves can lead to it being very unsolved at the end.
Yes, extremely. I mean, it's just as simple as, like, instead of doing M2, you accidentally do M.
Yep.
And then you just got nothing. Everything is just completely unsolved at that point.
All right, this is a replay we have of Tommy's last solve, which he had to clutch out. For those just joining us, he double DNF'd the first two and needed a success here to move on to the North American Championship Finals.
Yeah, and it didn't look like a particularly long scramble. I think 8 algs is like is 8 algs a standard? Okay, maybe I shouldn't. I'm not going to mention anything specific so I don't look super dumb.
Tommy was on stream yesterday telling us, Charlie was on stream yesterday telling us that 8 algs was a really good scramble.
Okay, it's a really good one.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So it didn't look like it was like an absurd amount of algs at least.
We did get Ryan Pilot's scorecard delivered to us, a picture of it, not the actual scorecard, to be clear. And he did have a success on the second solve, 2750. So that should be into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's projected to be in the finals that it would be 21 would make it into finals, but then again, it's a very, very high DNF event.
Yeah.
So if you compare, this is, I think, a little bit of a problem if you compare personal records to other personal records, is like, you know, like I got an 8 alger, right?
Yeah.
And you're comparing that against everyone else's 8 alger, but you're not going to get the same 8 algers, or everyone may not even get an 8 alger in the same scramble set. So it's a little bit misleading to look at the psych sheet. But I think Ryan has probably feel pretty good about 27. Definitely some people who triple DNF'd, and people are definitely going to go slower than their PRs anyway. So yeah, so let me explain a little bit about what I mean when I say an 8 alger. Essentially, as I mentioned earlier, the way that blindfold solving works is that you're solving like piece by piece. So here's like a basic T-perm. So what this does, as you can kind of see here, is that we're swapping around 4 pieces. We're swapping these 2 corner pieces and these 2 edge pieces. So this is like one alg that, and you'd use this in OP at least, you would use this to solve 2 edges at a time. So then that's like one alg that you do in order to solve a piece. For 3-style, you're going to do something more complicated. You may do something like this. And this here, we're moving 3 corner pieces around. And this is like much more of a 3-style alg. So you're going to solve 2 pieces at the same time. So each one of those times you do that, that's one alg. So the number of algs that you do kind of determines how good or bad the scramble is. If you have to do a lot of algs, that means that you have like a lot of twisted pieces, or you have a lot of cycle breaks, where cycle breaks are like, instead of like moving a couple pieces around and they kind of all flow in one cycle, you have to like switch 2 pieces, then you have to switch 2 different pieces that aren't part of the cycle. That causes the alg count to increase, and those are bad scrambles. An 8 algorithm means that you need only 8 algorithms to solve the entire cube. That's in both edges and corners combined. And as Charlie had mentioned yesterday, that would be a really, really good scramble to get.
We're seeing an example of a through-line solve here.
Yeah, that was clean.
That was Charlie.
I think that was the best one that was the best one we certainly saw.
In this round.
In this round, yeah.
Okay, we're getting started with 3x3.
Ooh, the 3x3 cube. All
this
right.
is the main event of a competition.
Yes, yeah.
The winner of this event will be
They're winning
the
big
North
cash.
American champion. Yeah. And this is the first round of 3x3.
This is the very first round.
Not seen 3x3 yet this weekend. And so it's interesting because I feel like a lot of these top solvers are a little bit more strategic coming into a first round at a major, right? It's not, obviously they're looking to go as fast as they can, all of that stuff, but you're also just wanting to make sure nothing too crazy happens and you just put down a very solid time to move you on to that next round, because ultimately everyone here at the top is gunning for the finals. So we have
Carson Wijaya on the stream here.
Yeah, and
You saw it. I think that may have been a T-perm at the end right there.
There you
as I was
go.
showing. 746. I mean, he doesn't look very pleased with that, but I mean, Alyssa, you're absolutely right. You may not see the absolute tippity top solving. People aren't kind of like safety per se. but they aren't going to necessarily go completely all out. Kind of want to save your energy a little bit going into the big ones, which are going to be the semifinal, when everyone's going to try and make the final, and the final to see who's actually going to win.
Yep. Here's Ryan going straight from a 3-blind round
that's
right into 3x3 round
That's
one.
a quick turnaround. 6:58 from Ryan. You saw on there that with our lovely little graphic that he has a 3-second single, one of only, I believe, 11 or 14 people to have a sub-4 single, relatively recent too. So he's certainly up there, one of the people who are trying to make it into the finals.
Yeah, a 3-second single is absolutely special. If
Yes,
you see one of those this weekend, consider yourself lucky to have seen some really incredible solving. We did see one earlier this week.
Yes, at Rubik's North American All-Stars, technically a different competition here in Minneapolis, in the Mall of America. Timon Kolosinski in the final round, not even coming in as the top seed, got a 3.92 second solve on solve number 3. Nick Silvestri and I, we were on the mic for that. We were losing our minds. It was absolutely wild. For anyone who hasn't seen the replay of that average as a whole, go to Timon's channel. He has a complete reconstruction of that, non-reconstruction. He has a complete replay of that entire average. It's just absolutely magical. You have to go watch it.
It was. I was in the crowd watching, and it was like one of the most insane averages I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Blake Thompson here of WCA board fame.
WCA board, yeah.
For those who don't know, the WCA is the World Cube Association. Governs all speed cubing competitions, competitive speed cubing worldwide. This is a World Cube Association championship.
Yeah.
And Blake with a 892 doesn't look super happy. Doesn't look super sad. I think he's just...
He had an E-perm at the end, so, you know, it is what it is. Fun fact, and this is one of my only claims to fame. I scrambled Blake's 4 many, many years ago. I don't know if this scorecard still exists. It probably doesn't exist anymore, but if you'll see my scramble signatures on there, I was very happy for my boy Blake when he got a 4-second solve. That was one of the... It was like top 50 in the world at the time easily, if not top 20. Carson with an E-perm at the end. Kind of shaky turning here, unfortunately. Not a particularly good solve for him. Backing up 746 from earlier. Yeah, let's take a look at what he saw here. It looks like he started off with... Well, it looks like he was eyeing blue cross, and that's exactly... Oh, no, he did, and he ended up switching to yellow cross. That's interesting. Some competitors will put the cross color that they're going to do on the bottom after the end of inspection, and some people will put it on the front face. It kind of just depends on what's more ergonomic. If you're going to do a lot of F moves to orient edges, then it makes sense to put them on F.
Here's Ryan's second solve. Of course, we just saw Ryan in 3x3 blindfolded, and now competing in the first round of 3x3 here at Rubik's WCA North American Championship. Quick solve there.
661.
He's shake of the head.
Shake of the head, yeah. Was not very satisfied with this one. Let's see if we can try and figure out why. Yeah, that pause there at the beginning of F2L, not great. Most competitors will be able to kind of fluidly move from the first step, which is building that cross on the bottom, into F2L, which is solving the first 2 layers at the same time. And yeah, most competitors are going to try to move into that very fluidly. The top competitors here are all going to see that during the inspection time. They're going to try and be able to, the cross certainly, and almost all of the top competitors, if not all of them, will be able to see the first pair and exactly the solution to solve that pair. The reason why you want to do that is you want to use the time during the solve, as you're doing the solve, not to look at those pieces, but to look for the next pieces. This is a step that we call look ahead. And that's really, really important in getting fluid solves that don't pause.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, we are going to transition here. We've got Elliot Kobaly, who just finished his second round of 3x3 blindfolded. So I'm going to hop out here, give my seat to Elliot, and I'm sure you guys will have a great convo.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Alyssa. All right, welcome back to the stream, everyone. As promised, we have Elliot Kobaly of Canadian Blind fame. How's it going, Elliot?
I am good. How are you, Manu?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I'm so excited to be here at Rubik's North American All-Stars 2024. You know what? I'm going to stop saying the whole thing. We're just going to call it NAC from now on. Everyone in the stream, you know where this is. We're in here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Yikes, almost got that backwards. And we're out here having a great time. Tell me a little bit how the competition has been for you so far, Elliot.
So past couple of comps I've been to have actually been pretty terrible
Oh,
blind-wise. And so that was like weird going into this one. But I haven't been competing in much because my sort of philosophy for these types of comps is just like hang out with the blinders, that sort of thing.
Sure.
So I've competed in multi, 3-blind, and in OH. In multi-blind, I managed to podium.
Nice.
Third.
Congrats.
And it's great because it doesn't feel like a fluke. As maybe in the past I've done like some stupid attempt and it hasn't worked out. But this one, 44 out of 50. Not the best by any means, but like still pretty good, and I'm happy to be on the podium. Doesn't feel like a fluke.
Yeah, that's impressive. 40. I feel like to even attempt 50, because if you're going to do 50, right, that means that you have to more or less, what are we talking, like 120 or something memo plus exec per cube?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that seems pretty intense. Plus, you got to keep it all in your head. Do you want to talk a little bit about like your multi-strategy? Like, what do you, like, how do you store all that information?
Okay, so multi-strategy, and this extends to just memory in general. I think our best type of memory, I'm not a psychologist, but I think our best type of memory is spatial memory. So remembering things where they are in a room, and we can really use that in multi-blind, because if we sort of picture a familiar space, we can start to encode information in that familiar space and remember it super, super, super well. And so I guess for those who are slightly more unfamiliar with blind solving, it's complicated, but the main process is that we have a cube and we are able to encode that cube into letters. And then after those letters, we're able to encode or decode those letters into moves on a cube. And so if we have those letters, we can arrange those letters so they actually mean something to us. And usually that goes by letter pairs. And those letter pairs are turned into words. Once you remember the word, you'll remember the letter pair. So if we're able to take those words, make meaningful stories or images out of them, and then put them in places that are familiar to us, we can remember
50 cubes worth of stuff.
50 cubes worth, but I always think of that as like hitting a huge hammer and hitting a tiny nail. I think we see something like Graham Sigan's 300 cube attempt.
Yeah, man.
And I'm sure that's just a fraction of what we're able to do. The only thing is that 1 hour limit.
Right. Which is really more of a practical limit than anything else. We used to have a type of multi-blind called old style where you could just get as much time as you wanted. But that's kind of insane. Imagine like North American Championship, someone just memorizes for 4 days straight, right? So logistically it becomes a bit of a problem.
Yep.
I think it actually is also an interesting thing though, because like then it's kind of pushing the limits of like how fast can people both memorize and execute. So I think it certainly is very interesting. What do you think your limits are from blind?
So back in the day, I was doing like 65 cubes pretty consistently, and even I got like a 66 and 67 sub hour with pretty good accuracy. But the only thing was like at home you could really rush it, you could really go fast. But once you get into competition, there's so many other factors where you can't be perfect at home, and that's why I'm always, right now especially, I'm focusing on doing, let's say like 10 or even 15 less cubes than I'm able to at home, just to have that safety margin. I think I really want to get up to like 70 someday, 75.
Wow.
Just because, that's like the cutting edge. I don't know if I would go further than that because it starts to get really hard. But in the future, I really wouldn't be surprised if people, maybe like 20, 50, people are doing 100 cubes under the hour.
100 is going to be, I think anything past 60 is just absurd, because then we're talking like sub 1 memo and exec, and you need to actually be like, you can't be like someone like me who like who's like okay at blind, can solve a cube blindfolded. At that point, you have to actually be like world class at blind in order to be able to do that.
They're 100% related.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure part of it is like knowing like all the hours. Like the faster you can do exec, then that's just more time that you can do memo. A lot of time, more time you can do like reviews and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
So, tell me a little bit about, you mentioned this earlier, competition pressure, what it's like in this kind of environment compared to like doing it at home or other competitions, and how does that affect you?
Okay, so I will admit, actually, this competition, I am super impressed and super grateful that multi-blind has been set up in a way that's like extremely like perfect. I mean, I guess people on stream haven't seen the room, obviously, but the room is, I don't know, like a smaller sized room. There's 2 of them actually, and then all the tables are arranged against the wall, sort of in a circular fashion. And this has always been a thing, like top multi-blinders always want to be facing the wall so that they minimize distraction, but you can't give that privilege just to top people, right? So I'm really happy when they did that. They gave that to everybody. And so here it has been great. I was able really to lock in, and I've even on the 50 attempt, my second attempt, I thought it was perfect. That's how like confident I was with Memo. So that was pretty close to at home, actually. I wasn't thinking about North American champion. I wasn't thinking about that.
Nice. Okay.
I was just thinking about like, let me do this like I would at home. However, in some other competitions, I mean, you can't always have like a perfect convention center and all that stuff. So there are sacrifices that are made sometimes organizationally, which is completely fine.
Yeah.
But sometimes there'll be like, I don't know, like somebody walking or like some big noise in the back, and it'll screw you up. For some reason, multi, because of the long format, you don't often, for me at least, I don't get much stress. Because after the first minute or so, it's like, okay, we're in the process.
Okay, I see. It's like it's kind of like the warm up, or like the anticipation is more than like the actual event itself. And like once you're in it, you're just in it. Like now you just hit a flow.
Yeah, I guess it's like FMC. I don't know. I do some FMC. I don't know if top FMCers really feel stressed during the entire event.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure some people do. I'm sure some people don't. It kind of depends on like. Well, FMC is also really different now, where like you're looking for like you're basically doing a breadth first search across like a bunch of solutions, right? Tell me a little bit about what it was like doing 3-blind up here on like this main stage in this big crowd, because one thing that's really different I found was that like I usually at a competition it's completely silent because you can make everyone really quiet. That's not really the case here. Like there's always some people who are like chit-chatting or like stuff is going on. So tell me what that was like, if that was different, if that got into your head a little bit.
So I've always been a fan of just like constant white noise. I think my theory behind that is it's not actually the noise that makes a difference. Yeah. It's the change in noise.
Okay, sure.
So here, if people are just talking, like it's fine for me. I know other people, maybe it'll affect them. 3-blind has always been a thing where it's like, I don't like wearing headphones. I don't want it to feel like it's a long event where I'm memorizing crazy amounts. So I want it to feel like a 2x2 solve.
Sure.
So for me, it's fine. I would say I have quite a bit of experience competing in big stages like that, like North American Championships 2 years ago, World Championships last year.
Yep.
And there was only one round where I didn't perform well, and that was unfortunately World Championships finals. But here I've had 2 pretty good rounds. Obviously there's some nerves that just because it's a big championship, maybe because you're on stream, but it doesn't affect me too much, which I'm really happy about.
Okay, that's good. Tell me about your results from 3-blind round 2, and I guess I'm kind of curious about what like the top solver mentality is in general. You know, it is like the semifinal, right? And 3-blind is it's a very precise event just by nature, but also because of the fact that it's the mean of 3 events and it's such a high DNF rate.
Yeah.
How many people do you think are like safetying out there? Is that something that you personally do?
I'm not a big fan of safetying in 3-blind just because I always want to all out every single solve, and I don't want to jinx it. I've never triple DNF'd around. I might at some point, but I think where it is now, we're at the point just in 3-blind solvers in general where if you do 3 solves, you're probably going to get 1. Otherwise, it's like, I don't know, if you practice enough, you will always get 1 on 3 unless there's some crazy distraction. So I'm never worried about tripling. I'm never worried about safetying. I know Tommy, I think I heard, got 2 DNFs.
He did. He went DNF 16.
And he still got a 1633, which I know for Tommy isn't the best thing ever. But I think Tommy, I don't know, I'm sure in his mind he's like, okay, I'm going to go a bit safer. I don't think a lot of us like review the memorization again, because often like safetying can actually lead you to screw up.
Like it gets in your head?
Yeah, if you're going too safe, then it's like you're not used to it. So I think there's like the concept of like almost like a pseudo safety where you're going slightly slower than normal, and maybe that's something that Tommy did.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I mean, certainly very interesting. I think there's so much mental stuff that goes on in cubing, and I think 3-blind and like all the blind events in general are like the pinnacle of that. There's so much stuff that is going on in your head, like, well, literally, because you're trying to jam all this information in, but also because like it's kind of like it's like the event, the situation, the stage. Like there's so many other factors that are different at like this big championship that are different at home.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sure like the top solvers like you are like are like conditioned to like be able to deal with this kind of stuff, because it is very, very different, and kind of jarring, I guess you could almost say, from other environments. Tell me a little bit about preparation going into Worlds for next year. Well, first of all, are you excited for Worlds?
I'm very excited for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a. I don't know, where in Canada are you from?
Montreal.
Montreal. Okay, so it's not like a home. It's not home turf per se. But
No.
I mean, on the continent is certainly better than off.
I know. Like just being in a different country definitely affected me, or being in a different continent. That was my first time going outside of North America.
Okay, yeah.
And so that was like definitely a factor.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm happy for it to be in Seattle. I mean, it's close to Canada. So.
Yeah. Tell me about like things you're looking forward to for Worlds. Like, of course, attending, but also like, what are you looking for? Any particular results or anything like that? Results.
I've kind of accepted that maybe like I don't know, my 3-blind days are starting to be over. I don't want to say that, but people are getting really good. Results I don't really care about that much. A podium would always be nice.
Yeah.
I'm more excited to see everybody. Like, you know, Worlds was like a crazy experience for me because you get to meet all the Europeans, all the Asians, all those Oceanic people. And I honestly think about them almost every day. I miss them. So I'm excited to see them again.
Yeah. I mean, the last thing I wanted to mention was I feel like you have like very strong ties to the blind community as a whole. I mean, we were talking about this off screen just now. Like, you know, you were in Berkeley just to visit like Antonio and the other blinders. Tell me about tell me a little bit about like the top level blind community and like what you think about it. I mean, I'm sure you all are friends, yeah?
Oh yeah, and it's with such a theory heavy event. Well, now it's becoming more turning heavy, but with the theory heavy event, you always want to be talking with people to figure out, you know, what can I do better. And everybody, I don't know, the blind community is pretty cool just because it's more of a niche thing than normal cubing. So maybe there's less of us in total, so that allows us to be closer. And then there's always like sort of the big blind and then 3-blind, multi-blind sub-communities, and they all have their own like perks. So I love all of them. Okay,
yeah, no, for sure. I think it's really cool. I think it's one of the greatest aspects of cubing is that like unlike other things like fighting games, for example, we don't like most people don't really gatekeep stuff, and if they do, you know, they're gonna gatekeep something silly and not something like not actually important. There's a lot of like knowledge sharing that happens. And I know for like there's like the blind server, there's like the blind Facebook group which was used for many years. There's so many resources out there, and I don't know. I find that that's one of the greatest things about cubing is we're all just like we're all in it together. You know?
And I know maybe in the like 2017, 2018, 2019 years, people were a bit more closed off when it came to all that stuff. And
I remember this.
I've been a fan of sharing everything you know to everybody always. And like open source software and all that stuff, and I like to bring that mentality. So I'm always trying to make videos, trying to make things. So even if I'm not like laying everything out on a silver platter, the knowledge is out there. I know most of my theory and my like floating knowledge, all this stuff that comes a lot from like Jake Klassen.
Okay.
His example solves. I watched all of them like 10 times. I know them almost by heart by now. What all the tricks he does. So I want to give that to other people in the future. And always just furthering the community in general instead of just furthering myself.
Yeah, for sure. We also, by the way, we've seen like a lot of like top solving going on. We saw Killingman. This is Jacob Noakes right now. Just want to shout them out. Give them a little bit of a spotlight here as we watch a replay of Jacob solve. But Elliot, anything else you wanted to mention before we wrap up here?
Not really. I just want to say I'm excited for the rest of the comp, and thanks for the interview. It was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, totally. All right, everyone. That was Elliot Kobaly. I think we are going to be switching commentators. We're going to bring on Brandon and Zach right after to commentate a big block of 3x3. So stay tuned, and thanks a ton, Elliot.
Thank you, Manu.
Thank you. seconds.
Hello everyone and welcome back to North American Championships 2024. I am one of your commentators, Brandon Lin.
And I'm Zach Reidel.
And we are jumping back into 3x3 round 1, the main event of this competition. I'm really excited to get to watch this entire round progress as it goes on. Zach, I hope you're excited too.
Going to be really exciting. Looking forward definitely to maybe a little calmer than the finals that we saw last night. We commentated together Square 1 and 7x7 finals, which were both insanely hype to watch. This will be able to give us a nice cool down as we're gonna be here for a while.
It's gonna be a long duration of time. We're gonna be seeing a lot of people who are pretty skilled at 3x3. We have obviously a lot of the top players here, as we just see Zeke McKay here with a 660, finishing off his average to be a 691. Pretty not bad average for him.
Yeah, sub 7 still impressive. Definitely going to give him a good spot going into the second round.
For sure. And we have also Kyungmin Choi with 2 more solves left to go. I was saying that we still have a lot of players that we're going to see in this round. In the top 12, we have folks like Timon Koloshinsky, Max Park, Luke Garrett, Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. We're going to see these big names much later in the 3x3 round.
8 seconds.
And hopefully we'll see great things from them. Right now we're really early in the 3x3 round 1 process. So just on group 2 right now. So we're going to see some other solves.
End perm there for Kyungmin, but 770 still smiling, laughing it off. Not the worst solve of the average so far.
Sure. So right now it's round 1.
Thank you.
The top 400 will be proceeding from round 1 on to round 2. The psych sheet right now says 10:54, although obviously that's based on PR, so I'm going to say about a 12-second average.
I was thinking around maybe 11 seconds, but anywhere from 11 to 12 probably make it. Jacob Noakes inspecting here on the red stage. Jacob, mostly known for big cubes, but still quite the fast 3x3 solver.
I think we saw a 583 from him earlier, just now.
A bit of a pause before PLO, but a 783, still impressive from Jacob. That's going to give him a 778 average, still quite fast. So, Brandon, want to use this time, maybe ask you, what are you hoping to see in 3x3 first round? I know we have 12 groups to get through, and we're on 2 right now. I think 3 maybe.
Yeah.
Still a ton of big names to go. Any names you want to look out for?
Yeah.
Maybe not the higher level, but sleeper picks that you have.
Sleeper picks. I mean, I don't know how much of a sleeper pick this is, but like looking at ranking in the psych sheet, I'm looking at Luke Reiser a lot. For those of you who don't know, he came in 3rd in the All-Stars event on actually this past week. And he's been grinding 3x3 like crazy. So even though he's not in that top 3, top 5 on the psych sheet, I would put some money on that if he were.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a good performance from Luke, or Luke Reiser, definitely working hard for it. I am maybe a little biased towards some of my Mid-Atlantic folk. Jerry Yao, one of the top seeds from our region, should be competing later on in the day, or later on in the morning. But I'd like to see what he gets. Probably like a mid-5 average is what I'm hoping for from him.
Yeah.
Kyungmin inspecting here on the blue stage, using up a lot of inspection time. A blue cross. Is Kyungmin color neutral?
So, a little pause on the 3rd pair. The Pi, I think a Pi, just a standard Pi L with a G perm at the end. Yeah.
It's going to be the worst possible average for Kyungmin, but still a 754 average. Quite fast.
Yeah, so in the Mid-Atlantic region, I always see like Jerry Yao and Chris Sun as the top 3x3
And that's it, so you
standouts.
can bring anyone here.
Chris Sun is in attendance. Definitely one of the faster competitors. We don't see him compete a whole lot. Or at least he hasn't competed a whole ton as often here. We're seeing Kyungmin solve. Some fast pairing, but that big pause before that red-white pair. just the standard ALG, no ZBLL. I'm not sure how much, if any, Kyungmin, or how much ZBLL Kyungmin knows.
Yeah, no ZBLL, no COLO either.
Here we're seeing some picture-in-picture for the stream. Nice seeing all competitors of all speed ranges here. There are competitors besides just the top seeds here, but everyone's getting nice times. 17:34. Not too thrilled with it, but everyone's here having a great time, I hope, at North American Championships. I know I am. We are calling up Group 3 now, so we should be seeing some new faces. If you want to talk for a bit, I will find out who all is in this group.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing just some great action in round one. In round one, people are really just going to be focused on getting to round two, as always.
As we were talking about, in Group 3, we are actually going to see Chris Sun competing. So Mid-Atlantic hero, we're also going to see Brendan Dunnigan. Those are our top 2 seeds going to this group, both having sub-6 PR averages for 3x3.
Yes.
I'd like to see what performance they have coming up.
For sure, yeah. I think we're transitioning between groups right now, so hopefully we'll get some of that action in.
Yeah, I will say today is definitely the busiest day of the weekend. 3x3 first round is today, as it's going on right now. I don't know if we have a nice shot of the whole room, if we'll be able to show everyone what all we have going on.
Yeah,
we have a nice mobile camera. There you go. You can all see these seats are slowly filling up. Are we able to pan around and show the room off to everybody?
Yeah. So on the left side of this, we have we have this entire space. We have the cubicle on one side of the room. We've got.
There we go. Yeah.
They've got their.
So we see the whole room slowly filling up bit by bit. I remember when we got here on Thursday, that line and queue section for the cubicle was filled. Everyone trying to get all their puzzles ready before the competition.
I actually expected this line to be much longer right now, since it's like 3x3 and a lot of people are going to be here. But maybe people already got their puzzles in advance on Thursday. So.
Yeah, but
that's always great.
We're seeing here all of these tables slowly get filled up with competitors of all speed ranges. I just saw Braden Adams there.
Oh, nice.
Little more Mid-Atlantic representation.
There's Elliot that we just interviewed for y'all.
Nothing.
Seeing a bunch of solvers, bunch of faces I all recognize here, but gonna be an exciting day. If we look right now on the red stage, we have Christopher Sun getting ready for his first solve of the average.
Chris Sun has those exceptional pop-offs. I don't think this PR
I
is
believe
right,
that is for the other Christopher Sun.
Because I know that Chris has a 4. I watched it with my own eyes.
Yes, but Chris Sun, our current Pennsylvania champion.
Is this a? Oh wow.
601. That is solved. That is solved.
Yeah, no, that's solved. You're correct.
Yeah, there we go. A 601 for Christopher Sun. Quite a hot start. Maybe not sub his PR average, but definitely on pace for it. As you did see there earlier, Christopher Sun is our current reigning Pennsylvania champion. Anything else? I think he's also quite high placement at last year's Mid-Atlantic Championship.
I don't know if, I believe he won. Or at least, he did, yes, get a very high placement. I forget if he won. He was the Mid-Atlantic champion last year.
We also see here Brody Lassner.
Brody the Cuber.
I was going to say I knew him quite well for our or for his cubing content.
Brody with that sub-7 average.
8 seconds.
Let's see what Brody can plan here. Got to PLL at mid-5, 768. He's still happy with it, though. All right, everybody. I am going to be hopping out for a quick second as we have an interview coming up with Tommy Cherry.
seconds.
Hello, everyone. We are back at NA Championships here. I'm joined by Tommy Cherry,
Hello,
3x3 blindfold extraordinaire, and also a clock extraordinaire as well. Say hi to the stream for us, Tommy.
Hey, everyone. Glad to be here.
So, how have you been doing so far during this North American Championships?
Honestly, not great overall. I've gotten one PR, so that was pretty cool. But you know,
which event was it in?
It was a 4x4 average, 27.12, I believe.
Oh yeah, I think we were watching that. I think I was commentating on that.
Oh, okay.
Average, yeah. Which
Nice.
we saw that really cool RUS.
Yeah,
Yeah, the RUS out that you were doing for UPerm.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun one because it was my fourth solve and that clutched. Like it guaranteed the average regardless of what the last solve was. So that was pretty cool. The times were a little all over the place. Had like a counting 24, 26, and 30. But yeah, I'm glad about that one. But no, this morning I had a really scary moment because I DNF'd my first 2 3-line solves, and you know, that's never really happened to me before at like a major championship. So it was definitely very scared going into the last solve. You know, went a little safe and ended up getting a 16. So you know, it was enough to make finals at least. I'm really glad.
When you so I guess like your version of safeties is not the same version as my safeties. Like when I safety, I double check my memo. For you, what does that sort of entail?
Kind of just going slower and being more cautious, like as I go through. Like I still one pass it because if I feel like doing an extra pass would kind of just mess up with my mindset.
You look so relieved here.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, you know, you're gonna need like a sub 30 to even make finals. So if I do an extra pass, I mean, I'll still probably get a sub 30, but I feel like since I'm just not used to doing a second pass like at all, I never really do that. Like I didn't want to veer too far away from my normal routine with solving, so I just kind of, you know, did it all with one slow and smooth pass, and you know, it worked out thankfully.
Yeah, I imagine the second pass can sort of throw away a memo, especially like if you, I guess I'm imagining if you have your corner memo and you double pass your edge memo, then that can lead to maybe you forgetting your corner memo and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would have to hold on to my corner memo for longer, which is, I mean, you know, it's not necessarily something that I would mess up often, but since it's just different from what I normally am used to, I, you know, decided not to take that risk.
Yeah, no, for sure, I completely understand. So I guess how are your other blind results? You did multi yesterday. How are you feeling about those?
Yeah, so multi, I actually DNF'd both attempts.
No.
I just couldn't really concentrate. It wasn't really my comp for multi, but that's okay. I mean, multi wasn't really one of the events I practiced much going into this comp anyway.
For sure.
I guess, you know, that's really the only other like blind thing that has happened besides like three blind round 1. That wasn't anything too notable. I had 2 bad scrambles, 1 good scramble. DNF'd the bad ones, got a success on the good ones. So it was actually like quite a good scramble. 9 algs with good cases. So like, you know, it's the type of thing that if I'm like really in the zone, I could probably get a low 12 or maybe even a sub 12 on. But unfortunately, the circumstances didn't align.
Low 12 on 9 algs.
On certain 9 algos, like
right.
Ones with like really good cases at least.
Right. Like the easy commutators you need to do.
Yeah.
Are
like,
you?
Oh, sorry.
No. Please go ahead.
On the last one for round 2, like it was an 8 alger, but like since I had DNF'd my previous 2, I wasn't ready to just like full send it, because I did not, like that would have been a huge risk, and I you know, definitely wasn't ready to just like DNF that just because I wanted to like be ambitious and go for a record.
Yeah, no, I think that you made the right call, like slow and steady, take it safe. No, for sure. I guess, are you practicing a lot of clock still nowadays?
Yeah. So I was doing quite a bit of clock leading up to this comp. Round 1, actually, I almost got a 2.4, but the timer malfunctioned, so it like turned off when I stopped it, so I needed an extra.
Okay.
And didn't end up really getting any other like good solves besides that one, but you know, of course, it was enough to make round 2. So I guess tomorrow's really like the big day for me, as well as, you know, pretty much everybody with all the finals coming up.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be
I don't know what I'm doing.
A slew of bangers. I feel like we have a lot of things coming up.
Lots of action. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah. Just one question I have, and I don't know if other people have this. Like, is there a reason you chose 3x3 blindfold and clock when you were figuring out like what events or I guess not figuring out events, or just like events you sort of mained? Did they have like any relation to each other?
Yeah, I mean, well, I feel like it kind of just happened naturally because, like, three blind, that was something I, you know, for a really long time was pretty serious about. I guess even back in, like, 2018, it was one of my main events. So it's kind of just been that way for a really long time. And clock was kind of just felt like a natural extension when, you know, like, seven simul was, like, you know, starting to develop. And, like, you know, the memo aspect of it just made it something that I, you know, felt like I had a good competitive edge in. Because it was also one of the events that I, prior to that, was already like not too bad in. I think like there wasn't any specific reason that it was those two, like there wasn't like a specific relationship between the two events that made me want to like main them in like that specific combination. It was more kind of just like I separately was like practicing both of them and just happened to, you know, have a bit of a knack for those, at least more than other events, so I kind of just stuck with them over the years.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that totally makes sense. Like, you see, like, an event that you start to get good at, and that's just something you hone in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've definitely had a lot of questions being like, why does Tommy practice blind and clock? They seem not very unrelated. I guess when you look at seven simul, there's sort of some relation there.
Yeah. And I guess there's like an aspect of precise turning needed too, because like with clock, I mean, regardless of what method you use, you inherently need to turn precisely because it's like 30 degrees for just one tick, whereas with three blind, like, you know, your turning's not necessarily like more precise than other events, but you use a lot of weird algs that require precise finger tricks in order to turn accurately. So that's I guess a similarity you can draw there.
For sure. I guess we're just seeing Chris Sun with a pretty nice average, 6.26. Thank you. 6.26 average. I'm not sure what his PR is, but that seems pretty fine for him. Yeah, I guess like I'm also curious if you have like any thoughts on any future development of clock, because I guess with the advent of seven simul and everyone getting fast, you know, seven simul is close to being like the optimal clock solving method that we have. So like, do you have any thoughts? You know, secret sauce that's in the brewing?
I mean, it's not like really actively in the brewing, but it's like there are more ways to take advantage of lucky cases where you like use more combinations of pin positions to get like more six simul solves than what people are previously getting, are currently getting rather. I don't know why I said previously. But yeah, so like, you know, I think over time the direction that clock theory will head in is just kind of getting used to a wider variety of pin sets so that you can you know, have a lower average move count.
Different pin sets? You mean like the configuration of the pins, or?
The combination of pin positions you go throughout a given solve.
I see.
So like right now, the way pretty much all top solvers do it is using a fixed set of 7 positions, and the only really variation is the orientation you choose to solve in. So I think you know, I like getting used to more sets will definitely make the event more interesting, because there's like a more complex thought process that'll go into deciding your solution. But like an obstacle to that is just it's so hard to get used to a new pin set, because from like solving with a single pin set for a long time, you have the muscle memory. You have like very deeply ingrained muscle memory to you know, adjust the pins in a certain order. And aside from that, like you have to get used to a different memo order for inspection and be able to dynamically like choose between those when you're inspecting. So there's kind of just a lot that goes into it that makes it hard, and is the reason why like not a lot of people have started to consistently implement alternative pin sets. But I definitely do see that being a direction for clock to head in within the near future.
Yeah, I can expect in the next year there will be some of these more similar developments.
Yeah,
no, for sure. Like, and I guess like any remaining expectations you have for this comp?
I mean, as far as my own results go, like I'm hoping to, you know, do better in 3 blind finals in the first 2 rounds. I don't know. I mean, anything can happen. Hopefully we can see some more world records. You know, Max has been going crazy, and it's been really cool to see.
Fire.
But you know, just a world record from anybody would be cool to see. You know, it's always great when the crowd goes crazy at major championships or stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun. So.
That would be amazing to see. Yeah. I guess, do you have any socials that people can find you at to learn more about you, your sponsorships, or whatnot?
Yeah, sure. So this is a Cubing Life Academy. It's a company that I do coaching through with some other cubers, so you could like sign up for a course with me for 3x3 3 blind clock, or just do like a custom course for any other event really if you want. As far as my own socials go, we've got my YouTube channel. It's just my name, Tommy Cherry. And there's also Instagram at TommyCherry11111. I don't use the Instagram as often, but it is a good way to contact me. So yeah.
Great, great. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Tommy. I hope you I hope you have the best of luck tomorrow in all the blind events, clock finals as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing your results.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me on.
Yep. And with that, we'll proceed on to more 3x3.
Thank you. You got it? Would you like to?
I'm scheduled to.
Okay. I'm happy to keep judging if you want to, but I know it's a fun spot, so.
Yeah, I told my parents I'd be on stream.
Okay, then be on stream.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Just a second. I need to find a pen. Yeah, we lost one here.
8 seconds. Hello, everyone. We are back with 3x3. I am once again joined by the one and only Zach Rydell.
Hello, everyone. Zach, as Brandon said. How was the interview with Tommy?
Oh, Tommy is great. I feel like Tommy just has a lot of thoughts on the future, like not only like in the moment on what his like solves are like, but also just like the future development of these of the events that he's doing. It's really cool to see like he has thoughts on future directions and whatnot for trying to get faster and pushing the limits of what he's trying to get at.
That's nice to hear. I was hoping to talk to him sometime this weekend because he's not in our region as much. He's been here a lot more as of late, but still not getting to see him all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Being able to talk to a high-level competitor about high-level competing is always nice to have.
Yeah.
So we are now on to the next group of 3x3.
Here we have Daniel Gutierrez on 3x3. I believe he at least he used to be part of the Mid-Atlantic region. I think he still is.
Big pause there, but COLL, slow U-perm in 11:36 for Daniel. That's unfortunate.
We are on group 4 of 3x3 right now. There are 12 groups in total. So, to give y'all context, we still don't have the top 12 seeds competing yet, but much later in the day, maybe in an hour or so, we should get those top seeds of 3x3.
But we are at least still seeing some fast solvers like Kyle Santucci here. POL at low 4 there, a 5:10 for Kyle. Not sure if that's his first solve, but definitely a hot start.
Kyle, of course, podiuming at Nationals 2023 last year. That was great to see.
Back to the blue stage, we have Brendan Dunnigan wrapping up his average. Here we see those stats from Nationals 2023. Kyle Santucci, 3rd place with a 6:19 average. And that was the worst possible average, too. So being able to clutch 3rd place and not having to worry about the last solve, quite impressive.
I remember watching those solves. They looked incredibly fluid from him. And at home, he's been posting incredibly fast solves as well. Fast averages of 5, speedy averages of 12 and such. Brendan ending with an 883.
Brendan Dunnigan, 883, a little bit of a lockup. I saw him doing some RUD F2L pairs.
8 seconds.
Still going to have quite a fast best possible average. Back to the red stage. 723 for, making sure I get the name right, for Siddharth Reddy. I believe quite the prominent 2x2 solver, as well as clock. I think quite an interesting combination. Kyle Santucci back up, getting ready to start his inspection.
So we will be seeing the top 3x3 seeds compete later. To clarify, Yihang won't be here at NAC. I know he's registered, but he will not be attending, unfortunately. But regardless, we'll be seeing some very fast 3x3 solves from the rest of the top teams in this competition.
Seeing Kyle Santucci quite fast PRs and highly ranked in Canada, his home state.
Even home country.
Ooh, ZB at high 3, 520. That looked like quite the short ZBL.
Panic, that would have been like a mid-4.
He's saying mid-4 if he maybe didn't panic as much.
Oh, wow. So Kyle with a 5.1, 5.2. His PR average is 5.7.
So he's
already on pace.
He's quite on pace. Paul Mavi here. Fun fact about Paul Mavi, he used to hold the world record for the largest range of 3x3 times. So from like, I don't know what the time range was, but he had every time and every decimal in between 2 solves, and he had the largest range. I believe that record is held by Eric Zhao now.
Oh.
Or it might be.
So when you say largest range, you mean every possible second?
Yeah, so something like, so he has 770, 771, 772, all the way up, and he had quite a large range.
Interesting. That's an interesting stat.
Sid ready here. 813, not too pleased with it.
Bit locky on that G-perm.
However, it's the first round. It's still quite early in the morning. It's 9:49. I know I'm quite not awake yet, so I wouldn't be shocked if some of these competitors aren't either.
Yes,
Brendan Dunnigan, I believe, getting ready for his last solve of the average. Brendan does have a best possible average of 726, if you can count that 657.
Off screen, we also have Kyle Santucci getting ready for his third solve. It hasn't started yet, but we'll keep the camera on Brendan for now.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Flight fluid, a little bit of a lockup there for Brendan. A quick OLMPL 630, that does give him best possible average of 7.26. We can cut to Kyle Santucci, midway through his solve.
Oh,
you got the ZBLL at 4.2.
I just went all out of it.
6.12.
Yeah.
Not terribly off from his.
Yeah, as you see there with our graphic on the screen, Kyle Santucci on PR average watch. His PR average of 5.9. I don't know, we had the graphic up, but it was 590 something. So he's definitely on pace for it. See a replay of it here. If he leans back a little bit, you get to see the end of the solve there at least.
593 is his PR average.
So yeah, he's definitely on pace for that with that counting 5.2.
See what he pulls up in his fourth solve. Meanwhile, we have Siddharth ready back at the premiere.
Siddharth ready, quite active in the 2x2 Discord server. They've grown quite the community as of late. And 862 for Sid. Seems quite upset with that. I believe that is counting, or at least that counts definitely a slower time.
We are going to be getting Kyle's fourth solve up soon. So, thank you, production. They just told us his 593 is actually the average he got at Nationals. Here we can see the graphic from last year's Nationals. Second round of 3x3, achieving a 593.
Yeah, he's definitely on pace. If I am seeing in chat correctly, all he needs for a PR average is just a 6.5 single, which seems very in reach.
That's pretty doable if he can control his nerves and not get that PR potential to his mind here.
We're going to see what he can do here on solve number 4. Quite quick turning. REDF2L.
Can he do the CBLL?
633. That locks in PR average, I believe, for Kyle Santucci.
That's correct, yeah.
Let's see. Worst possible average of 588. Wow, so that is a guaranteed PR average for Kyle Santucci.
I find it crazy that we have a worst possible average here, sub-6. I'm already impressed by that, personally. But
so
yes.
For those, do you maybe want to explain how average calculations work, Brandon, for those maybe unfamiliar or watching for the first time?
For sure, yes. So in a typical average in the WCA, you're going to be doing 5 solves. among those 5 solves, your best and your worst times are dropped, and the middle 3 are averaged together to be your final average. So by the time they do fourth solves, we can able to calculate what their best possible average is, based on if their best possible average is achieved if they get a time better than their best time already, as well as the worst possible average. So BPA and WPA is for those 2 terms. So if he's able to beat his best time, he'll achieve his best possible average. If he doesn't, if he gets worse than his worst possible time, he's going to achieve his WPA.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Brandon. I know usually if I'm on pace for a good average, I'll do the terrible mistake of sitting in a waiting area on my phone, calculating what I need for a PR average, and then it really distracts me. But competitors handling their nerves incredibly here. Kyle Santucci going up for his last solve here. If he can count that 5.1, which is definitely doable for him, we're going to see a 547 average.
I wonder if he already knows it's PR for him.
I believe, I am unsure of Canadian national record, but I think it is quite obtainable here.
I think Canadian national record is 5.6, no?
Yeah,
so it is possible.
So I think, I'm seeing in chat, a 557 will give him NR average.
This is going to be a little bit lucky for him. He doesn't know the CBLO. It's going to end with the worst possible
It's worst possible average, but still PR average for Kyle Santucci.
Nice job, Kyle.
588, he seems a little disappointed with it. I'm sure he knew that he had NR potential, but there's still 3 more rounds of competing probably lined up for him. That G-perm there. Still an impressive showing, accounting 5.2. I remember when 5.2 was a crazy fast time for anyone to get, so counting that is awesome.
I started cubing when Felix just got his 5.66 world record single. So this is a long way from that, and now people are popping 5-second singles like candy.
Oh yeah, Asher Kim Majeric here solving now has a sub-6 average, but maybe a little more notably a 389 single. Was he the 3rd or 4th person to get a sub-4?
Pretty early in that in that slew of people.
I know we had a huge string of 3s all in one go. I know he was one of the first in North America.
Asher here a little bit lucky during F2L as he enters that last pair.
And then a little bit of a pause, I think, for the OLLCP. Not too thrilled with it, but still got 4 more solves in his average.
Overall pretty lucky, but
I'm
sure he'll bounce back.
Seeing he was the 2nd person to get a 3 in North America.
Paul Mavi coming back on the stage.
There we see it here. Asher Kimajeric, that 389 single on his 3rd attempt of Rose City 2022. I did not think it was that long ago.
That's a really long time ago.
That was NAR at the time. So actually he was 1st in North America, 2nd in the world.
Paul Mavi looking probably a duplicate scramble.
Claiming the same scramble there. We could see, I believe that is Ben Bergen, our judge, delegate from the Canadian region.
It's important if you have a duplicate scramble to let the judge know very early on so that they're able to verify that your claim is correct. So in this case, he immediately told the judge it.
Our stage lead, Alex Cohen from the New England region, running a tight ship on the blue stage. So they're going to go check that out, obviously see if it was a duplicate scramble. If it was, then they're going to give him the correct scramble, and if it was maybe out of order, they're going to maybe try and get him the scramble that he was not given already.
It's always a scramble, sorry, a mad scramble at the scramble table sometimes.
Group 5 being called up, seeing a bunch of faces here I recognize. See Clement Tucker, Sid, who was just on stream.
Asher starting his 2nd solve. Let's see if he can bounce back a little bit.
Looks like he's planning a white cross here. A lot of these solvers are white cross or dual neutral, where they solve white and yellow. Quick F2L, but a little bit of a lockup going into OLO, or that last pair, I guess. 854 for Asher Kimajeric. That's counting that 742 now at best.
Yeah, also a decently lucky solve.
Not sure if I mentioned, but they are calling up Group 5 now of 3x3, so we should see some new faces start rolling in.
Oh, it looks like I think he entered the last F2L pair and then just tried to force the ZBLL and not have to do the OLL.
A lot of top solvers are currently trying to force ZBLL, where you learn a whole bunch of algs for OLL cases where all of the edges are oriented. So there's 1 of 7 cases that you can get for that OLL, and I think in total there are a couple hundred ZBLL algs. 500. 500.
I always forget the exact number. Some insane amount. Off the top of my head, 593 or something like that. But in this specific case, there's some OLOs that just aren't worth doing, and you might want to optimize for something different.
Oh, so going over ZBLL for some of the viewers who maybe don't know, as mentioned earlier, there are a few OLL cases with all edges oriented. So the normal procedure of CFOP solving goes cross, F2L, OLL, PLL, and you spend OLL and PLL on your last layer. However, with ZBLL, what you can do is if you have all edges oriented, you can learn a whole bunch, as we mentioned, 500, 600 algs, in order to just solve it in one fluid step. So it could be quite a move count save, almost similar to just getting a PLL skip and only doing OLL. So you'll only have cross F2L and then ZBLL as one step instead. So some of these competitors know a ton of ZBLL algs to where they are just forcing ZBLL in hopes of getting great results.
Yes. And when we say forcing ZBLL, it's not necessarily a very fast thing. You're basically just doing the yellow cross. For some of these cases. In other cases, you're inserting your F2L pair differently in order to get all your edges oriented in those cases. And getting ZBLL down is a lot of practice. The recognition is not going to be as easy as recognizing OLL, PLL. So you're going to have to spend a lot of time trying to get that recognition time down to a point where it's actually worth doing in a fast solve like this.
There we see Sid, who is just competing 3x3. Seeing a replay of Henry Lickner's solve here. A lot of rotations there and a little bit of a lockup on that OLL into an E-perm. Quite the combination of an S-move OLL into having to deal with that E-perm.
Well, I'll be back. Hopefully this is not a duplicate scramble again.
Palmavi inspecting. Looking like a different scramble this time.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
Palmavi onto OLL at 7.
772, the puzzle is solved. A little nervous there with that MU perm.
Yeah.
On a red stage, we have Dominic Radici off camera with an 8.09 single. Going to see a replay of Paul here. A little bit of a pause there before that first F2L pair, but hopefully you can see maybe why he was a little nervous at the end there. That U-perm, wasn't sure if he did that last M move in time.
Hey, Charlie.
Ready.
Charlie Eggins, former 3x3 blind single world record holder and all-around blind extraordinaire, is also pretty speedy at 3x3. So let's see what he can pull off here.
Yeah, I can only imagine being able to solve it blindfolded quickly, be able to solve it with your eyes quickly too. Like that, 767 doesn't seem too happy, but still quite a good solve.
Henry Lickner over here.
Henry Lickner, a 751 single. Seeing a replay of Henry's solve right here. Saw quite a big block on his white cross there. Solving F2L. Quite an easy OLL, but just slow execution. That fast U-perm, though, being able to save and bring it back down to a 7. Asher Kim Majeric inspecting and getting ready to start his 4th solve.
Asher not having the
Quite a big rotation, but no pause there in between that OLL, PLL. I don't believe that was a ZB. I think that's one of the cases that's just faster to do soon, and then U-perm. Dom Radici, a 561, quite fast from him. I did see on his Instagram story earlier, either today or yesterday, he got a 3 single unofficially. Either his PB or his second best time ever. Quite impressive. I want to know, Brandon, how many 3s do you think we're going to see this weekend?
How many 3s? I'm going to say...
That's all good.
Okay. I want to see one or 2. Like 3s,
Why that number exactly?
They can get 3s, but I don't think it's like super easy for them. I'll say 1 or I'll say 2.
2 3s? I'm maybe gonna go for fun here. I'm gonna say 3 3s.
Whoa. Okay.
We have a lot of high-level competitors solving, and I think it's only natural that some of them get good results. Henry Lickner, 8-move OLL to a G permit. Looks at 789. Not too thrilled with it, but still quite consistent. Oh, I think finally on his 5th and last solve. 682, quite a fast execution.
Not bad. Yeah. It's like a 7.5 average, I think.
Yeah, it looks like.
I'll take his word for it. 7.5 average for Paul, quite impressive.
Warm-up, I will say.
So,
and here we see a bunch of top names. We see Luke G. Both of our Luke G competitors, as well as Evan Wright. Quite the fast square one solver from Ohio. Not sure if you know any of the other names there, Brandon.
I unfortunately do not. But
looks like they are all watching Dominic solve here. Got to OLL sub 5, or PLL sub 5, sorry. 6:45 for Dominic Radici. That is counting right now, I believe.
Dom is definitely one of the fast names to look out for. Also in Skew, he has a 161 average, which is world rank 3.
As well as a .91 single, 5th in the world. I can understand sub 1 2x2 solves, and I can get them on easy scrambles, but sub 1 in a Skew is nuts. We're going to see here Charlie Eggins, a 598 single. Quite fast from Charlie.
I love Charlie.
I was going to say, fun story, I was walking from the airport to the hotel, and I passed Charlie on the street. Did not realize it was him, as he didn't have his blindfold on.
Yeah, all blinders need the iconic wearing the blindfold everywhere in order to complete their look.
Inspecting here, we have Asher Kimajeric, but off stream, we did just see a 6:35 from Henry Lickner.
Oh, with the cute drop.
Quite the locky and stuttery PLL, but still best possible average for Asher, a 744 average.
That'll comfortably put him in round 2. Probably you'll only need an 11-second time for round 2. Let's see. Take a look at this.
Ooh, fast OLL, and then just the lock up on that last move. If he didn't solve that all the way, he would have gotten a +2 penalty for misalignment. So fixing it, definitely the right call there from Asher.
I'm ready. Don't do the ZBLO? Yes.
He knew it.
56. PR average, I think his PR average was sub 6, no?
I believe, yes, he does have a sub 6 3x3 average. So not PR for him, but still quite fast. 6:39 there. Little slow on that AUF.
I mean, some people are fast.
It's Ben Zhao with that 6:35. My apologies, don't know if I mentioned his name. Henry Lickner going up for, I believe, his final 3x3 solve. Another S move. Oh, no, it was the correct one. 909 for Henry. I believe that's going to be the worst possible average. Charlie Eggins an 897. Not too thrilled with that solution.
350 here with a 760. Definitely not going to, obviously not PR, but it's going to be decently okay with that time here. So for just those that are catching up here in the channel, we are on Group 6 of 3x3. We still have yet to see a lot of the, or more like any of the top 12 seeded competitors here, but we will get those to you very soon while they're beginning to compete. Ben's out with a 520 single here. As a second solve.
We are in transition here in between groups, so we're going to see a bunch of new faces rotate in and out. Just keeping an eye on our schedule here. Speaking of familiar faces, here on the red stage, we have the lovely Kevin Hayes. He came second in North America for 7x7 last night. That was quite an interesting watch. Of course, our podium being Max, I believe Timon, then Nam.
Correct, yes.
And then Kevin Hayes came in 4th place, being second in North America, being a North American representative. Inspecting this puzzle here, a 768 PR average. He's smiling, says he already screwed up.
Monorail, monorail, monorail. I love this trip.
Public transit is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
A 1021 from Kevin. He's still smiling about it. We're going to see off-stream Charlie Eggers. Oh, there it is. A 719 single to conclude, not conclude his average. It looks like he still has one more solve.
Charlie's a pretty fast all-rounder. Everyone knows him blind, but again, he's pretty decent at every event.
I literally am not solving one.
Pretty fast solvers in Australia.
Here we see Charlie.
Looks like he also inserted with the S move.
And he knew that Zebulo.
Correct.
Here we see some more competitors on the red stage. 1145 single.
There's the rest of the average is really bad.
The other stage ends out with a 635 and 520 as his first and second solves.
8 seconds.
Three by three, group 6. 3 by 3, group 6. Please report to all stages. Again, 3 by 3,
762 for Ben Zhao.
Please report to all stages. Thank you. Also, please refrain from flash photography during this event. The flashes are particularly distracting.
Ben's replay here. A little bit of keyhole action here into the S move OLL and the G perm.
Going to see a nice Midwest Cubing Association shirt. Of course, being in Minnesota, we are in the Midwest, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Zach.
Just making sure I don't get out of Pennsylvania often, so it's nice knowing where I'm at. 1196, nice seeing all sorts of faces here at North American Championship. You can see we have quite the amount of people here. Today is going to be the busiest of them all. Of course, as we have 3 by 3 round 1.
It's going to be quite busy, but tomorrow will definitely be a very exciting hype day as we have the crowd sitting in rows waiting to watch every single one of the finals.
Yeah, we will have Championship Sunday, as I like to call it. That term definitely not stolen from Super Smash Bros. But we'll get to see all of the top competitors in North America compete for a bunch of championships.
For sure.
See Charlie Eggins on what I believe is his last solve of the average.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
inspecting, using every second of inspection time there.
$885 to Charlie.
Again, still in transition between groups, so we're going to see a lot of new faces. I'm going to take the time to look up who are we going to see in this next group of 3x3. We are going to see Jerry Yao coming into the group on the red stage, and we're also going to see, you see who else we got? We have Brian Johnson going to be coming up on a blue stage. We actually see right now Ben Zhao going for his fourth solve on the average. Off stream, we have Jerry Yao getting ready for his first solve.
8 seconds.
Ben, 624. And here we have Jerry Yao.
Your sleeper pick, Zach.
My sleeper pick, Mid-Atlantic Hero from New Jersey. 583 average, 468 single. Getting a 609 now. Jerry, one of the fastest people we have in the Mid-Atlantic region. Definitely one of the favorites. He is going to be competing in our region's relay event tonight for Mid-Atlantic 1 with two other of our New Jersey solvers, Sean Mack and Carson Wijaya. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Regions Relay. I know I made a little bracket, kind of like March Madness.
Really?
Who do you have picked to win currently?
For 3x3.
No, for Regions Relay.
Oh, for Regions Relay. Sorry. Oh, I haven't given any thought to this. Do you know what the teams are? Regions?
I can pull up the bracket. My pick right now, I think, is Great Lakes 1, which has Luke Garrett, Luke Reiser, and I'm blanking on the third member currently. That's my apologies. But two of the fastest 3x3 solvers, probably three of the fastest 3x3 solvers in the country, and they're all from the same region. So I imagine that they're going to do quite well.
I can believe that, and I can put my support for that.
Though I am hoping for Mid-Atlantic 1 to do great.
Of course. Yeah.
Kind of see Jerry out.
We're still waiting on Joaquin.
Right, and as we're getting ready for Jerry's second solve, I am going to step out for Kevin Hayes to come in and take a look at our competitive solve. So I'm Brandon, and I'll see you guys next time.
Nice having you, Brandon. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
Kevin, it's nice having you. How was 3x3?
Oh, did you get my last solve, or did you cut away from me because that wasn't important?
We got your last
solve.
solve.
Oh, yeah. I was live with the live commentary in the BPA, giving the notes for the kids.
Yeah, that was your 10, correct?
Yeah, you see, the reason why I was bad because I looked at my BPA and then I was getting all nervous, you know?
We were just talking about that on stream, how I know I deal with it, and I can imagine a lot of these other fast solvers calculate their BPA and know what they need and what average they're going to get and put a ton of pressure on themselves to try and get it. Were you on good pace?
I could have gotten a 7. I can't get PB. Honestly, my set was stupid. The first two solves had, like, X crosses that were easy even for me, which is saying something. Well, let's see if Ben gets a 5 here. This is, like, huge potential. Oh, he's a 5.2 there. Okay, never mind. Solid solve, but, yeah. Mid-6 there.
Not worst possible average, 643. Still quite fast for Ben.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like, the first two solves were just insanely easy. Like, I got a 7.6 in the first one and was, like, asleep. And then I just, I haven't practiced 3x3 in a while. I got a semis tonight, or second round tonight, which I will be on the line to make third round. So I'll do, I'll just do like a ton of solves. The cube like felt tiny in my hands. Like, I like physically felt weird as well as mentally haven't done 3x3. So I'll just do a bunch this afternoon, and then we'll see. I'm not going to be in like good 3x3 shape anyways, but
yeah, it's all right. See Jerry Yao from New Jersey, as mentioned earlier, an 8:59 on his last solve, hoping to not let that count in his average.
8 seconds.
Off stream, we are also seeing Zen Kanani starting his 3x3 solve. Let's see what Jerry gets first here, though.
Jerry's shaking.
Yeah,
you can see it too. Holy crap!
A 9:44. That 8 unfortunately counts. We are going to have a replay of Zane's solve. I know he was off stream, but here we see green cross from Zane. A little bit of a pause there before the F2L, but making sure to orient edges.
Nice
for that ZBLL 788 for Zane Kanani. Yeah, I have seen a lot. I do compete with Jerry and see him at competitions a lot. Nerves is one of his huge things. If he can keep those under control, he is an excellent 3x3 solver. But mindset's half the battle in a mind sport like cubing.
I was going to say, yeah, if everyone kept under control, the cubing would be a lot faster. No, yeah, I mean, that's just, I'm kind of just looking at his solve, and he's on solve 3 in round 1 at NAC, and like, he's a 5 and an 8. So obviously he can't count the 8 if he wants anything good, but like, already seeing kind of the nerves build up in a situation like that is a little telling of a big like mental struggles being one of the difficulties, because just the kind of feeling the need to rush through your third solve there is maybe something to work on.
Going to see Brian Johnson here. Big pause there for F2L. Brian Johnson, a notable all-rounder, 809 single. Brian specializing in 3x3 square one. I'm not sure if he still does 2x2 one-handed. Oh, my bad, forgot about that. There we see that square one. Not sure how he did in finals, but he did get a PR average in the first round on Thursday. Going to see Jerry Yao going for his 4th solve here on the red stage.
Oh yeah, Jerry right here really needs to just take a deep breath, get the hands under control, because the handshake, you can see it right now already. That's going to be the biggest nemesis in this solve.
Let's see what we can get here. All those yellow edges on the white layer, maybe a little confusing or a little abnormal. Does he know the ZBLL? He does not. It's an 841 for Jerry Yao. He is not happy with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, best possible average 7.7 is, 4.
Definitely far from what his standard is.
Yeah, we're in the realm of this average now just being kind of a wash. I don't think there's going to be a lot to really analyze for him in terms of like, oh, maybe I made X, Y, or Z mistake. It's when the mistake is purely in the mind.
606 for Zane. There's another ZBLL from him, quite fast. Zane, as you see here, a 669 PR average, 471 single. He is our reigning North American champion in 2x2 and Scube, or just North American. We'll get that corrected. But a reigning 2x2 national champion, as well as an 11-time record holder. Definitely not unfamiliar with high-pressure situations.
Yeah, he's going to be 2x2 hasn't started yet. There's 4 rounds of 2x2, but he's going to be in. He's the definitive favorite for tomorrow afternoon, but and I'd say he's significantly ahead of the rest of the game. But even in an event like that, it's still any mistake in the solve is dead. So
yeah, we will want to make sure that you guys all stick around. We will be interviewing Zane later. I will be interviewing Zane later. Maybe get a peek into his thoughts and what all he has to say about things so far at North American Championships. Brian Johnson trying to maybe cancel the PLL, a 10-25 for Brian, but he's laughing it off. He's all right with it. Jerry Yao starting his solve and now in the red stage.
Don't know what's going on.
All right, Jerry's going to finish. Okay, this is ZBL, yeah, 6-7. That's more kind of that's the classic, it's the classic mental struggles of, okay, your average is dead. Okay, now I can do well.
Yeah. Got the bad average out of the way. The next 3 are going to be better, hopefully, for Jerry. I am going to step out as we are going to have an interview coming up with Schwan Park, father of Max Park, our heavy favorite North American coming into this competition. So I'm going to pass it off to Kevin and Schwan.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm here with Schwan Park, father of Max Park, the superstar of NAC so far, for sure.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, we're 2 days in. We are in 5, 6, and 7. 6 and 7 are done. Max set a world record. Max has set a world record in every single big cube. 5 average, 6 average, 7 single.
Yeah. I'm totally surprised. You know, everybody always thinks that we have this plan or we know or this is going to happen, and every time we come here, we're just preparing him to have a good time.
Yeah.
And when he gets a world record, we're like, where'd that come from? You know, you were surprised. You know,
I mean,
you know, we actually watch the stream and we enjoy listening to you.
Thank you.
More than watching Max. We're like, you know, when you're talking and you're saying some of this stuff, and you know, we're just like, we think that's like, so, you know, like sometimes when you're watching cubing and you know, when after somebody does something really well, it's almost more fun watching the crowd react.
Yeah.
You know, so
that's like, world record videos for years have been like, you got to have a good reaction, you got to have a good environment, or else it's just kind of nice, not very exciting.
Right. You know, even like some of the records that we see in the past, including Max's, when we see world records, and you know, it's just not a lot of people, and because sometimes, you know, like at the end of the day, like half the people are gone, right? They didn't make the round, so there's only like a scatter amount of people, and then there's a world record, and you hear like you know, a little golf clap, and it's like it doesn't get as many views, and
it's just not as exciting. Like the people that aren't familiar don't understand. Like they gauge the impressiveness based on the people that are there reacting.
Right.
And yeah.
You know what somebody should do for a joke? Somebody should just get like a 11-second single, and then just have a bunch of people just set up a bunch of people.
You can
and see if it goes viral.
That happens. Yeah, or it happens at like nationals all the time, where like someone will like. A younger competitor or someone newer will like get a good solve for them, and they'll be really excited, and then like it kind of starts like the rip of like, we're excited because someone else is excited. Like,
well, cubers do that too. Cubers, you know, you hear clapping, especially in a big venue like this. You know, you hear somebody do, and you hear a lot.
Oh yeah,
and
it's
then
like
you just see a bunch of kids.
You gotta rush over. Yeah.
It's really exciting to see that, and you know, and I think. You know, and it happens a lot more at like bigger comps here because there's so many stations and we're wrapped around it. So you hear like something on the other side and stuff. And I think it's fun for the kids to just jump around. And what happened?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about my reactions and stuff. Like the 7x7 single was still like, because we were getting Nam was going at the same time, and I was like, oh man, I must have missed something in that solve. Like I must have like been accurate. And I rewatched it. I was like. Oh no, Max actually finished last 4 edges in 3x3 stage in 15 seconds. Like it wasn't like after centers were done, it was good but not crazy. I was like, it was like one of the most ridiculous falls I've ever seen.
You know what I was thinking is when I saw you streaming, I thought to myself, what if Kevin said, "I'll just stay on Nam the whole time."
I know. I was glad that Nam was.
Can you imagine like? And you're like, what happened?
I know. I was glad that Nam's solve was actually like really bad because like I thought Max was gonna get like. Like a high 140, which honestly he was on pace for after centers, and then it just had the most insane ending I've ever seen. Yeah, so last night Max did really well. In both, 6 world record mean obviously, so not much by a gigantic margin. Also, like not much better you can do, and then 7, 141 average, 2 seconds off his current world record, which is wildly good. The best result, second in the world, is Nam, which is way back. So like. Kind of, I know you're talking a lot about like the goal is just to kind of have fun and to come into these things and go about more of the process. Like, how was from Max's like personal perspective? How is he feeling after last night? What was kind of the wind down like?
Relief, I guess. Every time we get done with the competition for that day, I think that there's a bit of a relief.
Yeah.
He does feel a lot of pressure, as you guys, everybody does, right? And you know, I think it, you know. You always hear the phrase, you know, why is that guy hitting himself on the head with a stick? It feels so good when he stops, right? It's almost like cubing is like that. It's like so much torture. And so there's, you know, you can understand like why the Vire brothers party so hard after competition and stuff like that. You know, I think, you know, for Max, it was the same thing. He just, you know, as soon as he's done, he really wants to get out of here. Get some Korean food or something.
I understand that feeling. Like it's almost when you've done it for so long. You can let me know how accurate this is, but like there's so much pressure and expectation to do well that when it's like I'm just relieved I didn't do bad, And like
yeah.
Like for Max, like doing bad is not winning, because he at his level. So like it's like okay, I did win.
Yeah, I
we're
think
safe.
yesterday we were watching his 4x4, and he started out with.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, we were watching his 4x4, and he started out with the 218s, and I could see all the cameras go up, and almost like there's a disappointment when he doesn't get the world record.
Right, with a great start.
And they're like, oh, and so he feels that. I mean, you can feel that energy in the crowd.
Oh
like what the expectation is, and so he feels that too, and so there's a lot of pressure, and like you said earlier, we always try to help Max focus on just really trying to enjoy this, because you know how, like after this is over, you realize where the joy was, right? And I think that a lot of times with just anything in life, you kind of don't realize what was the most important and fun things in your life.
Yeah.
And some of this is it for cubers, and and unfortunately, wisdom is hindsight. But I try to remind Max, this will end someday, and this will be the most joy that you're gonna, recall as part of your life. This was the most fun, and there's always that feeling like, oh, I wish I would have just enjoyed it more. So we're trying to always, remind Max of that, and on top of it, I think if you're just having more fun, you're just gonna do better, right? Because you're more relaxed, right? You're not. So was it like Philip won world championship because he was sick? And he had that attitude like, I just want to hurry up and get this done and go home. Yeah. And so he just flowed through it, oh, wait, it's good enough?
Yeah, what? We'll take it. Yeah, it's nice that I think it's very valuable, like, for Max to have parents who are already aware of all this stuff. It's hard to be in the moment and realize that, because these events are so stressful, but they're also the culmination of everything. You get to see all your friends, people that you don't get to see very often. The interactions that you have are so valuable. But it's easy to get lost in the finals are Sunday afternoon, finals are Friday night. Like I cannot do anything until then. Like it's all like it's hard to take that balance, and having someone a little removed who's not doing the competition to remind you of that.
I mean, do you do that too? Like do you look at like when you're competing on like Friday? Do you think about Sunday?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't really compete on Sunday anymore, but
well, you've experienced it, and you know it like at the top level, like.
Yes, when Sunday used to be like the day, it was very much like.
Yeah, but do you worry about it on Friday?
Yeah, it's like
it's like it's always in the back of your mind.
Nothing matters until Sunday.
Right, because even if you do good on Friday, then it's like, oh, good job, or whatever, and you're like, yeah, but it's not Sunday.
Friday results only matter as a confidence boost. And like for Sunday, like an real one time it was like an intimidation for Sunday, like stuff like that. So no, it's really hard.
But we used to tell Max, we were like, if he didn't do good at, let's say on Friday, Thursday, or something like that, we would go, oh, you know what? You're just saving all your luck for Sunday. Well, then what do we tell him when now he did well on Friday? We're like, we're always like, wait, don't listen to me that other day. When
Statistics is an independent event, They're independent events. You can get a PLL skip on every solve. It's possible.
Yeah, when you were commentating, and somebody actually asked me, they're like, oh, they're asking me about Max's solve, his 7 solve. And I actually, I didn't see it. I saw it on stream. So I saw it with you commentating. And, someone is asking me, like, how does Max do this? I'm like, I don't know. Look, Kevin, he's the, big cube god. He doesn't even know how he did it.
It's very wild.
But people are asking me all the time, they're like, how much does Max practice and stuff? To be honest, Max doesn't practice that much. He really doesn't.
Well, I mean,
it's some, I think you know how it is. It's like at some point, you don't need to practice certain things a lot. It's like wasting your time, right? You do practice very more specifically, but that doesn't take a lot of time.
Right.
It's not like as grueling and grinding.
And also, like, you can get, like, you've done all this practice. You do a little, like, you do more to stay fresh. Maybe get a little, like, work on a couple of things. But, like, you compete more. It's like the at-home speed is similar for a couple of years. Mm-hmm. But the competition comfortability, you get more chances. Well, more chances equals more opportunities just due to variance, but you also get more comfortable with the competition. So, like, your mental can improve without, like, very specific deliberate practice. And that can be what starts you to get a lot of better results, because you don't necessarily need to be faster when you're sitting at home at your desk to start be doing better in competition significantly.
Right. Well, I mean, how much what do you do about that gap, that mental gap at home and in competition? I mean, you know, a lot of people go, "Oh, don't relax, don't be nervous."
I think that's terrible advice, in my opinion.
It reminds you about nervousness.
It's well, like it's just not realistic. Like, okay, yeah, you can sit. Like, I remember specifically for Paris, like, I was like, okay, like, my ideal mental state is to be chill and to be relaxed at home, but like, there is no possible way I will be sitting up there and be able to get into that state. And so my second best option, the best realistic option, is to be like kind of intense and to be like getting after it, which is a little bit slower than my like perfect flow state, but like I know I can get that. Like, this is doable, so I have to go with that option.
It feels more controllable as opposed to the other one is just you're just winging it. You don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, it's way more controllable. The other one is something that can only happen randomly when you're not expecting it, or a local when things aren't kind of going the right way or whatnot. I've had that sometimes before as well, but like it's very rare and unpredictable.
Is there any way you think you could achieve that flow state that you have at home because you're just so relaxed? You know, you got your chips next to you and your soda.
Yeah.
Can you? Is there any? I mean, that's the secret.
In a final?
Right?
At a major final?
Yeah. I mean, maybe semis, finals, just because you're going to have the nerves. You know.
Well, for me personally, no.
Okay.
I know.
Have you seen anybody be able to do that?
I mean, Timon seems to be able to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
I haven't talked to him yet. He's going to be on later, but that's a big thing I want to talk to him about specifically. And I was going to ask you, like, Max. So I've competed with finals at Max for a long time, and I know, like, it doesn't always go how you want. And I've seen Max recently. Well, yesterday it went how he wanted. But like, recently it seems like he's very focused. Like, he will remind himself, we're here to have fun. This is just a good time. Like, I remember overhearing him in 6 finals at Worlds when it was going very poorly. It's like, oh, we're just here to have fun. Like, it's a good time. And I remember many years ago, it was a much different experience where he'd get more a little, like, get sad and not be happy about the experience. Like, how is that kind of process to where, like, it's been a more positive kind of handling the poor results seems to have gone better, and like, how's that process been?
Well, I think, you know, as you know, when you're coming up, back then, when you're coming up, your mindset's different.
Oh, completely.
Right? It's in a way, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it's easier coming up.
It's way easier.
Once you're at the top, I think that there's this misconception that people think, and I know this about like other sports that I played and things like that, where if you hit a certain plateau of the level you're trying to go for, like, oh, I can relax now. I did it. I don't have to worry.
Yeah.
And it's not like that. It's almost like harder because at that point you can only lose. You can't, like, if you're like number 1, 2, 3. I mean, I guess you can go 1, 2, and 3, but you're essentially on the top. There's nowhere else to go. You just can only lose now, and so you're looking behind you for all the fast kids from China that are coming up. You know, things like that. So, that's what it was like. So it was easy in the beginning. Once he got there, just like you guys, you know, at the top level, he's just looking over his shoulders. And I think it's a different feeling, a different energy. And I clearly could see that the joy and happiness from cubing, the pure joy and happiness wasn't there. And even though he still liked the challenge, he loves the competition, he's very competitive, but it was all like hardness on himself, right?
Yeah.
And so that's when we started saying, hey, you got to remember what you liked about it. You got to, you know, remember the joy and you know, the fun and all that. And you know, to some degree, it's like saying, you know, be calm, don't relax.
Yeah.
You can't just tell somebody and they'll do it. But Max tries, you know, he understands it. He does try. And I think he clearly understands sort of like the value of it. And so he does do that. But he still, he was on stream and I was watching him and he was going, I think during one of the world records or something like that, he was saying, oh, I got to relax for Sunday or something like that.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he was worrying about that
Sunday
already on stream.
While he's just got a world record?
He did. And then that's...
Although you got to take a few minutes to celebrate.
Well, that's the funny part, right? That, you know, you celebrate a little bit, but you're worried about now going downhill.
Sorry, Max Shaw's got 3 5s right now, so
wow.
we're gonna track him on this average because
wow.
That's the face of a man who's keeping it together because he knows he's on pace for something amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll be up in a couple minutes for his next solve. But no, yeah, like what you were saying about Max, and I guess like you also mentioned like when you're in first, like you can just win again. There's no it's just like your accomplishments are just continuing to be in first. We talked about this earlier already. Like, and you said that like, I mean, you won Worlds. but like he wasn't. Might have been the favorite, but like it was more of a wash favorite at Worlds in Korea. Like
I think he was the underdog, right?
I think
and
by
so
the
I think
time
I think he got a little bit more love because he was the underdog.
I
think
yes.
Yeah, like it's almost like the old man.
Everyone wanted Max to win
in
Korea. 2021 didn't happen, but I guarantee that he would not have been like the crowd favorite just because no one. The crowd favorite is never this like feel. It's like
everybody's looking for the upset.
Right.
Everybody wants
Everyone
drama
wants the upset, and like it's like Felix. I think people always loved Felix, but like was more cheered for when he was kind of at the tail end of his career. And it's like, okay, now I really want Felix to win through. I think this would be so cool. Like in Max in Korea, it's like, okay, now that like he didn't just like win like every single event in a row. It's like kind of like we want someone new. Right. And then it's like, okay, we love the story of okay, like one last ride type of thing. Not to say that like Max is still like top 3 going into the competition, but
I can't remember exactly where he was, but yeah, he certainly was not expected to win. I think just everybody was just so ridiculous. As this competition, I'm looking at all the people.
Max too, yeah.
Like any one of these people can win.
Max is about to get a 5 average. If this goes well. So let's watch this. We have a notable result coming up. Let's see Max. Nice start. Oh, we hear the cheers. He's happy. Oh, maybe that wasn't something. Maybe that's something else. Okay, still a great average. That's a 5-second average right there. It's kind of like it's just head shake because it's round 1, and so it's like kind of PB or bust type of thing. But find 5.92 worst possible average is a great spot to be in round 1. Good start for the comp.
Yeah, this is what makes cubing so much fun, especially in the early rounds. You just see so much, the horses repositioning. Like, the dark horse coming in behind, and the young guy and the guy nobody expected, he has a PB, and it's just in the top 3. It's really, really fun to watch this. I really enjoy when somebody does really well and no one expects it.
Yeah.
That's really fun, and then everybody looks them up and like, who is this person and all that.
Yeah, it can sometimes be like the start of like a new career when like someone jumps onto the scene with one big result, and then like what happens next.
Right. I remember that was the case last year at Pittsburgh when we saw Brendan Dunnigan. He was like a new face, a fresh face. I think it was his first major, and he did incredibly well. And I just remember like it just really boosted sort of everybody's awareness of who he is.
Yeah.
And so that was really, really exciting to see.
It also can give you a lot of confidence of like this is what I'm capable of, and it's like I'm new, but this is what I'm capable of. Like to motivation to practice going forward. What is your mindset with Max? Like going forward, like has the win in Korea kind of changed anything? How you feel about like how Max feels about cubing, or like obviously you're here this weekend, but I think there's also just everyone's kind of aware like we're also in Seattle next year. It's gonna be big U.S.-based Worlds. Like Max will be, I think, the massive hometown favorite. Like maybe I'm even not the favorite in like terms of expectation to win, but people's personal like fan favorite pick.
Right. Yeah. We'll watch this solve now first.
We got a big we got 5.7. I think Max is a 5.5 PB. We have his PB. So I don't know, but ZBLL. Nice 5.7. Wow, that is a
very cool.
That's a really good average. Like especially like I think also especially round 1 type of things. You see that your worst solve is a 6.1, and that gives you even more confidence because like there's no skips. Like even my worst solve was 6.1.
My PR is really good for me. It's 5.49.
Okay, yeah, Max is a 5.49 PB, but like
I'm happy with this.
I mean that's a great confidence booster to start the weekend. Like especially the way it happened, just no flukes. I just get 5s every single solve, and my bad solve was a 6.1.
Right. I mean, he's got to be happy with himself because it's so consistent. I mean, that's the thing that, it doesn't – sometimes when you get these really crazy fluctuations from like a low solve to a high solve, it's got to enter in your mind like, did I get lucky?
It feels less deserved.
Yeah. You're like, oh, boy, I got lucky. And then that makes you more nervous, I think, because you're like, how am I going to maintain this luck next round?
Right. You can even hear Max like the kind of the WCA, like the way we rank and people and stuff is like PR or bust. And, like, he just got a great average, 5.7. Like, great start to the competition. He's like, this is my PR is, like, really good. Like, it's like, this is a great result. Like, you're going to be ranked, like, probably top 3. I know, probably top 3. And, like, after the first round, like, this is exciting. It's kind of interesting of, like, that kind of mentality is also a little bit. He's like, oh, my PR is really good for me, so, like, I can't, like, it's not, like, reasonable to beat.
Right. It's all a mental game, isn't it?
Oh, well,
I mean,
yeah, it's like cubers don't like to admit it, but you're completely right.
But you know, a lot of other, I mean, you're a swimmer. I don't know how much that, because you have such physicality to that sport. But like golf or bowling or something like that, there's so much. You know, like no one's sitting there trying to knock you off or anything like that, or you don't have to overpower anything. Right. And so it's all mental, right? And you know, the only thing you can really blame is the equipment, right? Which a lot of people do. I need new golf clubs. I need a new cube. You know.
I need a new cube. Well, the cube popped. And I'm like, yeah. Well, if you turned a little more accurately, I don't think it would have popped.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, with cubing, it's such a mental sport, and you know, I understand that, you know, a lot of the cubers are doing coaches, like sports coaches.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I think that's a great thing.
I think it's a great idea.
You know, the tricky part is you got to get a good one, right? You don't want to get a maniac telling you what to do. But
you have to get someone that works for you.
Right. And I think that is, you know, a lot of people talk about, is cubing a sport? They call it a sport and all that kind of thing. I think it is. Because I think sport is really mental. It really is. And I think anybody who plays sports at a high level, they understand that it is a mental game, you know. And especially
every single pro athlete basically has a sports psychologist. Like, all pro teams have them on retainer. Like, this is definitely, like, it's completely ubiquitous.
Yeah, you know, the question I have is, you know, if I met a sports psychologist or somebody who coaches or helps, like, if they don't know that much about cubing, how much you as a cuber can absorb it and believe it. You know what I mean? Because there's a slight thought in the cuber's mind going, but you don't know about this case or something like that, you know, and you know, you have to completely believe that coach in order for it to help you.
Right, you have to trust what they're saying. I guess you'd want someone that works with people in focus sports, like rifle shooting, basically all sports where they do better at home than they do in competition.
That's a good marker, right? Like if you can do it off camera, off stage, and you know, if you can do it really well there, then the logic is it's repeatable,
right?
You know, because you did it once. And I actually tell Max that all the time, you know, and we actually said that a long time ago. I remember telling him that, you know, hey, you know, if you can do it once, you can do it again.
Yeah.
And he really clung on to that. Okay, and I think somehow, and you know, I don't know if necessarily he analyzed it that way, but he felt it. I think that if you can do it once, you can do it again, and then it goes back. Then it goes into the sports belief system, right? You believing you can do it. I think, you know, Matty Hiroto in an interview with Manu, I remember him saying that. Something really profound. He said, I finally let myself believe to win, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but I think he said, let yourself win.
Right.
You know, like it's within you. Because, you know, all the top cubers, I think the top 10, anybody can win.
Yeah.
They all have the physicality to win. You know, it's just who's feeling good that day, and, you know, who had good breakfast or whatever. You know, who's sick. Right?
Who's
You're
sick?
sick, and you can take all the pressure off. Like, I'm sick, so you can go ahead and say,
mental?
if I lost, I was so sick. You know, and then next thing you know, you're flowing. You're like, you know, you're going for it.
All right, we're going to see Sebastian in Seattle just, like, rubbing his face in the floor in the bathroom, trying to get sick before finals.
But I'm not sure he's the only one. I do remember a couple of other stories. Like, some people, like, you know, like, just hearing that, like, oh, that day I was not feeling good. You know, Max's 6:39 world record. He was sick that day.
Really?
Yeah. We were at this place called the Cube Center or something like that. It was in Orange County, and he was sick. He was complaining the whole day. It was dark, and you appreciate, of all people, appreciate
the darkness,
dark. It was dark, and for Max to complain, it was dark, and so he was complaining. It was dark. He was sick. And then they cranked the air conditioning. It was cold.
Oh, it was cold.
And so when that happened, we're like, what is this?
Well,
Where did this come
sometimes
from?
like. Yeah, I mean, Felix, I remember, like, Felix got world records at 2014 Nats, which is, like, the infamous dark Nats. And I was like, how's this even happening? Like, I know what you're saying, though. Like, a long time ago when I tied Felix's 7 world record average, I couldn't believe that that day went well. Like, I had no sleep. I felt terrible. Like, just kind of like, all right, well, we're just going to kind of roll in. And like you said, like, just like everyone kind of has that experience where sometimes it just lines up where the conditions are such that they're bad enough to where you don't really care, but they're good enough to where you can still execute well.
Yeah, yeah.
So Max is also kind of the only big name gotten into third-party sponsorships. So I saw his partnership with Prime, which is huge. Like, can you explain like more kind of like what the process is for, because he's been the #1 like marketable cuber for a very long time now, I think. Obviously hard to use specific metrics on this, but like how has that process been kind of breaking into that industry? And I know you're involved in a lot of third-party stuff as well, like outside of just specifically the cubing community.
No, it was as simple as Logan Paul was. He's a cuber. I mean, it's as simple as that, and he's always, I think, has his eye on cubing, and he really enjoys it. And then one day he just contacted us, and it's funny because he contacted Max's Instagram message.
Right.
It was the only point of contact he must have had, and he contacted us back in January, and we didn't respond till like March. And
did you not check his messages on Instagram?
I think he was at one point we were talking when we finally did talk. He was like a little offended. He's like, "How come it took so long for you?"
I have 20 million followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
You're not responding to my DMs.
Right. But the thing is that we don't answer a lot of Instagram things. Every once in a while we'll look at it because it gets us flooded with a lot of people just saying, "Max, give me some advice," kind of a thing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
there's just so much,
There's
and
so much,
you know what that's like. You just can't go through it all.
Well, it's just not possible. If you wanna provide advice, you can't do it on an individual basis. You have to do it in more like produce something that can be used, like Cube Camp.
Right. So anyway, it got lost, but and I don't know. Oh, I think Instagram had this thing where I can't remember that they push up the people that have like a high subscription or something like that, so you can see it. And we saw it, we responded to him, and then we thought it was a joke. Like somebody was spoofing his,
spoofing his account.
And he's like, "Oh, we love you."
It would be hard. It would be hard to spoof
out of all the people like him. It's like a high school linebacker in high school wanting to hang out in the glee club or something. You're trying to mess with them.
It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like the first thing. Like not the first expectation.
Right. So
of
we walked in really trepidly, and then we spoke with Matt Zuko, who is Logan Paul's marketing director. And and we just slowly at one point we said, hey, let's meet and let's talk. And then once we met him, we thought of him as very much like what everybody sees just generally in the public. And we knew the lawsuit was going on and all that. And so we're like, well, let's just meet. And when we did, he's really a lovely person. He's really, really a nice guy. And he's kind of nerdy. He likes collecting things, and he likes Tetris, and he likes cubing and all that. But I think that fascination is what drove him to want to contact us and work with Max. And the cool thing is he's the first person to officially, outside of cubing, call it a cuber's an athlete.
Really?
Right.
That's great. Yeah.
Because if you go to the Prime athlete site, there's a list of all the athletes like Mahomes and all that.
Really, yeah.
And then Max is in there, so he's technically an athlete.
No, it's very validating for cubing to be on a very well-trafficked page in the same conversation as all of these superstars.
Yeah. I think that was great. And then we were going in thinking that hopefully this will give because we were doing it obviously for Max, but we were also doing it for cubing because we always have cubing in our mind because cubing gave us everything.
Right.
It gave Max everything. We have to be so deferential towards cubing because it's almost like our parents who gave us life. We can't imagine Max's life, how much richness we would have been able to get out of life without the cubing. So we feel like we got to be protective and very nurturing of cubing. At least that's how Mickey and I feel. And so when we got into this Prime deal, we knew that a lot of people were going to probably say some negative things about it because of all the controversy.
I mean, it's the internet. That's a given.
Yeah. But, but at the same time, we thought back to Red Bull. Remember how much everybody hated Red Bull when that first started happening. And but it kind of opens the doors up. And, hopefully this will just kind of bring more people in.
Oh, I completely agree. My first reaction was, good for Max. That's good for you. Get the bag, and then also third-party sponsorships are something that's been missing in cubing, and it's kind of this is something that needs to happen as cubing gets bigger. Can only increase the publicity and the growth of the sport. Brennan's
how's he not happy with the 5.6?
I mean, it must have been, yeah.
He got a skip or something.
He got a really easy kit. I think we can see it right here. Wow.
Oh,
yeah,
that
was a really easy ZVLL case, like 6 moves. Are there more plans? Like, you're already involved. You have Cube Camp, you have Prime sponsorship. I mean, you're still with. Wait,
Rubik's.
Yeah, he was Rubik.
Yes.
You're still with Rubik's right now. What is is there anything? Is it kind of like this is a good stable spot for Max, or is there more like? Are you working on other stuff right now, or kind of what's the plan in the next year for? I guess because naturally you take cubing's like a summer-based event where summer's the big thing. What's kind of the next plan of the year for? Just in general plans like practicing, sponsorships, all that.
Practicing for Max is he's on his own. We almost never. I mean, let me take that back. We only stop him one time. I don't know if some of you know that Max is really into Plants vs. Zombies.
Okay.
So he gets wrapped in that sometimes, and so we do have to pull him out and say, hey, you understand we have a competition in 2 days.
Yeah,
you got to practice a little bit. I know we always trying to say make it fun and just relax, but you got to practice a little.
Yeah.
You know. So we do have to remind him because he gets tunnel visioned into certain activities. But as far as practicing, we don't know what's going on inside his mind. We don't know how good he is or anything like that. So we sort of have really took the position of just like. We deferred to sort of his best judgment for everything, and just try to support him and tell him what he needs. We can tell though when he starts complaining and blaming the cubes. So we do say, well, listen, that's a bad mindset to get into because you can go down that tunnel, and you're just going to forever blame the cubes, right? So.
It's one of those things that all the top solvers know and preach that you can't do this stuff, but it is a tough thing to practice.
Right.
Like I myself. Everyone at some point gets angry. He's like,
you're mad. You got to take it out of somebody.
Yeah.
You can't hit your mom.
I'm always like, don't use the word should have. Like, I should have gotten this. No. If you were better, you would have gotten that. It's like next time you need to be better. And I constantly, but myself, I'm always sometimes it's like I shoulda. It's like no, you have to remind yourself not to think like that. It's very difficult. And people preach this stuff, but don't think that it's just easy for anyone. It's very difficult. Even like you said, Max at the top of the entire world can blame the cube sometimes.
Yeah, no. But as far as sponsorship, I think we're really focused on Cube Camp right now, and part of the logic of the Cube Camp it's twofold. Cube Camp is sort of like trying to encompass sort of like that narrative that Max and Felix was able to sort of build up through the Netflix documentary.
I think a lot of people were really moved by that.
Yeah, and I think that the big takeaway was there's the prioritizing your life. What's really, really important? Yeah, sure, they're both really, really good at cubing, but I think that what rose above that was the friendship and integrity, especially on Felix's part, right? I mean, there's that sense that Felix will always defer to friendship or being honorable before elbowing him off the rails, in order to get ahead kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a really good message, and that's something certainly we want Max to learn. And so I think a lot of people picked up on it, and Cube Camp is sort of like an extension to that, wrapped up with cubing, learning to cube. We had a really good time at this last one in Los Angeles.
Actually, just to give the viewers a little more background knowledge, give me a quick summary of Cube Camp and just kind of the bullet points.
Cube Camp is basically fantasy camp. We had 120 participants. We call them campers, cubers. And what we did was we set up the environment to look exactly like U.S. Nationals or Worlds. With the tables, we had elevated platforms. Yeah. We had Happy Feet production. They were wonderful to work with. They came out and set up the whole thing and just really mimicked exactly U.S. Nationals. And then we worked with wonderful people like Kyungmin Choi and Nancy Hartman. They were running the whole time, and they were making sure that every kid got a rotation, even rotation in front of the screen. Right, so now they know what it feels like to be on the big screen,
right.
And that's usually reserved for fast people normally, right? And so we had kids that are 30 seconds that got to experience that, and so it was more of a fantasy camp, but we did wrap in secondarily learning, how to get faster. And I think that the big thing that I think Felix, we talked about with him was that, young kids, I think that they sort of misunderstand how to become fast by mimicking fast people.
Right.
And what do they look like? They're rapid firing, right? And so they're just trying to do that and not really almost solve the cube. It's like, as long as I turn fast, that's all that matters.
I've seen a lot of 15-second solvers that their TPS is just insane.
Yeah, and so Felix said something really profound during Cube Camp. He said, what does Timon, Yihang, the top cubers, what do they have all in common? The kids all raise their hand. They're like, they're fast, they're number one, top three, and all that. And, Felix basically shared with them, they don't lock up.
Right.
That's their priority. And sometimes you need to even slow down to prioritize not locking up. Your goal should be to not lock up.
Right.
And then the speed will just naturally happen. It won't, you don't have to try to be fast. It'll just come.
The speed is a byproduct.
Yeah, it's like a grade. You get a grade for doing well.
There
You're
are
not trying to get the grade. You're trying to do well, and then the grade will be just given to you.
Yeah.
Right.
I always say there's only like 3 people in the world that are like should probably focus on making sure they still turn fast. Like literally, you need to be like #1 rank, where TPS could maybe be a concern of like I'm not turning fast enough.
Right.
And even then, it's like at that point, it's just not. It probably will happen naturally.
Look at Timon. I mean, he's a perfect example. I think he said at one point, when he was competing against Max, he said, "I'm not going to beat Max in turning." Before Yihang came, no one can beat Yihang in turning. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, Rufang might be able to beat Yihang in turning.
Yeah. But, Timon basically said, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to just reduce the count. And then at one point, Max realized, like, there's no way I can beat him. If he's turning, he's averaging 54 turns.
Right.
There's no way I'm going to beat him.
Also, Timon's TPS is not that far off.
Yeah. But once again, the logic could be he's so focused on efficiency and complete turning that the speed just starts to naturally creep in.
Yeah.
So I think that we kind of try to share that with the cubers there, but that was very secondary because when you're 10, 12 years old, their priority is to have fun.
Right.
And so
it's also hard to conceptualize. Like turning fast looks cool. Like it's hard to conceptualize that as a process more than a goal.
Right. You want to then it becomes homework. Right.
Then
who wants to go to a fun camp?
Schwan, you turned cubing into work.
Right.
That's the opposite of the point.
Right. And I think one thing that we told everybody, we had a mantra for the Cube Camp. We wanted all the cubers to turn to their parents and say, "Hey, I want to go next year. We're going next year." And so we told everybody that was involved, like, whether you're doing graphics or whatever, we want you to take part, do your part to make that kid say that, because that's how we know we've done a good job. Right. To prioritize having fun.
Do we have Max? Okay, cool. Right. Sorry. Just checking out on the schedule. We're wrapping up. Do you have anything? Do you have any more topics you want to share?
No.
Anything specific you want to talk about? This has been a great interview. Thank you so much.
No
I don't think we don't get a lot of insight into specifically Max and his process and like what's going on behind the scenes. So it's been very eye-opening, I think, for a lot of the viewers.
Well, thank you for having me, and hope this sheds some light on Max's life. It's not as amazing or anything. He's got a very, very simple life, and he's learned a lot from you, by the way, just to let you know.
Thank you.
His big cube jump was when, everybody always, like, I know bags on you about, like, going after his world record, but when you told him that his centers are too slow.
I mean, like.
No.
Yeah.
But at the time, he didn't take it as an insult or anything. Like, he just went, because he knew you were, like, the most studied person.
Yeah.
He knew, because he watched you a lot. But when you actually talked about the centers is when he really got it.
Oh, I saw his, because I remember doing the 147 video, and I was like, this solve is fundamentally very poor. And I did his 59 6x6 video, and I was like, okay, this is what happens when you take Max's speed and then improve the fundamentals. So now his solve is good, and he's got the speed.
Yeah.
And now you're submitted on 6x6.
I mean, so going back to, I think it's all about fundamentals, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even like the top cubers, I think when they fall apart, they realize they got to go back to the fundamentals.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think that Max's life is very, very simple, and there's not much, it's just being, I guess, prioritized correctly.
Yeah.
I guess is the best way to say it.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Schwan Park, everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Great. Are we on? All right, welcome back, everybody. We did a quick hot swap. I got Max Shaw here.
It's nice to see you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
once
for having
again.
me on.
I think the last time I interviewed you was at West Coast Cubing Tour, and I asked you how old you were, and you told me an age, and then you were like, but I'll be the next year in 2 months.
I remember this. This was Snow Coast Summer 2018, right? Yeah.
I was like, it was so funny.
Yeah. So,
how old are you now?
I'm 17. I can say almost 18. Am I still young enough to be able to go?
I think 17 is pretty standard at this point to not be adding the months.
I just say 17.
Yeah. So I guess right off the bat, third place in Square One last night.
Yes.
What's your? I don't know what your goals were exactly. Kind of what your plan was, like what we were gonna have.
I'm relieved, honestly.
You're relieved.
I think yes, podium was my goal.
Okay.
Like even though I was first seed, I don't think I'm necessarily the best in the world right now.
I mean, it's also brutal. This
and
competition.
Square One, North Americans competing in Square One at such a high level, such high stakes. Anything can happen. So just being able to podium was honestly just a blessing. It was a relief for me. And by such a close margin too, because Daniel got fourth by just 0.01. So I'm just happy, and I even pulled off like a sub-4 single in the finals, so I was really happy with that as well.
Yeah.
But
it is kind of fun in the finals, you know. Even though the single's like not going to count, you get the whole crowd. It's like, ooh, you got the three.
Yep.
So we just saw your 3x3 round one. Obviously, we caught you over here. We heard you say like, "Oh, my PB is like 5.4." So like, it's like so good for me. Like, how do you feel about like the because we were kind of talking with Schwan, like how WCA is very focused on PR or bust in like these scenarios where round one it's like guaranteed to make round two.
Right.
It's not a big deal in rankings. Don't really matter here. Like PR or bust, but we're like this is a great average. It's got to be especially like not motivating like a lot of confidence because your worst solve is 6.1. Like how do you feel about it?
Yeah, no, even though it's not PR and it's pretty far from PR even, I'm so happy with how I performed in round one. Like 5.7 at nationals or at North American champs on at the big stage in front of a stream, like with all that stakes, all that nerves, like I'm pulling off an average like that. It's like a really good omen, I guess. Like I'm really happy with how I did. So I'm excited for the next few rounds.
Yeah, I guess you're probably done until do you have 2x2 and
it's
but not
maybe
really.
like 3 hours.
Yeah,
those are not important events for me. So
So you did one of something I think is a great idea that is pretty rare last night. You made all 4 finals, and you scratched Megaminx.
So I mean, I guess I'm still kind of an all-rounder, so I was able to make a lot of the finals. I saw on the schedule Megaminx is right before Square One. I already got my PR in Megaminx in round 2, and I was like, I mean, what's the point in doing Megaminx finals? Like, I'm not gonna place, I'm not gonna podium. So just scratch Megaminx finals. I told Matthew in advance I'd like to skip Megaminx finals. I'm 100% certain that I will. So then they led in 21st place, and that just gave me time to warm up for Square One and just calm down, prepare my mindset.
What's your kind of mindset? Like how I know last year in Korea didn't quite go as well for you in a lot of the finals. Like how is things? Have you focused a lot on that coming into this year?
Going into North American champs, I didn't really learn anything new, like techniques or algs wise for Square One. Really just focusing on my solves themselves, just my turning, my mindset, and my composure. And so what I think went really badly in Korea last year was I was just kind of stretched too thin. Like I was competing back to back to back. Like I think there was like the schedule was really behind schedule. I think like for round 2 and like Square One finals got called up at about the same time. So I was going from one place right to the other. I didn't even have time to eat lunch. So I was just being overwhelmed by event after event. It was god awful, and so pretty much like going into this comp, I knew like, yep, if I have to compete right before square one and it's Megamix finals, like I'm scratching that 100% sure.
Yeah.
And just doing whatever I can to have as little on my plate as possible, I guess, going into the round, kind of keep my mind clear, and also just doing as little warm-up solves as possible. I think just doing too many solves and getting fatigued, it didn't help me at all. That's what I did last year as well in Korea. So yeah, I really just listened to music, took a lot of deep breaths, and just kind of closed my eyes.
Well, it seemed to work out a lot better so far. Third place right off the bat, with basically all the competition from the entire world. And as you said, like that was your goal and what you were expecting.
Honestly,
so,
yep.
I forget what was your, how did 6 and 7 go?
God awful. 6x6, I had 124 and 125, but also a 150.
Max, what's this?
Yeah, okay, so. Well, semi-7 was right after square one.
Yeah.
So I had no time to warm up. I was like the last.
Also, I mean, like mentally, you're probably just like the relief of like.
Yeah. Podiuming in square one.
We're good.
Yeah, I was like busy. Like people were like congratulating me. So I had no. I was rushing back and forth between like my table and then going back on stage to compete. So I had no time to mentally prepare, or physically prepare for competing. So
like
I popped in semi-7, DNF the first solve.
That is.
It was just, I was tired. It was 7 p.m.
Yeah, I know it was a long day yesterday. I think it's like really, I think a lot of the people that are not at the Super League competitions underestimate how much like mental fatigue there is going on. Like you said, you scratch Megamix final. Like Timon doesn't even do Pyramix. Like everyone, there's a lot of like mental stamina, and like you can't just switch events like on a dime, and like it's like you still enter like almost all the events though. Like kind of how do you balance that?
Yeah. I still do compete in all the events, but I wouldn't really call myself an all-rounder. I really only focus on nowadays just 3x3 and square one, and a little bit of the N/Ns. And so yeah, in terms of balancing, I just prioritize those events, and I just kind of compete in the other ones for fun, honestly.
Do you think competing in the other events is like allows you to kind of get more relaxed at the competitions?
Yeah, and this is something that Matty was doing. Like the reason why Matty's doing Pira is that like it helps him kind of practice his pre-solve routine for his other events. So I think it's the same thing for me, that like the thing of like putting your GoPro on the table, starting recording, taking the deep breaths, like it's a good way to practice in a more low stakes kind of situation for those other events. Yeah.
I think having like one just like look at the schedule. I was thinking for Worlds next year, look at the schedule, whatever the first event is, just sign up for it.
Yeah.
So I can just like sit down. I know the table. I know the experience.
Yeah, just
you
get
like
acclimated.
Yeah, because having your first solve of the event be like a high stakes something is like kind of wild. Yeah, I really like that mindset. So next year you're going to Hopkins, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, not next year.
Literally next month. I'm moving in next month.
Yeah.
I'll still be 17 when I move in. I'm telling everybody this.
Okay.
But
you're on the young side for but just your summer birthday. So obviously we're here. You're doing well. Hopefully you have a good day tomorrow.
Thank you.
And then Worlds in Seattle next summer. I don't know if people don't know, Max, you're a PNW native. I don't know what you're going to be doing in the summer plans, but it's hometown, Seattle.
Almost definitely be going back.
I
would not want to miss Worlds in my hometown.
It would be an absolute insane move not to go to Seattle Worlds.
Exactly.
What is kind of your mindset going into cubing for the next year? What are your goals? What's your thought process
I'm not
there?
Sure. Honestly, I think I'll be cubing a lot less. I'll just have less time because I'm doing like an engineering major. I'll just have a lot on my plate. I won't have a car. I won't have my dad to be like my personal Uber driver to take me to every competition. So it's like I'll be competing less. I'll have less time to practice. But I definitely still want to be involved in the community. So
have you looked up the community there and the competition?
Yeah, they're I think a little less frequent than the PNW.
PNW is very frequent.
Yeah, but there's still a pretty active community there, and I went to a comp when I was visiting Hopkins. I went to a comp nearby,
so
I
nice.
was able to meet some of the Mid-Atlantic cubers and delegates, and it's an awesome community over there.
And
I'm excited to get to know them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you're very well known. Like people know you. They'll see you on the section and be like, "Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
We have a new competitor."
In terms of competitive cubing, probably I'll be taking it. I will have less time to prioritize that.
Yeah.
But still want to be involved somehow.
Yeah. So it sounds like there's not going to be a lot of specific goals for next summer.
Not too much. Yeah.
1 second. Sorry. Do we want to swap in? Are they ready? Okay, yeah. We are gonna do a swap in. Unless do you have anything else? Do you have like socials or anything you want to promote?
Not really. Just my name for everything. So just search on my name and you'll find me there.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for sitting down with us. It was great to have you.
Kevin. It was great getting to talk to you.
Yeah, good luck in the second round, and
so
I hope 6-1 is the worst solve of the whole weekend.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
That'd be pretty wild, actually.
Cool. That would be pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah.
This is
Thanks.
PR close, so I'm gonna just take a picture. Yeah, do it. Good job. Thank you. Clutched his PR average on street. Pretty sweet. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Group 10 they just called? I have a 10. Okay, yeah. Alright. 10 and then I'm out of here. Sean's on 11. Sean's competing on 11.
All my fans at home.
Far, far away from here.
Don't want to make him nervous.
Don't make me nervous. He's ready. He's fine. He's like, whatever. So we are in New Jersey. Yeah, so we're across the street in Philadelphia. Yeah. And I'm Canadian, so they they hook me up. Where are you from?
Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. All right. We've been up to a few.
Can't be too hard. I mean, Mitch did it twice.
I guess you guys are now considered Northeast, right? Yeah.
Well, New England.
Is it just New England? Okay. Funnest comp we went to, whoever went to, was in Gunquit, Maine.
Okay.
Yeah. It started off as a 30-person comp, like right after the pandemic, and then they moved it to 60. We got in when it was 30 though.
Nice.
So it was fun.
Yeah.
It was a nice weekend away.
Yeah.
And we did.
All right, everyone. Hello, I'm Keaton Ellis. I'm joined by
Manu Singhal. Welcome back to Rubik's North American Rubik's North American Championships. Man, I got mixed up. Hopefully you enjoyed those interviews with Kevin. That's something that we've changed for this year. A lot more interviews, so hopefully you all are enjoying that. You did a couple interviews, no?
I've got 2 that are coming up for during 2x2. I've got Matty, Hiroto, Inaba, and I've got Luke Greiser.
Oh, you got some good ones.
So stay tuned for those.
Yeah.
We are more than halfway through 3x3 at this point. We're going to take you guys through the tail end. We've got actually Luke Garrett in this group.
Great competitor right here. We're definitely going to be following all of Luke Garrett's solves as he goes through the rest of the first round of 3x3. My reaction when, all right. But yeah, as you can see right there, absolutely top competitor is Luke Garrett. This is a pretty slow solve off the pace. Looks like a pretty long F2L solution. On the other side, one of my favorite cubers personally, Dylan Miller that is, 766.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Indeed. Both these competitors competing at aforementioned Rubik's All-Stars, which took place on Tuesday. Today is currently Saturday. It's kind of wild. I've been in Minnesota for like a week. I'd never thought this would ever happen to me.
Hey, this place has been fantastic. Great cubing. Also love this city. It's been great. They both had F-prims on those solves. It's a little unlucky right there.
Oh my goodness, it's absolutely star-studded. Tommy Cherry now on this screen, and then we got Luke Tixon on the other station for you. Tommy's going to get started for us here. Now, all the competitors in this group getting the same scrambles. So we'll see. Maybe Tommy will also end up with an F-perm.
If he's doing white, that's a great possibility.
Indeed, white cross it is. He had a different OLL. That looks like a left-handed J-perm.
Lefty J-perm, I think, is an extremely underrated algorithm.
Yeah.
It's extremely ergonomic, and despite usually being done with your non-dominant hand, I think the the ergonomic advantage outweighs the
left-handedness.
The left-handedness of it, absolutely. That's a nice nice OLO case as well.
Yeah, good recognition. Luke Tixon ended up getting a 6 on the side there. Everyone in the chat really happy to see Dilly Millie. Yeah, I mean, there you go. He's right back on the stream. Does a lot of YouTube streams as well. Streams his practice. Man does a ton of solves.
Dude, and sim solves as well.
Yeah. I mean, I chat with him basically all the time. Talking about, like, he's a very, I don't want to say emotional, but he kind of like gets into it. And it's kind of like what his mood is kind of really affects the way that he's solving. That's something that he's trying to work on. It is round 1, so, you know, the results don't matter too much. Obviously, we want to see the fastest solving we can, but these guys are looking to get an average and keep going.
Yeah, it's top 400 for round 2.
This is a good solve from Luke.
A little unfortunate there with the Colin OLO. Colin Burns, of course, getting a 5.25 world record on that OLO.
Yep.
Almost 10 years ago at this point. It is not a good OLO case. So.
Dilly Millie here. That looks like a V-perm.
Yep.
That V-perm algorithm has been around for a long time because that was the one with the, he just did like that wide.
That's the wide D. Yeah, that alg in particular, I think, is surviving despite the RUD alg that was popularized about 5 years ago due to
whatever reason.
It's slightly less consistent relative to the RUD, but the worst case is not nearly as bad.
I mean, I hate that alg, but it's still the one I use because the one I remember from Bob Burton's website in 2013.
Shout out Bob, the best old-timey delegate.
I learned everything from that website, so. All right, Luke Tixon on the screen now. He got a 6 in solve 1. Tommy on the other one. Tommy with R-perm.
Manu, how was your 3x3 round 1?
My 3x3 round 1 was exceptionally average.
I see.
I thought I had a pretty decent set of scrambles, but just was not able to particularly take advantage of them. My look ahead, not very good. I ended up with 13 average, which is right par of the road for me. How about you, Keaton?
I made it to round 2,
all right.
And that's all I'm happy about.
That's all you're willing to divulge?
No, I'll divulge plenty. I had the majority of my solves were sub 10, thank goodness.
Okay. That's good.
But it was a rough average. That included a lot of the warm-up this morning. So I don't know what's going on, but I made it to round 2. I'm happy about that. And, you know, the main challenge for me is to be able to make it to the semifinals tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, I personally found it kind of tough being on the stage and trying to compete because, like, you know, as much as I'm like, oh, you know, it doesn't really matter, just treat it like a normal 5 solves, it definitely does get to me a little bit. So
normally for me too, but I don't know, I wasn't feeling it today. This is a nice solve.
Yeah, that was the TPS on this one was really good and looked like a much more efficient solution too. Yeah. So I mean, the only reason I mentioned that is because that goes to show like what kind of stress the competitors are under, and you know they're obviously much more hardened to this kind of stuff. But yeah. It's definitely like a huge undertaking for them as well.
Some of the guys love it quite a bit. I know Timo in particular really loves being under
Diamonds
pressure.
Are made under pressure?
He loves the crowd. During 5x5 round 2, he was saying that he wished that there was a crowd in front of him.
Right, because we did that on Thursday.
Yep.
588 for Dylan. You can see from his reaction what he thinks. Great solve by all means, but for him, not super great. I believe that's Luke's final solve, or Luke's last solve there.
Yep.
532. I feel like the head shake is just a staple of cubing now. Like, you know, you always have to head shake unless you get like an insane PR.
Well, I think Timo bucks a trend on that one quite a bit because his reference point changes quite a bit relative to other cubers, so he can be happy with, I don't know, the 6.01 for example, where someone may not be happy with that. Yeah. He cares a lot more about the context than other solvers do.
That's a good point because we saw at the end of NA All-Stars 501, which I'm sure is like a pretty, maybe slightly better than average time for him. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean in that average to lock in 490. I mean, yeah, he was pumped. He was so pumped he left his seat. He learned how to fly just in that moment.
Yeah, well, that one also did guarantee him 490 average.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, put it all together and.
So the context is there.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Luke Dixon on that side getting 666. Decent solve. Luke Carrot, as someone mentions in the chat, it's kind of funny. Oh, bad execution on that PLL. What was that, G-perm?
Yeah, that was a G-perm. The RUD from the back. That's not a great alg. The alternative is to do it with just RU. It would need FRU and then wide U, and that's also very inconsistent.
Yeah, no, that sounds not good.
So.
That's like far too many. I mean, obviously the 2-gen algorithms, the ones that use only 2 sides of the cubes, like RU, those are really good. Those are the ones that everyone would like to use. RUD is pretty popular now.
Yeah, even the mirror of that G-perm, still RUD. The mirror is just much more ergonomic and flows just much better.
You can see how much solving means to him. Dylan is also in a region that doesn't get a lot of solves. He has to travel pretty far to even go to competition, so he's going to try and make every opportunity count. That's for sure. Ooh, good start, but bit poor execution at the end of F2L. Yikes.
Yeah, it's like one of my solves.
942 here. Yeah, that's a very, very bad solve for him. And I don't say that to be mean. This is something that he would want me to say. If I said that it was a good solve, he would be angry at me. Just a pretty bad execution all in all. Yeah, just towards the end of F2L, and the OL was not great, PLL was not great. Yeah, he'll want that one back.
All right, Luke, last one. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, you can hear from our little nat mic that Luke Garrett is ready for his final solve here. Final solve of his average of 5. Surely he will be doing more solves later.
Of course. He's already going to be making it to the next round.
He's guaranteed himself a 6 average. That's what the BPA, WPA is. That means that's his final average is going to be in that range.
8 seconds.
Anything you see here, Keaton?
12.
I don't see much.
Not particularly.
Red cross also.
Oh, he's got a corner
F2L
out
is not
still.
done. Yeah, no. This is and just ZB just to play with it. +2 at the end. This one, yeah, it doesn't matter. That's WPA.
Yeah, stack all the bad luck on one solve. That's
Actually,
okay.
you might as well, yeah. Might as well. 653 for Luke Garrett in this first average.
Next round, dude.
Is all good. I mean, he's going to be looking ahead to the next round. As Dylan is warming up over here, we have Tommy sat down on the other side. Tommy's actually going to go ahead and get started. Let's switch over to him. He will probably finish his solve by the time Dylan starts inspection. Tommy on the green cross. That's a ZB, almost certainly. Almost +2, but corrected it. 707 for him.
Tommy will be fine. All these guys, as soon as you think, or as soon as you know that you're not getting PB average, and you're not thinking about PR single, you go and play a little bit safer in order to get in the next round. It's no use throwing away possible championships over
We are now calling 3x3.
a quarter of a second at this point.
Yeah. Dylan 618 at the end there. I mean, he's going to end up with, what, 2 counting 6s? Yeah, he's going to end up with 2 counting 6s. That's not an average that he wants. He definitely has very high standards for himself. But all in all, I mean, not that bad of an average.
627 is fine. It moves you on to the next round.
Yeah.
And the important thing at this point is to make sure that you're staying.
Yeah. Need to stay relevant. Yeah, because if you knock yourself out before you can even have a chance to make it into finals, then there's no way you can't win if you're not going to make it into finals, right?
Right. So I wouldn't worry for any of these guys.
Yeah, they're all looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I expect to see like finals is obviously going to be a lot of fireworks, but I also expect to see a lot of sparks fly during semifinals as well as people try and vie to make it in.
Looking at red here. Oof. Nice skip.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Dope finish.
Sort of not necessarily a waste to have a 9-move OLL on what is otherwise a perfectly average solve, but you know, you take those.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he missed that that second pair there.
No, that's
oh, and a lefty.
Yeah, it's good vision in order to see that. I mean, that one is like the easiest EB to see ever, and
Nice.
it's really just it's the stock but mirrored.
So as we see a large crowd starting to form here for 3x3 round 1, group 11, you're going to know why in just a second. Max Park is going to be on the blue stage. Max, of course, ranked second at this competition with a 46 average, only behind Timon. And then also on the red stage, we're going to have Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. So we have the cream of the crop here going up for group 11.
Yeah, that'll be exciting, and you can just see people are leaving leaving all the tables back there to come up to the solving stations because this is where all the action is going to be.
Yep. The crowd is going to get much bigger for group 12 immediately after that. We've got Timon on the red stage, so there's quite a bit to see.
Man, dude, I am so glad that we are commentating this block, Keaton.
This is awesome.
This is great. This is absolutely fantastic. Here you are, everyone. The reigning North American champion, Matty Hiroto Inaba. He's defending his title here.
One of the only people to have 2 3-second solves in a single competition.
That's correct.
Matty notably not having one for a long time and then breaking it twice in the same competition.
One of my competitions. Bay Area.
Down in Atherton.
Indeed.
Matty
He's
not
looking
selecting
around,
a
yeah.
cross color yet.
Yeah, this is
Deciding to go
interesting.
on orange.
Yeah, orange it is. 568. Honestly, I mean, I
That's
could
fine.
not really find anything that was bad there, other than maybe for him, his solution was just long. You can see here maybe a little bit of a lockup there at the beginning. OLL, he had no pause going from OLL into PLL. Some good recognition there.
Max about to go on the blue stage.
All right, everyone. As you can see by this little graphic, the world record holder, the world champion, Max Park, has broken 2 world records already.
He's one of 2 people who's broken, who's gotten world championship title twice. The other being, of course, the legendary Felix Zemdegs. Max on the first solve here.
What was that alg at the end?
That was a V-perm. That was the RUYD V-perm that we were just talking about a little minute ago.
Looks like, okay, I could not recognize it.
Yeah, the
Really,
OLL
'cause
that
it
he
was just
had
fast.
is the LOLL that has 2 large bars in it. And instead of doing sort of the standard alg, he does anti-soon into F-sexy. It's a consistent alg. It's a little slower, but it also does the opposite CP.
Okay, I was
the
going to say.
standard alg would have given him
solve CP.
Yeah. But I don't know if it would have given him a Z-perm or U-perm.
Okay. Michael Neelson, 861. Relatively clean solve there.
Yeah, that's not a good solve for him. He's really looking at sub-7s. Also a participant at All-Stars this past weekend.
I think so. Yes. He definitely was.
Sean Mack, also from the Mid-Atlantic region.
Great nails.
Very well known for that as well. Ooh, that is going to give you diag.
Yeah.
And if you did that same type of alg from the other side, you would have had a solved red bar with either a U-perm or a skip. So that's a little unfortunate, but when you're moving at top speed, sometimes stopping to recognize a case
CP. Yeah, I mean,
is not always the best idea.
Not everyone recognizes CP. Sometimes, my guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, people look at CP but don't actually do anything. They'll just use that as CP prediction instead.
That depends on exactly the case.
Of course.
And exactly how you're holding the cube, but typically, yeah. Matty right now doing orange here.
Yeah, he picked this one
Very
quickly.
good. I didn't see him pause for OLL at all.
6 flat, long solution.
Yeah.
Long F2L solution. That's something that he's been trying to work on too, is trying to get more efficient solutions. I mean, everyone at the top is trying to not just turn quickly, but also come up with solutions that are short. because TPS is a combination of both turn speed as well as how many turns you make. If you make a ton of turns.
I see what happened here. Matty did an extra 3 moves in order to get some edges oriented, because the standard the standard 7-move algorithm for this last F2L pair would have left him with a dot case.
Yeah. Those kinds of optimizations. That's what's needed.
Matty has been extremely consistent as of late.
Extremely so.
9 of his last 10 averages officially have been sub-6. The only exception being the first round of All-Stars. And, of course, he comes back and gets second place at that event, only behind Timon. Max looking, it seems like red here, or potentially yellow.
No, yellow, yeah. That was a little bit of an uncharacteristic pause, I want to say, in the middle of the solve there.
So actually, you saw Max have that exact same OLL on the first solve, just from a different angle.
Right.
And from the different angle, he does different algs. So in this case, this wasn't a CP type of alg choice, but rather it was an alg choice based on grip. So that's the same alg he had earlier. Decided to do the standard alg.
And then interesting, that's the wide move G-perm as well.
And it seems like he has fairly good execution on that.
Yeah, I mean, that looked clean. There were no catches that I could see, at least. All right, Matty on for solve 3. By his standards, this is a pretty bad start to this average. He's probably not going to PR here.
I mean, Matty's PR is 5.1.
Yeah, so
he
would need to count
a lot. You need to count him
like a
mid 4.
Yeah. Jinx. No, you said Jinx. Okay, well, you owe me a soda from yesterday, so it cancels out. All right, Matty. Green cross. Ooh.
Little bit of a mishap there on OLL into PLL.
The last F2L.
Last F2L seemed very, very clean.
It seemed pretty clean, but it seemed really long. I wonder if that was also an EO type thing that he did there.
Let's take a look. No, but he went straight into.
Well, he had 2 edges unoriented, right? When he did that rotation.
No, he went straight into OLL during that.
Okay. I see. That's why it just looked long.
That's one of the nice cases, though. That was a 2 GLL H case, and there's only 8 of them, and they're all extremely nice algs. They're all 2 soons.
Okay.
But the trade-off is that you have to sit and recognize this case, whereas if you go straight into the OLL, and if you can see the OLL ahead of time, which is fairly straightforward, you don't need to pause at all. This green cross looks fairly nice.
I mean, that's a 4-move green cross, right?
Yeah, and Max.
Yeah, no, he sees it
like
now.
He's in the right position for it.
This is a good one.
Yep, there it is.
507.
Nice cross start, and then otherwise a pretty standard solve.
Yeah, otherwise relatively, yeah.
Not a 4, but it's still good.
Not a 4, but it's still good. Max is absolutely correct there. Let's take a look back on this. Tell me a little bit about this OLL, because I feel like it was just, I mean, it was relatively standard. I didn't see anything wrong, so I'm wondering if, there was any way he could have gotten a better OLL or something. He looks like he went straight into it.
No, that seems like a fine case, and it doesn't seem like it's worth doing, especially as long as you have some edges, the OLLs for some edges are almost always going to be okay.
Got it.
Not worth doing extra moves at extremely high speeds. Now, there are always exceptions, but for the most part, as long as you have edges oriented, there's no advantage over trying to find a different edges oriented case.
Got it.
Now, if you have all edges oriented and you know a lot of ZB, then it may be worth it, but that's not guaranteed.
Sean Mack here.
Getting the exact same OLL into the mirrored G-perm.
8-10. Showing some love to the crowd, of course. Good to see. Good to see. Got a couple of Matty fans in the chat. I'm a big Matty fan. I'm hoping he can pull something out here. Can Matty keep up his streak of sub-6 averages? That's really what I'm looking at.
Well, any 5.95 or better is going to get him there. So, and this looks quite nice, except that last pair. That's extremely unfortunate.
ZB, but yeah, man, he locked up badly on that.
Yeah, that last pair also had a misoriented corner and a misoriented edge in the slot. And
those cases are nasty.
Oh, wait, that was a lot of stuff solved right there.
Yeah. Like you were looking at that red-yellow, yeah?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, yeah, just sloppy execution here on this ZB.
Yeah. If I saw that case correctly, normally what I would do in that is just do anti-soon from the back into one of the 9-move OLLs, the R2D.
Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting.
Actually, so if I recognize it correctly, I would use a different alg for that case. I mean, surely at high speeds you can do a little better. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there is a block.
It's a block. I mean, you have to do some shenanigans to keep it going, I think, on yellow. Well, yellow's on bottom right now. No, he's going to be yellow. No pause between OLL and PLL. 475. That's the first 4 that we've seen Keaton.
Yep.
Not sure if it's been the first 4 on stream, but just a masterclass from Max. He took full advantage there.
Yeah, the block was good.
That's pretty good.
And then after that...
Yeah, he preserved that block to make that X cross.
Oh, and then he had a nice second pair as well. A little bit of a mishap there on that 4th pair. Soon F sexy into a T perm is slightly better than average.
Yeah, that sounds better than average to me. I mean, T perm has to be an alg that Max is drilling all the time. So, and if he can make that count, he's going to get 505 average. I mean, that's wild to see.
Michael Neelson, 588 plus 2 equals 788.
That's a sad plus 2.
Former world record holder, current Pyramix North American champion with a massive pop-off 2 years ago at NAC.
Yeah.
Just finished freshman year at Virginia Tech. An excellent scholar as well. And speaking of excellent scholars, we have Matty Hiroto Inaba.
He's got his grades all published and everything. Now,
trying to keep that sub-6. It's not a streak. He's got 1 in there from North American All-Stars, but he's pretty close to a sub-6 streak.
Now, one thing that you all can hear on the stream as well, the crowd is quite a bit louder now than it just was. I wonder how he's going to deal with that. Everyone's excited that Max just got a 4-second solve.
And we have some pretty big faces in the crowd. Ray Bai, former NAC's finalist from last year.
He had really good
This is not a bad solve. There you go, Matty.
Yeah,
keeping
solid.
That sub-6 almost streak alive.
Yep.
Very, very consistent performance by Matty as well.
Yeah, good of him to show up in that last solve too. I mean, but that solution looked really solid.
Yeah, very, very clean.
8,
Having
9, 9.
the GC perm, the R2, F2 at the very end, always an extremely unlucky alg. It takes so many moves, and there are lots of double turns, and it is I think, my least favorite peel.
That's some, you know how they say it's pretty high praise. That's some pretty low praise there.
No, the GC perm is
pretty
absolutely
high
awful.
disdain.
Nice little green solution there.
Yeah, Matty's gonna completely non-traditional cross colors.
Yeah, other than that, that was a pretty clean solve.
That was a good looking. I gotta learn that out.
Nice little 4. Nice little 4th pair, getting the soon for OLL. That's always worth doing.
All right, here we go. So Matty had a good solution there. Let's see if Max can find something similar. Max's vision is absolutely absurd, and if he can get the 475 to count, he has the best possible average of 505.
This is decent on green. You can do an R prime in order to get that yellow red pair put together.
.563, very solid.
Sort of middle of his average range right there. That's going to slot Max comfortably into first place. Again, the first round is not worrying for this level of competitors.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, 535.
Max does do that R prime that I was mentioning right there in order to get that extra pair in before finishing cross.
I was a little surprised to see pauses during OLL and PLL recognition there. That I thought was a little uncharacteristic.
You got a bad angle from the G perm. So the G
okay,
perm, typically you'll recognize it like this or like this. These are easier angles. Max had it from this angle.
Yeah, no, that looks nasty.
Which is the harder way to recognize it. At least for 8-second solvers like me. Maybe not a 5-second solver like Max, but
and I mean
it's
at
the harder
full
angle
speed.
regardless. Yep.
One thing to note though, his execution on this one was absolutely clean. I didn't see any. That looks clean.
That's very good.
There's no lockups or anything like that. Max is a really clean solver. You'll see that over and over. That he just doesn't lose time to this kind of thing often.
Yeah. Max does not do very fancy things, but he has the fundamentals down. Sean Mack, very happy with the 620, shouting someone out in the crowd.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to see. Good to see. Yeah, I see a lot of hate for the G-Perms in chat, too. Yeah, G-Perms were some of the last Alex I learned.
Sean doing not green here, instead doing yellow. Also getting a GC perm, extremely unlucky.
Yeah, the color neutralness of the various competitors is going to be increasingly interesting as we get closer and closer to finals, because there are some solutions that are just going to be off limits.
I think the best example of this, Euros 2018. Both Anthony Panarakis and Daniel Rose-Levine get extremely nice solutions on yellow cross, and then the Vaya brothers come up during Euros, and Philip very famously
white only,
almost exclusively white only, and same with Sebastian, not even yellow. So they don't even look at yellow during it, and they get okay times. But the people that could at least do yellow, excellent solves.
Right.
Excellent solves.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big conversation topic a long time ago that like color neutralness is really important. Something that I talked to Matty about not that long ago was also talking about it's not necessarily a bad thing to be white-yellow only if you're looking further and further into inspection.
Correct.
If being color neutral is taking away time from your inspection and you can only find one pair, but if you're white-yellow you can look 2 or 2.5 pairs in,
correct,
then you should just be white-yellow.
Yes.
So that's very, very interesting to me. I mean, the future is definitely going to be color neutral only because everyone is going to be able to one-look F2L.
Yeah, there's only so many opportunities or so many crosses that you can look at in inspection. And typically what you're going to have is just a couple of crosses to look at. I mean, we're taking a look here at 3x3 finals of North American All-Stars. Timon, color neutral. Matty, color neutral. Luke Greiser, Dylan Miller. Ray Bai, not color neutral.
Yeah, I don't think Dylan Miller, I don't think is color neutral. I think he has a very strong preference towards white-yellow.
Yeah. When I first met Dylan Miller, this was in 2016.
Okay.
January 2016.
Oh, he was a kid back then.
Correct. I went to a Texas competition because I was just visiting a friend during college. And I see this kid turning, he's averaging like 10 seconds, but he turns like Lucas Etter. He turned so fast. And his TPS in last layer was just incredible. And very clean. He had extremely fast algs. And all he needed to do was clean up the F2L and the inspection a little bit, which he's clearly done over the last 7 years, 8 years at this point.
Yeah. That's something that he mentioned in particular. He's like, yeah, I used to be known as the TPS kid, and since then I've been trying to dial it back. Big one for him was missing some finals at a major championship. And he's like, no, this is not happening again. So it's good to see a lot of competitive mindset out here at NA Champs. Sorry, and it is NA Champs.
It is NA
Champs. I keep mixing it up between NA All-Stars and NA Champs, man.
Well, let's banter no more. Timon Koloshinsky, world record 2, continental record 1 for single, is starting up his average here. He's going to have different scrambles than Matty and Max. So they're not going to have directly comparable solve times.
It's a CB. 494. Timon out the gate. He's like, yeah, I'm here, everyone. Take a look at me. Don't just go to lunch.
Right.
I got some firework left in me as well.
Timon starting things off nice and hot. Timon is sort of on the other end of the oh, that's an extremely unfortunate fourth pair, but he makes it work.
That was a good-looking ZB, too. It's not like it was awkward at all.
Well, F double sexy sledge is not a bad...
yeah, no, that's a good one. There are so many things I'm going to learn just from watching Timo.
Yeah. He's on the other end of Max in terms of the sophistication of the solves.
Right.
Max executes the fundamentals to an absolute T, and Timon will do extremely creative solutions and be a lot more efficient. He's
one of the most creative cubers, I think, right now.
Yep.
This is Nicolas Sanchez.
Ooh, mispredicting an A-perm when it was a G.
And +2, 1033.
Stack up all of the bad luck on the one single solve. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, 4 more left, so. All right. As we continue to move on in this 12th group of 3x3, I'm not sure how many groups there are total.
This is the last group.
This is the last group, okay.
Yeah.
So we've saved one of the best for last.
Right. So in the
Timon.
first round in particular, they've split up the all of the top solvers so that there is someone in every group that is at the top level to be placed on the stream.
That's right. I see a lot of, actually, I'm going to let Timon solve and then I'll address this.
All right, we're taking a look at green here and a quick switch to yellow near the end.
Maybe?
Back to green, it looks like. No, yellow.
Another clean solve.
Okay. So far, 2 4.9s.
I mean, the fact that Timon is smiling means that he thinks it's quite good, at least.
I've been trying to get a full pseudo sub 5 for a while.
I know, that was sick.
Full pseudo pair sub 5.
All right, Timon. I mean, you can just see how cleanly he does execution there. It's just so well done. Now, I'll mention the thing I was seeing in the chat. A lot of people are talking about Yiheng. Yes, Yiheng is registered for North American Championships, but he is not in attendance.
Correct.
For whatever reason that may be. He has a very busy competition schedule, that's for sure. I mean, he's just doing it full time.
He's signed up for a lot of things right now. So you'll see him next year at Worlds for sure.
Almost, yeah.
He's not going to miss that for the World.
Interesting.
Oh, that was the wrong ZB.
The opposite ZB, perhaps?
Yeah, that's a pair of them that are both paired in terms of inverse and then paired in terms of mirrors.
I see.
So there are 4 Alex that are sort of pairs in that way.
Yeah, so this is
tough.
very, very uncharacteristic from Nicholas. I mean, that 438 is not recent. That's from a long time ago.
Yeah.
2019, it was WR4 at the time.
Counting 10.3. It's still going to be fine. Right now, projections are saying that it's going to be about 11.3 in order to make it to the next round.
All right.
So he's going to be okay.
8 seconds.
Now, if I'm correct, I believe this is Micah Yo. Well, he's on the other side now of Timon. Let's take a look at what Timon has here. A lot of white
looks
oriented.
great, but I'm not sure if he's going for it. No, he's going for green
instead. That's another ZB. 521, solid. I mean, Timon has put himself like squarely ahead of everyone else right now. He's counting 497, give 521, which is very likely going to be some sort of counting solve unless he gets 2 more 4s.
Yeah, every single solve of his, by the way, is currently below Max's average from the previous group.
That's
so
right.
he is solving at the top level right now. He is truly a top player.
All right, so I think on the blue stage we're going to have 2 West Coast cubers. Micah Yo was on the previously. This is Varun Mohanraj. Jokingly, he is my grandson.
He doesn't look quite as young as he did anymore.
That's true. He started cubing very young. You'll see that he's kneeling on the chair. That's because he used to stand up while solving when he was very small.
8 seconds.
He is a white-only solver.
12 seconds.
Top 100 in the world for a bunch of events, 3x3 through 6x6.
This is a fairly decent solve.
It's yeah, pretty okay. Varun's gonna back himself to try and get like low 7s and low 7s, high 6s, stuff like that.
Nicholas Sanchez right now.
That was a RUDG permit looked like.
Not happy with the results. Those 6 averages are sort of what he's setting as his own reference point.
Yeah.
But at this point, if you have a 12, if you have a 10, if you have an 8, you need to be in damage control range. You need to be. You cannot mess up again. You cannot have that 12 count. Otherwise,
oh my.
you are.
Yeah, no, that's jeopardy.
Yeah. So damage control, clean solves. You can, focus on the fundamentals. Don't do anything fancy. And get your 9-second solves, which you think are disappointing, but move on to the next round.
Yeah. That's the most important thing.
That was the mindset that I had for my last 2 solves. I went 9, 10, 12, or 9, 10, 14. And I was like, okay. Okay,
Yikes,
Keaton.
14?
Yeah, +2.
8 seconds.
Looking at yellow here for Timon.
Yeah, yellow definitely looks like the best choice to me.
Nice little
wow,
sledgehammer
that was
into
great. 446 from Timon.
So we are not in world record range. World record is 436.
Yeah.
But we are pretty close to ER potential, but not quite. That 478 as a BPA is 0.05 above his ER average.
I mean, but WPA 504 is also pretty impressive, man. I mean, if
I can't even do that on a single solve.
No. I've never done that on a single solve.
Micah Yo going at the same time here.
One of the better competitors from the Western region. This is a very disappointing solve for him.
Seconds.
It's just Timon's world, and we're all just living in it, huh?
Yeah, we can still hear the crowd all the way from here.
Another G perm for Nicholas.
Yep.
But, you know, a 9 is a 9.
9 is a 9. 9, 10, 12 should get you the next round.
So, man, oh man. I'm just thinking about Timon, man. Timon has a very, very solid chance to get to a sub-5 average for the second time in a week.
You're going to see him pop off if he does that.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Regardless of whether or not it's PR.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah. That's just amazing.
Timon about to start on the red stage. Has that 360 camera with him as well?
Yes, yeah. It's really cool to see the uploaded footage afterwards from the 360 cam.
I'd love to be able to get that full footage and put that into a VR headset.
Ooh.
What are we looking at here? He's looking at yellow once again.
8 seconds.
I mean, he picked his cross relatively quickly, so.
That's got it.
Nice! Great solve from Timon, 447.
Good job, man.
Almost BPA. That is a solid sub-5 average from Timon.
Absolutely fantastic execution right here.
The fact that he picked his cross
single rotation, nice little pseudo slotting pair there at the very end, and an extremely clean last layer.
This is top tier solving right here, everyone.
This is 75 to 80% luck for Timon right now. It is full step. He did do a full OLL and a full PLL, but extremely clean, extremely clean.
Man, dude, Timon has to be feeling good, not only about going into the the tail end of this competition. Also, he's probably looking forward to Euros as well.
Yeah.
He's looking
Defending
forward.
European champion.
He's looking forward to the GAN Super League probably also. And, all of this is just going to lead up to the biggest title of all, the Worlds 2025. Timon, I said Matty was one of the hottest cubers. There are only 2 other people I think fit in this category. One of them is Yi Hang, who, recently got the world record. The second one, Timon Kolosinski, you saw it right here, folks.
Yeah, Timon, hands are on fire.
12 seconds.
Extremely hot stuff. 4 sub-5s in a single average. Worst solve, 521. I mean, if he's competing like this for the rest of the weekend, we can crown him right now.
I mean, did you see anything in there that could have been improved?
Yeah, he can always turn faster.
That's about it.
Right?
That's about it, right? I mean,
it's a very clean execution, a single rotation in there, and it was a nice, clean wide D, so you don't have to regrip that much.
But no, unforced errors. It didn't look like there were any lockups in particular. Nothing in particular looked like it was, clearly awful.
You want me to find flaws in 4 4s and a 5.2?
No, dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Dude, can you imagine, me sitting there at All-Stars, I see, he gets a 6 on the next solve. I'm like, there's only, one thing I can really say.
Yeah. No, this was a textbook performance of flawless solving by Timon.
4.4s in a row. Pretty good.
Yeah.
That needs to be studied. Timon's solves are going to be studied. People do study them right now, and solvers in the future are going to study and see, just how exactly he's able to just pull all this stuff off.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely fantastic. And I'd love to see it, man.
That last solve in particular, he had an edge in the back left and a corner in the front left when he did the rotation. So you can do a D and then insert a pair in 3 moves after that. That stuff is extremely hard to track. And essentially the only person in the world who's been able to do it at that level for such a long time has been Timon. Pseudo-slotting came onto the scene in 2019.
And, a large part of that was because of him.
Yeah, he was the person that really brought that up. We have a competitor right now with an absolutely tiny 3x3.
Compared to his hands, of course.
Oh, man.
That's pretty fun.
That's pretty cute. He's enjoying being on stream.
Yeah, they don't usually give you a second chance. Oh, man.
Yeah, but looking ahead into the next rounds, we have a show for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you thought, oh, it's just round 1, it doesn't really matter. Sure. A lot of competitors are just looking to get solid solves so they can advance into the next round.
Yep.
But we've seen some really good stuff so far. We've got what now? Well, Max is not inputted here, and Matty is not inputted here. So with those two and Timon, we've got 6 sub-6 averages already.
Yep.
Including a PR 588 from Kyle Santucci, 578 from Max Xiao, and Luke Greiser. He said his solving was going to be perfect for NA champs. I mean, it's looking pretty good. 572 for him off the back of 3rd place podium finish at All-Stars.
Yeah, Luke is going to be on after lunch as well. We'll have him on for an interview, as well as Matty, Hiroto, and Inaba. You guys just heard from Schwan, Max's father, earlier. So there's plenty of interesting content to go around. We're going to be finishing up Group 12 here. This is our last group of 3x3 before lunch. So if you guys have any questions in the chat, if there's anything you'd like us to go over real fast. Uh-oh.
The nerves could get you.
We've got a couple minutes. You can take a look at chat here.
9.8 or a 12.8.
Questions. Max has gone. Max's results are not entered yet.
Correct.
But Max did get a 5.5.
535. 535 average.
5.3 average.
And, you know, extremely solid. So.
Yeah. Kyle Santucci's 588. Kyle, of course, getting 3rd place at U.S. Nationals last year. Not an American, but still qualifying for that podium.
Yep, and I believe we also getting some prize money out of that too, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I think the Europeans do it a little bit differently.
Yes.
Where not everyone is eligible, only the Europeans are eligible. Other thing I will note as we're wrapping up here, we do have some interesting interviews that are going to go on during lunch. So if you have your lunch prepared, then you might as well grab those, sit in front of your TV, desktop, or whatever. Alyssa is going to be interviewing Thompson Clark from Spin Master, a.k.a. Rubik's. So that'll be pretty cool. Not every day you get to hear from a representative from Rubik's, right? So.
Yeah, and Thompson's a real stand-up guy as well.
Yeah. He's a speedcuber, too, which is so awesome, right?
Yeah, he and I were in finals together in Nats 2014.
Oh, yeah?
I remember watching his average and just being super impressed. I was actually paired at that competition with a guy you may know, Patrick Ponce. We were 15th and 16th seeds going into finals.
All right. I am aware of Patrick Ponce, to say the least. Runsov here, just, yeah, not particularly good. Didn't really look like he got anything going. It looked like actually the white cross wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Like 5 or 6 move white cross.
Bit of an interesting way to do that, OLL. You got a bob time, though, 8.08.
It doesn't actually, though.
Any live stream of Big Blind? So Big Blind is actually mostly wrapped up. Multi-blind is completely done. Graham Siggins won that one. 4-blind round 1, I believe, is also complete. 5-blind is happening today. All of that is going to be in a separate room.
4-blind final is actually going to be on stage.
Exactly. So 4-blind finals is going to be on stage. We will have the cameras running. We will not be doing commentary to kind of keep the level a little bit lower in the room. But yeah, so you'll be able to see some of that. I mean, Stanley's by far the favorite there. So.
Yes, on the psych sheet, he's got first by over 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, you'll be able to see that there. And Stanley, I mean, watching him do Big Blind is actually really entertaining, simply because he's so fast. Like, he can just, 4-blind in a minute. Like, that's absurd. That's about as fast as, many people here can do it sighted.
Yeah, he posted a 48 DNF by 3 edges a couple of months ago.
Just wild.
So.
All right, last solve for Varun here. He's locked himself into a 7 average.
This white cross looks decent, though. I'm not sure that's the angle I would do that from. Yes, I would do it from
728 BPA. He's going to be trying to get that, but that pause is not going to do him any favors, recognizing the ZB. 823. He's going to get worst possible average, actually. 785. 785 is all right. Okay average for him. Not really what he is looking for, but should certainly advance him into the next round. All right, everyone. With that said, we're going to go into a bit of a recap. Alyssa is down on the field, our on-field reporter. She's been doing a fantastic job. She's going to recap all the events from this morning and stuff that's happened previously. So, Alyssa, over to you.
We just saw Timon Koloshinsky's 6th ever sub-5 average in his career here at Rubik's WCA North American Championship in Minneapolis. He has had 2 sub-5 averages this week now, ahead of European Championships coming up next weekend. So just really peaking at the right time, we hope. And we're seeing a lot of special solving. So we also saw Max Park just now in this round. And earlier this morning, we saw the second round of 3x3 blindfolded. A lot of high stakes. Tommy Cherry DNFing his first 2 solves and sneaking into the finals on that third and final solve. So make sure you stay tuned the rest of this weekend. There's a lot to come, and we're glad that you're joining us.
All right, everyone. So that's a little short recap. After lunch, we have 2x2 Scube and 3x3 round 2. I mean, you just saw some magnificent 3x3 solving. That's going to come later in the day, 4:50 Central Time. 2x2 is going to be really exciting. I'm really excited to watch Zane Kanani, man.
Zane's good. Carter's good. We've got a very, very exciting lineup for you guys.
Yeah, so don't miss any of that. And, of course, we have our little lunch interviews. But I think that's going to be it for me and Keaton today. We'll catch you on the flip side of lunch. See you, everyone.
All right, we are back here at Rubik's WCA North American Championship in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I'm here with Thompson Clark.
Hey, Alyssa.
From Rubik's Spin Master. You are the Rubik's brand manager.
That's right.
So why don't, for people who don't know you, just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do at Rubik's.
Hey, everyone. Thompson Clark, WCID 2008 CLAR 01, so I've been around for a while. So as Alyssa said, I'm the global brand manager for Rubik's Cube. So that I'd say half of that means like the new product that we come out with, and then the other half of that is the marketing that we do support it to support it, and everything that we do or I look at is at the global level. So we'll have like other kind of brand managers all around the world, global offices for Spin Master. So we have U.S. marketing manager who covers Rubik's. We'll have someone in Spain, have London in London. All the big offices, but I'm looking like overall at a global perspective.
Really cool. Now, this is your job, but as you mentioned, you have a 2008 WCA ID. So you've been a speedcuber for a long time. You grew up as a speedcuber. So tell us about that journey from like speedcuber as a kid all the way up to now your job is Rubik's.
Yeah. So I'll start even when I got my first cube. For me, it was seeing the Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith. I know there have been a couple like points in time where the Rubik's Cube has seen big spikes in sales. One of them was kind of this batch around, seeing Will Smith and the Pursuit of Happiness and with the Rubik's Cube scene in there. So I was part of that group. Another big spike was when Justin Bieber went on Carpool Karaoke with James Gordon and solved the cube. And so you can see Rubik's sales spike at that time too. So there are a couple groups, and then a COVID spike as well.
Yeah.
So I was in around the 2007, 2008 spike, and went straight to YouTube, Dan Brown's tutorial, Pogo Bat, how to solve a Rubik's cube. Attended my first competition. It was a small Toronto one, in less than a year, and then as anyone who attends a competition, the bug really hits you there, and then I kept going. And so, I would keep competing, recognized I was slowing down a bit, but still wanted to be involved with the cube. Graduated from a business school where also the co-founders of Spin Master went. And so Spin Master was known as a bit of a success story coming from the business school that I went to. So I was always familiar with them. And then after being graduated for a couple years and started working, probably 2 to 3 years, I remember reading an article that, hey, Spin Master is buying Rubik's Cube. The deal hadn't closed yet, but it was at least public enough for me to be aware of it. And then early on in the new year of 2021, the deal closed. And so I'm like, okay, this is pretty convenient. It's lucky alignment that I have the alumni connection, right? The co-founders of the company went to my business school. So I can use that as networking if I want to get in. Rubik's is coming from, they were London-based before, into Toronto. I'm living in Toronto. I've dedicated 15 years of my life to this brand, so I'm like, Rubik's needs some kind of cuber presence, kind of guiding the way in some way, because it hasn't always been the case, I think. So I'm like, let me get involved somehow. I'm going to network my way in. So I drafted an email. I said, hey, I'm a Speedcubing pro and fellow graduate of the business school, would basically asking for a coffee chat. I'm like, I'm going to start at the top. I'm going to find one of the CEOs. He's not going to respond. And then I'm going to find a VP. And then when they don't respond, I'll find a director and just work my way down. So I drafted this email, sent it off. But then 7 minutes later, the CEO responds.
7 minutes?
Yeah.
Look at
yeah.
that.
And this guy's a billionaire straight up. I'm like, he doesn't have time to respond to this. And so it was a bit of a shock to me, but also wow, this person cares to make time for me, just from a random email request. And I thought, okay, well, this isn't a coffee chat, though. It's going to turn into an interview. So I came prepared with some ideas, and that kind of became my first interview. And I didn't know what I was getting involved with, what role I would be filling, but I knew I wanted to be involved with the brand. And so, that 3 years later, we're sitting here today.
The rest is history. Look at that. I love that story. Just goes to show you, send that email, whatever email.
Yeah,
that
whatever
might be
field you're going
life.
in, networking is important. Never hurts to reach out, make some connections, even if you don't have that connection to begin with, and things can happen.
Totally.
It's a good lesson.
Okay, you've also, again, you've been part of this community for a long time, and so what are the biggest changes that you've experienced in the cubing world in what is it now? I guess, 10, 16 years?
Yeah.
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 Since you started competing. So over 16 years, what are the biggest changes you've, witnessed or noticed? And like even an event like this, did you ever imagine something of this scale when you started competing?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny to think about it from going back to 2008 in my first competition, because it's been so gradual for me, right? That it's kind of hard to observe. But when I really compare it to back then, I mean, it's just so obvious the number of people growing with this, like the double-digit growth and like new participants every single year. We're at like a kind of a bursting point in like terms of capacity, even for some of the venues. Like, you used to be able to walk in, just having like read about the competition online, cash in hand, go up to the registration booth and say, "Hey, can I, compete?" And it was absolutely no problem, right? But now you have to set an alarm on your phone and say, "Hey, I talked to Siri. I'm like, "Hey, Siri, remind me at 8 p.m. to register for this competition coming up," because you have to. And so that's why like a WCA newcomer group event is great, where you can reserve more spots for newcomers. But I think that is something that cubing like globally and like WCA will have to manage moving forward in terms of still getting people to attend that first competition, because we know once they attend that first and they get that chance, like they're a lot of them are hooked after that. It's like there are a few barriers with the cube, right? It's like one is learning to solve. It's like, how do you get people to get that first solve? You buy a Rubik's Cube, and then once you solve it, that opens the door to like everything else. Some people want to just collect. Some people want to go to speed. Some people want to level up their challenge. But for those who want to go into speed, the next barrier becomes attending that first competition. And, that's where all the people that you see here today, they've made that jump and that commitment. So
and I think there's over 800 competitors at this competition.
Yeah.
And all of these people, this championship, for those who don't know, can't be your first competition. So everyone here has competed before, has come to this championship, obviously like into it enough to like spend 4 days at the convention center competing. And we see it's a packed house, which is just really cool to see the growth for sure. Because, I remember some of those days, too. For those of you that don't know, Thompson and I are both part of the Canadian Speedcubing community. And I remember those days, $20 bill in my hand going, can I register for this competition?
Absolutely,
and it's like,
no problem.
totally.
I want to add events at the door.
We do not allow that now for a number of logistical reasons, because we are in the hundreds of competitors.
Exactly. And it's for the better, because that means the community is growing, but it's also, becomes harder to imagine, and maybe even a little bit more of a barrier to get people to that first competition. So, that's something we all work towards.
Yeah. So Rubik's is the title sponsor of this championship. Start off by just telling us, like, why does that matter to Rubik's as a brand? Why do you guys choose to invest in the community in this way?
Yeah, people ask me that all the time, because it's like, we have a Rubik's booth here, but it's not like, we're not trying to sell more Rubik's Cubes to the people here. But, really what these competitions are, the North American Championship, all the other Continentals, the World Championships, or even like more like smaller local ones, like we did the All-Stars together, right? You organized that, and that was amazing. These moments are what will inspire new people to start, right? Like it moves down the funnel, whether, it can be as direct as, media people come in from different news stations, and you'll see them with the camera, and, more eyes will introduce the cube at like a really, expert level to people at home who have never even like tried, but they think, oh yeah, that looks fun. Right. I want to try, and I want to learn how to solve the cube. I want to go get one. So it's really, Rubik's, what we're trying to do is, like I said, we're not selling more cubes right now to the people here, but we want to grow like cubing as a category, and in turn, we all benefit from that. And, if we can inspire people to pick up the cube, like through our partners or sponsorship of the big championships, and show like speed cubers that we really care, that'll get people to get that first cube, and then opens up the doors for, we want to have a good speed cube for them to, not like, we don't expect them to use it on the final stage, but we want someone to say, okay, I've solved the cube. now I want to get under a minute, or I want to get down to 30 seconds. We want to have the product for that, right? Or we know that people love to collect. We want to have a collectible range for that. We want to just like be able to accommodate every like interest that exists within cubing because it is quite diverse.
It is. It's not, you know, the speed cubing community is the like Max Parks and Timon Kolshinsky's, but it's also, you know, people who are, like you say, collectors, people who are a part of all of our local communities around the world. There are over 200,000 people who have competed in a WCA competition. Only 800 of them are here. So the community is so much bigger than just this moment. But investing here is such a big thing for you guys.
Exactly. Like, so over 200,000 people have solved that competition. But when we try to get a sense of how big the cubing community is, you can look at other places like, you know, YouTube subscribers, right? So Soup Timmy, all his content's all about cubing, and he'll have, you know, 10 million fans across like all his platforms. So it just goes to show how many people are still out there that like let's call them like casual cubers, right? Like they can solve, or they're at least interested in cubing. They haven't attended their first competition because we know what that number is, right? And so it's like there's a lot of people out there who are interested in the cube, and you know, that's also who Rubik's caters towards. But also, you know, we can work together to get those people to attend events like this, you know, eventually, or at least like the local ones to start, right?
Or when they have a major championship in their city.
Exactly.
Okay, you also sponsor cubers and invest in the community by like sponsoring individual cubers. So you know, you've got Max Park, Livia Kleiner, Charlie Eggins. 2 of those people are here. Max Park and Charlie. Tell me about that. Why do you choose to invest that way?
I'd say it's for really the same reason, right? Like these are all people who can, it's not about representing like the cube, right? It's not like we're trying to say, you know, it's not like we want Charlie or Max or Olivia to say, hey, this is the cube that I represent, this is my brand, this is what I'm competing with, right? But we want these people to inspire, you know, the mass audience and like really show their, I mean, we see a blindfold solve on stage, like people see that and they freak out, like how is that at all possible? And you know, even as a cuber myself, I ask that that question still, but like people see that, and that's just such a wow moment that, I mean, maybe I can take my first step towards that and at least learn to solve it, right? And so creators like Max or like Charlie, I think, you know, they're incredible. They're best speed cubers in the world, right? But they have a great way of, you know, connecting with the mass audience, like largely through like the content that they produce. But you know, Max Park's feature in the Netflix documentary, that was absolutely huge for cubing. Like I guarantee we can talk. If we go around and talk to enough people, there will have been people who started cubing because of seeing that documentary, right?
Yeah. Max, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, you never know who's watching, who is that next Max Park, the next Charlie Eggins, and it's so cool. So, yeah, that documentary is something else for sure. Okay, you do a lot to bridge people into this community. Like, that's what I'm hearing.
We're all working on it. Yeah, it's an ongoing
bridges,
journey.
And I think you, like you said, you really represent that, even just in who you are as a person in this role. Like, you were a Speedcuber, now you're bridging into the brand. So you were telling me you guys have a product coming out. You've touched on it a little bit soon. That is like meant specifically to kind of bridge that gap between like just a cube enthusiast into speed cubing. So talk to me about that.
So there's a few, right? Like I was saying, we cover like the different aspects. Once you learn to solve, like I said, people take different routes, and it's certainly not like a one or the other. But for me, I would say I was like 20% leveling up my challenge. 70% speed focused on the 3x3, and call it like 10% like just building my collection, right? And everyone's like weighting of that is a little bit different. Obviously, anyone who's here has put heavier weighting on like the speed side of things, but we want products to appeal to all those cubers, and it's no secret that Rubik's has been challenged to put out like a world-class, like flagship level cube for competition. There are a number of reasons for that, but I also don't think that Rubik's necessarily needs that. Like, we don't need the best cube that's going to be used on the final stage, because even if we have a cube that we think is the absolute best, I mean, like, we know that people, preference is a huge thing in cubing anyway, and how do you cater to all that? So, you know, Rubik's trying to like build cubing as a category and inspiring more people to solve, and then like hopefully like bridge into speed cubing. We want the product for that, right? So we have a new cube coming out, and the strategy with it, it's $15, right? So in the 15 US dollars, so that's a $5 premium over the normal 3x3 cube, and that's, you know, I think what Spin Master can like really bring to the table is like the distribution, right? So we can get this cube into Walmart or Target online, and it should be a really easy entry point for, you know, those cubers who have learned to solve. Mom or dad, grandma and grandpa, they know that, you know, this child is a cuber, or like interested in solving the Rubik's Cube. They've solved the Rubik's Cube, but hey, this should be able to get you faster, right? You're trying to break that minute barrier. You're trying to get down to 30 seconds, and you know, this cube can totally get you there and beyond. Like, you know, even like sub 10 seconds. Like we have to think about the cubes, like when we, you know, in our early days of cubing, like how far things have come, and we're a little spoiled now, right? Like learning to drive, like in a Ferrari, basically is like what cubers get to experience now. But yeah, you want that thing that's going to be accessible, like people can get it, it's not too expensive, and yeah, bridge them into the like the greater world of speed cubing, because that's what we're all here for.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us, we learned to solve the cube on just like that $10 Rubik's Cube. Yeah, and so it's cool that you know, this offering will be kind of that next step of the next journey, that next phase of your speed journey.
We know that they're going to experiment anyway, right? Like people want to try all different brands because this might fit my turning style better. Yeah. So like we want to get them to that point of like then further experimentation down the line. That's really it.
Yeah. I'm so curious. I didn't even prep you for this question, so you might not know, but do you guys have an estimate of like how many people in the world have solved a Rubik's Cube?
It's like we know how many cubes have been sold.
Okay.
Right? So it's 500 million cubes. And so we're talking over the span of like 50 years.
Yeah,
right? Now, there's a lot of research that has like been passed down, like sent like prior to the acquisition of Rubik's brand, that like who knows where it came from and what is accurate, but it said that 5% of people who like engage with the cube, like try it in some way, learn to solve it.
Okay.
So, and you know, Rubik's, like our goal would be, how do we then get that to like 6%, 7%? Because like I said, you attend that, you get that first solve down, and that's just like the breakthrough moment that introduces you to everything else.
I think I tell so many people all the time, I'm like, if you sat down for like, you know, a weekend, a day, you would have it down and you'd be addicted.
We could do it.
You'd be like, you'd do it in 5 minutes, and then your next one would be like 4 minutes, and then you'd be like, I'm improving. There's no improvement like beginner's improvement, right? Like,
those beginner games and like anything, and that's what like I think that's what got me into cubing. That's what a lot of like cubers share, this like personality trait, I'd say, in like chasing that like rapid improvement, because it is so fun and rewarding. But you know, the grind really starts when you hit that first plateau, right? Like, oh, I'm not improving as fast as I was, and then it's like that also kind of separates the next level of like commitment and what really makes the great cubers, right?
Yeah, totally. You mentioned 50 years. It is Rubik's 50th anniversary this year. What are some things that you guys are doing to celebrate? What aren't you doing?
It's a lot, right? Like everything that we do to try to build the brand, like you can break it up into product, right? So I talked about you know, the Speed Cube's not necessarily related to 50 years, but it's all part of this like new, like I guess, generation of like what's the next 50 years look like, right? And the Speed Cube should definitely be a focus of that for Rubik's moving forward. But in terms of like 50 years products, you know, we had a Rubik's Retro Cube, which like launched it in the beginning of the year, and so that was a reproduction of the original cube from the 80s, right? And you know, the question was like, how bad of a cube do we really want to make? Like, is it a poor experience in this day and age if I buy this retro cube and it actually turns like the cube from the 80s? And you know, we could have said, well, like the packaging is going to be original, but we want to like make the movement a little bit better, because like, you know, the new Rubik's 3x3 cubes are so much better than like so we're on V10, like the 10th version of like the core 3x3 mold. And it's like, you know, you compare that to the originals and it's not even close,
It's like
right?
night
Like
and
it's,
day, yeah.
it's night and day. So that's product, right? So we said, let's lean into the 50th and like the retro, the real recreation of the original cube. So like it's harder to turn. It's like nothing like the V10 nowadays, which is great. So that's product. There's like the sponsorship of these events, right? Like we're all here kind of, you know, collectively, like you'll see the branding around the venue too. Like it's 50 years of Rubik's. You see it on social media all over. There's tons of like licensing partners that we work with too, because, you know, we want to establish Rubik's as a real like lifestyle brand. Like it's so much more than the cube. Even when you think of it at WCA events, like, yeah, sure, the 3x3 cube is like, I always compare it to like the 100-meter dash of track and field, right?
Yes.
But as we know, there are many different events. Rubik's as a brand doesn't play on all of them, but we know that there's the diversity of products. So we want Rubik's to be out there as like a lifestyle brand, and so we have all kinds of partnerships that some you haven't seen, so I won't list them all, but like all kinds of collaborations. Just Rubik's apparel, right? We have lids here as a vendor,
yeah,
right?
so
like 50
fun.
years of Rubik's, lids, hats, like all kinds of, you know, and like these types of things like expose Rubik's to new audiences too, and that's like basically what I've been saying this whole time, right? Is putting Rubik's in front of more people to just like inspire that initial interaction. And so, you know, we have like these Rubik's Cubers.
Yeah, I was
line.
going to ask you about that.
Yeah, so I'll tell you more about that. But these are like considered like a Funko Pop that actually like functions and has like playability to it. So it's a solvable Rubik's Cube with like a superhero application to it. So the four that we're displaying there, we have Iron Man, Spider-Man, Batman, and Black Panther. And so, you know, if these are in store, you might not be a fan of Rubik's, but I'm a fan of Spider-Man, and so I totally want this for my like Spider-Man, you know, collection. But it is a cube, and that's cool, and you know, maybe I can learn to solve that, and then, you know, therefore you buy the original cube, and you know, all these things, placing Rubik's in different moments. That's really what the 50th year is about, to just inspire people to pick it up and give it a shot.
Cool. Okay, speaking of 50, you talked about like what would the next 50 years look like. And thinking specifically about the speedcubing community, you've been around for a long time. What do you think what do you see in the future of the speedcubing community specifically?
I mean, it's only going to get so much bigger, and we're going to, in some way, have to find out how to like manage even more people, right? Does that mean that events like this turn into more of like a convention, and then there's like, you know, a bit more of a like a skill-based competition too? I think like All Stars is kind of like proving out that concept, in that, okay, All Stars is a bit of like an extreme example because it is so like elite, like, you know, top 30, you know, like a sub-7 qualification time is very difficult, but, you know, maybe it does branch out to, you know, convention things for like all things cubing, and maybe even like all things like problem solving or like brain teasers. Like imagine integrations with like, you know, chess, for example. Like, you know, there's like a lot of overlapping interests of people who are drawn to the Rubik's Cube or drawn to like similar things. So imagine like big conventions, all things brain teasers, problem solving, and then like, you know, the competition takes like a bit of a different route too. But I think, you know, the rise of like connected cubes, Bluetooth cubes, certainly paints a interesting like question, like how will that be managed in the future? Like 10 years from now, is that just going to be the standard for competition? Because, you know, there are challenges with timing as like people get faster and faster, let's say, and that is certainly a different way of measuring the time of a solve without some of the same challenges. So it's funny, you know, if I've been here like 15 years, like thinking about the next 10 is even like hard for me, despite like what I've seen so far.
No, it's so true. And, you know, the cube has been around for 50 years, but in so many ways, like the sport of speedcubing is so young.
It's so young.
Yeah. We're just starting to see like those limits get pushed.
We're
on,
only
like,
just getting
what
started.
is the world record? What you know, what gets you onto that world championship podium, whatever that is. So definitely some exciting things to come for the sport for sure. Okay, the last thing I want to ask you about is just your NAC predictions. So we will have a North American champion by the end of the day tomorrow.
Yes, 3x3 North American champion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's that going to be?
I think it's got to be Max Park. I mean, the momentum from the even just 3 world records and what was it, 2 days, I guess, like so far in the competition. I think Max is in his element, and I'm cheering for him.
Yeah, that is never a bad pick. Max Park is
hard to bet against.
Definitely the one to watch.
Yeah, the Vegas odds on that aren't going to give me a good payout, but
no,
that's
it's
all right.
fine. That's all good. Who else are you watching closely this weekend, though?
Oh, I mean, Charlie's a new ambassador for the brand. I'm super excited to follow his events. As well. Yeah. Yeah, really good. The Luke G's, there's a couple of them, but I was seeing some amazing results at All Stars too, and looking forward to see how that translates to this stage as well. Got to give a shout out to Brennan Lynn from Canada to Canada representation.
Yeah,
but
we love it.
All the cubers are great. Like, that's what makes it hard because we're all friends, right?
Yeah.
So, picking favorites is tough, but I'll give that first spot to Max.
Yeah, we were actually talking just this morning. We were like, we need like a good cubing rivalry to like emerge. Everyone's too friendly
nice
with each
here.
other. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me help you out.
Yeah, we need some like real beef to emerge. Some storylines.
Yeah.
All right. Last thing, where and how should people follow along with Rubik's and stay connected?
Oh, I feel like we're all on social channels. Rubik's YouTube, lots of good stuff. Instagram, you're going to see a ton of great content from Charlie, Max, Joshua Morris, someone that I haven't talked about, but Joshua Cubed. Some of this, the level of what you're going to see is like, okay, I already know how to solve Rubik's Cube, but remembering that's the point is we're trying to get Rubik's out to a broader audience, but I think it's always entertaining anyway.
Yeah.
But all Rubik's social channels, follow along with what we're doing, but stay tuned for new product launches too coming out. Target, Walmart, but some things I haven't even mentioned, maybe we'll keep a little bit of a secret, but maybe some cubicle exclusives too to keep an eye out.
All right. Well, that was like a big tease.
I'll leave it at that.
I'm staying tuned for sure. Awesome. Thompson, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Alyssa.
And we are glad to have you with us.
Glad to be here.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Rubik's WCA North American Championship. I'm your host, Keaton Ellis. I'm going to be joined at the start of this with a couple of interviews. We're first going to have Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. Matty, do you want to give a little introduction yourself?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. I'm from Hawaii, and that's about it.
How are things going so far here at North American Champs for you?
Pretty good. I had a surprising North American podium in 6x6. I did not expect that. So
Congratulations.
Thank you. That
Second
was pretty amazing.
behind Max.
Park.
Very
yeah.
nice. You beat Kevin.
I did. That was pretty crazy.
Very exciting.
And yeah, I haven't really had any bad solves the whole comp. I consider a bad solve when I don't follow my routine before my solve, and I've done that routine perfectly for every single solve so far, so I'm hoping to keep that up.
So it's sort of ex ante before you actually see the time, you know,
Yeah.
are you doing everything that you wanted to do?
Yes, yes.
Oh, very nice, very nice. You've actually been solving pretty consistently at a high level recently.
Thank you.
So you had, before this first round, 9 out of your last 10 averages were sub-6, and then you got another sub-6 average here to make 10 out of 11.
Nice.
Do you feel like you're peaking at all? Or
I'm close. I'm close. I just need to clean up a few things. My averages are still a little messy right now, so hopefully, yeah. I feel like my speed is pretty good right now, so I just need to clean up some mistakes, and it should be pretty good. Yeah.
So in terms of your speed that you want to work on, you want to be able to go faster while keeping the same level of mistakes?
I kind of just want to be the same level of speed but less mistakes.
Same level of speed but fewer mistakes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything deliberate that you're doing in this?
Well, I was watching my slow motion solves, and I was doing a lot of like UU primes, so that's just a no-no. So I'm gonna eliminate those completely in the next round, hopefully. And obviously, I'll look back at the stream, see if I do any more of those. And that's about it, though. Just unnecessary moves like that, I can't be doing those.
Sure.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you, of course, you're the inaugural North American champion from 2 years ago.
Yep.
And you've placed, unfortunately, last year you placed 4th at Nationals, and then you placed 6th at Worlds.
Yeah.
Which weighs more on your mind when you're coming to a competition like this?
That's a very good question. Definitely my my win, because yeah, if you hadn't told me my place in Nats and Worlds, I literally forgot it. Like I convinced myself to forget those, and I'll probably forget it after this interview is done. So yeah, definitely only the win is in my head right now. Only good thoughts. Yeah.
I also wanted to ask about an event that happened on Tuesday in North American All-Stars. You got 2nd place.
I did.
And very well broadcast event.
That was.
How do you feel about the format of a competition like this, where you have to have a specific average in order to get in?
It's good in some cases. I think it is good for, it is good actually, because it makes the competition closer. Like the bottom and the top are closer, so it's almost more tense because everyone is fighting for a spot, even in the finals. That's how close it is. So like, yeah, that's good. But then, I think we should still have, you know, some competitions where you just have everybody compete. So then, like the little slower people can get up more with the faster people. Yeah.
Of course, it's sort of complementary in that regard to what we have right now.
Yeah.
So at this kind of competition, at All-Stars in particular, one thing that I've really been curious about is how much pressure people feel. Because at the end of the day, it's not a national championship. It's not a North American championship. So there's no big title associated with it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're only surrounded by extremely fast solvers, and your competition, even in round 1, is already sub-7.
Yes.
So I'm curious how you trade those off.
Well, I always feel pressure. You know, you always get nervous, but I feel like
even at a local competition.
Yeah, even at a local competition, man. Like, you would be surprised. A lot of people get nervous, but yeah, it's just about convincing yourself, like, you know, just deal with it. Like, it's not gonna get any easier, so just push through and hope for the best. Yeah.
So you don't feel anything really special for the All-Stars format in terms of pressure relative to the other.
Well, it was more pressure in the first and second round because it almost felt more like a head-to-head final.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just inherently more pressure in that environment. Yeah.
I see. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. One other question I've got for you. You know, you've been cubing for years.
I have.
You have an old ID.
Yes.
But you really came of cubing age during the pandemic. So
definitely.
with cubing at home and Monkey League really raising your notoriety and raising your prominence, as opposed to someone like Felix or Max who really came of age with WCA competitions.
Right.
Do you think this has affected your ability to perform in WCA competitions?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe because.
Draco, you're on 2 now.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say I've solved better on that online so far. Like I haven't really had my breakthrough round in WCA yet. So yeah.
You have a 3 single and a 5.1 average.
Yeah,
What's breakthrough for you then?
I'm happy with those. The 3 single, yeah. I'm not really I don't really value single very much, but average, yeah. I want sub 5. That would be nice. Yeah.
Well, that's a very lofty and very ambitious goal. You had a first round with 2 5s and 3 6s.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
How did you feel about that average? Anything you wish you could have improved on there?
I mean, it wasn't terrible, Sub 6. Cannot be mad with sub 6, but yeah, first solve was actually kind of the best solve. Even though the time was just 5:68, I feel like I did most things right on that one. And then the next 4 were just a little just messy, I guess.
Yeah.
Just not really focused enough on my PLLs and stuff. I kind of just winged it and not really focused enough to do them well. So yeah, that's about it. Next round, just gonna have a little more concentration and also my solutions. I mean, I can usually find good solutions, but on that round, I was kind of switching colors too much.
Yeah, we noticed that.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, you got a couple unlucky cases, a
Yeah.
couple of no edges cases there that you're trying to do some edge control on.
Yeah. So that was kind of unlucky, but hopefully next round I can commit to
Oh,
color earlier. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then, what are your ambitions for this competition?
I already podiumed in 6x6, so.
Hey, it shows up on the profile.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm hoping to do the same in 3x3, 4x4, and 5x5, and maybe win one of those. That would be really nice. Yeah.
Well, I'm wishing you the best of luck for all these events. Do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give on the stream?
I'm the Cubing Jedi, if you didn't know, on YouTube and Instagram. So if you want to follow me there.
It sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, Matty, thanks so much for coming on. We really appreciate it, and best of luck for 3x3 tonight and all of the semifinals and finals that you'll be in tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
See you guys later. All right. Sick.
All right, everybody. That was Matty Hiroto Inaba. I'm having Kevin Hayes rush in to come and help me out, do some casting on 2x2 right now. We're moving on to 2x2 Group 3, and this
Solve 3 is really easy.
We've been informed that for this upcoming group, there is one very nice scramble.
8 seconds.
Oh, we got scrambles beforehand? It's sick.
So we're going to take a look here at some of these solves coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, we're done with Group 3's wrapping up then. It's called Group 4.
Nice. We did get some good results coming in. Kevin, how was your 3x3 round?
I got 101st, which projects me 1 spot away from making semifinals.
What was your average?
863.
Okay, so mid-8 average will get you to semifinals.
I'll bet it's a little faster tonight. No.
Really
It's a little late. It's at the end of the day.
I did really poorly
What'd
that
you
first round. I got a 993 average.
It's not good.
Oh, wow. I don't know. It just didn't click. So I'm hoping to do a little bit better.
We got Daniel Karnock.
Derpy Cuber is his handle.
Is he very active on media anymore?
Not particularly. Mostly making music.
8 seconds.
Classic. He's a classic jazz trained.
Nice. 1.8.
Scramble.
Little
it's
slow.
Still a pretty
little slow in
solid
that
average.
front, you could see.
Nice job. Thank you.
That push
you
was.
need your cube.
Daniel.
That's on me.
Yeah, that push right there is very awkward.
Yeah.
Like,
Hello.
that one move took him like a quarter of the solve.
Yep. there's only so much you can do, though.
Yeah, but like, what are you talking about?
I mean, you know, he's saying that, like, you heard him say the scrambles are pretty garbage. So,
right.
Like,
I was
there's only
like,
so much you can do with the scrambles that you get.
you're right. I was funny.
And if it's gonna be
You're like, there's nothing you could do. I was like, you could just execute the turn properly.
Yeah, coming track.
8 seconds.
I mean, that's like the big thing with like 2x2. I was thinking about it. It's very unique in the sense that it is a mental and a physical puzzle, and they are completely separate at the top level.
Yes.
The mental problem is completely done before you touch the cube.
Yep.
And then you have
you
to
do not
execute.
think. Yeah, you
and then
just
you
have to
execute it,
execute.
which is like it's. I guess it's similar to blind in that way, where blind is completely separate, where like you do the entire mental puzzle. But that's not even true, though. No, they're
You still have to think during
No.
blind.
Yeah, you're right. No.
I mean,
They
for top-level blinders,
they
there's
memorize,
not a lot of thinking.
Right, but they memorize the cube, but they're still like generating exactly what they're doing during the execution. It's like 2x2 is truly the only event where it's you do the mental solution and then you do the physical execution, and they're completely separate.
Top level Scube is also getting to that point.
Top level
as well.
Scube, yes. Maybe clock. Clock is fully memorized by the time. All the events, basically all the speed events where you know every single move you're going to do before you start the timer.
Yeah, you pack in as much information before, during your inspection period.
Yeah, it's interesting then because like as people get better at the mental part, there's less stress. If like say on average you only need 7 seconds to generate your 2x2 solution, there's not a lot of stress involved. You got 15. It's a lot of extra time. Like it's not as stressful. Like you can always do it, and then it becomes really. And if you're always like very consistently getting like the best solution that's reasonable possible to get, it's just become like executing properly every single time with no mistakes.
Hello.
How is Matty feeling after round one?
Matty, I feel like he's always fairly optimistic, fairly mellow kind of guy.
He's got mental. He's got good mental.
Yeah, he's got extremely good mental.
He'll never.
And he was saying that his average wasn't exactly what he wanted, and he felt a little sloppy on some of his peel out executions. But also there was a little bit of bad luck in there. So
there's only so much you can do.
There's only so much you can do.
No, yeah, I feel Matty's someone who, even on a bad day, he understands the process.
Right.
He knows that you don't want to just like give up and say, this average is a waste. Like, let's not even pay attention. There's always value in trying your best, focusing for every single solve, getting the practice in. Like Max Shaw was talking about how he does Pyramix, not because he's really cares too much about his time in Pyramix, but it's a good chance to sit down, get your whole cadence in, get the environment. You visualize that this is a 3x3 solve. It's the same thing until the cube cover comes off.
Absolutely.
And then okay, well, we're going to do some Pyramix, whatever. Just like get the whole cadence going on.
Speaking of Pyramix, we have Michael Neelson, former Pyramix world record holder, reigning Pyramix North American champion, preparing for 2x2. Michael, famous or infamous, depending on who you ask, for having an extremely long preparation period, but it helps him focus and really get in that flow state.
It's always a little more noticeable when it's for the smaller events because the ratio of preparation to solving is so high.
Yeah, one of the things is he intentionally doesn't get put in the last group for an
8
event.
seconds.
Because otherwise he would be the last person solving, and we don't want to transition events until he's done with until everyone's done with their solves.
That's funny. That's actually so funny. I remember because like in Big Cube, it's like not as big of a deal. Like naturally, the cadence gets off because of scrambling and stuff. Like waiting for also now like because of Max is so fast in like 3 actions, it's a little unpredictable. Waiting for Max to finish and then starting inspection right when that happens is like a relatively common strategy. But like it's like it still doesn't like really disrupt the flow of the event. Like everyone like just waiting a minute is not like the event still kind of like wraps up.
Right. No, this is all from a logistical perspective of trying to make sure that the events. The
Stay on
competition
time.
stays on schedule.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have a while before we get into the super top ranked guys. The competition's been seeded pretty consistently where last heat blue and red have seats 1 and 2, second to last heat have seats 3 and 4. And it kind of goes down the list from there.
Right.
Which is good. I think kind of model, like when non-keepers always ask me what these competitions are like, I'm like, you watch track at the Olympics, do you watch swimming at the Olympics? It's very much like a big meet. Lots of events, different rounds. Winner of finals wins. Circle seating is the common setup for all of that. I think, I guess one of the big stories of 2x2, I need to look at do we have the psych sheet up for 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really kind of like Zane against the clock, assuming he does what he's capable of, although 1. You see, NC Poderakis got a sub 1.
0.97?
2x2 average, yeah.
Very impressive.
The comment was like, finally.
After 10 years.
And I was like, that implies you've been, sub 1 has been possible for the last 10 years, and you just got it.
Yeah, sub 1 single, I think, was top 10 in the world 10 years ago.
Yeah,
so.
I was like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, so Sujan Feist with a 1.14 is 0.2 seconds behind Zane.
It's very solid. Let's see. Look at his 2x2 like history results.
Yeah, but that seems to be.
He's low ones.
Yeah, that's true.
But not Zane. Zane is. Let's go to. Can we go to Zane's page and look at like.
Yeah, how many 1.1?
Let's look at his last. Like, what did the average of his last 10 averages?
1.3, 0.97. Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah. 1.3, 1.0, 0.9, 1.2, 1.1, 1.1, 1.8, 1.6, 1.1, 1.4, 1.1. Yeah, he's like anything. He's 1.2 or better. Sometimes, obviously there's the issue. I think it's the high ones are when you mess up 2 solves. Like you kind of solve where you did bad. I mean, that adds like half a second, and that's 3/4. Like that's like 60%.
Yep. Zane, of course, not winning Worlds last year, getting 2nd place, but did win U.S. Nationals.
What was? Wait, can we go back to Worlds results? Yeah, I mean 2x2 at Worlds is such a nerves-based event, and I've definitely come around on it a lot more. I think it's such an interesting event because everyone does it the same scrambles. It's very like 2x2 is like excuse my French, kind of a crapshoot, as a lot of people would like to call it. And maybe in the rankings, sometimes it kind of can look like that because everyone gets different scrambles. Like it's so much like, okay, well, like you got 2 5 movers in your set. That's kind of not very fair. But at Worlds Finals, it's anything but.
Everyone's got the same scrambles.
Everyone's the same scrambles. It's really the biggest like nerve test there can be because all the top guys can see the one liquor solves. Can you generate the optimal solution fast? Can you execute it under pressure?
A stage lead. Margo, can you get a stage lead? I think it's a +2.
It's very close at
I
Worlds
think you
Finals.
go to jail. That's good.
You needed
That's definitely
you guys on that last solve.
I'm seeing it like from this angle and there, and it looks like blue is closer.
Yeah, Zane
to
seems to be fairly well under pressure.
Just say I love you.
I remember Anthony.
That is good.
Anthony was the
I'd still rather have a
Michael
stage lead
Neelson's the one who takes a long time.
Michael Neelson is the one who
Yeah,
takes
I remember Anthony at Worlds was. I think he was on like solve 3 when everyone was done.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it wasn't even like delaying much. Like everyone was just done in like 2 minutes because it was 2x2, and Anthony took a little more time.
A different angle, but I just want a stage.
I wonder how Brandon's doing on his 5-blind solve.
Brandon Lynn?
Yeah.
I hope he's doing well. Brandon did not do particularly well in blind this morning, so he had a 108 single and then DNF the other 2.
Wow, we got a +2. We got a +2 controversy over here. All right, Matthew Dickman giving the thumbs up.
I love the graphic.
That's the longest one I've seen in a while.
Both junior delegates, but I want a stage lead.
No, you're smart. That was the right call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicolas won.
Yeah, Matthew Dickman, lead of competitor experience. So running a lot of all the organizer for all the unofficial events.
Yep, Magic and Cubing Trivia were last night.
Yeah.
It should be FTO.
Let me quickly throw some shade out there at everyone last night. You guys suck at Magic.
I didn't do Magic.
I know. I'm saying everyone else. The winning time was like 1.4.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, when was the last time you touched a Rubik's Magic?
I believe I was U.S. national champion in 2009.
Oh,
Rubik's Magic.
Incredible. Before I started cubing. But you never had,
I
you
got
never
that.
had North American record.
I got
like
that
Brandon
one.
Lin does.
I got that 1.0. I got that 1.0 average result in my profile.
That's
you know.
incredible.
I heard 1.4 was like winning time. I was like, that's kind of garbage.
I think Ernie Polkney actually was the one who won.
Last night?
Yeah.
Ernie Polkney's here?
Yeah, Ernie Polkney's here.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
What? That was his Master Magic time in 2011
Yeah.
almost.
He got a 1.68 on Magic last night.
Master Magic last night?
Magic
Oh,
last night, which was his old Master Magic.
Yeah, I think it was like 1 point. Yeah, right
I
around
love
there.
that. I love that
That's
video.
funny, yeah. Oh my god, that video is so great. It's actually insane how fast. Like you're so much better than everyone else in Master Magic. It was crazy.
Margo, should we have them stay here for now, or okay? Just while they figure it out.
Unfortunately, I did not stick around for Magic. As soon as Cubing Trivia was done,
The same scramble.
I more or less headed out.
Last night was. Yesterday was a long
Very long
day. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got here. We started the stream at 8:15. Yeah, finals weren't done until almost 7.
Yeah, and we left at 9 after Trivia.
Yeah, we're gonna have a few interviews coming up too. We have Luke Greiser, Nam, and Timon, all in 2x2 round 1. So those are gonna be all really good quality.
What are we looking at here?
Point 6.
Seems fine with that.
The head shake, but you know, there's so many different types of head shakes. It's the we're fine with it, but it could have been better.
He seems fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, his 1.75 worst case. It's a fine spot. Under 2 here is really lucky for. It was very short, it's very short solution, and still got a 1.8.
So while we're watching the final solves here, I have a question for you, which is about at the top level. Most of these guys don't have either a coach, or if they do have a coach, they're doing mostly qualitative stuff. What do you think is the future of cubing coaching?
Oh man, I think this is a great segue to our next guest, who will have a much more educated view on this topic. Because we have Luke Greiser standing by.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and make that swap right now. And I'll let you take over.
Sounds good.
2x2 group 5. 2x2 group 5. Please bring your cubes up to the appropriate stage. 2x2 group 5.
Just one more or what? He's done. Good.
All right, everyone. I'm still Keaton Ellis, but I'm here now with Luke Greiser.
What up? I'm not Kevin Hayes. I'm Luke.
Luke, one of the top solvers in 3x3 round 1 here, getting 3rd place with a 5.72 average. How did that feel?
Really good, especially coming off of All-Stars. Like, that finals performance was one of the best of my life. So, like,
where you got 3rd place there as well?
Mm-hmm. So I was completely okay with coming in 2nd or 3rd to Matty and Simone. Like, that's there's nothing you can do about that.
That's pretty good company to be in.
Yeah, for sure.
How did you feel about the format of that event?
It was, I told my dad afterwards, it was my favorite, like, competition that I've ever been to, solely because, like, I'm a little biased because all I do is 3x3, but, like, that sort of environment where it was very intense the entire time, like, I loved every second of it. It was awesome.
How do you feel about the pressure of this type of competition relative to something like this, NA Champs, where you have a much bigger crowd, but potentially there's also a title on the line?
Yeah, it's very similar in a way, because I don't really know how to describe it, but like the feeling is very, very similar because the stakes are so high in both both competition settings. Like at All Stars, there was always a question of if you were going to make the next round or not.
Right.
And like here, there's just a question of like how well are you going to perform in finals or like in semifinals, because like even making finals is very competitive. So it's very high stakes for both. Both types of event, but yeah, it's in very different ways.
I need the scorecard.
So I actually want to ask something about the response you gave about which events you focus on. So if I think about all the other top solvers out there that are here today, Timon, Max, Matty, Thompson Clark, these guys all have, or Luke Garrett, these guys all have at least one other event that they're world class in, and they can focus on in addition to 3x3.
Yeah.
Do you think you feel more pressure relative to them because you only focus on 3x3?
It's definitely like me and my friend Ben were watching finals yesterday, and we were talking about how like Brendan Dunnigan was in all 4 of them. So like not only is there pressure on him to perform in all 4, but like also it's physically demanding. So I'm not sure how the pressure of like focusing on one event rather than like being sort of an all-rounder like compares, because I've never been an all-rounder, so I don't really know what that's like. So I don't know if I have more pressure or if I have less pressure. All I know is that like there is pressure on both like types of solvers to perform.
And at least if you focus on one event, you get to wake up a little bit later,
yeah,
or
exactly.
leave the venue for a little bit.
Yeah.
I see.
Like me and my dad got breakfast. That's a 2x2 with black on it.
Oh, that's Kit Clement.
I see.
Kit is well known for his extremely odd color schemes, although this cube seems fairly standard.
That is interesting. All right, so that's Ellery Dillon. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, me and my dad went and got breakfast this morning because like of not only there was like time to warm up for 3x3, but also because like just making myself sort of relax for the one event that I like have. So like going out and doing something like that before 3x3 put me in like a relaxed state of mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nice. So I want to go back a little bit in time.
Okay.
And ask you a little bit about sort of coming of age as a top speed cuber in the in an online era. So unlike someone like Felix or Max Park that came of age in these WCA competitions,
yeah,
you came of age with cubing at home and Monkey League and a lot of these other online competitions,
yeah,
where you're at home but you're featured very prominently either in a similar type of average of 5 format or competing directly against someone else. Do you feel like this affects your ability either positively or negatively or not at all to be able to perform in a WCA competition, either like North American Champs or something like All-Stars?
Yeah, I guess putting yourself in a competition environment while you're at home is very good preparation for something like this, because you're putting yourself in an environment that you're familiar with and one that you're comfortable in, which is like your house. Like obviously you're comfortable solving in your own house.
Right.
And adding the pressure of like a competition environment to that makes it very good preparation for it. And then part of like, I was like, so at Nats last year, obviously I had like the moment, and then I was like, okay, how do I bounce back from that? So part of the last year has been like trying to make a competition environment seem as close to like me solving in my room as possible.
And then your home also trying to feel like a competition environment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you just try to switch the two. And then cubing at home, like, and cubing at home in Monkey League, like those competition environments where you're at home with pressure on you definitely did help with that.
What are we seeing here?
UR2 is a block, and then CLL. UR2 is a layer. Nice.
Ooh, he's drawing with the 1.04 single right
so
there.
He is counting a 125 now. Insane.
That's one solve underneath his PR by almost 6.1, which is a huge number in 2x2.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely no reaction. Which is,
all business.
I guess a good mindset.
Yeah.
But speaking of last year, in finals, you went in as the number 2 seed.
Yes.
And at NAC in 2022, you go in as the number 4 seed.
Yeah.
Do you feel like having this high seed puts extra pressure on you, and are you able to deal with that in a good way?
Yeah, so not only does it put extra pressure on you, it also gives you more time to like warm up. It's more time in the green room, like just with other fast people, with like your thoughts, with like just everything about being a high seed puts more pressure on you because people are expecting you to do better. And because you're expecting yourself to do better because you're like, oh, I'm a high seed, I need to defend that now. But going into All-Stars, I was the 7 seed, which means I was the second group out, which was perfect for me.
Yeah.
So you go out a little bit early, and then you do your solves somewhat stress-free, and then all the stress comes when you're watching other people compete because then it's out of your hands.
It's like, you know, who's going to beat my average right now?
So it's definitely like I definitely prefer being a lower seed in finals, even though I've, like...
The lower seed as in the worst ranked competitor.
Yeah, worst ranked competitor. So, like, I think I heard Timon talking about something... Wow. Timon was talking something about, like, Felix at his best was, like, throwing a little bit in semis to be a low seed so he could go first. But... I don't know how reliable that information is.
Well,
but
I've done 2 Nats finals. I was in 14 and 16.
Yeah.
And in 14 I was the 15th seed, and then in 16, I don't remember what seed I was. I remember I got last in the finals. I was so nervous. But yeah, I didn't like the green room felt very cordial.
Yeah.
And very relaxed while I was in there.
Mm-hmm.
I also knew I wasn't going to win and wasn't even going to be able to get close, so I was just happy to be there. But I suppose as you get further and further in, there are fewer people to talk to.
Yeah.
People feel more pressure. You've been hearing the clapping outside, depending how far away the green room is.
I did talk about this a little bit with in the Matthew Marinick interview.
Right.
8 seconds. Because what I said was true. As the number of people in the green room goes down, the pressure goes all the way up. Like me and Matty last year were alone, and then the only exchange of like information or anything was a fist bump right before we went out.
But you're not feeling animosity towards
no,
Matty.
No, absolutely not.
You're focused in.
Yeah, we're just locked. We're there to do our thing, and I did my thing a little bit worse than he did his thing. But I mean, what can you do?
So, you mentioned a little bit earlier that you wanted to try to recover from the 1088 from last year and try to improve on that.
Yeah.
What sorts of things have you been working on in order to clean up your solving and, in that case, have better recognition?
Lots of prep for ZB, obviously, because I started learning ZB a year and a half ago in January, and as I was progressing, I ended up finishing in like April, and 2 months wasn't really enough to like lock it in.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ethan Zhuang right now, not with BPA, but with 3 counting solves underneath his perfect, spot on. Nice math. Ethan Zhuang with the 127 average, beating his PR by exactly 0.1. Stone cold throughout all his solves and had a very nice celebration at the end.
That looked like R2F2 R2 cancel in a Nick loss or something.
That's very nice.
Yeah, awesome. I love seeing reactions like that. That's awesome.
Oh,
and like that's definitely worthy of a reaction like that. 127 on a NAC stage is crazy.
Yeah, it's not only on a NAC stage, live stream the entire time.
Yeah, live
right?
stream the whole time.
That's an excellent average. Great job for Ethan Zhuang right there.
Yeah, for sure. So in addition to ZBLL, I prioritized a lot of like slow turning with a purpose of like, and that purpose being like F2L look ahead. So like, if you go through most of the solves that I had in round 1, you'll see that my look ahead was like basically like perfect-ish, which is exactly what I'm looking for. But Oh, 2 J-perms and a corner twist. Unfortunate. So as good of look ahead as possible is something I've strived. What's the past
I think
tense?
strived, yeah.
Strived?
Sure.
I almost said striven.
That's fine.
Something I've strived for
I was
sure.
not an English major.
But perfect look ahead, as close to it as possible, and turning accuracy and speed as well. So everything just needed to be better.
So you've been working on this stuff. What kind of improvement plan are you doing? Like, at what point before the competition do you stop trying to implement new things and simply try to focus on them?
There wasn't really any sort of implementation of new things in the past year. It's just getting better at what I already knew I had to get better at.
Sure, but I mean, when you say you're doing slow turning, right, you're not going to slow turn at a competition like this.
Right.
Right? So at some point you need to stop doing the slow turning practice
Yeah.
and start just implementing the look ahead improvements that you've gotten from doing that slow turn.
Yeah, so what slow turning looks like for me is you start off very slow, just slow enough where you can see every move ahead that you need to make, but not excruciatingly slow, just find that. And then you move up and up and up and faster and faster and faster until you're turning at basically top speed with good look ahead. So that's what my warm-up routine looks like before rounds. I found out that the best time for me to start warm-up is the group before. I didn't touch a 3x3 until 10:45 today, and I competed at just before 11. And through lots and lots of trial and error, I found out that that is what I need to do to be at my best. And I was my friend, I've been hanging out with Ben Edwards the entire time, and I was like, okay, I don't want you to let me touch a 3x3 until Group 8. And he was like, okay, I can do that. So that was what I did. And I figured that out at All-Stars because I was second group out, so it gave me just enough time to warm up with one group. I'm trying to think of who
Right,
came
warm
out
up with
before
one
me.
group and then go and compete immediately after
warm
that.
up with one group and then go out and compete. And also just listen to rock music during
Okay.
warm up. I don't know what it is about it, but it works out quite nicely.
Okay. Classic rock, modern rock?
Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
More metal.
Okay. I'm not sure that would be rock, but that works. That sounds great.
Yeah. It puts me in a zone to okay, I'm here to who is that? That was unbelievable.
Great execution right there.
I'm off.
But yeah, I found my little routine. Warm up one group before, and then listen to my music in between solves, and then I'm chilling. But it took lots of trial and error.
So one thing I wanted to ask about, you mentioned this a little bit in your interview with Matty Marinick at Michigan Championships a couple of weeks ago, but it's about coaching, right? Mm-hmm. You don't have your own coach at this point, do you?
No.
Okay.
I am my own coach.
Right. But coaching at the top level, it doesn't have any statistical analysis in it, right? It's all qualitative stuff. Someone gets expertise and then tries to convey that qualitatively to someone else.
Yeah.
You say, go do these exercises and you will improve. Do you see cubing coaching staying like that for the long term? Or do you see something like a Moneyball kind of thing from baseball coming in, where someone has statistics and then uses these statistics in order to try to improve top-level solvers?
Ooh, I haven't thought about that before. That's using statistic-based practice does sound like something that could definitely be beneficial in the long run. Statistics from what algs people use to be fast, or what qualities people have who are fast.
So I was chatting with a couple people about this, but there's an analysis from a couple years ago by, I don't know his real name. I know his online handle is Basilio. He takes the Speedcube DB database of all the reconstructions and just breaks down what makes a solve fast.
Okay.
And some of these things were should you use fancy inserts in order to orient your edges, or could you just do a 3-move insert and then do a dotto along?
Yeah.
Right? And they go and do a bunch of this analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And you can take these kinds of ideas and see whether or not, for a specific person, is it better to do the orientation?
Yeah.
Because you may have better ZBLL recognition than someone else. Or should you just do the simple insert? And you can do this for types of pairs, rotations, these sorts of, obviously algs is sort of the basic one underneath that. But you have all these opportunities to do that. And I'm just not sophisticated enough in terms of 3x3 solving to know whether or not people at the top level are thinking about this, or whether or not they think that it would be useful to implement.
So Cube, Ruben Yan's channel is very helpful whenever it comes to like breaking down Yihang solves or the other fast Chinese kid solves, because it has like on the screen what my favorite videos of his do. They like show the solve and then the next one is slow-mo with the reconstruction on there. And what I've noticed, some of what Yihang does is like it's turn very fast, don't care about like edge orientation at all. So like if he has RUR prime into a dot case, he won't do the VLS that like a lot of people do.
Right.
He'll just do RUR prime and then deal with the dot case, and he can do that because he's Yihang. That's something that I experimented with a little bit this year. I found out that I'm not Yihang, and I do need to like influence EO during F2L. So it's like what you're saying about like it depends on the person, but like using statistical analysis for that sort of thing is definitely something that should be done. Like it didn't click with me that that's like what I did. I was just like, Yihang does this, should I do this? No, okay, I'm chilling.
And you're sort of doing qualitative experimentation on your own to be able to come to that type of conclusion.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
What are you? Thank you.
I would compare my solving style a lot more with Timon's because he does use a lot of what's it called? ZBLS,
right.
where he does influence edge orientation with the last pair. I don't know nearly as much as he does, but I do use it a pretty decent amount because it's like it's what I need to do in order to be as fast as I am. So if you people watching at home, if you can take one thing away from what I said this whole time, I would definitely do that. Like address something that someone fast does and then experiment with it yourself to ask yourself if you need to do it and like if it works for you. Obviously don't do that first day, because like if you're gonna try something new that someone fast does on the first day, it's not gonna like make a huge difference. But like if you get the feeling that like, okay, over time this is gonna be worth it, keep doing it. Just experiment with your own solving based on traits that other people use, especially if they're like Timon or Yihang or someone.
Who are the people that you primarily look at to try to get inspiration for this?
Those two definitely, because I think that they are the best in the world by far. But for a couple of like look ahead stuff, I think Max has the best look ahead in the world. So
I was thinking, but the trade-off for that Max does, right? Is he's not doing anything extremely fancy.
Yeah.
Right. He does fundamentals and does them extremely well, and one of the things you could benefit from that is really good look ahead.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
The more sophisticated, presumably the harder it is to get that look ahead at the same level.
And it's definitely like doable. So like, I'm gonna steal this cube for a second.
Absolutely, that's why it's here.
So if I have this pair is facing you guys, so red is facing me. In order to execute this, most people would rotate and then go like that. But something that's like been the meta recently is wide F R, wide F prime. So I've experimented with that a little bit as well. Stanley 123.
Ooh, very nice.
I've experimented with that a little bit as well as like S move inserts, but I've used fat F a lot more than S moves just because they're like easier to execute.
Right.
But look ahead for that is very, very hard just because it's like a new thing that people have been using and people just aren't used to it yet. But by this time next year, I'm sure wide FR, wide F prime is going to be like just as widely used as like rotation and then RUR prime, maybe even like more widely used.
It's all these little small things at this point. For
Yeah.
every single insert, you can have a little bit more optimization.
Yeah, and the first time I saw that was, I think, a 341 from Felix, because he had that as the last pair and then like Sexy Sledge PLL skip, I think. But people saw that, like they saw him do that and like went crazy. They were like, what did he just do? And then they started doing it themselves. And then I think it kind of died down a little bit. And then it wasn't until Yihang and Ruhang and Zhuan Yi and all of the Chinese kids started using it again that people were like, oh yeah, this is a thing. There's lots of things that like are very simple things like that that haven't like been popularized yet. Like wow.
Okay.
So fourth scramble's kind of cracked.
Stanley getting a 123 on that. Matthias here getting a 103.
163. So. Thank you.
But yeah, there's little things like that that just haven't been discovered yet that once they will like probably break the world.
Matthias does have a .72 and a 135 average, so he's not looking at. He could get BPA, but that's a little hard. So I want to ask, also along this line, about inspection, because you mentioned Schwan Park.
Yeah.
And he can see 4 pairs in inspection.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the new meta? Just predict the whole cube in one go?
Probably not the whole cube.
Okay, one look F2L.
One look F2L. Timon uploaded a podcast hosted by DG Cubes the other day.
Right.
And during that was one of the things that they talked about. So if you want a more in-depth thing, like hearing about inspection, like go to that, because they explained it a whole lot better than I ever could. But Timon said that after championship season is over, he's going to work on that. And I was like, you know what? That's a pretty good idea. So starting like...
That's your goal for Worlds 2025?
Yeah, I want like as good inspection as possible, because like I saw a video or something crazy of like Yihang. Well, everything Yihang does is crazy, but it was some crazy inspection thing. And
this is Antoine Canton's video? Yihang versus Schwan Park.
I think it might have been, yeah.
Yeah, and Schwan Park out-predicted Yihang.
Yeah.
4 pairs every single solve, except for 1.
So that sort of thing, I'm like, how old is Schwan Park?
Younger than my WCA ID?
Okay.
Younger than your WCA ID?
So, yeah, this is a child that's like probably 8 years old with the best inspection ever. So, yeah, obviously me and Timo want to be more like him, because what he's doing is insane. And if we can somewhat replicate that, like, it would just be crazy if we were able to do that. Because what that does is you combine knowing what you're going to do with look ahead for like OLL and PLL, and then you just become like unstoppable. Like ideally.
Right, like while you're doing your 4th pair.
While you're doing your third and 4th pair,
right.
Even, like
get that prediction in. 118, I don't think he's going to do it for.
No, that's like 136 or 7, I think.
It's 4.447 and 1.8.
I'm 2 for 2, baby.
Hey, you had a 2 cent to second range there, so I only give you half credit for that.
Okay, whatever. I'm 1.5 for
That's
2.
pretty good. That's real fast.
So yeah, if you want to be world class in the next like year or 2, you're gonna have to start inspecting, because people have picked up on this. People have not like utilized inspection as much as like Zhuan Yi or Yihang.
I mean, it's free time that you get.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Like it's the only time that is allowed for your advantage that is not time. And I mean, I guess if you combine inspection, like 4 pairs with like sliding or something, you can get something crazy. But I'm hoping the sliding meta is like close to done.
Temporary.
Yeah, I really hope that like frog hugs on. I hope that something is done about that. But let's not get controversial. Let's keep talking about inspection. Yeah, inspection is something that you should utilize and you need to in the future if you want to be like top level.
I was kind of surprised. A lot of events have really used inspection to like its fullest potential. OLL parity avoidance for 4x4, although That hasn't 100% taken off at the
Yeah.
top level. Square one, cube shape parity.
And
you're one looking 2x2. You're one looking Scube. You're one looking Pyramix.
And then
you're one looking blind. But
what about? Is clock one looked yet?
Clock is one look with Semifinal.
Okay.
Right.
Like that's
so the only other short event that doesn't one look with inspection is 3x3.
Yeah, and like we're pushing the limits to like as far as possible.
Right.
I saw a video of Yiheng doing one look CFOP because he got a PLL skip or something, but I'm not sure how real that is. But like people thought it was real, and that just shows you like how crazy of an advantage it is to inspect to inspect well.
Yeah.
Like
Now,
we're in a new age.
One argument against this that I've heard is that if you predict, you may have a one-look solution, right? But you may be missing some things during that one look that pop up while you're actually doing the solve.
Yeah.
For example, maybe I can influence my second pair in some way that makes my third and fourth pairs a little bit easier.
But my argument against that would be like, if you're one looking F2L, it doesn't matter anyway.
Okay.
Because like you know what you have to do at that point. It's just execution. Brian's fast at 2x2.
Brian's pretty fast at 2x2.
Yeah. One move face on green. Something to look out for. Okay. 119.
I just hybro waved to the camera.
Okay. Yeah. So if I feel like if you know what you have to do for F2L completely and like that's interesting. I haven't thought about that like for sure before, but it would logically make sense to like if you're one looking F2L, it doesn't matter anyway.
8 seconds.
You know, you're able to see that far in, and each one is going to be only 7 moves on average, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to be that bad. Very interesting stuff. Well, Luke Greiser, I'm extremely grateful for your time.
Yeah,
it's been a very interesting conversation.
It has.
Anyone you want to shout out before heading back?
All my family watching at home. What's up?
All right. Shout out Luke Greiser's family. Luke, it's been a fantastic conversation. Really appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, and best of luck for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Got the vibes on the stage. Is that Chris over here? Yeah. Let's go.
All right, everyone. We're coming back in. I've got Brandon Lin with me.
What's up, everyone?
We've got Luke Garrett on stream right now doing a 1.01 as a first solve. Brian Johnson with a 119, and then also, unfortunately, a 150 plus 2 equals 350. Brandon, how are we doing?
We are doing. I'm just jumping into watching 2x2 with you. What's been going on?
How's 5 blind?
I tripled.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry
believe,
to hear that.
well, at least hearing some other results, I believe Stanley had a 250 single-ish. So that definitely wins. So Stanley is your 5x5 national North American champion. Although I don't think that was any surprise to anyone.
No, he's the odds-on favorite going in. So far for 2x2, interesting results near the top. Ethan Zhuang from the Mid-Atlantic region got a 1.27 2x2 average. And Luke Greiser instantly calculated the average as soon as that 5th solve was done and was 100% on.
Wow.
So
Luke Greiser needs to be our next analyst.
Yeah, quick maths.
Brian Johnson here with 119 and that's the 150 plus 2,
yeah, it's
right?
the 150 plus 2. And we got some nice picture-in-picture going on as well.
166 from Brian.
Yep.
It looked like a solve right here.
Brian with 2 soons.
Yeah, one looking into the CLL, I think.
It's a beautiful case on 3x3, but that's a lot of moves on a 2x2.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Brian ranked 6th, or ranked 5th, sorry, with a 118 average. Luke Garrett is ranked 2nd with 1:15.
8 seconds.
Christopher Chi.
197.
A little lucky with that one looking. Ending up with a 197.
Oh, I love the fact that he uses the folding phone and folds it in half, and like at 90-degree angle to film his solves.
That is pretty neat. Kerry one looked that one wrong. It looked like, well, judging from the previous solve, it seemed he might have one looked that wrong and then seen that or just didn't have time to one look. That's a 2-gen CLO, meaning it only uses the R and U faces, so you can execute that really quickly. It's a lot of moves, but it goes down very quickly.
I'm reading some chat right now. Ethan Duong is New England. I apologize. From Massachusetts. And yes, shout out Luke Greiser for the wide FR, wide F prime for the back slot. That's a nice one. And you can do that both for an attached 3-mover and a broken up 3-mover. There's a lot on green here.
There's a 3-move yellow layer over there.
This is Luke's second solve.
Luke turns so fast I can't tell what's happening there. But 132 over for Luke.
We're going to go through a slow-mo replay of that 1.3.
Looked like an EG1 with block on left, if I had to guess, or just EG1.
Yeah,
they really smooth transition into that one. Luke does know CLO and some EG.
It's a number. I don't know what number.
So these guys at the top level, to solve a 2x2,
it's a group and
what
it's
you
a number.
normally do.
That's all I know.
Oh, he one looked that incorrectly?
No, I think he's off by 3.
It can be anything you want it to be, Jacob.
No.
You want a break?
That was his last solve. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's painful.
Let's take a
Curry
look
with a 207.
again.
He had a 288 on the last
Oh,
solve.
no, he just didn't do the last move. It was supposed to be, it was a sexy sledge.
Yeah.
CLO, but he didn't complete the sledge.
Oh, extremely unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
Brian here.
Another sick looking. That's a. Oh, again.
DNF.
Oh,
for
I
Brian.
think this looks like just R2 into sexy sledge.
Okay.
That's what it's looking like. Can we get a slow-mo replay on that again? So R2 into R2 U prime into sexy sledge. And oh no.
Blocking up on that F prime with the left index finger.
That's going to be annoying.
Laughing.
Another
oh my goodness. This is
a streak of 3 DNFs from 3 separate folks.
Extremely unfortunate on that last solve. It seems a little bit cursed for these guys.
Although at that speed, you're gonna see that scramble, and it's super easy to execute. And also, if you're executing that fast, there's a high degree of failure.
Yeah.
That you're going to have to.
Yeah, this
deal
F
with.
prime, this way. This F prime, not the easiest thing to grab.
We have Graham Siggins, the current North American multi-blind champion. I think Graham is seeing this really easy scramble.
Hey, he did it!
Yeah! That's not PR.
Almost a PR single. The stream-worthy time.
Indeed, a stream-worthy time. Thank you.
So we got Luke going on solve 3 here. Luke seems to be a little behind the rest of the other solvers in terms of this average.
Luke should also be getting that 5th scramble if he's not.
If they're not going to be changing scrambles over.
Yep. If they're not in the group transition, then she'd be getting that last one. 150 there, like a pretty easy layer into a. This is Graham's 152. Fantastic reaction from Graham. I love to see it.
Graham, of course, not well known for his 2x2 solving, known almost exclusively for the opposite end of the event spectrum, multi-blind.
Yes.
So an excellent job for him. Brandon, how do people do a 2x2?
how do people do a 2x2?
Yes, at the top level, what do they do?
So at the top level, what you're looking for is some sort of layer. You can see here, they'll build either a face, a layer, and then do some sort of algorithm to finish the rest.
Right.
Pretty much. So based on what kind of layer you're making, so it can be a complete layer, it can be just a face, with one face having the same color. There's also subsets where you'll have one twisted corner in the layer. There's a bunch of algorithms of these subsets, and then they'll just do that layer and then do an algorithm, and then.
So the first one that you learn is typically CLO.
CLO,
right?
yes. So CLO.
You actually solve the full layer.
Correct.
And then you do one algorithm to solve the rest of it.
Yes.
And that is this case that was here.
Yep. That's right. And what another level above that is EG, which is a subset alg where you don't solve a complete layer. Instead, you have a complete face. You might have two corners swapped, or you might have a diagonal corner swap. Each of those is a subset of EG called EG1 and EG2. Here we have a 2x2 to demonstrate.
A CLL would be like this. This is the case that the competitors are getting, where you have a full layer solved. This would be an EG, EG1.
EG1, yes.
Where you have two corners on the bottom solved and two corners not, but you still have this full face.
Yep, yep.
And then
just do that. And
the last case is where you have a full layer. Ooh, there we go.
There we go.
But you have diagonal corners. So two corners need to be swapped this way.
Yep. And then you also have a subset of cases where you can, I'm trying to demonstrate over here. You have a almost full layer, 3 out of 4 pieces done, and a twisted corner in place. This is called TCLO.
Twisted CLO.
Twisted CLO, yes. So there's a whole subset of Alex with that. And some of these 2x2 solvers will know a little bit more than others.
8 seconds.
We're actually getting onto Luke's fourth solve here. Whoa! 140, 104 over there.
I think that means he's in PR range with EPA. And if he has that last scramble, which is R2U Prime Sexy Sledge with no AUF, which he should be able to one-look if he's at this speed, means that if he's running at 11 TPS or higher, which Luke can definitely do, we can do 12 TPS for 3x3. We have the possibility of a PR average. Luke, of course, he's a top 10 2x2 solver with an 1.15 average. Of course, has a very fast 0.51 single.
For sure, yeah. He does have that last solve, but he needs to make sure not to fall into the fate of the previous 2x2 solvers we've seen before that have gone for it and is DNF. Here we have Chris Chi on that last fifth scramble. He knows what to do. Adjusting keeping that position right away with the 0.94 solve for Chris.
Seems very disappointed with the 0.94, but
it is
a bit of an unfortunate average.
It is an easy scramble to one look. However, there are still a decent number of turns, so it's no four mover in 2x2. It's just really simple to figure out the entire solution up front. And
it's 10 moves.
10 moves.
R2U Prime Sexy Sledge.
Yeah, it is 10 moves. Yep. Yeah. So if we're, it also is pretty ergonomic too. It's not the worst algo in the world to execute too.
Right.
So that also contributes a little bit there. Luke Garrett is coming up to do that last solve. So let's see if he can. Well, he'll definitely see the solution that everyone's been doing, but if he can keep that TPS up.
Yeah, he needs to execute it in essentially 1.1 or faster for PR average.
See what Luke can do here. Luke calming his nerves for the last one. He knows that.
Yeah, he has the same scramble.
Yep.
And he sees it instantly.
It's also given at an angle, too.
8 seconds.
Oh, no!
It would have been PR average.
Yep.
No.
DNF. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's extremely unfortunate.
the curse of going a little too fast. He had the right hand motions, but wasn't able to complete that last F prime.
It's the F prime that's killing him. F prime that's killing him. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Well, Luke still has a great average. 129 is a fantastic result. It should be. It's not first place. Ethan Duong has that 127.
Dude, that was such a good score.
As we're finishing things up here with this group of 2x2, we are going to be changing casters actually, and we have a very special interview for you coming up. We're going to have Kevin Hayes coming on to interview Sung-hyuk Nam, world record holder for 6x6, and then also multi-time World's Podium and Asian record holders. So we're going to head off, and we're going to bring Kevin and Sung-hyuk on. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, everyone.
8 seconds. 12.
Ready.
8 seconds. 12.
Thank you. Seconds.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm here with an interview with Sung-hyuk Nam. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
All right, so we'll get right into it. If you guys aren't aware, Nam is the most decorated, definitely the most decorated cuber in Asia. We're excited to have him at NAC. Last night was a big night. Top 3 finishes in both 6 and 7. I don't think it's any secret. Max broke your world record in 6x6 right next to you. I guess, how are you feeling just coming off of the results? What is your takeaway as a whole, and kind of how does that prepare you for more competing against the same competition tomorrow?
어제 맥스가 옆에서 세계 신기록을 깼는데 그 전체적인 그 상황이랑 파이널 결과에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 궁금해.
일단은 그 작년 US 내셔널부터 그랬는데 좀 미국 와서 긴장을 좀 내가 많이 하는 것 같아. 그래서 좀 내 결과는 좀 되게 실망스러웠고, 그리고 맥스가 내 옆에서 깬 거는 사실 아무 상관이 없다고 생각하거든. 그러니까 그냥 맥스가 깬 것일 뿐이고, 어차피 기록은 계속 이제 줄어들어야 되고, 세계 기록은. 그래서 나는 그렇게 신경은 안 쓰는데 그냥 내 세계 신기록이 깨진 거에 조금 아쉬울 뿐 그런 거.
Including last year's Nats and this year's NAC, I feel like it's really difficult to compete in the US. I feel like I get more nervous when I'm on this stage. I'm pretty disappointed about my results, but I don't think the fact that Max beat my world record next to me really matters that much. It was going to go down anyway, so it's not really a big deal that he beat it right next to me.
그리고 나도 지금
그 세계 신기록이 깨졌으니까 나도 다시 한번 깨기 위해서 내가 좀 열심히 할 거라고.
And he's getting. I mean, I'm getting even more motivation to work harder because the world record is broken.
That's a great mentality to have. I guess as you mentioned just now, you said specifically competing in the U.S. is difficult. Obviously, World Champs is in Seattle next year. How, as the extra motivation with the broken record, Worlds in Seattle, what is kind of the prep cycle going to be like? Obviously, you have high aspirations. You're one of the top elite solvers in the world. What are the guys? Have you even started thinking kind of what that would look like, or is it more of just let's take this one step at a time right now?
미국에서 대회를 하는 게 좀 더 긴장된다고 했잖아. 근데 내년에 세계 챔피언십이 미국에서 열리니까 벌써 그거에 대해 생각을 하고 있나, 그거에 대해 어떻게 준비를 하고 있는지 궁금해.
일단 준비는 매일 하고 있다고 생각하고, 그리고 그 준비 자체를 평상시에 해야 된다고 생각하고, 아무래도 미국이 조금 크게 열잖아. 그래서 조금 더 긴장되는 부분도 있고 장소도 크고 해서 그런 것 같기도 하고, 그래서 세계 대회는 항상 매일마다 준비하고 있어.
I don't think I have a specific preparation for Worlds. It's the prep is the work that I put in every single day, but the nerve part, obviously, the U.S. competitions are really big. They do it really well, and also the venue is really big. I think that's where the nerves come from.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. I mean, it's going to be a big event next year. We're all looking forward to it, even somehow more than we are already for this weekend. To go back in time a little bit, obviously you had a great career before your military service, very successful, and then you took 2 years off. You came back, I guess, I mean, naturally, like, kind of we can look at the results, kind of redefined as a big cube solver. What was that kind of the plan, or maybe how much was planned? What were your thought process during the break? Kind of how were you worried about, was this going to be something you could pick up so easily? Because you came back very quickly and were very successful so fast.
군대를 가면서 2년을 쉬게 됐는데, 그러면서 전에는 좀 삼삼솔버로 알려졌다면 지금은 빅큐브 솔버로 알려진 느낌도 있고, 그 군대에서 지냈던 시간이 어땠는지, 그리고 이 새로운 무대에 서는데 어떤 기분이 들었는지 궁금해.
일단 사실 군대 전부터 이제 살짝 군대 있고 나서부터 이제 내가 이제 좀 안 되나 싶은 생각이 들었거든. 근데 이제 군대 전역을 하고 나서 내 이제 랭킹 보니까 너무 마음에 안 들더라고. 그래서 이들은 안 되겠다 해서 그때부터 계속 열심히 해서 다시 이제 복구를 했고, 그러고 이제 그랬는데 B큐브로 전향하게 된 그런 건 딱히 계기가 없는 것 같아. 그냥 하다 보니까 B큐브가 더 잘 맞는다고 생각해서. 특히 근데 5나 그런 큐브 같은 경우는 내가 전에도 잘했어. 전에도 좀 내가 나한테 잘 맞고 그래가지고 계속 했는데 이제 지금 계속 성과가 이루어지고 있는 거고, 3-3은 내가 매일 연습해. 나 3-3을 제일 연습하는데 성적이 잘 안 나와, 대회에서. 그래서 그게 좀 많이 아쉽고, 그다음에 질문 뭐였지?
그 정도?
그 정도.
Well, I in the military, I was looking at the rankings, and since people got a lot faster, and I was like, oh, my rankings are pretty terrible, and that made me really motivated to start working again. And when he got back on stage after the military, he thought, or I thought, big cubes maybe suit me a little better than 3x3, but I also work on 3x3 every day. It's actually, I think it's still my main event. I put the most amount of time during practice on 3x3. It's just I don't think I compete well in competitions for 3x3.
나 공군 나왔거든. 나 그리고 개를 관리했어. 그 군견. 그리고 너무 재밌었는데 다시 가기 싫어.
I was in the Air Force, and I took care of a dog, so that was a great experience, but I do not want to go back to the military.
Well, if you get to take care of a dog, it's That's at least that's a positive bit for sure. That actually brings up a good point. Like you're saying, 3x3 is the one you get the most nervous for. You don't think you compete as well. Looking at your results, you seem sometimes it seems like you're just super on. Like when you got your 6x6 world record, like I can't imagine the nerves of like you go with 108, 102, and then you're sitting there like never had a world record, need another crazy good solve, and just absolutely crush it. And the last one was better than the first 108 because the last 108 had parity on it as well, which is one of like I couldn't believe how like calm and composed you were in that scenario. And then sometimes other events, sometimes maybe it seems like kind of the whole event as like the entire day is like a little shifted. Is that so? It seems like you definitely have this capability. Is that something you kind of are tapping into of like how do I like kind of capture that clutch factor that I know I'm able to have when it matters the most?
66 세계 신기록을 깰 때 처음에 68초 하고 62초 했을 때 되게 긴장될 수 있는 상황이었는데 그때 어떻게 잘 유지를 하고 평정심을 유지해서 잘 이렇게 클러치하게 끝낼 수 있었는지가 궁금해.
일단 내가 66이나 그런 데서 잘하는 거는 맞지만 세계 신기록을 깰 정도는 아니라고 항상 생각했거든. 근데 뭐 그렇다고 내가 연습을 안 한 것도 아니고 연습은 열심히 하는데 아직은 때가 아니다라는 생각을 해서 1분 8초, 1분 2초 딱 나오고 세계 신기록을 가능하겠는데라는 생각을 안 했던 것 같아. 그냥 이번에 그냥 적당히만 하자 하고 최소 잘은 나오겠다. 나도 그 생각을 했지. 잘은 나오겠다. 근데 세계 신기록 생각은 안 하고 왜냐하면 내가 지금 깰 수 있을까라는 생각을 해가지고 그래서 그냥 돌렸는데 잘 나왔던 것 같아 기록이. 그래서 오히려 더 좀 심리적으로 편안하고 그랬던 것 같아.
So I knew I was pretty good at big cubes, but I never thought I was world record caliber. So actually, when I got my 108 and then 102, I wasn't nervous about world record. I knew it was gonna be a pretty good mean, but that was it. Like I didn't think it was world record caliber mean. That's one of the reasons I stayed pretty still and not too nervous. I think that helped me a lot. I really didn't think I was a world record caliber solver, so I wasn't too nervous.
That makes sense a lot. That makes sense a lot. Like, wait, sorry, do we need to leave now or okay? Yeah, it makes sense a lot because it's like that state of like I haven't quite realized what's going on yet, but like that allows you to perform at the top level. That kind of leads also into like so now that you do have this, you are a world record holder because before you were definitely, I think everyone's far and away pick for most accomplished cuber without a world record. How has competing in general changed? Is there specific thoughts on 6x6 with added pressure of like, I have had a world record, like this is my world record event, I need to perform more. So you guys, just general competitions and pressure on yourself or kind of maybe stuff that you feel externally?
일단 세계 신기록을 깨고 나서의 66 하면서 아니면 다른 종목 하면서 약간 멘탈적으로 바뀐 점이 있나 궁금하고 또 전에는 세계 신기록이 없는데 제일 유명한 큐버였는데 그래서 지금 세계 신기록이 있고 난 후에 이제 멘탈 대회를 할 때 멘탈적으로 좀 다른 점이 있나 궁금해.
일단 나는 항상 큐브를 할 때 내가 부족하다라는 생각을 많이 하거든. 부족해서 아직 더 발전해야 된다라는 생각이 있어서 세계 신기록을 깨기 전과 후는 많이 그렇게 다르지 않은 것 같고 항상 그냥 내가 세계 신기록을 한번 깬 사람일 뿐 내가 연습하는 거에 크게 바뀌는 건 없다고 생각해. 항상 더 발전해야 되고 그렇게 생각을 하고 그리고 그다음 뭐였지? 그 처음에 질문했던 게 뭐였지?
그러니까 처음에는 원래는 세계 신기록이 없는데 제일 잘하는 큐버였는데 그 세계 신기록을 깨고 난 후에 멘탈이 바뀐 점.
그리고 멘탈적으로는 방금 말했듯이 이제 크게 달라지는 거 없다고 생각해. 왜냐하면 그냥 세계 신기록의 유무 차이 그것이 가장 그거밖에 없어서 그런데 이제 큰 대회 나가면 아무래도 좀 내 마음속에 보여줘야 된다는 좀 심리적인 그게 좀 있는 것 같긴 해. 세계 신기록 깨고 난 후에. 그래서 조금 더 압박이 좀 있고 그렇기도 하고 그리고 세계 신기록을 이번에 66에서 세우고 나서 다른 종목도 좀 할 수 있겠다라는 생각이 들어서 그런 자신감 부분에 있어서는 되게 좋았던 것 같아요.
Yeah, there's not a lot of things changed. I always have this mindset of I got to do better, I can be better, and there's a lot of room for improvement. So it's just before it was I didn't have a world record, but now I have one world record. I still have more to do, but one thing that changed, or two things, is one, I get a little more pressure from the crowd because I feel like I gotta show the crowd what I got. And another thing is I had a little bit of confidence boost, and I maybe feel like I can get a world record again.
These are great. Yeah, that's. I feel like that's a pretty logical result from the first record, and I hope you're not too. I hope you don't feel too much pressure from the crowd, but you really just take it into advantage that that newfound confidence boost, and we all know that you are capable of getting that back someday. We are out of time, unfortunately, but it's been a pleasure talking to you, and thank you for taking the time to do an interview on stream.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're gonna do a quick break, and then we'll be back in a minute, probably like 30 seconds with my co-caster. All right, welcome back, everybody. After the quick break,
Welcome, everyone.
I'm Kevin Hayes again,
and this is Manu Singh Hall. Kevin, how was that interview with Nam?
It was great. It was very enlightening. I feel like I chat with Nam relatively regularly, but he doesn't naturally, like, unless you directly ask him exactly how he's feeling, and a lot of this stuff you don't really get kind of an insight into his mentality. And it's good to see that, like, he seems very stable with, like, I mean, all these top guys that are setting records, it's like a prerequisite that they have the proper competitor's mentality. They know how to focus, but there are different levels even within this top tier, and it's always enlightening to see kind of how these guys approach. And I thought it was interesting that he specifically said competing in the U.S. is extra stressful.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's mentioning how, like, just the size and the organization. He's been here a few times this year and last year. Actually, I guess just 2 times.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's doing – I think maybe it's by U.S. it might have been more like the U.S. Championships.
Okay.
He's doing he's not going to Euros. He's like – I think it's probably a wise decision because the guy is traveling.
Just back – yeah, because he's traveling all the time. He was in the Philippines.
They're doing the GAN competition in China that he's going to in like 2 weeks. So, like, that just – exhausting, and he's not like Timon needs to go to Euros, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Nam does not need to go to Euros, so he's doing a couple competitions here, probably some locals. That's like the recipe for crazy times too.
Just chill out at the local comps.
1 to 3 weeks after your major, you go to some locals, and that's when you get the PBs start rolling in. All those times you thought you were going to do your championship, you get them the next week.
That's interesting. That's an interesting insight. I've never heard that before.
Oh, it's definitely, well, I mean.
Is it like a recorded thing?
I don't know how well recorded it is. There's just enough ad hoc stories about okay, well then like they were really great shape and they were nervous and they did well, and then like all of a sudden you take the pressure off and they do crazy well.
Maybe it's like some like training weights type stuff. It's like, you're grinding for this, and then like the pressure is a bit of the training weight. Once the pressure's off, then it's like, well, you still practiced, right? So you're still like up there.
Like you haven't lost, like you probably didn't practice in that week, but like, you're still on 100% juice. Like you now have the perfect conditions of fully practiced and no pressure, and then that's when you get the crazy times.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, in the current format, the PBs the PRs are what really matters, right? So that's how people move up and down in the world ranking. That's what gets you a lot of attention. So if you can't do it at the major, if you're already someone who's insane, who has like amazing world rankings, the chance to improve them is even better.
Oh yeah, I think it's a good idea. Like unless maybe like Timon and Max Park seem to thrive like in those
the zone.
with the pressure. Like Timon said, I started feeling a little nervous, and then I started going faster. I was like, that is a nice.
It's like just the right amount of nerves, huh?
I was like, yeah. If you're someone who more of counteracts that to do well, like scheduling a competition with your events like a week or two after your huge major might be it might be a good way to get some really strong PRs.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's really interesting. I'm going to have to listen back to that because, unfortunately, we had to cut it short because Kyungmin has to compete in FMC, which is happening right now, and he has a good chance to podium, so we definitely wanted to make sure that it was going to happen. But, yeah, I'm definitely going to have to listen back to that. I'm sure there's some interesting insight.
Yeah. Also, like, Nam, he was very – and I asked him before, and I let off with the I let off mentioning up Max. I asked him right before. I was like –
okay.
I definitely asked him, I was like, how do you feel about, like, the world record and talking about that stuff? And I was impressed that he's very, like – I mean, I was like, I chatted with him like 5 minutes after it happened. I didn't say much, but obviously there's a lot of emotions in that situation.
Especially since he was sitting right next to Max when it happened, and Max being the guy he is, like, this is the world record.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got some experience.
I mean, yeah, the words was like it was funny because Max wants to be nice. Like he says, congratulations on like former world record, which is like. It was an interesting kind of finals experience, but Nam kind of bouncing back mentally very quickly. Like something like that could easily like totally derail their entire competition. Yeah. But he's already like he doesn't even seem like he's like powering through. He's like just processed, understands this is how cubing goes, knows that records may be broken. Very healthy.
That's
way
really healthy.
Very healthy way to be good. So I think he's gonna. He wasn't very happy with this 3x3 round one. I was a little surprised to hear that he spent most of his time practicing 3x3.
Interesting, and not the bigger cubes. That's that is pretty surprising, huh?
Yeah, because the results are so good. I mean, I've seen his YouTube channel. I know he has very impressive 3x3 results on there. But I think that could be like he definitely, like you're saying, gets the most nervous with 3x3. Maybe having that like, it might be like extra good for him in terms of like doing well on big cubes. Like, 3x3 is my main event.
Right.
Like, you could trick yourself into that. Even though, like, I'm world record holder in big cubes, top 3 rankings in the world, but, like, 3x3 is my main event, so this one's just for fun.
Yeah.
Even though these are the ones where, like, I'm
the one I have the world record in, that one's just for fun. It's just a casual.
I'm just here to make 3x3 finals. If I win, if I set a world record in 7x7, that's just a bonus.
Oh my goodness. Well, Nam has a ton of competing. I think, as I overheard, like today's a little bit light, but tomorrow's gonna be big. A lot of stuff for him.
Today is the rest day. It's very. For a lot of these guys, if you're an M/N solver 3+, it's just 2 rounds of 3x3.
Right.
Maybe a fun round of 2.
Otherwise, just kick it with your friends in Minneapolis, right?
Yeah, it's a great day to like. I would say it's important to take advantage of this day. Like, do not sit down at the table and cube for 7 hours straight.
Right.
You are gonna feel like you need to use this time to physically and mentally, like
rejuvenate.
Yeah, rejuvenate. Feel rested for tomorrow.
Yeah,
tomorrow
totally.
is a marathon.
Yeah, and tomorrow's the big day. You know that you can get good results today, but if you don't get good results tomorrow, then it's almost all for naught, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And like this is the precipice, or this is the point of like any competitive event. It's not. You don't see any championship held where everyone just sits at home and does as many like repetitions as possible and take the best. It's who can perform when it matters, and who can perform when the lights are the brightest.
Yeah, exactly.
8 seconds.
And they're definitely very big here. North
They're
American
very bright.
Championships, right? Like
12.
The Continental Championships only happens once every 2 years, so it's a pretty rare occurrence for that. All right. Well, in the background, as we've been kind of yapping away, has been 2x2. I lost track of which group it is. There are so many people here, so many groups of 2x2.
There was it 12 groups of 3x3?
12 groups of 3x3.
Which means actually there were 48 groups of 3x3.
Which let's just make it 50, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't like. There's 950 people here. Like, it is nice that like usually 3x3 round 1 and 2x2 round 1, the place just feels like it's bursting at the seams.
Oh my goodness. When Timon and Max were solving for 3x3 round 1,
oh, yeah.
that was awesome. It was cool to see.
But it's nice that the venue is massive.
Yes.
Like, it feels, there's never, like, it holds everyone properly. It's so nice to, because you're going to have the crowd. That's an unavoidable situation.
Yes,
that's
yes,
a desirable situation.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want people excited.
Well, the other thing is, like, now that we're into the weekend, right, it's not just there are more competitors. I'm sure that there are more spectators now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can come roll in. I don't think I'd be telling my friends to come to Saturday afternoon, but Sunday.
8 seconds.
I have friends in Seattle. I'd be telling everyone, like,
yeah.
I don't care if you're a Cuban. Like, this is legitimately.
You gotta show up.
Saturday afternoon's like a legitimately exciting event. You can see, like, people's the last 2 years of hard work pay off. Back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I didn't start in round 1 either. Yeah.
Especially since, like, you know, the spectator fee isn't that much. Here, the spectator fee is like $10, or I think it might be 20 at the door.
I mean, that's
20 at the door to watch like actually the best people in the world solve like Rubik's cubes is like, if that's something you're into, if that's something you're interested in, then yeah, you might as well totally show up. And it's not like it's a closed environment either, where like you're walking around and it's like the top solvers are somewhere else. They're like all in this crowd back here. Like
everyone's just chilling.
Yeah, yeah. If you run into any of them, you know, most people, as long as they're like not literally gonna go up solve, are like, yeah, like more than happy to take a photo or whatever. So.
I would have some some like wherewithal of the fact that this is a very stressful time for a lot of competitors, especially like today's a perfect day. Today's the day. Go find everyone, ask for a signature, ask for photos. No one is under a lot of stress. Like once finals start. If someone just got out of a final and you want to take a photo, you should look up and make sure they did well before you approach them, because there's just a lot. It's a lot of stress, and you don't like. Everyone handles disappointment in different ways, and you don't want to kind of infringe upon that.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Definitely needs to be respectful. That's something that I think some of the younger
Nico, can you grab the scorecard?
It's an important thing to note, definitely, most certainly. Even everyone in the chat as well.
See you again.
Yeah, just an easy thing to forget.
Let me know whenever you're ready.
All right, everyone. We're going to go from one top-tier solver to another. Timon is on deck here, and so I'm going to swap off. Kevin, hope you have a great interview with Timon. Excited to see what he says.
I'm too.
Wow. 483. Seconds. 12.
Welcome back, everyone. I am joined by the man, Timon Kolosinski.
What's up?
All right, so we'll get right into it. Let's start talking about this weekend. So you had a pretty solid result in 7x7 last night. I was sitting right next to you. You seemed pretty thrilled. What was kind of like, I remember looking before the competition, your 7x7 results they've always kind of been a little all over the place, but I had full confidence you were going to absolutely throw down in finals. How'd you feel about that?
Well, you know, round 1 was pretty up and down. NR single, then got a 20-second slower solve than the first one. Then improved on the second one by 10 seconds. So got right in the middle of those two with the last one. So I was like, you know, got NR, not bad. But, you know, could be a lot better. And then got basically the same average in the final. But it's still, like, way below average like what I get at home, so it's not bad. And I was really, really nervous, especially after how bad I did in 6x6. So I was happy with that.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, you're saying you're like really, really nervous. Obviously, it's a major event final, so that makes sense. Like, and then 6 was disappointing. Like, it is. Are you like, what's your, like, as you said, like in 7, you don't average that fast at home. Is it mostly just in your mind then, like, you want to beat Nam?
8 seconds.
Because if you're saying you average over 155 at home, we can probably safely guess Max is going to go a lot faster.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, usually I don't even know what I'm kind of aiming for. I just get nervous because I want to do good like at a big event. But yeah.
Okay, specifically for nerves, like you say this, and you mentioned earlier that like, oh, I'm a little nervous, so I'm doing better now. I think this started when you had that world record with the E1. Maybe was the first time I really got on the board, but I don't think I've like ever seen you have a bad solve in a high pressure situation.
Oh, I mean, I've definitely had some really bad ones, like Euros 22. That was kind of a disaster because like sitting in a not well ventilated room for 2 hours and then doing your solves, it just never goes well. And yeah, I was also really nervous and like let it get to me a little bit.
What's your mindset thing? Is that something on your mind for next week?
Well, I don't know. I just try to solve the cube and have as much fun as I can. But sometimes when the nerves really eat you, it's hard to have fun.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone's experienced that feeling of the balance. Do you not? So like, if you're today, we're round 1. You get a 4.7 average. Obviously, pretty psyched about that.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think anytime under 5 is probably a pretty good day.
Yeah, pretty
is
good.
There
and second solve was full pseudo, 4.9, so that was really nice. I've been trying to get one of those for a really long time, and actually, that's something where.
Actually, do we have that solve? We could get that right.
Yeah, I didn't do good under pressure with those because I'd do full pseudo after well, and I'd be like, wait, this could be it, and I'd cube drop and get a 7.
It's like when you're going for something really crazy, you're like, I don't know if this is gonna work out. Is that like is that something where you're like, okay, this is round 1, we're gonna go for this like crazy stuff because like there's
so actually one of the first times I went for it was the World's Finals Solve 1. So I don't think it has anything to do with like risk.
You don't care about the risk.
Well, it's like I know I can pull it off, and at Worlds it wasn't the issue of like me messing up the pseudo. I just like cube dropped at the end.
Right.
And same in Tasmania. Yeah.
Okay, so is there a big like you say you're gonna go for things no matter what, you know you can do it. Is it mostly just a confidence thing, or like when you're going into like these big finals, and I mean like Worlds 2023 is like I think I couldn't believe you did well in every single final, like back to back. Not even the same day. It was just every single one. I couldn't believe it. What is true?
Well, yeah, I don't know how that works though. Like, I will say 7x7 would have been a disaster if Max didn't celebrate so much.
Oh.
Because I got an extra on my first solve, which was really bad for me.
Yeah, I was like,
it was a disaster.
Cross like from you, but
yeah.
I mean, yeah, but you still got 155 right after.
But yeah, but like, you know, I got a free attempt from Max.
Out. Yeah. Yeah, okay, but even aside from that, I mean, 115 average to win 6x6.
Yeah.
And that was a wild final. Like, I don't know, I don't know exactly how much information you had. I could like hear Max.
I had no idea I was winning. And when someone showed me like number 1, I just didn't believe them. I was like, this has to be a mistake.
Yeah. So, but then like going into like, I remember you talking how like you're really like 6 and 7 kind of just like happened. I think that makes sense. Like they're not your main focus, but like you're really focused on 5. It's like what? Give me like some insight. I know you're very much like, oh, you know, you just try and solve the cube. Like there's no way. Like I mean, you can say it's trade secret if you want, but I'm not going to believe there's no plan whatsoever for like your mental game going.
Well, that's just how it goes though. Like. Maybe that's why you say you're retired every year, and I just win because I just don't think about it that much, and you're out here stressing.
It is very stressful.
Yeah.
I can't stop myself.
You know, you didn't look very retired to me yesterday on 7x7, sitting next to me.
I looked pretty retired to myself, but I felt pretty retired on 7x7 sitting next to you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, what are we doing here?
No, but it seems like you still care a lot and you want to do well.
Well, that's just kind of an innate, like...
Yeah.
I'm doing the interview here. Okay, since you're not going to give me any insights on the way you're thinking of these things, okay, what do you explain to the crowd what is your life like right now? What's month to month for you?
Well, just practicing cubing, and then sometimes I travel instead of practice, so I can compete. That kind of sucks. Can't really practice on a plane. No elbow space. But yeah, I try.
The airports are pretty good actually.
Airports are decent.
Airports are randomly really good because they have great lighting and the background noise is similar to a competition.
Yeah, and Kevin Hayes lighting, classic. It's so good actually though at airports. Host a comp at an airport like a Worlds is over. All the world records are getting broken.
Okay.
Did you see there was an airport comp like
Was
in?
I saw that was the cruise ship comp.
Yeah.
I know the airport comp. That seems just like logistically a nightmare.
Yeah, I assume it was like outside the, like past security
past
zone.
The security, yeah. Usually we're, I feel like, I remember like there's always somebody, have you competed in like some super weird spots?
I've done shopping malls like just last week and then Polish Nationals 2018. I think that's the weirdest I've done.
Shopping
but
malls.
that's pretty easy.
Yeah, I've done a couple malls, a couple science centers.
Thanks.
The one Seattle Science Center was interesting. Okay, so Euros is next weekend. How does, you also said before, you're like, oh, I got more excited about this event because there's more 3x3 competition here. Like, winning
and
more
big Qs, I think. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
I like competing against Kieran because he's like somewhat my level, not like Nam and Max who just destroy me whenever they do well. But yeah, like, it's always better to compete against the top cubers. So I think this is more fun because, you have like all the higher ranked people except the people from China, which is quite a big part. But then in Europe, like, there aren't as many top international competitors, so we're missing out on a lot of top cubers.
Yeah, even in big cubes, like, there's a lot of up-and-coming Asian cubers on big
Yeah.
cubes. Like, I couldn't believe, I just look at the rankings, I'm like, oh, I feel like, weren't they like 20? Now
Yeah.
they're, now they have like a 153
I am
mean.
on the camera.
Are you not putting as much pedigree on like the European titles? Is it really just like kind of who you're competing against as what the value of the win is?
Well, I'm not sure. We'll see. Like, when I win it or lose it, then I'll get to feel if I care or not,
I guess that makes sense. The reactionary.
Yeah.
I guess that's like a pretty. How do you do that? This is like a mythical. This thought process that you have is like. I mean, I'm like, yeah, that sounds like the best way to do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem possible.
I mean, I don't know. That's just how I think about it.
Okay, do you have any? What was that thing? Man, you're just burning through my my question bank that I had here. Okay. Do you have like? Oh, here's interesting. Do you have like any goals for like your media presence and like you have a pretty active YouTube channel. You post. You are also like there's like a couple of types where like you notably put effort into making thumbnails, and sometimes, dude, you got to put the times just like in the description. I'm like, dude, just put the times in the description. It's like it take you like 3 seconds to do this. You don't need to edit it either. Some of your videos you have like the clock running.
Yeah.
I'm like, that takes so long. Just copy paste the little description.
Also, you're probably referring to a 4.9 from All Stars because I didn't put anything in there about the times.
Yeah, at least I'm just.
Yeah, but basically what happens is like, the faster I try to put out the video, the higher the chance of it actually getting put out is. Because the longer I wait, the more I try to make it like perfect.
Yeah.
Or I'm like, I can't make it perfect, so I just don't do it. So for the 4.9,
Did you
I was
post
also
like anything from Worlds last? You posted 5 and 3 finals.
Yeah, but those are like insanely well
edited.
Yeah.
Especially the 5 final was extremely
that was
well
insane.
edited. The fever dream, as
Yeah.
I heard.
But yeah, especially after that 5x5 video, I was like, dude, I need to stop putting so much effort into these videos.
That was a really good video.
It was really good,
Yeah.
and I'm happy I made it. But like, I spent at least 40 hours just on that video. I can't do that again.
It gives you a perspective when you watch a video like that. You're like,
Yeah.
oh my god, these take so much effort.
Yeah.
So is that you're more just like now like I just want to get the content out.
Yeah,
get
like
some
I want to
people
put something out when it's like a really nice performance, but I can't waste like, many hours of my life instead of practicing.
Yeah, and practicing has to be #1 for you.
Yeah.
Is there like, you're traveling a lot for competitions. You're kind of all over the place. Is it kind of just fine when you can? Do you have a specific routine?
Not really. I mean, there are like certain events I like to practice, but I don't have a set routine for, how much I practice each of them or how I practice
8
them.
seconds.
Do you have do you have a coach?
Yeah. Well, I have a friend who sometimes watches me solve and like makes sure I'm not throwing.
Okay.
But that's about it.
Okay. But you had just more just like kind of like if you're getting outside of your own lane, you have someone to kind of like.
Yeah,
help
it's
you
like
back
if I'm starting to average 6 on 3x3, he'll tell me like, you gotta focus up, like do some slow solves or something. Like he'll tell me how to practice to fix it, and then I just do it.
So you just he's giving you more
yeah,
like.
I could probably figure it out on my own, but he makes sure I'm doing it when I need to.
Well, sometimes it's hard to do it on your own. Like you get so stuck in that like I'm just gonna force it.
Yeah, you want to brute force it, and you just can't.
You gotta take a step back. All right, we have your 4.9 free full pseudo video overhead here. We're gonna check it out. Give us a breakdown.
Well, it's hard to break down a full pseudo solve.
Well, we're gonna go slow speed.
All right, very nice. So I remember I predicted 3 of the pseudo pairs, and that's why I went for it, because I was like, I can easily look ahead to the last one. So let's see, I'm doing red cross. It seems like oh, that's not it.
Oh, is this not the right solve?
Yeah, that's a bad ZBLS case into a bad ZBLL case, and it's still a 4.9. That was pretty good too.
That's a bad ZBLL case?
Yeah, it's pretty bad, because it's like 2 OLLs into each other.
Joshua?
Okay. We're gonna work on the other replay, but all right, well, begin the bad ZBLS, bad ZBLL 4.9, not doing too bad. I guess though that was.
No, I got that solve and I was like, okay, I'm good for this round.
What solve number was that? Do we have?
I think that was number 1.
Oh, that was the first one. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you. Okay, I guess we'll hunt down. Do you know specifically
I think
what
it was the second one. That was this full pseudo.
That's the full pseudo.
Yeah.
Solve. Okay, we got solve 2 coming up.
Let's see. That's not quite it.
All right.
Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to restart this after. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, big lock
Yeah,
up.
let's do the whole thing. Restart. All right, cool. We got the start.
So, let's see.
Samir, good for you.
Yeah, doing yellow. It starts with a free pseudo pair, then another free pseudo pair, and then the last one is just like look ahead 2. And that was like a flipped pair. So like the edge just flips next to the corner. But obviously that's hard to recognize when you're doing pseudo slotting. And I think the first pair was just solved like as a pseudo X cross. So yeah.
It's 3x3 is just a ridiculous event nowadays.
Yeah.
It's like just getting transported forward in time 10 years for the technology.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is solve 3 by the way. We're just gonna watch all of them if you want to check out. We got.
Yeah, solve 3. I remember it was kind of disastrous. Yeah, I like cube drop on this ZBLL. I saw I had no UF. I was like, oh, this could be another 4.
Is that what you're thinking, like during the middle of the solve?
Yeah.
It's another 4. Yeah.
Like, yeah, usually if I think something like that, then it's over.
Okay, in real time, you got the fist pump, but
Yeah.
in the post-game interview, it's got this solve is disastrous.
Well, compared to the other ones, it's disastrous, but it's still 5.2, so it's like, good, good for a good average.
Are you trying to like I mean, like if you get an LL skip 4, that's obviously like way less impressive than like a good 4. Like, how much are you really trying to focus not on the time and more the quality of the solve?
I'm not sure. Like, I think it's kind of. Oh yeah, this solve was nice. The quick ZB. Like, if you get a bad time, but you know the cases were all bad, then it's like you can cope and be like, oh, I still solved good.
Right.
But then if you get a good time, like, sort of good, but then it was like a really, really easy solve, you don't want to beat yourself up just because you did bad on the solve.
Yeah.
You want to stay in it for next solves.
I guess like you take the mental win.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
Like if it's a good time, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
how
you just
it
try
happened.
to stay positive no matter what happens. Yeah.
No, I think that's a good mindset to have for sure.
Oh yeah, and then forcing the pair to skip.
Like I think the biggest difference, the most obvious difference I know is between the super top competitors and the people who have a lot of capabilities, but not is just reactions post solve is always very different. Like there's never any like huge like emotional reaction to
Well,
bad solves.
no, on the 3 I got at All Stars, that was a big one.
Bad reactions to bad solves.
Oh, right.
No,
That's
people
kind
get
of true,
happy.
yeah.
People get happy. It's more like it's
Yeah,
handling the
you're right.
negative emotions. That's the.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even think of that.
This guy's just the most ridiculous natural we've ever heard. Oh yeah, that sounds like something I do. I just don't think
Yeah.
about it.
I mean, sometimes I do like bang the table after a bad solve, but that's never when I'm doing well.
Oh, that's a nice like.
Yeah.
Push AUF. Oh, the patented Timon fist pump.
Yeah. And then trying to not hit the camera with my head. Clutch.
Have you watched the? Oh, you posted the 32.9 already. Is there anything you'd want to watch overhead? I don't know if we had. Oh, we don't have the 32.9. Never mind. That was Friday. Thursday.
Yeah. No stream.
Well, yeah. Do we have any? What did you get? What was yesterday? Do you have anything? Do you want to see the 145?
I mean, it's probably not very interesting. It's a 7x7 solve.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. You want to see Max finish?
Oh, we could see Max. I want to see those last 4 edges.
Okay, yeah. Want to see the stupidest finish to a solve? Like it might. That might be like UWR.
Yeah.
Like and from even if you're doing Yao and you have the cross solve. Yeah. If we get the last,
That's
just
so
like 15
insane.
seconds of Max's world record. Oh, they don't have anything from yesterday. They had to
Oh
clear
my
the
God.
cache. We could check out. We could check his 3x3. You want?
Oh, yeah, we
Oh
could,
yeah.
yeah.
We could analyze Max's 3x3 stage. He probably didn't pseudo F2L an entire.
Unlikely.
Entire solve.
Max's dad was saying that, Max was like taking pictures and chilling with people after his average.
Yeah.
And I was in the X group. And then he hears the roar of the crowd from me getting a 4.7 average. And then Max just goes straight to practice.
That's
That's a classic Max
the
Park
anger,
moment.
the anger practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw. He had like it's the like because Max kind of like is a little more hard to find at these events.
Mhm.
He's a lot, but then it's like okay, Max just competed in 3x3 and he's free for a while, and then like
Yeah.
the mob starts to.
It
form
was
for
insane. The
autographs.
line was for like half the venue.
All right, we have a 507 from Max. It's the only one we got, but we're gonna check it out. We can see, give him the ruthless breakdown of what he should have done.
See, looks like maybe a green cross. We'll see. Yep. Nice first pair, clean. Free second pair. Yep, avoiding the .0 Oh wow, crazy. The 2010 Elgs.
I was gonna say, I know. I think that was
Yeah, but
optimal.
I think some of the Chinese keepers use those, and they're really good with them. So
In that same like finger trick style though, or do they have
maybe
kinda-
I'm not sure, but there are a lot of different Elgs people use. As long as you're fast with it, it doesn't really matter what you use.
Yeah, fast and consistent.
Yeah.
Is that do you watch like a lot of their style to pick up stuff, or is it kind of like you're focused on your own thing?
Well, the biggest thing to learn so far is that you can slide and that you can stop the timer before you've solved the cube. So, yeah, but I'm not really intending on doing any of that, so not much to learn.
12 seconds.
Well, we are watching 2x2 right now.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I don't think there are too many sliders in NA. Or anywhere, really. There's just a few.
What do you what what is your oh my god, Timon. I don't know what I expected when you sat down. It did take you 20 minutes to get here. Okay, do you have any?
This is such an easy scramble.
Okay, what's it? Is this Tommy? I don't know.
Alright. I think the LL case is not that good, though. Yeah, unlucky. Oh, he's goated. Insane.
It's good 1.6.
Yeah, he had a good elg.
Do you did you ever do? You must have done 2 when you were like the Pyramix kid, right?
No, actually, I got NR 2x2 average in 2023. I tied it 135. But then then I retired from 2x2, and then it was Armageddon. Like, it's 110 average now for NR.
Oh, yeah. You mean 10 years later?
No, like, in 1 year, it went from 135 to 110.
Oh, 130. Oh, 2022.
2023, I got 135.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. You didn't sign up for it this weekend, right?
No, I don't think so.
3 to 7. Do you even do OH? Just 3 to 7 now?
Yeah, just 3 and 7. Yeah, but before Worlds 23, I was doing pure and 2x2 at comps just to see if I could like compete at Worlds. So I got some good times like that NR, but I decided not to do it at Worlds.
It's just not worth like the mental bandwidth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you seem pretty like we talked to Matty, and he does Pyramix not like under any delusion that like he's gonna do anything crazy, but just like he likes sitting down and getting accustomed, like you get an experience just sitting down the stage.
Yeah.
And, like everything's just always a slightly little bit different in every single competition. Is that you don't feel like that's something you need?
I definitely used to like that, but I think just with big cubes, that's so many events that I don't really need it.
Yeah, it can be a busy day. Also, then I mean, you'd be competing right now again. Do you have any plans? Like, I mean, you're on Gannon Cubicle. We were talking to Max about he's in third-party sponsorships. You're kind of like, you're in that very elite circle at the very top. Do you have any like aspirations of kind of breaking out into non-cubing related sponsorships in the future?
Yeah, I've thought about that for a while, but I haven't had any opportunities. Like, I've even tried asking some companies if they'd like to work together, but I haven't gotten any replies yet.
Yeah, it's a tough life.
Yeah, it's tough to find companies that want to do that.
You guys show them the high production streams we have now.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're wrapping up our time slot, but thank you so much for joining in. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck with the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Will? It's me. Not sure why I'm on the stream, but I'll try not to disappoint.
All right, welcome back.
Dude, Kevin is just talking about like all the stuff Timon is saying, and it's just hilarious.
No, he's just a funny guy, and like his like style of talking is always just like, I don't know, I think it's irritating.
It's so funny like hearing it secondhand, man. I gotta go back and watch it. It's gonna be. I'm excited for it. It'll be so funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to. We hadn't had chat up. I wonder could. I guess most people aren't like. There's not as many people as like. I guess we're not.
He said he isn't gonna slide. All right, yeah. Okay, whatever. I'm done with the sliding. I don't want to talk about sliding.
But sliding's been discussed like a zillion times.
Yeah,
as soon as I saw that existed, I was like, I'm not even gonna like look into this argument.
No,
like,
no. Yeah, I'm done.
This is not my area of expertise, anyways.
Yeah, let's leave that for someone else.
Oh, check out 5. Is 5 blind in?
Yeah, so 5 blind ended a while ago. I know because Brandon was competing in 5 blind. Looks like they haven't entered stuff in. I only saw it because someone in the chat mentioned it. It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if one of the Facebook groups probably is the winner. I mean, it's just like
probably, man. Did you see the?
You just watch the top 3 people and see what they get.
Yeah, I mean, did you see the CF after Max's WR? It's like there's like 3 or 4 people.
It's just everyone, but it's like a race to get the likes. Like,
yeah,
it's
it's like
okay,
guys,
like,
calm down, calm down.
We all saw it. Like there's a high quality live stream, and it's on WCA Live.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can watch it literally every moment of it if you want.
There are a ton of DNFs happening in this 2x2 round. Like,
is it because they aren't starting the timer?
That is happening a decent amount. Like,
8 seconds.
Well, I think there is an issue with like so when they switch to Gen 5, the Gen 5s have a longer activation time.
They do.
It's 0.5 instead of 0.3. I DNF'd a 6x6 solve. which hurts a little bit more than it would in a 2x2 solve. But like, and then the second that happened, I instantly bought Gen 5 and just like trashed my old one because like he's got practice. It was more just like, and also like now I'm like, I like really hold my hands down. It's more of this is like a bad thing. Like I should probably just like get more casual. Like Timon was yelling at me for like he's like, oh, you just thinking too much, and I'm like, yeah, but like I'm not capable of doing what you're describing is not possible for us normal people like me.
Yeah, what does he expect?
He lives in a higher plane of existence.
Yeah, actually though.
Like
it's just absolutely absurd.
I know it's actually one. Okay, we got Zane.
Let's shut up.
Let's actually
the
this time
this is important.
This swap was perfect because Zane is our number one by far.
Yeah, Zane when he I'm just gonna let him go.
A little locky on that start.
Yeah, 154. Zane, if you've watched the reconstructions of the .92, I had no idea what he was talking about. The man is actually like on a completely different level.
Also, I feel like that solve specifically, he spent a lot of time, not to get on this topic again, but this is actually relevant. Like, he spent a lot more time than I feel like you would need to. Like, he finished the cube, and his hands were far up in the air. Like you can do,
on release, you're saying? On
release. And the cube was just, like, a little farther than it needed to be away on pickup. Like, these are, I mean, obviously, they're minute adjustments, but we're talking a few hundreds, but a few hundreds is
it matters
relevant
in this event.
event.
Any event, it's this event that matters.
It very much matters in this event. Like, world record average, like, his PB average is .92. Like, a few hundreds is huge.
Yeah, I mean, well, a few hundreds is not just huge. When he set that world record average, it was .01 faster than the previous world record.
Right.
So, you know, yeah, it actually is completely down to that complete, very, very, very small adjustments that need to happen.
Oh yeah.
And looking at results from last year, I mean, it's like 0.2. It's like what 0.22 seconds. Which sounds like nothing, but in this event, like that is actually it looks like it's a pretty significant amount.
0.2 is a huge winning. If you want to look at winning margin, do it by percentages.
Yeah,
that is a massive margin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It feels different because like 2x2 is so interesting because it's so fast, but a lockup adds the same amount of time as a lockup on any other puzzle. But by percentage, oh man, another.
He's just like, no.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to try and commentate Zane solves because he's just seeing something entirely different. He's seeing like 4 or 5 solutions at the same time. Whereas like most of the time for most puzzles, you see like you're trying to find a solution.
How's a long solution?
He's seeing like 4 or 5 solutions and he's trying to pick like, okay, well which one of these is not just the shortest, but which one of these is the most ergonomic.
Right. It's not the shortest. It's the fastest to execute.
Right.
I wonder if he does also like, this might be even like not worth it, like benefit analysis is analyses of like riskiness, like what is the expected value of this execution, because like I'm only going to execute this one's so hard to execute, but if you do it right, it's very fast, like stuff like that. But I mean, yeah, there's only going to be like a handful of people in the entire world that can watch the inspection of 2x2 and truly tell you exactly what's going through Zane's head.
Yeah, maybe like Anthony or something. But yeah, 2x2 is a wild event.
It's gotten so different in the last year.
It's so different.
Zane used to have like a top 20. He was like the only person. The margin he had on the world was gigantic.
So this is the world record average. World record at the time contains a 104 that managed to count 0.88 and 0.84. Yeah, just absolutely absurd.
Oh my god, like.
Great.
It's actually it's faster than, like, it's like back like ages ago there's that legendary like triple tie 0.96 single, which was like viewed as like unbeatable, and the average is like significantly faster now.
Right.
12. Okay. 105.
I wonder if part of his head is just like, let me make sure that everything is clean here, because you know the lights, cameras, action is all on.
Yeah, that solve specifically. Look at where his hands are when the solve is over. Like the cube is solved. I mean. And then like he releases it, and his hands are like up in the air, and then he spends a non-trivial amount of time getting his hands from this position where he releases the cube to on the timer.
Yeah.
Like it's the cleanest stop I've ever seen, but you can be clean and a little faster, I feel like.
Zach is going to talk to him later. I'm curious if he's going to touch on something like this. If that's something that's like he's really paying attention to. Maybe it's like round one.
It's a round one maybe type thing. in that interview, let's definitely get inside Zane's brain and let's figure out like is that because like it's not. This isn't big cubes where like maybe you just never think about your timer like you were thinking about how you were starting the timer.
No, like it's a part of this event.
Oh yes.
Yeah, pickup and release is definitely part of this event. So the fact that he's kind of like, I mean, he's taking a minor loss there is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah. We get solve 4. All right, so he locks in like. I'd after this solve, he'll lock in no disaster. It's like it's 2x2 like. Even like for going is 4 rounds of 2x2, so disaster would require a DNF average in this round.
Yeah.
Like you can't count a +2 if you want to make finals type thing. But
8 seconds.
Okay.
That was a really short solution. Yeah.
That was really short. I thought it was going to be way faster. Yeah, 1-1-2. So he's going to lock in low 1 BPA, 1-2, 1-3-6 BPA, 1-2 BPA, 1-3-6 WPA.
Yeah, and like, what was it?
Yeah, that looked so short.
It was really short because one of the other solvers got a 1.05 on it, and he was not a Zane.
Okay. Yeah, we saw that briefly.
Yeah,
well.
I was surprised because I think actually if we could see the Zane replay that one again because he had it was like a weird cube rotation in it that looked a little sluggish. I don't think he cube rotates like. I mean, you're getting a second solve.
I don't really. Yeah,
also, like these guys are so good, you can eliminate cube rotations with fancy finger trick type things. So
yeah,
like cube rotations are few and far between.
Yeah, I mean, doing like an F is the same thing as doing a B, and so.
I know this is the one we just saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot be at Max Park in 2x2 and not do double flicks.
Yeah, no,
sure.
you need to do that. Definitely need to have. It's really weird because turning a 2x2 is so different than turning a 3x3. It's not. It doesn't compare at all.
Because the 3x3 has a middle air to grab onto. Yeah.
There's just nothing to grab onto.
Well, actually,
the 2x2 is so large too.
I don't think it actually is. I think we're bad at 3x3.
Okay.
We're not holding the 3x3 the way the advanced people do.
I'll take that. I mean, that's almost certainly the case for me.
Who's you? I'm insulting both of us at the same time. I grouped us in both together as being like, if you are holding the cube firmly with your left hand only, and then have to really make a big difference to do anything else. That's not. None of the top solvers do that. They are very.
That makes sense, actually.
You're watching Timon solve in slow motion. His fingers on both hands are really out there. The cube is not being held in place by that much force. It's not that stable. They deal with it because the trade-offs are worth it.
Oh yeah, totally.
But it's crazy. Like that's why Timon was talking about how often he drops. Like he mentioned, that he drops the cube a lot.
Interesting.
It's because it's not very stable because there's advantages to not being that stable. Also, he doesn't drop it that much, just more than I would expect for someone of his caliber.
Zane solve 5.
Nice.
That looked good.
Yeah, that was good. He seems much more pleased with that. And it closed out the average with his BPA.
Yeah. I wonder if it's also because now that he knows that he will get A average and he's gonna get a good average, he's like, okay, well let me just release a little bit.
I still like.
I see. Yeah, I mean, there's just no issues. It's really impressive to me that he can his accuracy is what I'm trying to say. His turning accuracy is so impressive.
Schwan mentioned this when Felix at Cube Camp was talking about the similarity between the top 3 solvers. It's not that they're fast or they turn fast; they don't lock up.
Yes.
One lockup, like 20 TPS with a lockup, is slower than 10 TPS with no lockups.
Yep.
Like, it's everything.
Yeah. So I was actually one of the counselors at Cube Camp, so I had this group, and I had the group that was the locky group because it's that's the speed they're at. So I'm like, yeah, you guys need to focus. Don't lock up, and they actually saw quite a lot of improvement just within that day itself. So.
Oh yeah, it's constantly. It's every top solver. It's like turn slower, turn smoother, turn smoother.
Yeah.
Like it's ubiquitous advice for a reason. Also, with that, we are going to swap out commentators. We are moving on to Scube round 1.
Yeah, Scube round 1.
So are we both swapping?
Yeah, we're both swapping. I got to go
cool.
compete.
We're going to go to a quick, very short break, and we'll be right back.
Later.
right, welcome back. We are here in Minneapolis getting set for Scube Round 1. Brandon, how are you feeling?
I am feeling great. We have a lot of excitement building up into this Round 1 here. We're going to start with the first few groups. This is going to be a long round, so we're going to see gradually some of the fast Scubers here coming out on the main stage here. I'm really excited to see this stacked lineup for ranks 1, 2, and 3.
It is stacked.
We have Carter Kukala, who, of course, had the world record average and single for Scube. We have Zane Kanani with a 1.56 PR average, and Dominic Radici with a 1.61 PR average. These guys are world rank 1, 2, and 3 in the world. So they are top class in the Scube event. We also have world rank 4 and 5. We have Braden Roden and Simon Kellum. So it's a stacked lineup. We have the best of the best here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was talking to Luke Garrett yesterday, and he said everyone knows like Carter versus Zane for Scube, but do not sleep on Dominic Radici was Luke Garrett's message yesterday. So we're going to be watching that closely. And, of course, our reigning North American champion is Zane Kanani in Scube. He set the world record in the finals of the last North American Championship. So that is definitely something to watch.
Yes. His world record average along with the .81 world record single.
He double world record at the last NAC.
Yes, that was crazy.
But since then, both of those records have been broken by him and now have been broken by Carter. Carter just recently broke the Scube world record by .01, his own world record earlier this year. So just lots of great Scube solving, and they are on, they're on right now, ready to go for it.
Yes. Some other players that we're looking at, Stanley Chappell is pretty good at Scube. He was last year's world champion. No one expected this to happen. But Stanley managed to pull off a world champion title in Scube here. I'm looking to scramble real quick, and there's a really quick orange layer that can be made. So, again, Stanley, not someone to sleep on. He's definitely capable of pulling off these averages. So, just talking about a little bit how Scube works here. So, typically, a lot of these folks will be solving one color, the center piece, as well as the 4 associated corners. Then, either a lot of these top solvers will do one single algorithm to solve the rest, known as the subset of algorithms called NS. There's about hundreds or so of these algorithms here. So that's what they're going to be looking for. Looking for that efficient layer is key, and also being able to one-look these solutions is the thing that sets these top cubers apart from the others.
Yeah, absolutely. So one-looking, for those who might not be familiar, is the fact that there's a drop there. As you know, competitors have 15 seconds to study the puzzle before they start the solve. And for competitors that are one-looking, which will be all of our top competitors here at this competition, they will know the entire solve before they even put their hands on the timer to start it. They'll know all the moves that they're going to do, and that is why you see solves in the low 1 second, less than 1 second, because they know it before they even start it.
Oh, plus two here from Dylan Chan. Dylan Chan is from the Mid-Atlantic region. He is from New York. He is currently interning at the Cubicle, actually. So he's been doing a lot of cubing stuff this summer. Yeah, and one looking is going to be vital. I believe first cube, at least, is gaining a lot of traction, and a lot of people starting to do it in comparison to more 2x2, where one looking is probably the norm every single solve. So Scube, of course, is a really interesting puzzle in the way it turns. So it's going to require a different mindset for figuring out where pieces are going to go as you do various turns. And so it's just a different dimensional puzzle if you think about it.
So whereas usually the 3x3 cube turns around the centers, the Scube turns around the corners.
Yep.
So it's
it's
opposites, basically.
It's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was talking to Simon Kellum early this morning, and Simon Kellum, for reference, is world rank 5 in the Scube event, and he says like 2x2 and Scube are actually very similar to each other in the way they you're sort of like doing a layer and then solving the rest in the algorithm. Whereas for something like Pyramix, also a small event, also quick to do. Not many people are necessarily, I mean, a lot of people are one-looking these solves, not so much, but it's more like intuitive block building in the beginning versus having a layer and then followed by an algorithm. 2x2 and Scube, according to him, share a lot more similarities than Pyramix in this regard.
Interesting.
So I thought that was interesting. The
Yeah,
interesting
that is an
thing about
interesting insight.
I don't do too much Scube. I mean, I know a little bit more about 2x2 than I know about Scube, but that was interesting to hear from him. Another +2 from Dylan. That's gonna hurt, unfortunately. So for some of these cubers, they're not gonna be some of these cubers that are averaging 4 to 6 seconds. They're not gonna be one-looking. Most of the times, not any time. So most of them are going to be building that same layer you see, and then solve the opposite color corners as well as the centers, and then you'll be left with a U-perm or some permutation of the centers here. If we can get the front-facing camera here. So you're going to be left with a U-perm after you solve a single layer and the associated other side there. And then after that, it's just usually just one algorithm to solve the rest of the centers from there. So that's what you can see most of these people doing. It doesn't require a high alg count, but for this is definitely the case for intermediate cubers. Yeah. So we have Mason Lane and Jennifer. Just with a 4-second solve.
I always talk about this when we're watching Scube. I'd be remiss not to say that one of the most popular Scube methods, and the method that popularized the event, was created by fellow Canadian delegate Sarah Strong.
Sarah Strong, yes.
Sarah's method
Yeah.
is the popular beginner's method for Scube.
Is Dylan +2ing a third time? Oh no!
It was a head shake on the first one, more disappointment on the second one, but by the third one, I think we're just laughing now.
You know what they say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, you're a +2 king. I don't know. that was interesting to see. Yeah, as I said, it was. All of these methods were initially developed by Sarah Strong. The method I just described is known as Sarah's intermediate. And a lot of people will learn to progress from that Sarah's advanced, which is similar to being able to do a layer and then the rest of the cube in one go, but you're condensing the number of algorithms you do to just a small subset of either like a sledgehammer or a hedge slammer. So all those algorithms are going to be made up of those two components.
I always wonder who, maybe I should know this, but who came up with sledgehammer and hedge slammer? Like, why do we call it that?
It just, I don't know. I would like, I mean,
maybe
there's a lot.
someone knows in chat.
There's a lot of things in cubing. There's a lot of names in cubing that aren't clear. Maybe it's documented somewhere in the speed solving wikis, like things like Niklas, who came up with the name of Soon, or the sexy move. So these things are very interesting. I always found the sledgehammer very. I found that one of the natural things is it feels like when you're like doing an R prime, it just feels like you're like forcing that last pair in, and it just with that velocity, it just that last slot just goes in.
Yeah, so I guess maybe someone
that.
called it that sledgehammer because of that.
Here we have our fellow caster, Manu Singhal, solving the Scube for us. Let's see how his Scube will go. Slowly doing his first layer, he ends up with a pretty annoying white face case. So for those of you who don't know, that white face case where the 2 of the corners are solved and the center is solved, those are known as peanut cases. And so those require, in Sarah's intermediate, those require 3 sledgehammers / hedge slammers to do. So it's going to be the most move count to go get towards that U-perm and then U-perm. 12 seconds.
Disappointment there.
So here we have Luke Dixon. also doing Sarah's intermediate. So a lot of these cubers that are averaging within this range are going to be doing that Sarah's intermediate right now.
So Scube is one of the many events here at NAC that have 3 rounds.
Yes.
So what we're looking for in round 1 is the top 100 will move on to the semifinals ahead of the finals tomorrow afternoon. And projected top 100 is 392. Now typically, in actuality, that goes a little bit slower.
Sorry, I misread the sheet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
392. Typically, it'll be a little bit slower, so we're looking for probably, in the 4-second range for advancement.
Yes. 4 seconds, 450, something like that. I feel like I know a lot of people with Scube averages that are way crazier than what they actually average, especially for like someone who averages like 7 seconds on Scube. They just have like these crazy averages from like crazy scrambles from that one competition you've done. So
scrambles can very much impact this event, of course.
Yes. Yeah.
And that makes for results that are better on your profile than maybe the norm.
Yeah. So we'll see what makes round 2. Scube round 2 won't be happening until tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, and tomorrow's going to be a stacked schedule with all kinds of events that are going on. So make sure stay tuned not only for Scube, but for literally everything that's going on tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the big day, for sure.
Yes. I believe we're transitioning right now from Group 1 to Group 2. So we'll be able to see a little bit more Scube action here momentarily. Looking to see, just taking the other cameras we got. Did they DNF?
Yeah, I think this is solving a DNF after the fact. And another solve coming up here. That's
ready.
Maybe a last solve from the last group, or a first solve from the next group.
I don't think we've got. I don't think they announced Group 2 yet.
Okay,
325. I think that. Yeah, first off the second group.
Some jerky turning there.
You're going to see a lot of really cool finger tricks, honestly, from Scube.
Yeah.
Here we have Nathan Ron. A 255 average and a 1.66. Those sledgehammers are super speedy.
Yeah, very quick.
In the end, if you do a sledgehammer 3 times, you get a case where you have 2 centers swapped. And we can see in the actual replay here, but you get a case where 2 sets of 2 centers are swapped. And that's 3 quick sledgehammers you can do right away. You got Brendan Dunigan. Looked like he was wrangling with that last algorithm there.
Also talking with Luke yesterday, he talked about how different Scube is to turn, which seems obvious, but it was just like, you'll see here, just the turning is completely different from any of the end-by-ends. Or really any other event.
Yeah. So it looks like Brendan here doesn't do Sarah's intermediate. He uses a special variation of Sarah's advanced, I would say, called NS. So NS is going to encompass all the algorithms for doing Scube after you finish your first layer. So after you finish your first layer, you're going to try and recognize what you have. Very similar to something like CLO in 2x2, and then solve the Scube in one go. And yeah, you're gonna for a lot of NS algorithms, you're gonna need to know a lot of these very interesting finger tricks that I don't know how they pull it off. They just look very
8
funky.
seconds.
Also doing an NS algorithm here, 431.
again, these are times that we'll probably be seeing the second round, which is the goal of a lot of competitors here.
For sure. These guys are looking to just advance. Skip round 2. There are 3 rounds anyway, so.
A lot of rotations there. Oh,
that's good.
good.
That looks good for us. So for Skube, it's a 120 degrees, or each turn is 120 degrees, so 60 degrees is okay for next here. And yeah, you can see how beneficial one looking is going to be if you're able to figure this out in inspection here. So if you take a look here, does a really large pause right after doing that. Brendan Dunigan struggling with the Skube here. 872. And yeah, one looking will save you so much time with that pause. Ready.
It is one of those events where you're either flowing through that turning or you're not. And there's that pause. When you need that pause or you need a regrip, it can throw off the whole solve.
Yeah, no, for sure. Skube is going to come down to something like similar to square one, where your performance in the finals is going to determine entirely like by your nerves and also how well you can turn the Skube. It just, I mean, it corner cuts. It has better, like slightly better hardware than square one, but it's a very tight figure trick dependent event where careful coordination is the key here. 271, not bad. Opting for the blue layer. That blue layer did look pretty nice. That was a pretty nice last layer algorithm too. I actually don't know too much. It looked like 2 sledgehammers.
8 seconds.
Oh, did he do the wrong algorithm? 741.
Brendan again.
Ooh, 240. Nice job. We can see that once again. Yeah, I think this third solve has something really nice on the blue.
Ready.
And I think we've seen 2 solvers take advantage of that nice blue layer there. So finishing up with not too bad of a last layer. These scrambles seem pretty decent. 249, nice. So he's gonna count that 271 he got.
It's a quick replay.
And as we are finishing up this second group of Skube, I'm going to be stepping off for a bit, and Alyssa will be joining Dylan Miller for an exclusive interview here on the stream. Hopefully we'll get some insights from him. So see you all later in a bit.
Thanks, Brandon.
No worries, it happens. Let me know when you're ready.
Awesome. We are here with Dylan Miller. We're going to be chatting
8 seconds.
all things NAC and more. How you doing, Dylan?
I'm doing good. Yeah, nothing too much. I've just been chilling for a little bit after 3x3.
Cool. How's your day been going? How are you feeling about your results so far at this competition? I see a couple PRs on your
Yeah, I got a few PRs in some events I don't necessarily always do. I got 6x6 PR mean, like 240. I was pretty excited about that. I got got like a 50-second 5x5 single. That was pretty cool. Yeah, 3x3 went like fine, like 6.2 average with like counting 6.7, which is like obviously like not ideal, but I mean it was fine. Like, you know, I didn't count my 9, which was like the biggest like stress factor there. So
Yeah.
I was like pretty happy with that.
You're in the next round. That's all.
Yes,
that matters.
yeah.
You'll
Still have
be
a shot.
solving tomorrow. Actually later this afternoon. So.
Yes, can't wait.
Okay, so it's been a busy week. We started off with North American All-Stars. So tell me about that experience and what was it like?
Yeah, well, I also went to the warm-up comp like slightly before that, so
Yeah.
I've been in for like almost like a week at this point. But yeah, the All-Stars comp was like a great experience. Like, it was insane. Just like, you know, there was a bunch of non-cubers there, and like after round 2, I was like one of the last people to be doing solves, and then a bunch of non-cubers, like at least 2 people when I was just going to get lunch were like, "I saw you at the tournament, man. That was crazy." And like that's an experience I would have never thought was gonna happen at like any type of competition. And yeah, it was a really, really cool experience. Like, I was really glad about how I handled my nerves and all of that. I got PR2 average, and then I got best ever mean of 3 rounds, 601 mean of 3 rounds. So, you know, I was like pretty happy with my performance there. I got 4th, which is like, you know, not ideal, but it is what it is. I was 4th on the psych sheet, got 4th, so I mean, did as good as I could have hoped.
Yeah, and did you feel like it was a good warm-up? Do you think you're like getting some jitters out ahead of this competition?
Yeah, well, Nats last year I didn't make finals because I DNF'd in semis and counted to 12, which was like quite unfortunate, like all things considered. So going to this comp, I was like pretty nervous that I was gonna like, you know, have like I was gonna choke or something, and but yeah, having All Stars and like having a really good performance there made me feel a lot more confident coming into this, and yeah, hopefully we'll see what happens. I don't know. hopefully it's good.
Yeah. What did you think? What do you think about that format in general? Like All Stars, there's a pretty 7-second qualification time for those that don't know.
Yeah. I think it's what we need more of in the community. I think it's really cool. Obviously, like it kind of excludes some people who, you know, aren't making qualification times, but for the top level solvers, I think we're in kind of like a really interesting state right now where it's like some people are making like a living off of cubing, and then some people it's just like the thing they do like outside of work or whatever, right? So I think anything that's like a more viewership friendly model that kind of allows people to do any type of like make more of a livelihood out of cubing and like be able to get more money in it, more eyes on it, sponsors and all that, I think is a really good thing. Also the format was great. You know, a lot more viewership friendly. Like I've had plenty of my friends who like told their like IRL friends about the competition and the stream, and they thought it was like super cool to watch. And I think we're in the right direction with that going forward. So
that's sweet. Okay, focusing on NAC.
Yep.
Did you have specific goals for this competition? Have you been working on anything that might surprise people? Maybe 6x6 mean. Were you working on that?
Yeah. No, I did like a few 6 warm-up solves before. I didn't do anything crazy. But yeah, coming into NAC, I've been trying to focus a little bit more on like simulating my comp environment at home. I like streaming. I just like do hundreds of solves at a time. I don't really like think about things in like an average of 5 format. So recently that's what I've been trying to do, and hopefully like implement some of that in my practice and see some results out of it. Yeah, coming into NAC, I just want to make finals. That's my only goal. Like I said, I didn't make Nats finals last year, which I was easily projected to, so that kind of hurt really bad. But yeah, that's all I really want is just make finals, and then we'll see how it goes from there.
Yeah. So simulating comp, you know, experience at home, like what does that look like? What do you do?
Yeah, so it's just more so like giving myself more time in between solves, not necessarily just like, you know, solve, and like I'll do a lot of, I care a lot about like my big sessions, like my big means. I have a session that I started immediately after I got back from Worlds, and that's what I've been using as like my year-over-year kind of progression, so just since timer's tracking that. And so leading up to this, I tried to think more about everything in terms of like an average of 5 format, and, you know, thinking a lot about like, okay, I've already counted this bad time, you know, or like this time that I'm not happy with, and trying to like work off that as opposed to just being like, oh, I'm just going to roll it out later. I can get like a good average. Like I'll get a sub 5 average later in the day. Like it's about like making the most out of 5 solves only, and that's really what I've been working on. Also just like planning. I don't really use inspection at home, so trying to use inspection and like make sure I'm seeing the same things that I was seeing prior, just like in 15.
Yeah, really good.
Yep.
So earlier today, you get a 9, and some of that mindset stuff helped, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was nice. Also, like All-Stars, first round, like solve 5, I had like a 7 in the average, and I also had like a 5.3, so really high variance between WPA and BPA, and I ended up getting like 5-3 on solve 5, so that was really reassuring. And then same thing in round 2, I was like the last person to be doing a solve, and then I had a 10 in my average, and I was like really, really nervous, and then I ended up getting BPA on that. I got my only sub 6 the average on solve 5, so yeah, I feel like I'm really used to just like not doing well in those types of situations, and having 2 instances before NAC where I like didn't completely crumble was really reassuring going forward. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. So when you are, you know, you're coming to NAC, it's now Saturday afternoon. We've been here for 2.5 days at this point.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's a lot, and you have been competing since
Yeah.
warm-up competition last weekend.
Yeah.
So in a week like this, how are you pacing yourself? What are you doing that's different from like a one-day local competition?
I mean, I probably should be pacing myself more, in all honesty. When I'm at locals, like I'll just be grinding solves out all day. I don't really ever take breaks because I've never had an issue with like getting fatigued or anything after long sessions. Like I said, like I do like a few hundred solves a day most of the time. But going into this, I'm like trying to pace myself more. Like I know 3x3 finals or semis is at like 5:30, at least my group is, and I was getting kind of like on tilt in practice earlier. Like my solves are feeling bad, and like I definitely just needed to take a break. So like I went to the concession stand, got me a cookie, you know, went to chill out a little bit.
There's giant cookies at the concession
yeah,
stand, by
they're
the
yummy.
way.
They're yummy. So yeah, I'm just trying to not take it too seriously, you know. If my solving's like not that good today, that's not really what matters because you know semis and finals is tomorrow. So yeah, I'll just kind of see how today goes, and yeah, hopefully try not to burn out because you know I am kind of like burning out a little bit. I've been doing a lot of solves, a lot of cubing, but it's been fun. It's cool being here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, is making sure we're still having fun, right?
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Good stuff. For those just joining us, we are in the first round of Scube at Rubik's WCA North American Championships, and we are talking to Dylan Miller. So, Dylan, talk to us about nerves and pressure. So, do you find that nerves impact your solving in a specific way? Like, is there something specific?
Yeah, definitely. I would say I'm like a more TPS-based solver. I mean, I've been working on my solutions a lot recently, and like that's been something I've been trying to focus on. But yeah, when I'm nervous, I get really shaky. Like, and so especially if I'm focusing on like trying to turn smoothly, I notice that the first things that kind of start to get worse is like my TPS and then my look ahead. Like pauses that I normally wouldn't have at home or whatever, I start pausing a lot more, and then my turning gets really bad. Like even on my 9 in first round, like it was like on decent pace, but then once I got to last layer, it was like I couldn't get a single move done cleanly, and then it just kind of fell apart from there. So sometimes that happens, but you know, I'm trying to focus more on it. Like my hardware, I'm trying to like make it more suited for competition style, because at home obviously like I can afford to use like a looser cube, and generally I like slower cubes anyways, but for All-Stars I use like a different setup that I haven't used prior, and it's like a little bit tighter and a little bit slower, and it did good for me there. So I didn't use it in the first round just because it felt kind of weird today, but I'm going to try to use it in the second round and see if that helps me out a little bit. Maybe I'll turn a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. We're doing we're making sure we let everyone know what all the acronyms are.
Yes.
So explain TPS for people who
TPS,
might
yeah,
not know.
that's turns per second. It doesn't necessarily mean like, you know, the actual just raw speed you're doing your turns at, but it's more so like the average turning of your whole solve. So it's like move count divided by turn, or like, yeah, divided by turns, or turns divided by time. And yeah, so I mean, like, there's a few things that kind of go into that, but generally it's just like if you turn cleanly and you're not pausing, you'll have high TPS. So it's not necessarily just like your peak turn raw speed, but it's a culmination of like efficiency, look ahead, all that.
Yeah, it's not just spamming moves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, you are generally, I think fair to say, a little bit more focused on like specifically 3x3 than an all-rounder, like someone like Luke Garrett, who's very much focused on all-rounding. So do you feel like there's more pressure on 3x3
right.
because of that for you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the event that I really care a lot about. I mean, also I do Megaminx, and so Megaminx was a final that we got done yesterday. So coming into the competition, like I have 2 events that I kind of worry about, but now that Megaminx is done, the only really thing I have left for me is like 3x3, and yeah, it's obviously like a little bit more nerve-wracking when it's like you have much more pressure on like a single thing, and like those rounds mean so much more than like maybe people who do everything. But yeah, I try not to think about it.
Yeah.
I try not to think about
That's
it.
fair. Okay, we're going to get a replay of one of your solves here, and I'd love for you to walk us through it.
Okay, yeah.
It's going to come up on the screen here, and then...
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, it's coming up here.
Yeah.
Thank you, production.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was really happy with these scrams. For this solve specifically, I was trying to turn a little bit slower just because my cube's a little bit looser here. So, I mean, all my turns are really clean. Obviously, that UU prime is like not ideal in PLL. So, yeah, this was just like, I could have afforded to turn a little bit faster here. I was relatively happy with my start. You see, I did X cross here. I had to rotate for it, which is like not always ideal. Yeah, a little bit of a misturn there. Yeah, my decision making here is just generally like not ideal. I ended up with a pair in BL as well, which is like back left. So I did a lot more rotations here than I would have liked. Also, Pi is like one of the worst cross OLLs. So, I mean, yeah, I did pretty bad here considering like, you know, just everything. But I can't be too mad about it. Like solves, I mean, the cases weren't great, but yeah, I was pretty happy with my solution to start. Okay, this one's my 5-7. Yeah, again, I really like my scrams, honestly. Like, this start was pretty clean. You see I did a lot less rotations here. A little bit of a lockup. Like I said, my cube's a little bit looser here. Yeah, lefty W into, like, V-perm is, like, not ideal. My V-perm was really locky here, I remember, because I have a bad habit of looking down at my timer. So, yeah, I knew I was on, like, decent pace. But I was, like, decently happy with this. Again, like, my start is what I've really been focusing on. Back left, and then I only did like one rotation for this whole solve. So I was much happier with my decision making here. That's why the solve was a little bit cleaner. It adheres like more my general principles I try to go with. But yeah, like going forward, that's why I'm working on my hardware because I want a little bit less locky turning going forward. Okay, this is 588. Yeah, again, like, okay, this is a little bit locky here, but yeah, I was having my start. I saw first two pairs here, and I was expecting a lot better. I didn't need to rotate for this pair, but, you know, that's a little bit nitpicky. And then, yeah, this is just locky. Like, again, like, I can't be too mad about this because most of the mistakes here is just my solution, or my turning. My solutions here I'm actually relatively happy with. And, like, you know, if you have good solutions, you can get away with some sloppiness there.
Yeah.
But,
and
yeah.
at this point, you had a 9 in the average, so you're...
Yeah. I mean...
You've got that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, it's definitely nerve-wracking. Yeah, the main thing here is just the pair there. I would have liked to avoid that rotation. And then, yeah, this is the last solve. I mean, I had some pretty decent cases here. I didn't like my start. Yeah, you see I had to rotate for my first pair, and it's going into a front slot, which I try to avoid. Rotation here. So I set up... Okay, so I almost set up diag pairs. I'm glad I didn't, because those generally make look ahead a little bit harder. And then, yeah, I had nice RU spam for my last pair. And then I got really good last layer cases here. This is like a J-perm I use a lot. They were talking about this on stream for All-Stars, but yeah, this is like an ALG that I don't really see anyone else use besides me, but I like it. It's pretty nice. Yeah, like, overall, like, this average, like, I was just happy with my solutions. It's mainly just my turning was kind of bad. The 9 was, like, a really big example of my bad turning in that average, but... Yeah, I mean, like, it's fine. It was, you know, still a really decent showing, like 8th place in round 1. So I can't be too mad about it. I just hope to improve on it next time.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of my most random but favorite questions is, do you have a favorite PLL?
Favorite PLO? Probably that J-perm, honestly.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I really like my RU Diog. I used that since, like, 2017. It's kind of silly, but... You know, I think more people should use it. It's good for like specific AUFs and also like specific OLLs. You're in really good grip for it. So, yeah.
Cool. Okay, we got some walkthrough solves. Thank you. My next question is: you are sponsored by the Cubicle, who is one of the sponsors of this competition. You're sponsored by MoU. We see that on the sweater. How does being sponsored change any of your mindset or outlook on cubing or anything like that?
For this?
I mean, yeah, being sponsored was always like a huge goal when I was coming up in the community. Like when I got sponsored by Cubicle, it was a big moment for me, and then being sponsored by MoU was like a long time coming. So it's really cool. I'm really glad I get to represent these companies, and you know, I really stand by a lot of their beliefs, I guess. And so yeah, it's just really cool. It doesn't really affect my nerves or anything. Like, you know, I know that they don't really. Obviously, they'd love me to do well, but yeah. if I do bad, they're not gonna like get rid of me or something. So I'm glad that I'm even able to get the opportunity. More so, it just enables me to go to comps. I'm from Louisiana, so mini comps aren't within good distance. Like median distance for me is like 6 or 7 hours just to get to a comp if I'm driving, and then flights are obviously expensive. So yeah, I'm just blessed to be able to like even be able to compete as much as I have this year, and yeah, I'm really thankful.
Yeah, that's cool. There's so many kind of, we've been talking about this a lot on stream actually, that you know, speedcubing as a sport is quite young, and there's so much potential
Definitely.
for it going forward. Things like coaching and the barriers that are being broken. So as we're seeing Michael Neelson's first cube solve here, what as you think about the future of speedcubing as a sport, what's on your mind?
I'm really excited for the future of speedcubing as a sport. I do coaching, and that's like my main job right now. It's like I'm thankful enough I'm able to pay rent through cubing coaching, and you know that's a really cool thing that I would have never thought was possible just a few years ago.
Yeah.
I think like as a sport, for me, I think like obviously I'm a 3x3 main, but I would love to see more comps similar to All Stars, and also similar to like the GAN SSL League, if you know about that. It was like a smart cube league, and it was very viewership friendly. Like everyone loved it. I think that's where cubing should be headed, and yeah, I think if we do more viewership stuff, which I think everything I've seen so far around NAC and All Stars has been like really indicative of what I think cubing could look like in the future, and seeing like non-cubers be really interested in it as well, that I've talked to at least, is a good sign going forward. So yeah, I would love to see, like, for me, I'd love to see a double elim like head-to-head bracket like in fighting games or like Smash Bros. Because I think that's where it's at, because it kind of takes away the whole idea of like, you know, how do I calculate an average, what do I do here, what do I do there. It's more so just this person and this person are going head-to-head, and whoever does it faster wins. And I think that's like a lot easier to digest, and I think it also makes it a little more hype. I've heard some people say they want more crowd involved in the sport, and I think that would be really cool to see. So yeah, that's just, I think cubing as a sport is on the right track. I think another format in the WCA would go a long way though.
Yeah. Coaching specifically,
Yes.
I want to ask you more about that. So firstly, like what does that look like? Like, are you coaching solving specifically, mindset, a little bit of both?
Yeah. Generally, it's like, you know, I'm helping people focus on like their specific like techniques, their algs, their solutions mainly. A lot of it is just F2L is the bulk of a solve. Like if you can't get through F2L well, then it's going to be really hard for you to make much progress going forward. So a lot of what I focus on with my clients is just making sure we're getting F2L done efficiently. We're not pausing as much. And then, yeah, obviously, like if they have a comp coming up, they'll ask me mindset questions, and you know, I don't have the strongest mental game, but I try to give them any tips that I can, just because that is a very big part of it. I think in China specifically, like with Yiheng's coach, I think a lot of what they do, at least what I saw at Worlds, was they were more so just like, a nice little cornerstone for them to kind of fall back on if they felt any type of way, if they were nervous, especially because they're kids, you know. It was good to have like an adult in their corner that I think is able to like calm them down and help give them reassurance that like they can do well, and just help them with any like last minute improvement things they need to fix, or any like specific things that they may need to focus on in their average if they want to make sure they're doing well. So
No, that's sweet. Have you done like live coaching in a competition?
I haven't yet. I have a few clients here that I actually got to talk to for like I saw them for the first time in real life recently.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't get a chance to be able to get a lesson with them yet, but yeah, maybe later. Although today and tomorrow was like 3x3 days for me, so I'm a little preoccupied. I don't think I'll be able to fit any in, but I did have plans for it, but it just didn't end up working out.
Yeah. You're definitely in a player-coach situation here.
Yeah. I had someone comment. I made a reconstruction of Yiheng Wang's like WR average, and they said, does Dylan want to beat Yiheng, or does he want to beat Yiheng's coach? And I was like, dude, honestly, like both is the dream. Like, I would love to, like, whenever I'm not super competitive anymore, I'd love to come back and just coach like all the fast solvers. Like that's the dream. And you know, if there's more money in cubing, there's more money in coaching. So I would love to make that some type of part of my life later on, or like commentating or whatnot. Like I think it'd be super cool to stay a part of it.
Yeah. I mean, as the sport grows, so does all of that.
Yeah,
stuff,
everything
right?
around it, right?
Everything
The whole ecosystem grows. Yeah.
And it is cool to like even just here. I think you compare NAC 2024 to even any major pre-COVID, and it's night and day.
It's so different. It's so different. I think we're on the right path going forward. Like, I think All Stars and this are a really good showing of what the future of cubing is going to look like, and I'm really excited for it.
That's awesome. Okay, I want to ask. I won't make you pick 3x3 because I know you're in there. But
gotcha.
What do you have any wild predictions for this weekend's results, or anyone that you're watching closely?
I mean, for Megaminx, I predicted Lucas was gonna podium. I didn't know he was gonna get NR in finals, but that was my double NR. Yeah, that was crazy. That was my big prediction. I mean, I think some people had that kind of pin coming in here, but yeah, I was really big on Lucas coming in. For 3x3, man, I don't know. I don't think I can do it for 3x3.
No, I will make you do 3x3.
I know OH podium, like a lot of people are saying it's kind of up in the air. I don't know if I can pick a specific person. I think there's a few people that can make it there. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I think 3x3 is also a pretty big toss-up right now. So I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see how it all unfolds.
Yeah, it always is. Do you have any like sleeper picks or up-and-coming people who you're like, everyone should be paying attention to this person?
I think Caleb Chen's doing really good.
Yeah.
I know he's kind of been the go-to sleeper pick, but I think Caleb's really good. Any other 3x3 solvers? I don't know. I know Caleb. I've met with him a lot more recently at confs and talked to his parents, and they're really good. They're really chill. So, yeah, I just want to see him do well, and especially because he's only like a 2022 ID. Like, I always forget that, but he improved way faster than I did when I was his age. So, it'll be really cool to see. And he knows full ZB at this point, which is like,
at 13 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
like,
wild.
he did 2 ZBs in All Stars finals, which was I was right next to him when I competed with him. So, like, yeah, I know Caleb pretty well. I hope he does good.
Yeah. Yeah, and we were talking earlier actually about like there's nothing like that kind of beginner's season of your cubing career where you're like improving all the time. Like
it's the dream.
It's a good time in a person's cubing career.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Okay, thanks so much, Dylan. But the last thing is how can people follow along? Where can people find you, follow you?
Yeah, my YouTube is just Dylan Miller. It's just my name. If you're interested in like coaching or anything, I have like an announcement video on there, and then yeah, that you can just find me through any of that. YouTube's my main thing. I stream a lot. Like that's been the big thing. Coming into the week before NAC, I think I streamed like 4 out of 5 days or something. So yeah, it's just a good time. You know, yeah, just my YouTube. Dylan Miller is the main thing.
Awesome. Dylan, thanks so much for your time and stopping by, and good luck with the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm ready. What? Another +2.
Okay, we are seeing Michael Neelson's last cube solve, and soon after this we're going to have Michael on for an interview, so nice little reaction there from Michael.
Nice, Michael.
Known for his animated reactions, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. 255 is going to land his best possible average, which is, look at the sheet right here, is a 327 average for him. Not a PR, but
you can adjust it if you'd like.
Pretty decent.
Michael, of course, is known for Pyramix.
Yes. He is last year's national champion and the year before the North American champion.
So he will be defending that title later on this weekend. And yeah, once again, thanks to Dylan for stopping in to the commentary booth for a combo.
How was that interview, by the way?
It's great. He has so many interesting things to say about the future of speedcubing, obviously doing some coaching, so that is always interesting. Here's Ash's 4th solve. And yeah, and it gave us a walkthrough of his 3x3 round 1 average.
Right?
So that was cool to get some insights.
Gotcha.
And talked about he had a 9 on his 3rd solve, so really had to kind of work through that pressure of making sure it's still a good average.
Gotcha.
All right, we are going to take a short break and do a full swap over here as we get Michael into the booth with fellow commentator, Zach Rydell. So stay tuned, everyone, and we'll see you in just a minute.
Yep.
8 seconds. About 2
seconds? 1.8. 1.8 average.
Oh, nice.
Good. 906.
Want like a knock-knock joke to start this, or picture of my dog? You can do anything to keep it light. Let me know when you're ready.
Go.
Eight seconds.
Skew through 5, skew through 9, bring your speed screen. Thank you, skew.
Unlucky announcement.
Do you want, it's up to you. Your call. Sure?
I'm sure.
I would.
Or it never works.
I would
it never works.
I would dodge for you. So like you wanted it.
It never works. Dude, that's like it was never going to be good enough for the start. Like
that was unfortunate though, and I would have dodged for you. But
yeah.
you take the 2-3, you move to the next round. I agree. Last one, dude. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Eight seconds. Good finish.
This is bad average.
What's that?
That's my worst average of the year, I think.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I'm good. Cool. All right. All right, everyone. Hi, I'm Zach Rydell, coming back to the commentary team, here with
Michael Neelson.
Michael, it's wonderful to have you. So, question I'm sure everyone's being asked so far, how has North American Champs gone for you?
It's gone pretty well. I haven't had great results in the events I care about, like the ones that are really important to me, but I've had good results otherwise. And even in the events I care about, it hasn't been disastrous. It's just been, not
up to your expectations.
Exactly.
So maybe with your expectations, I know you are a student at Virginia Tech.
Yep.
Did you just complete your first semester? Or?
Just finished my first year.
How has it been? How has it been trying to balance cubing, college, all of that stuff while still trying to remain at a high level?
It's been challenging, more than I'd expect. I thought people going to college were just lazy before I went. I thought they were just making up excuses because they didn't like cubing anymore or something. But it's I still love cubing just as much as I always have. It's just there's other things I enjoy too. It's there's a lot more robust social environment there, so it's hanging out with friends a lot more.
I was going to say, making any new friends, any new hobbies that you're picking up outside of cubing, or?
Not really. No, it's a one-horse race.
Big Pyramix instead, Texas Pyramix.
Oh yeah. I did that one. That one was pretty good, but that's the only one.
I did want to go over maybe some of your more popular Pyramix results. Your world record average, famously.
Yeah.
We have that here from Richmond Spring 2023. First place, obviously. Any thoughts about that average? Very consistent there, counting 0.62, 0.67, 1.62, 1.67, 1.62 again. What were your thoughts going into the fourth and more importantly the fifth solve of the average?
So, right after the third solve, I knew I was on incredible pace. I'd never been on that sort of pace before for the average, and at that time the world record average was 166. So, it was I had very good potential to get the world record, and I distinctly remember thinking as I walked back to the competitor area after my third solve, Michael Neelson world record. I like the sound of that. And, you know, and then I sat down in the waiting area, tried not to psych myself out too much, and came back for the fourth one, and it was juiced.
And you did it.
Yeah.
So you locked in the world record going into the fifth solve, which is already incredible, knowing that you locked in that hard. Anything really on your mind for the fifth? Like, where you're like, yeah, no, this is like, I'm gonna do even better now. Like Michael Neelson is even more of a world record holder. Or
honestly, no. It was after the fourth one, I didn't really want to do the fifth because I was like, I just got really excited, and it was just like, I don't really care anymore. I've gotten it. It doesn't matter. And then like the fifth was kind of bad, anyways. The scramble. I think I performed very well on it, but the scramble was just kind of not there.
Gotcha. Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about bad Pyramix scrambles. Helping me out, please. No. But, so as we are seeing Pyramix and Pyramix times are improving, or at least people are improving. In what ways are they improving? Are we going the 2x2 route of learning all these new methods and new alk sets? Are we going the other 2x2 route of just turning really fast? Or where do you see the future of Pyramix, and how do you think people are going to progress Pyramix forwards?
That's a very loaded question. So as far as like people currently improving, I think it's mainly just everything that people are doing has been available for long enough now that there's just enough people doing it. The big things that people are doing are L4E, so V first method, where you reduce it to 4 unsolved edges and then do everything in one alg. And then just branching off that, so if you have the V from an angle you might not expect, or center in the V twisted, then you learn alg sets for that. That's not terribly common, the twisted center alg sets. I think there's maybe a handful of people who know those, but that is a direction that people can go. I don't know if it's worth the effort, but there's certainly that, and pseudo Vs are also very big.
Okay, so maybe a bit of a more popular topic that some people might be wondering. North American Championships 2022, we have your average coming up on screen soon. You won that competition. I remember watching it, seeing your celebration. It was awesome at counting 132 with a 118 single there. Any thoughts really about that average? I can only imagine you're going for the win again here. What do you have going in, or anything about this average that you have that you really like to talk about?
Well, one of my favorite things about it is that 132 single. That was the fastest counting time ever in a Pyramix average when I got that, and that was pretty cool. And then it also seems to be like a recurring thing through my Pyramix career that I get 132 singles. My first championship win had a 132 single. My first record had a 132 single, and then there was my second best average now also has a 132 single.
I will take note of that for when we watch Pyramix semis and finals.
Well, there's more. The first one I got was 132-1. Second one was 132-2. Then the third one was 132-3.
Are you intentionally getting a slower result against WCA regulations and trying to farm this conspiracy that you're building?
No, thanks, Beatstacks. The fourth digit is random. So I can't even have any influence on it. There's nothing I can do. It's random.
I think just at your skill level, you're doing it subconsciously, just waiting that extra 1,000th of a second, 10,000th.
Yeah.
So I did ask you again earlier about the competition, about how you were doing, any favorite PRs or anything like that. Have you gotten any PRs outside of? I think we talked earlier about Megaminx, unless I was talking to someone else.
I think that was with someone else. I did get 5x5 average and one-handed single, which were both by like quite small margins. One-handed single was by 200ths of a second, and 5x5 average was within a second. So nothing like huge. I would have liked a bit more in 5x5. I got 100 second, and they took 100 to round 2. But you know, I'm not heartbroken.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Have you done any special preparation since? I know with college it might be hard to be able to balance out practice, but anything specific that you've done to maybe lock in your nerves for tomorrow, or just really any Pyramix round since, knowing that you're you have the ability to do something great. Have you done anything since, or have you been practicing anything new maybe to better control your nerves?
Before I answer that question, I'd like to shout out Dominic Radici just did an EG2 on his solve.
I did not notice that.
Absolutely whack.
Flex.
That is
Ignored
incredible.
the time.
Yeah,
but
the solution
everything else was very cool.
But as far as practicing for this specifically, I don't think I've done anything different this major cycle than I have previously. The only thing majorly that's changed has been my preparation time. I generally like to have more time to prepare for majors than I got this year, but that was because after I finished my school year, I had a bunch of things to attend to. I went to my sister's graduation and then her wedding, so it was a lot of things that were happening where I can't really do Pyramix there.
I mean, you can make it work.
I don't think my family's been particularly pleased.
They have the little keychain ones now, though, so you could.
That's true.
Here's a wedding present. It's a Pyramix. I'll just be over here in the corner.
Yeah, but I think my preparation's been very similar to previous years, just in a shorter time span.
All right. Well, that's always nice to hear. Is there anything that maybe you wanted to talk about, or maybe not put on the air, but anything that you were passionate about that maybe you're looking forward to at NAC or upcoming competitions? I know we are starting. This competition's maybe unofficially the start of the Road to Worlds 2025 in Seattle, Washington. Will you be there?
I will be at Worlds in 2025. I have plans to go there. It will take something very, very big for me to not show up.
8 seconds.
So you mentioned a Road to Worlds. Could you explain this more?
12.
Well, this is like maybe not the last big major, as we obviously have European Championships coming up. But we have this is the last big North American major.
I see.
In that time frame.
I thought you were teasing a comp series moving across America.
I have nothing to share about that over the airwaves.
Oh, everybody listen up.
Now everyone's listening. Now everyone's tuned back in.
Yeah.
So maybe just one final thing before we start wrapping things up in this interview. Do you have any sleeper picks for any of the remaining finals or any up-and-coming stars you see in Pyramix or other events that maybe you think that people should be keeping a closer eye on?
I think Kyle Mead in Pyramix. People, I haven't heard a whole lot about him, but it's and I don't know why. I think people are just being silly.
I know I often keep a close eye on Kyle, PA representative, and I vouch for my state.
Yeah.
But he third in U.S. Nationals last year, incredible, and just consistent result after consistent result.
Yeah, he's an absolutely incredible solver.
I don't know if it's on right now.
Do you want to look at Kyle's 5 scoop solves from earlier? I know we're talking about Pyramix here, but my apologies. Do you want to go over your scoop solves at all? Was there anything that you did cool solution-wise? I know I could not find anything.
Yeah, I think that could be interesting.
Do you want to go over your fastest scoop solve from that average?
Sure.
5:33.
All right. Yep. All right. We will try and pull up your fastest scoop solve now. In the meantime, while we're getting that ready, not sure how active you are on social media, but I know you do upload to your YouTube. Do you want to promote any of your social media accounts?
I mean, the only one I really care about is my YouTube, Got to see that number go up, make myself feel better. Michael Neelson on YouTube, Nielsen. A lot of people messed it up. It's a hard one. But, yeah.
Then we will be able to see your winning North American Championship 2024 average there posted. When?
I don't know, man. I'm not going to say if it's going to happen or not. I don't know if it will.
I
was just saying, Kyle's an incredible solver, man. He's one that's actively pushed me to get better. I don't know if he knows it or not, but he will now.
Assuming he's listening, he might still be warming up for 3x3 round 2. I know he did come really close in the first round to a great average. So, all right, we have your 255 scoop single from the average that just happened. Take us through what you see here.
Okay, so there was not really a whole lot to work with. I believe I did red here. I might be lying to you. I did yellow. I did lie. So I think it was one corner attached to a center, and that was the best thing on anything else on all the centers. So for that, it's just kind of pair up pieces until I see something that might be good. So I believe I paired up a piece in the back there, and then solved 2 more corners.
So
just kind of with a 3-mover, and then
Oh,
you
that's
get
good.
this
That's like a
6-move
that's
case
like
that I do in
almost what I
8
averaged
moves because the
yesterday.
6-mover's hard. Yeah, I don't know if that case is great or not. But.
see, very whatever about that solve, it seems.
Yeah, it was probably about a 5-ish move layer, 4-5 to an 8-move case.
Ah, there we go. That's that guy. Never mind.
Yeah.
My apologies. You're still in it.
Yeah.
Do you So again, you did promote your YouTube channel. Is there anything else that you would like to share to the viewers and anyone else watching the stream for North American Championships?
Pyramix is cool. I think you should do it too. It's awesome. You know, I do that thing. That's pretty sweet.
It is not for me, but I have a ton of respect for you and your ability of doing it. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah. So for 2x2, check me out, dude. I think some people sleep on me.
I was gonna say I think I mentioned sometime yesterday that you're a bit of a sleeper pick for 2x2 and Scube, but we'll just like
Scube sleeper pick is huge. That's not
okay. Well, still, but
I
still,
won't say I agree with it, but if people want to tell me that, I'll gladly take the compliment.
Well, either way, it was awesome having you on stream today, Michael. It's a pleasure talking to you as always. Looking forward to seeing what else you can do here at North American Championships.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Nice having you.
Maybe just don't put it on me. Don't put the camera on me. All right, everybody. We are back here with some more Scube at North American Championship. I've joined the cast. My name is Keaton Ellis.
I'm Zach Rydell, as you all just saw with my interview with Michael Neelson.
Yes. How was the interview?
The interview was great. Michael Neelson is one of my favorite people to talk to. Mid-Atlantic representative, Virginia native,
Yes, he's a Virginia native from Virginia Beach area. He now goes to school at Virginia Tech.
He is a Hokie.
Yes.
That's their nickname, mascot.
What is a Hokie?
I did not ask that in the interview.
So their response to that is "I am," which is such a silly response.
It's like the Penn State thing, but way less cool.
Well, I'm from Maryland, and so, you gotta throw some shade at the interstate rivals just a little bit.
All right. We do have here just a bunch of Scube going on still. I think the group is maybe getting close to being done. We do have some high-level solvers. We have Luke Garrett. I also saw Zeke Mackey. Zeke Mackey here getting ready for his Scube solve.
All right, we've just got Twitch chat and YouTube chats pulled up again, so feel free to chat us up
if you're interested in anything or if you have any questions.
Ready.
We see here Zeke has a 275 ski PR average and a 120 single. Definitely a high up there in the ranking. A 460 would be a little locky, high move count.
12.
Tommy, master of all trades. Not certain on some of Rank's ranking, but I know he has great skills, across everything.
Yeah, Tommy, very much an all-rounder, although, you know, clearly he's best at blind.
Best at blindfolded. He is also very talented in clock. We did see him last year at U.S. Nationals. Luke Garrett claiming a duplicate scramble. We did see Tommy Cherry during finals of clock at U.S. Nationals 2023 get a 3.50 clock world record average. I remember sitting in the crowd watching it live. It was insanely hype. Another issue, a solved skew delivered to the competitor. It's unfortunate.
And for clock nowadays, 3.5 average
is
not even top 10.
It's still fast, definitely, but clock rankings. If you were here for trivia last night in person, you would have known 7 simul was the method that has now caused clock's meteoric rise or fall in times. I know I switched to 7 simul, got some good times with it, and now those good times are considered slow to everyone else.
Yeah, those are 350 now would be ranked 18th. There's also a major change in clock regulations since last year.
Since last year, yes. Starting January 1st of 2024, you are now allowed to adjust the state of pins in inspection. So there's no longer a scramble given to pin states. You are allowed to move them freely, which is really helpful for 7 simul, where you can get into your starting state and not have to worry about shifting any pins before going for your first turns.
Right.
Obviously helping other methods too, or other clock solvers. Having the pins in whatever state you want is very helpful, allowing you to plan your first move better.
Yeah, and I think it's very natural for the puzzle as well.
Yeah, I maybe was not a fan of the regulation change, but it has become easier to run.
I think the main thing is that as a competitor, it doesn't matter what the pin state is at the end. So it makes sense to not have the pin state matter at the start as well.
That makes sense. But let's save this debate for clock semis and instead talk about the wonderful skeep solving that we're seeing for both Tommy and Luke Garrett. Looking at our stats here, neither of them are in the top 12 seeds, but they're both still excellent, both all-rounders. Now that I'm realizing the people we have on stream are both incredibly talented across all events.
Yeah.
Luke Garrett, the first solve of FMC here at North American Championships, which we'll be getting back to FMC here shortly, winning the first solve with a 21 single.
Yeah, and that single, hilarious last 6 moves. He had the equivalent of M prime U, M U prime.
We'll be able to show it here in a second. Zeke, very fast, 254 there.
Very nice.
Nice cancellation into sledge.
Yeah, his last 6 moves were something along the lines of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is incredibly lucky, of course. There was some very talented block building before that point as well, but to be able to get something like that, and then also get that extremely lucky last layer.
Speaking of FMC, Kale Schwan, current North American record holder for average, I believe, or at least I know he had it.
For a very long time.
And formerly had the world record mean of 21 moves.
Yes, he still has that. That's still his PR. And it is not.
Quite the talent. Luke Garrett, 196 skeep single there, very quick U-perm. But Kale Schwan also quite talented at skeep.
Taking a look at some questions in chat. Keaton Ellis, can you tell us the pronunciation to Tommy Shalega, or Shalega?
Shalega.
It's Shalega.
It is not Timoy Shabatman.
Tim Tam, Slovakia.
I only know the one video. I apologize.
Tim Tam Bim Bam Flim Flam Jim Jam. Oh no, not all these are.
It is Shalega. as I learned at Mid-Atlantic Champs 2023.
Yes, Shalega it is.
Shalega. Such a smooth last name to say, kind of like the smooth turning we're going to see here from Luke Garrett's 5th scoop solve, 4th scoop solve. Not sure, but we're going to find out.
8 seconds.
Seeing a bunch of blocks here. Quick start, opting for the orange center and a Z-perm +2.
Unfortunate.
For Luke, that is a 5:37 scoop solve. So, do you want to explain +2 penalties, especially this one here for misalignment, Keaton?
Yeah, so for normal puzzles, you need to make sure that the cube is within half a turn of being solved. That is going to be considered solved, and there's no penalty applied. If you're more than half a turn away, then you're going to get a +2 second penalty. So on a standard 3x3, half a turn is going to be 45 degrees. So if you're below 45 degrees misaligned, you're good. And if you're over 45 degrees misaligned, that's considered a +2 penalty. And we got
the awesome graphic right there.
We got visuals helping us out as well. And what you'll see a lot of the time, especially with delegates on very close calls like this, is they're going to be, putting the cube down on the table and staring at it from a bunch of weird angles in order to see whether or not this is considered a +2 penalty.
That's solved.
For Scube in particular, half a turn on a Scube is not I don't even know what 45 degrees would be on this thing.
It's like the corner to corner,
like
half a scube.
Yeah.
But so it's harder to see on Scube, but going the full turn there, as Keaton's going to show.
This is a half turn, and this is a full turn on Scube.
So that is a +2 penalty, unfortunately, for Luke.
Yeah. So we have a very special guest here who was not scheduled, but we are going to ask a couple questions to him because he's done an incredible accomplishment. We're going to bring on Schwan Park real fast. So, Zach?
I will be heading out for this interview, but we'll hopefully be coming back shortly.
Thanks so much, Zach, and we'll get Chris on in just a sec.
Of course.
Hello, Christopher. Let me know when you're ready. Take your time. Make yourself comfortable.
All right, everyone. I'm still Keaton Ellis. We're here with Schwan Park, who we want to announce is the winner of 3x3 fewest moves here at North American Championship. It is Krish's very first major championship win. Krish, how are we feeling?
Man, I am feeling absolutely fantastic. I cried happy tears for the first time in my entire life.
Congratulations!
Yeah. No, it was a heck of a moment. I'm really happy.
Can you walk us through a couple of these solves real fast about what your thought process was, how you felt about the solves?
Yeah. So the first scramble was absolutely terrible. There were the first step to doing fewest moves is orienting all the edges, and typically that'll take about 4 moves. And that can usually range anywhere between like 1 and 5 is like kind of the max you want to check. There were no EOs less than 5 moves on the first scramble.
So everything was 6 or more?
It was 5 or more.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was really bad. And then the next step to solving the cube is domino reduction. And on that solve, I was just like messing around with the cube, and I did a really long domino reduction. I did a 14 move domino, which is really bad.
Including EO?
Including EO.
Okay.
So it's 5 moves EO and then 9 more moves to domino, which is really bad. You usually don't want to check anything above, like at the world class level, above like 11 moves.
Okay.
And somehow that DR was able to be finished in 8 moves. So that was crazy.
Super lucky.
Yeah, super lucky. The second one was, like, the scramble was definitely a lot better. Wasn't great in my opinion. The scramble, I like actually made a mistake. I thought the EO I had written down, which was 5 moves again, was closer to DR than it actually was. So then when I checked the other side of the scramble using NIS, I was actually 5 moves away from DR, but I'd actually made a mistake. And so then I checked that DR and I was like, oh wow, this is really good, and I got a 21. And then the last one, the scramble was so good. Like I needed a 20 for North American record.
Yeah.
So that thought definitely crossed my mind a few times, especially when I saw how good the scramble was. I was like, oh wow. But I was so nervous. I like really couldn't focus super well, and I just was like, okay, I think if I get a 23, I'll probably win.
Because you were ahead by one move going into the final
just one
solve.
move. So I was really, really nervous. I found the 23, I think, with like 15 minutes left, and then I spent the next like 10 minutes trying to find something better. Once I realized I like couldn't, I hit my hand. I was like, okay, I'm gonna submit this, and I sat in the room for like those 5 minutes because I wanted to see what everyone else had gotten. Yeah.
So you intentionally this year did not apply to be on staff, did not apply to be on the casting
No.
team, which you've done extremely well the last 2
appreciate
years.
it. Yeah.
For the purpose of getting this North American Championship title.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a big part of it. I think just really like focusing on like not having my mind too cluttered, like going into all the attempts, was really huge. Also, I got to sleep more because I wasn't casting. Like specifically today, actually. Usually, like in past championships, I'd be waking up at I'd be getting to the venue at like 8 to cast 3 blind round 2. But today, I actually didn't have to do anything till 10:30. Which was really nice. I mean, I do miss casting. I definitely am thinking about like maybe trying to come back
And there's
after
the
this.
World Championship next year as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I think now that I've done this, like I feel more comfortable, like doing stuff like casting.
That's incredible.
Oh, look, my boy Christopher Cheese on the stream. It's great to be back on the stream.
Yeah, it's great to have you. We know you're a natural.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So, I'm actually very curious about the 23. You
Yeah.
go into that solve saying, okay, if I get a 23, I will probably be North American champion.
Yeah.
But you don't know for sure.
No.
Do you go into that solve aiming for a 23?
No,
like trying to get a safer solution?
No, at the start of the attempt, like if I found like a safety like 25 and I wrote it down.
Okay.
Because I was like, okay, like 25 will probably still get me on the podium.
25 would have still
which still would have won. I didn't realize that.
Of course.
But like and so I found the 25, and I just after that, like I found that in like probably the first 5-10 minutes, and then I was like, okay, like I'm gonna like lock in. I'm gonna try and get like as good as I can. And the best I found, unfortunately, was 23, which is like an average to a little worse than average solve for me. And then I was convinced that Evan Brown had gotten like a 21 or better because that scramble was so good. It turns out Evan's domino reduction on the last one actually gave a 20. Yeah, it is a hard solution to see, but if Evan had probably spent a little more time on it, he probably would have gotten a 20.
But you still would have won because you had better. No, because he would have had a 20 better single.
Yeah, 20 would have been 21.33, meaning he would have beat me by 2 moves.
So tell me about what makes the scramble really good, because you got a 23, and the other 2 scrambles were better move count wise.
Yeah.
22 and a 21. So what makes scramble 3 good?
So scramble 3, the bad edge count on each, so bad edges are what you have to orient in order to get the edges on the cube to be oriented to do EO, which is the first step to DR, and the bad edge count for each axis on the last scramble was really good. It was 4 bad edges on one face, 6 bad edges on one, and then 2 bad on the other axis. And 4 bad edges can typically be solved in anywhere from like 1 to 4 moves. Like you'll rarely see like a 4 bad EO.
You just have to align them all on one axis.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
do F or B.
And then exactly. And then for 2 bad, it's set up to like RUR prime. So usually you'll actually get it in 3. But sometimes it'll be bad, like it was on this one. It was only 4 movers. But like it was just a lot of 4 move EOs on this one, whereas on the last one, I think there were only 3. On the second one, there was only 3 4 move EOs, and on the first one, there were none, which is actually like really, really bad. But then, because the shorter that you get to EO, then the shorter you could potentially get to domino reduction. Then if you get like an average finish, yeah. But I got really lucky with my first 2 finishes. Was an 8 move finish and then 11 move finish, and then a 12 move finish on this last one, which is actually pretty lucky as well.
Okay.
Yeah. The big thing with FMC is you just have to check everything you can. It's like one big like brute force like math problem essentially.
There's no finesse.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Like there is finesse once you get to like the later portions of domino reduction or like getting to parts of domino reduction, but it starts with just being able to guess and check like a crazy person.
And there's some skill in that, or it's just
Yeah.
you have to be able to brute force more.
Yeah, you have to be able to brute force more. Like one thing that really helped me recently is instead of like solving the cube into EO each time, like I can just like look at an axis and write down the moves to get to EO in each one. Like I don't, so I'll just look at each axis, write down all the EOs I see, and then check them move by move, like after.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's been a grind. I've been going for this for probably like 5 years. I got into this event like November 2018, and I was like, okay, I'm pretty good at this. Hopefully one day I can like win a championship, because that's been my goal since I was like 13 years old. And now I'm here.
So now you're going to have a new tab on your WCA profile that says Championship Podiums.
Yeah. Well, I have the tab.
Oh no, you have it from
I have the tab from NAC 2022.
Right.
I got.
You didn't have the dub. You didn't have the dub though.
I didn't have the dub. I'm also the prize money for winning FMC is 1 month's rent, so that's pretty good. I mean, I can.
Does that say more about the prize money, or does it say more about the rent in Worcester?
It says more about the rent in Worcester, Massachusetts, which is exciting. I mean, it means I can splurge a little more now. I am almost done with college, guys. We're so close.
So, Worlds is next year.
Yeah.
It's in the U.S.
Yeah.
Are you going to continue your push to try to be world champion?
I don't know, because the top 3 in the world, or like top 2 really, I think Jay and Firstchen and Chongwen.
Yeah.
I think I think are low-key kind of locks, and then also all the Europeans are really good. I actually did really, really well at FMC 2024 in early June.
What time did your event start?
6 a.m. So FMC 2024 was a competition where they hosted, it was a bunch of locations simultaneously around the world hosting FMC meets at the same time, and everyone was starting at the same time, and I think they drew straws to see like which regions would go when. And North America East went at 6 a.m., and so 6 to 10 a.m., which was awful. But it was the largest round of FMC ever, over 1,000 people, and I started that meet off with a 20 and a 21.
Oh.
And then, so I was like, oh, wow, I need a 22 to get North American record. Like, I've never gotten a record. I got a 25 on the last one. I got 4th place. I was so bummed.
Oh.
And the top 3 that beat me were Chongwen in 1st, Kale Schoen in 2nd, and Jay McNeil in 3rd.
Oh, so
yeah. Firstchen, I don't know if he went, or he might have done bad. I'm not exactly sure. I just remember being like, oh, wow, if I just got like a 24 in the last one, I would have podiumed. And if I got like a 22, I would have gotten NAR. So I think it was nice. That was like kind of a wake-up call to realize how good I am compared to other people in the world. And it definitely gives me some confidence going into Worlds, but also it's Worlds. Anything can happen. And FMC is an event where it's like it's so volatile. Like last year at Nats, I started off with a 25 and a 26, and I was like devastated. I got like 8th place. So I think there are really no favorites in this event. And I think that's really important to like know mentally. I think that was the difference this year. I sort of crashed and burned last year because I went in and I was like, okay, people were always telling me like I'm the favorite, like this is crazy. And then like I went in thinking I was the favorite, and like I had all that like pressure on me. But this year I went in and I was like, you know what? I just want all my solves to be sub 24, and like I'll be happy. And like I don't care how I place amongst everyone else. If I just do well for myself, I'll be happy. And then I ended up winning. It's exercise and mentality.
So you're not going to do a major Worlds push, but you are still going to practice a bunch.
Oh, yeah. Well, just because I love it. Like, FMC is so much fun, and, like, all my friends do it. We'll hop on Discord calls all the time and just do FMC. Like, I think...
How many solves are you doing a week?
Leading up to NA Champs, probably, like, 1 a day, maybe 2 a day. If I have absolutely nothing going on, sometimes I'll do 3 in a day. But, like, during a week of school, maybe, like, 1 or 2 a week. But like it's crazy because it's such a social thing for me now. Just like getting on Discord and doing FMC with my friends. I think our friend group makes up like the North American champ, the national champions last year, and then the North American champ the year before. We're all like people I'm really like best friends with, and we've sort of like formed like an identity around this event, which is crazy. People used to call us the Northeast Cringe Club, and now they're like, oh, the FMCers. So we've graduated.
You've matured.
Yeah, which is nice. So yeah, I mean, they all also did really well at this comp. It could have gone to any of them, so I really want to give a shout out to all of them. They're really like amazing people.
So you guys as a group practice FMC.
Oh yeah, so much.
Reflect on each other's solutions.
Yeah, I think we make up like probably like 50-60% of the top 10 North America, which is crazy. And we all became friends before we started doing FMC. Like we all started learning together.
Yeah.
It started with Christopher Chi, who was the national champion in 2018, world champion in 2019. Yeah. One of the few people to hold both titles at once in FMC. And he taught all of us how to do FMC. So he's like sort of like the start of all this. He unfortunately DNF'd his mean. He got like DNF 23 DNF. He kind of after the first DNF just started messing around and doing blocks. Actually,
the old school stuff.
Yeah, funnily enough, if you took the best block solutions on each solve and combined them, that mean would have podiumed.
Really? So it was Luke Garrett's hilarious 21.
Then Chris's 23 on the second, and then Luke got a 24 with blocks in the last one too.
Oh my God.
LL skip.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It was really funny.
Wait, Luke didn't podium though, right?
No, he got a 24-6 mean. He got 21, 29, 24.
Okay.
But what's so funny is Luke's best solve outside of competition is a 24. And he has 2 23s and a 21 in comp.
Well, he's doing. He's just doing blocks, right?
Yeah, he's just doing blocks. We always tell him, we're like, dude, learn EO. And he's like, hey, learn EO, learn DR. And he's like, maybe one day. He would nemesize like so many people. Like, so many people are actually like praying he doesn't. He's actually, I think, only FMC off of nemesizing me.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, no, Scube single, Square One single as well, which are both like fluky, and he can get them at any time. But yeah, hell of a comp. I think I've had such a fun time here, and I think that really helped me do well.
Well, we're extremely happy for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Thank
again.
you. It's good to be back on the stream.
Yeah, I mean, you're always a natural. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to do?
Shout out to my parents. They have helped me through all of this with like so much love and have always rooted me on. Shout out to my girlfriend who's watching back home. I called her after. She was really excited.
Oh, that's great.
Shout out to like all my friends, Alexi, Chris, Owen, Daniel, Zach, Carrie, AJ. Oh my God, I'm forgetting someone. Luke, Carter, Daniel. Like there's so many that I could thank. You all know who you are. I love you all, and thank you for helping me get here. And thank you for being so supportive.
Well, this has been an interview with Krish Shanatwani. Krish, thanks so much, and congratulations.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
We'll be right back.
I have all the confidence in you. Ready? Whenever you're ready, let me know.
I'm ready.
8 seconds. 12. See, you do belong up here.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Something I couldn't find. Thank you.
Yeah, good job. Standing, let me know when you're ready. Take your time. Eight seconds. 12 seconds.
All right, we are back. I've got Zach with me once again.
Hello, Keaton.
Welcome back to the stream.
How was that interview with Krish?
Krish was a fantastic host. Or fantastic guest. He's hosted this this event in 2022, and he hosted U.S. Nationals last year. So it's great to be able to cast him again. I think he's an absolute natural behind the mic, and he just knows so much about cubing. You just lead him in just a little bit, and he knows exactly what to say.
He did win FMC, as you guys, I am certain, talked about.
Of course.
What was his average again? Can you remind me? 21, 22, 23?
Correct. Those are his 3 times, which gives him a mean of 22 moves per solve.
Awesome. Well, we're just going to keep going on with Skeeb here. We just saw Elijah Brown with a 3.87 single.
We're going to see Stanley Chapel here in just a second. Stanley, of course, Scube defending world champion, in addition to all of the other accolades that he has.
Definitely, definitely something.
Unexpected, but also that
very well deserved. I know he was putting in a lot of work into Scube. Another 387 on the red stage in the hot seat. This time from Stanley Chapel. I know Elijah just got that. Here we see Stanley's Scube winning average there at Worlds.
Clutching it after 4 solves.
After 4 solves is insane from Stanley. Very impressive.
Zane, of course, taking a look at that average. That counting 389, really hurting.
Carter and Zane, maybe the favorites just coming in second and third.
Well, they're the favorites here today. Zane ranked second with a 156. Carter ranked first with a 1.52 second average, and also has world record single of 0.75. And Zane with the 0.81.
That was set at the last North American Championships.
In the finals.
I remember that interview and that reaction very well. I was in the same group as him, got that scramble. No idea what he did. No idea what he did. I watched the interview. I've asked him in person. Still clueless. Elijah Brown here with a 423. Seems all right with it. We're going to see here on the blue stage Simon Kellum, also quite talented in Scube and the Pyramix department like Elijah. Simon has a 184 average and 0.85 single for Scube. Very well talented. Quite busy. I know he delegated or attended a ton of competitions in the last year.
Yeah,
but still managing to keep up with practice is amazing.
Yeah, he flew to California for a competition. Very cheap flight out of Sacramento to go to a competition in Davis. But there is no public transportation that's really convenient from the Sacramento airport to Davis, California. So he told me his flight was cheaper than his Uber.
Wow.
But he made it and got some Scube in. Simon, by the way, 5th ranked in the world, also 5th ranked at this competition. We have the world's top 5 here. They are all Americans.
The only event, I believe, that we have at this competition has 1 through 5 in the world rankings. So the final round that we're going to see tomorrow on Championship Sunday, really anybody's game, I feel.
Extremely tight. And, of course, you have Stanley, who's ranked 7th here, won Worlds last year, obviously very good under pressure.
Simon, our reigning national champion, won U.S. Nationals last year, ahead of Carter Kukala and Zane Kanani. We're going to see here on the red stage, Elijah Brown inspecting. Sledge into U-perm there, but a little locky on the execution, Elijah Brown. Will Clower on the blue stage solving right now, a 2.74 off-stream. Here we have a replay of Elijah, that U-perm and locked up there, but still was able to get it out. Relieved that he did not DNF that solve.
How'd you do in Scube?
Stanley, let me know when you're ready.
Stanley now up on the red stage. No, Scube's an event. I have, I'm sure everyone knows that I talk to about Scube. I have a 358 official average with a counting 2.6, 2.7, 2.2 best single. No idea how that happened, man. I did 3 really dumb layers into Sledge, and it kind of just worked sometimes.
And that's all you need, right?
Stanley with a 681, and not worst possible average, but that 6 is unfortunately counting. Simon with a 224 that we saw off stream. Don't know if we can get a replay of that for you guys, but still quite an impressive time from Simon. Here we're seeing that replay. Very quick layer into what looks like a 10 move NS. Looked like sledge, and then some sort of fixing of the layer, but quite fast, quite high DPS. Elijah Brown on the red stage. I'm trying to make out what that logo is on the Scube Center. I don't know if you know. Maybe I'll have to ask him sometime.
I'm not quite sure.
6:59. A little bit of a funny timer stop. Taking it in stride.
Congratulations right there.
Maybe
That cube just did not want to stay in your hands that time.
that is Chris DeBar, the judge of that attempt.
Yep, you take that with you.
Are we going to be able to see it over here?
Oh, that's the that's the Prop 65 sticker, if I remember correctly. If you're in the United States and you buy something, especially from an international dealer, it may have Proposition 65 warning. This has been known to cause cancer. The state of California states that this product has been known to cause cancer. That it contains chemicals that could potentially cause cancer. Calvin Nielsen.
Will Clower 288 seems pretty all right with that. He's smiling.
He's having fun on stream.
Mid-Atlantic native, hailing from Richmond, Virginia. He feels the love. Maybe he knows I am talking nice things about him. And some showmanship for the camera.
8 seconds.
Very fast NS there, or NS ALG there from Will Clower. I know he's been working really hard to shoot for sub-2 average.
That's a +2, my friend.
That is a +2, as Chris says. That is an 827 on the blue stage, we are going to see Simon Kellum get ready for his third attempt.
We've also just had Scube Group 9, which is the last group of Scube, be announced. This is the group that Zane and Carter are going to be in. We'll have Zane on the red stage and Carter on the blue.
Simon inspecting. I see a big block there in the white layer. Simon doing the same solution as Will Clower, just fumbling at the end there, a 333 for Simon Kellum. Yeah, getting some turns in before submitting the cube, making sure he is locked in as possible. So we see that same white layer, and then the same NS Alg, 2 moves away from being solved there. Definitely a good thing he went and fixed that. That would have been a DNF if he stopped with more than.
Yeah, it also looked like he started an Alg with a corner misoriented. So he had 3 solved corners, and then he had 1 corner left. So
some cases, it might have been a case. A lot of NS Algs, I know one, so I know them all. Some NS Algs are very good cancellations with moves leading into them. There are only 4 axes you can turn on a Scube. Oh no, you can turn on every corner. My bad. There are 8 corners you can.
Well, I mean, it's still 4 axes. It's the same axis for 2 different corners.
Yeah, my apologies. But you can cancel a lot of moves, and he probably saw something that canceled with that corner being flipped. Here we see Zane Kanani, former world record holder for both single and average in this event, inspecting.
Got a 120 average on 2x2 earlier. Currently slotted in first place for that event.
Quite high TPS from Zane there. A 264 single. Maybe not what he's hoping for, but he's still got 4 more solves. Will Clower off stream with a 455.
Zane repping that Virginia shirt. Just committed to going to the University of Virginia this fall.
He is committed.
An excellent school from Thomas Jefferson himself. Of course, as a University of Maryland alumni, I cannot endorse a school any more than that.
We're seeing Simon Kellum prepare for his 4th Scube solve of the average. Seeing here, and I see a nice orange block and blue block for him to possibly build off of. Simon trying to find and one look his entire solve and inspection, which it seems that he did. 208, quite fast turning there from Simon Kellum. And we're going to see that solution again. So he gets the layer, and it looks like, yep, that was just a hedge slammer into a U-perm. So that is a 12-slice solution after the layer. Not sure how many moves the layer was, but very high TPS there from Simon.
So tell me a little bit about that term you just used, hedge slammer.
Hedge slammer. So on Scube, there are 2 main short algorithms that build up the basis of a lot of Scube, called sledgehammer and hedge slammer. Sledgehammer is just bringing one corner down, the other opposite corner down, and then undoing those in the opposite order. And hedge slammer is just doing that backwards, or doing it from the mirrored angle. So those algs make up a lot of Scube, so a lot of top solvers use those throughout their solutions.
It's also the main construction for the intermediate and beginner methods for Scube. So I as an intermediate solver, and Zach as an intermediate solver.
Intermediate strong.
Do lots of
these.
Lots of sledges and hedges.
To get done.
With various ways. You get your standard U-perm cases, which are 3 centers being exchanged.
But we'll leave the Scube turning to Zane Kanani here, again, warming up. A method I've seen him start doing since March, when he originally broke the sub-1 2x2 barrier, is drill specific algs or cases in hopes of making sure his turning is as precise as possible. I am seeing quite the big block there on blue. Maybe Zane's going to work with it. And he is. That is a 207 for Zane. Quite fast turning, maybe a little choppy, but still a good second solve in the average. Simon Kellum wrapping up here. Simon is a 240 best possible average, so if he gets a time of 2.07 or less, we are already going to be able to know his average. Which it seems we will not be getting. We'll be getting a 449 for Simon. Unfortunately, the worst possible average he could have gotten, counting the other 3 slowest times in his average. A 281 average of 5 for Simon. Replay here of Zane's solve. Quite a fast layer into just hedge slammer, as you mentioned earlier. L prime, L prime R, solving off the rest of the puzzle. On red, we have Jack Stewart from California. I talked to him a little bit online. He definitely enjoys Skewb. He also does Rue, both one-handed and two-handed.
Well, Rue one-handed, definitely the meta.
Oh, absolutely. And two-handed, maybe a bit of an obscure choice, but still quite impressive of a method. Seeing some great results with it. Sean Patrick Villanueva famously, third place at Worlds 20.
Second place at Worlds 2019. Coming from the 13th seed at that competition.
Yeah, quite the fast Rue solver. Zane inspecting his third attempt.
He currently has world record average for one-handed as well.
And single. Zane, I do see yellow center. That might be an EG2 block.
12.
We will talk about EG2 after the solve. Unsure if he actually did it. Very fast solution here. I have no idea what he did.
So tell us about EG2.
So currently, we'll go into the beginner's method of Skewb, where you solve a layer, kind of like you would any other puzzle, doing the layer by layer method. Well, EG2 takes from 2x2 having a solved diagonal layer on bottom. So in Skewb having two corners swapped positions. There are now a new set of algs being generated for these new cases. So having effectively maybe two solutions that can be done per each scramble. And it also saves you on having to take out the incorrect corner and fix it for the correct corner. Jack here.
So why EG2?
EG2 and
what?
Not EG1. EG1 is already used in 2x2 when you have just two adjacent corners swapped, which I don't know why and don't have the time to explain why it's not possible in Skewb, but it's not, unfortunately. You can't have two adjacent corners next to each other in the same way you would on 2x2.
Correct. Sorry, I cleared it.
Seeing here solvers of all speeds. Definitely some of my favorite people to talk to here are the families just coming here. Maybe if they aren't expecting the highest results, still being able to see all of their friends and stuff like that is always a blast, especially talking to a bunch of parents.
Yeah, coming here from California. It's been a while since I've seen a lot of my friends from the East Coast that I've known for more than 10 years.
I'm Touch Keaton.
Yes, of course. You should be.
Big block there, 234 for Zane, but he was quite close to that last move.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble there. Does get a 2-3-4-5.
It's quite impressive. We're going to see Carter Kukala, our current world record holder in Skewb, both single and average. Maybe not the fastest showing from Carter, but Carter, our current second place at Worlds last year. Carter's also a member of the Regulations Committee and the Disciplinary Committee of the WCA, overseeing a ton of stuff. I can only imagine how busy Carter is at any given moment, practicing Skewb, practicing
all the blinds,
all the blinds, every event, another excellent all-rounder, as well as delegating and organizing competitions. The list goes on. Truly impressive what Carter's able to manage.
And he's had great family involvement as well. Lisa Kukala, Carter's mom, a part of the WCA Executive Assistance Team, helping out the WCA board with lots of administrative tasks.
We saw Jack Stewart there. I was not able to catch the time, but it looked like a 3. It was a close +2 call, but it was was ruled not a penalty. We're going to see Zane up here on the red stage, getting ready for his 5th solve. Wow, he has flown through these things.
Yeah, Carter's just finished what we've recorded as his first time. Zane on solve number 5 right now.
Very quick there, 197, best possible average for Zane Kanani. We are hopefully going to get him in here for an interview. I know I have a couple questions planned for him, so it'd be awesome to get to talk to him, get inside the mind of an amazing solver across several events.
He's going to go drop a couple things off first, and then we'll go grab him to bring him on here. And I'll step aside for just a little bit at that point.
Maybe I'll see you again on commentary, but if not, it was lovely talking to you as normal, Keaton.
It's always a pleasure, Zach.
All right, we will be back shortly. We'll keep commentating until we are ready for the interview. Jack Stewart getting ready for, I believe, his 5th solve.
We do also have Carter preparing his 2nd solve and starting inspection on the blue stage as well.
8 seconds.
Jack 173, fast single, and a 167 for Carter Kobaly.
Carter, both of these guys pulling out incredible solves.
Jack did give a big thumbs up and smile to the camera. Very happy with that. I'm unsure of Jack's PR single, but I can only imagine a 173 is still very fast for him.
Absolutely.
Let's see a replay of Carter's here. So that looked like a 3-move layer, and then a couple moves for NS, and it was just done. Quite impressive solving from both Carter and Jack Stewart there.
That's almost half of Carter's last time. 3.2 down to 1.6.
Wow, fast. Here we see
Caleb, let me know when you're ready. Take your
Kearney,
time.
Pennsylvania state champion in clock. We just had the state championship last month, I believe.
Out in Mechanicsburg.
Out in Mechanicsburg, Messiah University. Go Falcons. Quite a lot of blocks here on this Skeep Scramble. This looks like a lot
There are
of
3 different colors you can choose from: blue, orange, or green. Goes for orange.
Caleb, maybe picking the right one there. 353 thing single, quite fast.
We also see Taj Bresser on the blue stage. The time just got reset, but it was a 3.6. Not a bad time for Taj.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we see a replay of that. Taj getting pi plus Z perm for the advanced NSKs, but very smooth turning from Taj there to solve that. We see Carter Kobaly again getting ready for their 3rd solve. Inspecting, seeing some blocks here.
8 seconds.
Carter with a 2 flat there. And that is going to be it for Keaton Ellis at the moment, at least. We're going to bring Zane Kanani on for an interview. Keaton, it's awesome having you.
It's a pleasure to be here, Zach, and enjoy the interview, y'all. I'll be right back.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Freeze in the DNF.
You're going to 2.
All right, everyone. This is Zach Reidel here with Zane Kanani. Zane, awesome having you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so you just competed in Skewb. How did you do? I was watching your average.
I think it was like mid to low 2 average. I was pretty much just safetying every solve because first rounds of big comps, I was just worried about DNFing, so I just made sure to safety, and I didn't plus 0 DNF any, so.
Yeah, I was going to say very smooth, safe turning, safe timer stops on all of them. We are going to go through, maybe we have some of your solves that we're able to pull up for review. I did know you had quite the fast solve on the last one. Actually, we're going to watch Carter solve first. Maybe you can give some insight on Skewb itself. Carter off to a decent start.
Yeah.
I saw this scramble.
I did not execute this very well. I did a kind of weird solution. Looks like Carter might go for the foremost, do this nice NS. Oh, the other way, okay.
A
Good
193
execution.
from
Yeah.
Carter. So do you want to talk about that solution, maybe NS as a whole? Maybe explain to the audience what NS is and how it's gained a lot of popularity as of late?
So yeah, it's pretty much just this, like on 2x2 you do CLL by solving a layer and then finishing with an ALG, and then on Scube you do layer and then NS, which is basically the equivalent on Scube.
All right, so a lot. We'll get more into Scube as well as the methods to solve it and 2x2 later. But first off, I see your amazing shirt, Virginia.
Yeah, there we go,
You just committed to the University of Virginia.
Yep.
You excited? You ready?
Yeah, excited but nervous.
Do you have any plans on maybe how you're going to balance cubing and college? I know a lot of our viewers are either college aged or going to be in college maybe one day, and maybe you want to give them some advice or what you're planning on doing. And
I probably won't practice as much, at least like the first few weeks when I'm like getting settled in, but I'll try not to like get super rusty or anything and just still cube.
All right. So I do have a couple questions in here, right? Or questions written down for you. Currently, you are a favorite going into both 2x2 and Scube here at this competition. Reigning North American champion in both and the national champion in 2x2. How have you found it best to stay composed in these major final situations, especially as of late? I know I've seen you start a new practice or warm-up routine for solves starting around in March, right when you got your sub-1 2x2 average. Congratulations again. Do you maybe want to talk about that, stuff that you've been practicing to maybe stay composed?
Yeah, so the thing I started doing in March, because I used to do it a few years ago and I just stopped for some reason, but basically I just like warm up by executing a few times so I'm confident in my turning, like just doing random solutions, and then I go on the official solve.
All right, and you've been doing that across all events? Well,
or basically it's 2x2 and Scube.
2x2. The events where your turning really needs to be dialed in. So I have written down here, sorry. You broke the sub-1 barrier earlier in March and attained another 2 sub-1 averages since, with several close calls in between. With sub-1 being the last second barrier for 2x2 to be broken, and thus we're breaching into negative times here, which isn't going to shock me at this point. When do you think we are going to see the human limit of 2x2? Do you think we'll see a limit ever? Are we going to keep going on?
I don't think there's like an exact limit. It'll just become like, once it gets to like 0.6, it'll become super rare that it gets broken, and then like 0.5. I'm not sure if we're going to see better than 0.5. Maybe 0.4 could happen, but like, yeah, I don't know exactly.
So speaking of the limit, ways for competitors to approach this limit, there are a bunch of new methods, or at the very least, there are a ton of 2x2 methods that I know of that are mind-blowing to me. So as you mentioned earlier, CLL, where you solve a layer and then the top corners, and then EG1 and EG2, where you solve the layer, maybe not in the with 2 corners swapped, either adjacent or opposite, and then solving all the corners together, as well as TCLL, and newly, that has blown me away, CBL and TCBL, or TCBL. Do you maybe want to talk about those methods, how much you've been experimenting with them?
Yeah, I haven't experimented all that much. It's basically I'll explain. So CBL and TCBL is basically when you have, you solve all of one color into one layer and then all of the other color into the other layer, but it doesn't have to be like oriented any certain way. So you could basically have a Sun on one layer, and then on the other layer you could have a TOLL, and then you just do one algorithm to solve the rest.
So how much of those do you know
so
far?
I don't think I can give an exact amount. I learn random cases.
Got it. So talking about learning random cases, not every scramble is the greatest, as you can imagine. Some scrambles are naturally different than others. You know, some are 4 movers, some are, not 4 movers. When you find a bad scramble in competition, how do you choose to attack that afterwards?
Well, yeah, like after the comp, usually I try generating and just trying to find like whatever the best solution I think would be for the scramble, and try to find a way I can like see it, like learning a scramble kind of. But it's not exactly like ELGs. It's like there could be like some weird LS that I didn't think of, and I just try to be able to find that.
All right. I do have wrote down here that I really wanted to talk to you about. You come from a family of cubers, or at least there's the 3 of you. There is you, reigning in 2x2 and Scube, Hassan in Square 1, and Ibrahim across big cubes, as well as just being a very knowledgeable competitor overall. How do you feel maybe joining the list of cubing dynasties, such as we have the Egdal brothers, the Vire brothers, the Juan Key brothers? How do you feel maybe attaining that level of status there as a
I don't know.
family?
It feels kind of weird to me. I don't really think about it that much.
Do you think that you all benefit from each other? You all teach each other things? I'm not sure how much Hassan is teaching you about 2x2, but is there things that maybe he's helping you with? Either like inside or out of like 2x2 itself, or maybe just competing, anything like that?
Yeah, I would say he's helped me definitely more with like square one. I haven't worked on it as much recently, but like he's helped me with like better PBL logs and stuff.
Well, it's nice still being good at square one, so at our local competitions we can get our acclaimed HCZ podium. Do your siblings take any other kind of role in your cubing career, if we'd like to call it that?
I guess it's like if I do bad, helping support me, or like just my mindset and stuff for competing.
I have seen Ibrahim a ton today, watching you and helping make sure that you have all of your solutions dialed in, as well as with Hassan as well.
Yeah.
So we do have some of your scoop solve here. I know we have started with 3x3 round 2. Let's maybe go over your fastest scoop solve from the last round. Maybe you can tell us what you did, what you saw, maybe some options that you could have taken.
Yeah, it was
your fifth year's fastest solve?
Yeah, it was 1.9. It was really not that good of an execution. It was a one-move layer cancel into an NS Elg.
Let's get it up on screen so we can talk about it to the viewers.
So it was, I was canceling with the Elg, and it's like set up to hedge in like 7 moves or something, but I just locked up a lot, and it was not that good of an execution.
Yeah, I saw it was close, and there was maybe a weird layer into sledge, or did the layer cancel an AUG and then the sledge was the result?
It was pretty much 2 AUGs canceling. It was like a 7-move AUG and then hedge after it, and the first move of the AUG was done, so nice.
So with these fast events like 2x2 and Scube, you are one-looking your solutions in order to find multiple solutions and then pick which one is the best out of all of those.
Yeah.
How many solutions do you think you find or look for on each one of those puzzles?
I mean, it depends. It really depends on the scramble. Like, I would say usually on 2x2 I might find around 5 or something, and then on Scube maybe like 3 or so, but it really depends. Sometimes it's more or less.
So I do want to know, what is the most solutions you have found on one 2x2 scramble? Five sounds like a crazy amount. But
I don't think I could give an exact number, but it's also like I might be able to check a solution and then from that know what a few other options give on a certain phase, so then I can just go off of it even without technically one looking like multiple.
Okay. We do also have some of your 2x2 solves. We'll go over solve 3 from the first round. Do you maybe want to talk about what you did here for your solution?
Yeah, it was a 3-move layer cancel into it was a 3-move layer into an EG1, and then from that I knew you could set up to this like EG1 LS Elg. It was kind of a weird solution, and I just tried to safety it a bit, and I was
going to say very safe timer stop, start, and turning. We're also going to pull up your 5th solve from that average. Maybe walk us through what you did there.
Oh yeah, okay, now I remember. It was always an insert into anti-CLO, and I just tried to safety it a bit, and that was actually probably the best execution of the round for me.
All right, well, it looked very fast. Maybe just going into what you have expectation-wise for the rest of the competition. I imagine you're trying to become our North American champion twice now in 2x2 and Scube. Any other goals or PRs that you're looking to break?
I would say I usually try not to set too many goals. Like, I would like to get defending my title, but if not, it's okay. Like, yeah.
Well, that's a great mindset to have. I'm not sure how active you are on social media, but I do know you have a YouTube channel. Is there any social media or YouTube that you would like to promote where people can find and see more of you?
I mean, yeah, the main thing is just my YouTube channel, which is my name. I don't like use social media too much.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure having you, Zane, on for an interview. It's great to learn more about these events, which I'm starting to realize how little I know about. It's been awesome having you, and good luck in 3x3 round 2.
Thank you.
Awesome.
we are back at Rubik's WCA North American Championship, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I've said that so many times.
You've
today.
memorized it. You got it down pat.
I've got it down. We are in the second round of 3x3.
Indeed.
What are the stakes here, Manu?
The stakes are decently high here. So we're going to reduce down from 400 competitors to 100 competitors. That's going down from 900 who initially competed and were registered down to 100. Only the cream of the crop is going to be left. It ended up being, I believe, 12:07 to make it into this round. Just double checking that for you. 12:15 to make it into this round. That number is going to go down dramatically. Our projections based on the psych sheet say 7:49. I don't think that's going to happen. Based on the round 1 results, that would be 8:62. That's still pretty insane, not going to lie.
Yeah. And, you know, well, the way that this round is going, we have 400 competitors.
Yeah.
And it will go from the bottom 80 and then in 5 groups of 80 up to the top 80 competing in the last group. So we've got a little bit of time here before we're going to see the top solvers in this round. But until then, we've got some solving going on. That is still pretty quick. It's going to be sub 12.
Well, the funny thing is, it's faster than both of us,
yeah,
right?
There we
so
go.
there you go. But, you know, every single one of these competitors is also actually going to be vying to make it into the semifinals. I'm not sure if they're actually doing bottom 80 and then next 80. I just know that they're just putting all of the fastest people at the end here.
Yeah.
And the reason for that, I talked to Tim Rowan specifically, is to make sure that they get the same scrambles. That way, there's no confusion, and you don't get like a weird situation where someone advances because they got like a simpler set of scrambles or something. Although 3x3, I feel like is less of that concern. So yeah, stay tuned. We're just gonna watch through the first several groups.
Yeah.
I think I just heard Group 2 get called up.
Yeah. We do a quick recap of the first round of 3x3.
Yeah, of
Maybe
course.
get some replays from production here.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Especially on Timon Koloshinsky's first round average, which was sub 5. Now, for context, there have been less than 50 sub 5 averages ever in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Timon now has 6 of those.
Yeah, and the majority of the other ones are by Yihang.
Oh, that was so smooth.
Yeah, I think Rihang has maybe 1, and Max also has. Max, I'm pretty sure, also just has the 1. Here are the results from the first round. You can see Max Park, second place, 5:35, very solid average from him. Luke Greiser backing up his third place from North American All-Stars with another third place finish in the, well, maybe not a third place finish, third place placing in the first round here. Then followed by Max Xiao, Kyle Santucci from Canada, Matty from Hawaii, Christopher Sun, Dylan Miller is your top 8. We have a replay for you on Timon. Yeah, I mean, to get sub 5 average again after getting sub 5 average a couple days ago at NA All-Stars, it's something special. Timon is one of the hottest cubers right now.
He is going into European Championship next week as well. You know, he can't be North American champion here at NAC. But when I talked to him yesterday after 7x7, he was basically like, that doesn't impact me at all. I am here to solve as fast as I can, and I want to win. I want to win this competition. And so, you know, we saw that in the first round. He is here to win. He does not care that this is not his continental championship. And this is a time to kind of get some high-level solves in ahead of European Championship next weekend, where it will be kind of all on the line for him.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, he's going to go up against the world's best both here and in Europe. So, you know, he can think of it as a warm-up, or he can just think of it as, like, you know, these are 5 solves, or maybe my chance to get the world record. The way he's solving, he's going to put himself in that conversation for sure. Of course, Yihang recently breaking the world record, getting 4.36 seconds average not too long ago. And it's a really tough one. That one's going to be really hard to beat, but at least Timon is putting himself in this conversation, at least getting to that sub 4, the sub 5 average, because you can't beat the world record if you're not going to get a sub 5 average.
Yeah, of course. In fact, the world record average is so low.
It's
in
absurd.
That 4,
it's so absurd.
In that 4 range. And of course, Timon also dropped a sub 4 single in All-Stars earlier this week.
Yes.
And that's how you get yourself into the world record single conversation, is a sub 4 single.
Yeah, exactly. The sub the Max Park having Max Park having the world record, sub 4, 3.13. That was an absolutely magnificent solve that we saw last year. But yeah, if Timon is definitely one of the people in contention to get that world record, it could happen here today. It could happen tomorrow as well. That's why you got to stay tuned to the WCA channel, the Rubik's channel, the Cubing USA channel, wherever you're watching. Both right now, as 3x3 is going to continue on here. We're going to see the faster people on very shortly. And tomorrow, where the stakes are just going to get higher and higher.
Absolutely. Maybe we can also get a replay of Max Park's first round average, if we can, just as we prep here to see them.
Yeah, Max had a good one. This 507 in particular, it was a good solution from Max. And I remember distinctly hearing on like the station cam or on the station mic, he's like, not sub 4, but still good. I'll take it. I'm like, all right, Max. Yeah, we see how it is.
You know, it's
he'll take that one. You know,
yeah,
it's okay. It's just okay.
It's all about perspective.
Yeah.
When you're at this level, right? It's like, you know, at this level, it's sub 4 or nothing, and you know, Max Park, when he sits down to solve, he wants to get that world record.
Yeah,
he
definitely.
wants to be at the top of the psych sheet. All right, here are some of Max's solve from the first round earlier today.
Yeah, and what stands out to me is, you know, Max is this type of solver that's just very consistent. He doesn't really vary. Yeah, so he doesn't vary too much across averages. He doesn't lock up. That's like one of the biggest advantages that he has. Max used to have very simplistic solutions, and now his solutions are getting more and more complex, mainly because the field is just advancing so much. You know, we see Yihang come out here almost one looking F2L, seeing 3-4 pairs in inspection sometimes.
Yeah.
And Max sees that and he's like, okay, well, this is something that I need to do too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we are continuing with our
I think
3x3
this group
round
is
2.
ending, it looks like. Just wrapping up, so we're going to enter into group 3. 4 and 5 is where we're going to see the fastest competitors.
Yeah.
Anything else stand out to you, Alyssa, today? I mean, we might as well. This is the last event of the day,
Yeah.
so we might as well do like a little recap of the day's events.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been a day of 2 very large first rounds. So we
Yeah,
had first round of 3x3. Like you said, we had almost 900 competitors in that first round. And, you know, the thing about cubing and speed cubing is that it's not just about the top competitors.
Mhm.
Obviously, we're seeing them here on stream, but we get the opportunity to be solving alongside fellow cubers, everyone from, you know, world record holders right up to, you know, fellow caster Kevin Hayes' mom was competing earlier today. So everybody is here competing, trying to get those personal best times, connecting with fellow cubers, and that's what is some of the magic of this event too. Not just the top solves.
Oh, totally. I mean, for the majority of competitors, I'm sure most of them are like, I'm here to meet all my friends that I haven't seen in 2 years, meet my friends from across the continent, and just kind of interact. And, you know, yeah, we're also here to do a couple solves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So we had 3x3. We also started the day with 3x3 blindfolded.
Now that was a little bit more tension than I was expecting.
Yeah, first thing in the morning, heart rates are already up. We had, coming out of that round, going into tomorrow's final, our top seed will be Charlie Eggins from Australia with a best time in that round of 14.41, followed by Canadian representing Elliot Kobaly, a former world record holder. 16.29 was his best time. And then you see the Tommy Cherry results.
Yeah.
Tommy is, I would say, arguably or not arguably, I have my Canadian bias there, but arguably the favorite to be North American champion in this event. Elliot would scold me and say Tommy is the favorite. But he DNF'd his first 2 solves, and so had to ensure a success on that third solve to advance to North American Championship final.
Yeah, and being the competitor that he is, and the type of mental he has in order to just stick it out through these, you know, pretty back against the wall situations, he trusted himself, put the confidence in, and he went with a 16. Not like a super safety solve either. So. Yeah, that was very exciting early in the morning.
And then in some of the things that haven't been on stream, for those who don't know, there's also another room with some of our quieter, longer events happening, and we did crown some North American champions in those events today. So let's kick it off with fewest moves. What are we seeing in those results?
Yeah, so Krish was the favorite going into this third attempt. Each attempt has been on a different day, which I've actually heard from the FMC competitors was actually really good. It allowed them time to like reset. Yeah, so Krish coming in with a 22-21 was the favorite to win it. Ended up with a 23 on the final solve. And ended up with a 22 mean. That is good enough to become the North American champion. Number 2 actually is a tie. So 2 people tied. Evan Brown, Noah Swore were looking also pretty good to potentially come in and get onto the podium. Evan with 22-22 to start. Noah with 24-22 to start. Ended up, both of them, with a 23 mean. That's actually a PR mean for Noah Swore. Actually, he double PR'd. 23 and 22 both both PRs in fewest moves in order to make it onto the podium.
That's got to feel good. A double PR onto the North American Championship podium.
Especially in FMC. FMC is such like at the highest level, all these guys are domino reduction. So everyone is kind of subject to whether or not the scramble is any good and how easy the simplest solution is, particularly once you get to HTR, half-turn reduction stage. If you finish domino reduction and you have a bad finish to HTR, you're kind of screwed. You need to start looking around for more DR cases to try and find an efficient finish. So, yeah, so pretty clutch to be able to do that in a Continental Championship scenario.
Awesome. Then we had 5x5 blindfolded final, and we crowned our North American champion in that event. No surprises here.
Stanley Chapel is so far ahead of the field in North America, at least. In terms of 5-blind, of course, Hill Pong being the world champion, Stanley getting onto the podium, but here in North America, he's ahead an entire minute on this podium, 2:52.72. That's so like I said, minute ahead of Graham Siggins, 4:04.91, and third place Tommy Cherry, 4:19.54.
And then finally, we settled 3x3 multi-blind in today's events, and once again, I think some surprises that you just never know in a championship, right?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, especially in like these mental quiet events, like sometimes if your mental is not quite there, then just a little slip can cause you to not perform as well. But multi-blind, this is basically exactly what we expected. Graham at the top, 61 out of 64, 1 point off of world record. He ended up in first. Ro Hessler shortly behind, 54 out of 66 in 1 hour. That was on his second attempt. And Elliot Kobaly, the Canadian, putting it in for the bronze medal at 44 out of 50. He said that was a really good attempt for him when I talked to him this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot is always humble, ever humble. Will always tell you, oh, that was so good. But I think what stood out to me about that interview as well is he kind of said, it feels really nice to get onto this podium. It doesn't feel like a fluke. It feels like I put my best attempt forward, and that earned me the podium. So congratulations to Elliot and Ro and Graham for rounding out our 3x3 multi-blind final. And Graham Siggins, our 3x3 multi-blind North American champion.
Multi-blind is such an interesting event to follow because it's very rare to actually watch multi-blind. Yeah. Most people don't want to watch it, but the results are always so interesting. Graham being 1 point off of world record here. Elliot getting on here with 44 out of 50. He says that he wants to push 60 cubes.
Yeah.
That'll be really exciting to see how that goes into Worlds next year. Worlds is also going to be insane because you're going to have everyone from all around the world vying for this world champion title. A title that actually Graham was not able to get last time in a bit of a tragic condition. So
absolutely.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yep. I realized, for those who don't know what multi-blind is, multi-blind is solving, as it sounds, multiple cubes blindfolded. It is quite remarkable to watch. It is something where competitors submit the number of cubes, they all get scrambled, and then they memorize all of them, and then they go on to solve all of them blindfolded. It is one of the most interesting events in speedcubing, and also quite strategic.
Extremely, yeah. The number of cubes you select is very important. Trying to figure out basically your number of points at the end.
Yeah.
Because the way the points are calculated is a little bit funky. It's not the number of cubes you solve. It's the number of cubes you solved minus the cubes you didn't solve.
Yeah.
So if you submit an even number of cubes, then you can only actually get an even number as a result. So if I submit 10 cubes and I solve 8 of them, then I get 6 points.
Yeah.
But if I submit 7 cubes and I get all of them, then I get 7 points, which actually beats it. So it's very, very interesting and very, very strategic.
Yeah. There's often even just like, some jockeying on like how much is this other competitor going to submit and like making decisions that way on how to really optimize that score and get onto the podium. So really good stuff. All right. And then the day just before this round of 3x3 that we're in now, second round, we had the first round of Scube.
Yeah, I wasn't on this, so I didn't really see a lot of the stuff that was going on. But Carter Kukala at the top, I mean, no surprises there. The world record holder with a 1.87 average. Dominic Radici, also one of the favorites to at least get on the podium, if not win the whole thing, 215. Ash Black with 224, also a favorite. Now, Zain Kanani, one of the previous world record holder before Carter, coming in at 4th, 229. And, the list goes on from there.
Absolutely. So we will see the second round of Scube tomorrow morning. And that will determine our Scube finals, which will definitely be one to watch. We have Carter and Zain vying for that top spot, but also we have been told on this stream not to sleep on Dominic and Ash. Also here in the third spot.
Yep.
It's going to be a really heated fight for that.
I'll throw one more name into the fight. Taj Bressert, cuber from the West Coast. She has the female world record. So if she can get onto some kind of pace, then she says she has a good chance to podium.
I love that.
Yeah. So that'll be exciting to see.
Okay, once again, we are in the second round of 3x3 Cube here at North American Championship in Minneapolis. We are looking at just the middle of the pack right now, and we are awaiting our fastest competitors who will be looking to make it into the semifinal of 3x3 Cube, which will be happening tomorrow morning. And of course, that semifinal will determine our finals, the marquee event of the weekend.
Yeah, and for a lot of competitors, the semifinal is really what's going to be like the most high-tension round of this entire thing, because making it into majors finals, majors being like these continental championships, world championships, nationals, etc., making it into that is a huge feather in your cap, and something that people walk around with a lot of pride. So that's going to be very important. Being into that head-to-head final is just going to be completely different, and most people in their first head-to-head final kind of struggle a little bit. It's tough to practice that environment and kind of feel like what it is. But every single one who makes it into there has a better chance of making it to the next one and then performing at their top level so that they can vie for that podium.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting that you say, I think a lot of people would assume that the finals are the most intense or most competitive, most tension-filled, but it really is that semifinal to get into that final that a lot of competitors say, I was the most nervous for that. I really wanted to make sure that I put down my best times to get into the final. And then once you're in the final, you're in the finals of North American Championship. You just put down the best that you've got, and you let it stand from there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've said it before. You can't win if you aren't in the finals.
Yes.
So
there you go.
Even if you aren't projected to be a winner or anything like that, just being in the finals means, hey, if everyone double DNFs, you got a shot, right?
Yeah. On the inverse side of you can't win if you're not in the finals. You can win if you're in the finals.
There you go.
So this is a step on the way to determining who will be on those finals. This is the second round of 3x3 out of our 4 rounds that we will have this weekend.
Yeah, the other thing I'll mention, I'll give a quick shout out because I don't think it's been mentioned before. You'll see a lot of competitors just in a blue shirt, or you'll see a bunch of these blue shirts walking around, right?
Yes.
You're like, man, what's going on? They all coordinated this, right? Well, I guess that is true. It was coordinated because all these people are the staff members. They're all the judges that you can see, the runners who sometimes you see, the scramblers who hopefully you never see.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're leaking scrambles. That would be a problem. as well as us stream people and the
Hello.
production as well. All of us are staff members. We all like volunteered our time,
Yeah.
essentially, right? For 4 days to be here to put on this huge event for all the cubers here, to put on this live stream for all of you. So quick shout out to them. Without the staff, it would be possible.
Yeah, it's a good time to do shoutouts. So staff, and for people who maybe are just tuning in, learning about speedcubing for the first time, it is largely 99% a volunteer run-oriented community. Almost everyone you see who has some visibility in the cubing world is a volunteer, and it's what makes this community really special in a lot of ways as well.
Yeah.
Other shout-outs we should do is also to our production team
Yeah.
behind the scenes of this stream.
You're welcome.
Shout out to our production team at Happy Feet Productions. You'll see their penguin logo often throughout the stream, and they are making us look good. They're making us sound good. So
Yeah.
thank you, production.
Yeah, great bunch of guys, and man, do they work hard. Also, they put on the stream for NA All-Stars. I was there to help out because I figured might as well. Let's get a little sneak peek. You can see some of the guys in the background. There's our Tyler Rose, Dan Marinick waving their hands back there. Yeah, on the Tuesday before, or the Monday before NA All-Stars, we were there until 2 a.m. setting that up. Got there at 7 to finish up the setup. That was looking great. Everything ran super smoothly. After the setup, for the teardown, we were there until, I think, 8 doing teardown. Then immediately, as soon as we get back to the Airbnb, what do we need to fix for NAC? We did a bunch of graphics work. That's all up here. Then we took Wednesday and Thursday until 11 p.m. to set everything up. And now the stream is just more or less running itself. I'm sure Tyler, our technical director, has some complaints. He's like, I could have done a little bit better here and there, but trust me, if you all like the stream, would love to see like a +1 or a yes, or just claps. Clap emoji in the chat for all the Happy Feet people.
Awesome stuff.
And yeah, everyone in the chat, I'm also curious to hear what moments you are most looking forward to, whether that
or
be
favorite moments from today.
Yes, exactly. Let us know what you thought was the coolest thing that you saw, or what you're looking forward to either today as 3x3 round 2 continues, or tomorrow as we're going to get into our finals block.
Awesome. I think we are in the third group of 5 now of 3x3. We've got a few of the stream team of our caster team in some of these groups. So
yeah.
I don't know if we can get a roaming cam to Brandon Lin, who I see just out of the corner of my eyes, finishing up a solve here.
Yeah, I see the mobile cam walking around. Had the camera on Kevin for a second.
Yeah.
Back here, he's been warming up hard.
Yeah, Kevin is warming up hard. He's in group 4. And maybe, a secondary storyline that we can follow. Kevin was 101st in the first round of 3x3. Now remind everyone how many competitors make it into the semifinals.
Well, exactly 100. Number 100 makes it in. 101 is out.
So
pretty high stakes for our one and only commentator, Kevin Hayes. Kevin's been competing for a long time, too. So.
Kevin knows how to handle stakes like that. And, yeah, those spots are some of those heartbreak moments in cubing,
yeah,
right?
Man.
The 100, 101 cutoff, and tomorrow, that 16, 17 cutoff will be someone's heartbreak moment for the weekend.
Tough.
It'll be someone's potentially a little bit of a heartbreak motivating moment for the next final.
Yep. I don't know if Dylan mentioned this when you talked to him, but
he did.
Yeah, exactly. Missing finals 1 year, that really motivated him. He was like, yeah, I spent the next day crying, and the day after that, it's like, all right, it's time to get to work. I'm never missing a finals again.
Yeah.
So, it's not all bad news.
Yeah. That is Dylan Miller, who we spoke with earlier this afternoon. A great conversation. We've been speaking to so many great cubers over the last couple days, and this stream obviously has replay available, so would encourage you to go back, listen in on some of those conversations because they have had some great insights. Have you had a favorite interview, Manu?
Well, the only interview that I've done on the stream was with Elliot. Man, dude, Elliot, because I mentioned you mentioned this earlier. Elliot is a great talker, 100% vouch. He is a fantastic talker. He has a lot of interesting thoughts. He even explained like the way that like multi-blind like rooms work to the audience, which I was like, okay, like that's not what I was expecting, but you know, sounds great to me.
You're welcome.
All right, here we got Keaton Ellis.
Yeah, there
giving
you
us
go.
a wave, getting ready to compete in 3x3 round 2. Keaton, of course, more well-known. Well, I don't know. This is up for debate. Keaton is well-known for his one-hand solving. Here's Zach Rydall as well.
Oh, man.
But Keaton is very well-known for being a almost two-time world record holder.
Yeah, Keaton, very, very famously, infamously, shall we say. I forgot the exact, River Hill Fall 2015 is what I want to say. Was the competition, gets 5.08, I believe I forgot which round it was. In round 1, let's say. He has the world record at the time. He's celebrating, it's all good. In the next round, so it's a completely different scramble, Lucas Eder gets the world's first sub-5 single, 4.90. The way the WCA tracks world records is at the end of every day. So Keaton never had a world record, even though, you know, technically it was a world record for like two hours or something, but never in the database. So it's a lost world record, something lost to time.
And recently got some mainstream attention.
That's right. Yeah. I didn't look at this NPR thing, but I did hear that he was on Tom Scott's Lateral podcast, right? Was that what it was?
I believe so. Yeah. It's
interesting because that podcast is something I've been listening to a while, and never have they mentioned speedcubing. And recently there have been 2 speedcubing things, and I'm like, is this the big time? Are we here?
Guys, we're here. Speedcubing has made it. If you're here in this chat, you are where it's at. Speedcubing has arrived.
Oh, this is the top of speedcubing.
Yeah.
That's definitely for sure. This is the best of the best, and you know the live stream is like the best it's ever been. Hopefully, it's easier for you all to follow along. I think the commentating has been fantastic also.
If you do say so yourself.
No. Forget my commentary. You know, I'm listening to everyone else. Everyone else is fantastic. Look, we said it at the jump. The commentary team is star-studded. Other than me, I'm just a kind of a bozo who's just here. But yeah, no, everyone has done such a great job. I've loved following everything from NAC so far, and man, Sunday at a Major Championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, here's Dylan. He's one of our good friends from SoCal. He, as you can see right there, Rue Solver.
Explain Rue to us.
Yeah.
Here's one thing we'll say also. If you hear us saying acronyms or things like that that you are not familiar with, in the description there's a link to a Google Doc that hopefully will help give you some context to some of the terms we're using.
Yeah, exactly. So, about Rue. Rue is a very interesting method to solve the 3x3 Rubik's Cube. Most competitors will be doing a cross, then F2L, the first 2 layers, and then they will solve the last layer in 2 steps, OLL and PLL. Rue instead solves 2 blocks, kind of like this. So you see that there's 1 block over here that's in my right hand and 1 block over here in my left hand. So first block, second block, and then from there, Rue orients all of the remaining edges like this, permutes a couple of them, and then just does everything else. Just solves everything else. The corners can also be misoriented. That's a step called CMLL. Very similar to COL, but a little bit easier since you're allowed to use the M layer and you don't need to worry about edge orientation.
Yeah, and so with Rue, you'll notice you recognize Rue. This is how I recognize Rue as someone who's not as proficient in recognizing methods. A lot of M moves is what we call is this kind of move, moving that slice in the middle.
Yeah, that's that middle layer slice. So you'll see that a lot at the end.
All right, Brandon Lin, here of casting team fame.
Well, Brandon has actually had a world record, so you could say he's even
There
more
we go.
famous
That's
than
true.
Keaton.
That's true.
Brandon's also commentated in like loads of like big time competitions. NAC 2022, for example.
Shout out to NAC 2022.
Yeah, that's a comp I wish I had went to, like in retrospect. Michael Chai, board member here. He's got the nice little hat. Rubik's is like selling these like cool hats, like custom hats.
Super cool hats. It's a partnership
Yeah, that's
with
sick,
Lids,
right?
and they're doing custom hats on site here at NAC.
Yeah, that's super cool. I want one.
They look so great. Okay, group 4.
Group 4. As the tension builds and we get closer and closer, one thing I will mention for all the viewers, not everyone is going to be on these stream tables. For load balancing purposes, first of all of the faster people are in like the later groups. and they are spread out somewhat evenly across all the stages. So you only see the red and blue stages here, but there are 2 more stages behind us, each of which have 10 stations. Those are the green stage over there, and there's also an orange stage. Some competitors will be over there. For example, Matty is going to be on this green stage. Unfortunately, it's quite far away. Even with the camera zoomed in as the way it is right now, it's not really going to be a good stream experience for you all. We will continue to focus on the blue and red stages. And you will see folks like Timon and Max, they will still be competing on these stream stages over here.
And we will ensure we get those live results to you as fast as possible from the entire round, so we know exactly who is heading into the semifinals of 3x3, as well as what that seeding is going into that semifinal round.
Mm-hmm. Alyssa, who do you think is going to come on top in this round of 3x3? Who do you think is going to end up in the top place?
Such an interesting one. I'm not going to say Max.
Okay.
Even though that's never a bad pick.
Yes,
to say
indeed.
Max Park. You know, so for those who don't know, I was part of the organizing team for NAC 2022, where Matty, Hiroto, and Inaba was our North American champion at that event. So I am partial to Matty. I'm a big fan of Matty's because of that. And so I'll say Matty. I think that he's been doing some incredible solving as of late.
Yeah, Matty is a very, very hot competitor. I think there are 3 people right now who are on absolute top of their game. Matty, Timon, and Yihang. And we've seen 2 of them here, Matty and Timon, and I don't even need to mention Yihang. That kid is just incredible.
Yeah.
Matty, I think in his last 11 averages, 10 of them have been sub-6, which is putting him right up there in that conversation. Of course, winning Worlds, the Worlds winning average was also a sub-6 average, so you know he's right up there with the best of the best. I'm very excited. I've been a big fan of Matty ever since Chai's been a big fan of Matty, and I mean,
West Coast cubing fame,
yes,
Matty, Hiroto,
indeed.
Inaba,
yeah,
for sure.
We love him on the West Coast. From Hawaii, so he doesn't even get to go to many competitions.
That's a big factor with Matty, right? He's not doing the same volume of solves in a lot of cases as some of these other top competitors. And so you never know when something just absolutely mind-blowing is going to come from Matty.
Yeah, exactly. Luke Garrett is out here competing every single... Like, I think I checked the NAR for most competitions in 2024 somewhat frequently since I'm also in the top 10. But yeah, I think Luke Garrett is like top 3 right now. He has like 35 competitions attended this year, and we're in July.
Yeah.
It's just absurd. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Other kind of people to watch in this round, you know, Dylan, as we talked about, who we spoke with earlier today, very determined to never miss another 3x3 final.
Yeah.
Ever. Max Xiao, who is obviously very dominant square 1 solver and was on the podium for North American Championship in yesterday's extraordinary square 1 final.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Go back and watch that if you
gotta watch
not.
that. Oh my god.
But is an incredible 3x3 solver in his own right as well.
Yes.
And so we'll be watching Max Xiao, the other Max sometimes in these conversations, but not secondary by any means.
Yeah, not to dig at him at all.
Yeah. Luke Reiser.
Yeah, he's been coming up of fame recently. He's got a couple of really good results after a bit of a disastrous average in US Nats last year. If you know the I know it or the ZBLL meme, that's where that comes from. Unfortunately, that average was very, very subpar for him. He made a vendetta that my solving for NAC is going to be the best it's ever been, and it's looking like that. Third place finish at All-Stars as well. So.
Yeah. And then we have Brendan Land, the Canadian national record holder. Someone to watch as well.
Brendan, I think, is my second favorite Canadian cuber. Morgan has to be my favorite because there was a clip of Canadian championships last year where Morgan like turns his hat backwards and like locks in and gets a good solve. I'm like, this guy is awesome. So he's my favorite. But Brennan is an incredible solver. World Championship. He made it into finals of Worlds last year. So he's fully steeled. I'm very excited to see what Brennan is going to pull out.
Absolutely.
Let's get a Canadian onto the podium.
I would love that. And, of course, we've got Caleb Chen, who, by the way, is 13 years old.
Yeah, Caleb, the kid is 13, started competing in 2022. What? He's less than 2 years removed from his very first competition, got a sub 10. I think it was like 890 or something in his first competition at North American All-Stars. He already had a 4, but pulled out a fantastic 4 against all of the crowd. Keaton, wow, just completely raging with that one there. Very unhappy of getting an 8-6.
Sorry. Just. Oh God! What an awful average in the first round.
Oh man, well Keaton's grabbing his cube very, very angrily. I have no idea what happened.
We'll get the scoop, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, Keaton will let us know.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And it's wild to think about the fact that we've just listed a whole bunch of names of people that are top players for 3x3, and we've still missed a whole bunch of people who could be in that final, who could be on that podium.
Yeah, there's a lot of people left. One of which Nam, is the next one on our little list that we have here, right, from Korea. Just recently lost the 6x6 world record, but was also on the World Championship podium for five. I believe it was 5. Yeah, it was 5x5. But I mean, absolute fantastic competitor, international world-class competitor, quite literally.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm thinking of even Canadians like Kyle Santucci.
Right. Yeah.
Very much.
Kyle is an insane solver.
Yeah.
I feel like Kyle could just get a low 5 average at any point if he locks in. His TPS is absurd.
Yeah, I believe in the first round actually Kyle was on pace at some point for the Canadian national record.
He did end up getting a PR, but unfortunately it looks like he got worst possible average 746 at the end to get the worst possible average 5.88. What is the Canadian CR? I guess Brennan probably has it, right?
Yes, it is 563.
Okay, so he was very close.
So
he was very, very close.
Yeah.
He actually didn't even need something absurd. He probably just needed like a mid. Well,
he needed a mid 5, I believe.
Never mind. I take that back. Mid 5 is pretty good.
Still, something he's very capable of.
Oh yeah, definitely. For him, it's within range for sure.
And just to add insult to injury.
What a +2.
Yeah. I actually thought.
Yeah, unfortunate that one layer being off there.
I still missed the turn.
This is a member of the data entry team, someone we didn't mention earlier when we were doing staff shoutouts.
How could I forget?
The data entry team gets all of our live results to you fast, accurate, and they're just, competitions wouldn't be the same without our data entry team.
Yeah. I mean, you may have seen them. You may have seen what we're talking about here. You'll see little pieces of paper. That's the scorecard. That is the scorecard. That's where all the official results get written down. And from there, they go to the data entry team. The data entry has to read that, associate that with the competitor, and then enter that into WCA Live. They're doing that as fast as possible in order to get you all the live results. So everything you see on WCA Live, all the results that we're talking about, all have to go through data entry. And look, after doing some data entry, I can tell you that is not an easy task. There is some bad handwriting out there.
Also, just high concentration. All right, here goes Kevin Hayes, looking to make that semifinal.
Man, he is pausing a lot. This is not what we saw in his practice.
876.
Kevin has some of the best reactions, I think, in the world. If you go back and look at some of the reactions from previous competitions, man, dude, they're hilarious.
Chat, give us some predictions. This is now Group 4 because we're seeing Kevin, so Kevin's in Group 4. But as we get to Group 5, tell us who you think is going to be at the top of this group going into the semifinals.
Jacob?
Also, shout out to Canadian legendary Canadian cuber, Eric Lineback in the chat. Hi, Eric. Thanks for the shout out.
Favorite part is the penguin logo. All right, well done, Happy Feet. They've selected a good logo. Glad to hear it.
It's also another Canadian in the chat. Hi, Chris. Good to see you.
8 seconds.
Good. I'm glad to see the Canadians are coming out. It is North American.
It's North American champion.
It's all of our championships. It's not the US Nats. It's not Canadian championships. It's North American championships.
All right, we've got a lot of Team On in the chat. I'm all the way Team Matty. Absolutely, both Lukes will make it top seed. They can't both be
number one.
They could be 1 and 2.
Yeah, very possible. Timon with a high 3. I I hope you mean a high 3 single. I don't think we're seeing a 3 average. If we do, I don't care how quiet we are supposed to be. I'm losing my mind. We are not going to see a 3-second average.
Outside of this booth, Manu. I know you will.
No, I'm going to run over there and tackle Timon. He'll probably tackle someone on his way out. Timon, if you ever see Timon's reactions, his reactions are hilarious. Any good average he has, he just instantly flies. He knows, that kid knows how to get air.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Timon, Luke Garrett, some of the, people known for their very, very expressive reactions to solves, and even some memeable solves sometimes.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of faces that I recognize, a lot of West Coast people. That's great. Caleb Yao was on the stream recently. This is Michael Larson, one of the 2 delegates from Reno, Nevada. Shout out Reno. I love those competitions. If you're ever in town, definitely go. And then we had
make it to a California competition.
You gotta come. You gotta come. And then we also saw Lucas Guerin on the stream earlier, formerly of, actually I think he's still on WRC, Regulations Committee, and is probably most well known for breaking his sub-10 barrier after 17 years of competing.
Yes, absolutely.
That was a trivia question yesterday.
All right. Kevin's not going to be happy with this.
Yeah, this is I'm going to say it right now, Kevin. This is a solve I could have gotten. Sorry. Look, man, all respect, you're way better than I am, but that one solve, I'll take it. I got 1 on you.
Got a shark.
One thing I guess we should also mention is a lot of people have been mentioning it in the chat for a while. Yihang, what's going on with Yihang? He's on the psych sheet. I haven't seen any results from him. Yihang did not compete. He was not able to show for whatever reason that is. So while he may appear on the psych sheet, you may see his name in some places. He did not compete in any of these round 1s, and so even if he showed up tomorrow, he would just not be able to compete at all.
I'm shaking so bad.
I doubt he will be showing up tomorrow.
I don't think I would not show up from China for 1 day to North American Championships to not compete. It's, especially, he doesn't know English, so it seems a little odd. Lucas Guerin again, I was just mentioning. Let's see if he can get sub-10 here. He actually got another sub-10 average earlier. I saw that. And Luke is actually showing off exactly what the typical solution looks like. Most people will solve that cross, the first 2 layers. Yeah, getting a sub-10, and then doing OLL into PLL. And Alyssa, if that announcement is what I think it is, it's a little hard to hear back here. Group number 5, all of the people you've been waiting to see are about to solve. They're going to bring up their cubes, they're going to get scrambled. So hold on to your hats just a little bit.
It'll be a minute, but we're about to see them.
In the next couple minutes.
Whew, little skip there, I think.
729. That's a good solve.
Also, there's that NAC 22 sweater.
Yeah, that's a good sweater. That's a good sweater.
I don't have one.
Oh,
I
yeah?
have a t-shirt and I have a long sleeve, but I did not end up buying a sweater.
Well,
and
honestly,
I see everyone wearing that sweater. It must be comfy.
Yeah, I'm into sweaters now. Like those of you who see me at the West Coast competitions, I have this pink sweater I wear that I think is just fabulous. Man, I feel like I actually solve better with that pink sweater. I gotta say.
Honestly, when you find a good sweater, you gotta go back to the store and buy like
Where did I get it
5
from?
more of them.
Did I get H&M? H&M. I gotta go to H&M before I go to Euros for tomorrow.
You did mention Euros is next week.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, just lots of summer is just prime time.
Yeah. So this is something that we've discussed a little bit on our podcast China, but the championship summer is like a real thing now, and it kind of makes a lot of sense. It makes sense to hold the championships during the summer since a lot of competitors are children, and so students. So you want to be able to have that so that they don't have to skip time out of classes and stuff, because education is important, folks. But yeah, so the last several years have been kind of like this, and I'm really looking forward to this kind of becoming like a annual thing of every single year during the summer we're going to see the top competitors show up and just go ballistic. I see a question about Regions Relay. So Regions Relay is going to be a little bit different. It is going to be streamed, but the the stream is going to be a little bit different. I'm actually going to be back behind the production doing a little bit of the camera
Shout out
switching.
Manu.
And therefore, you are not going to get the same high quality stream that these guys are going to do. I think Alyssa and Zach may be commentating.
Yes, I believe
Did I just
so.
sign you up for something you weren't supposed to?
No, I think I signed myself up.
Okay,
for
okay,
earlier
okay.
that
Sounds
day.
good.
But Regions Relay will be streamed. It is super fun. For those of you who don't know, it's an unofficial event. No official times are being recorded, but in the last NAC Regions Relay, we saw what would have been a world record single. So definitely some fast solving happening in Regions Relay. It's a 3x3 event where people have formed teams based on the regions that they're from, and they will be solving 3 cubes in succession of one another and looking for the fastest time amongst the team, which adds this extra level of,
extra
anything
degree
can
of freedom.
happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Very actually, in the last Worlds, Timon was actually part of his team for Poland. And, Poland was a pretty solid team. They were looking to, make it into, the semis or quarters. And Timon tragically did not start the timer. DNF'd. A lot of drama.
All right. We are going to swap some things out here. We are going to get Kevin Hayes into this booth as we start to look at Max Park's first.
All right. Thanks for your commentary, Alyssa. He's going to be doing his here. Welcome on, Kevin.
Thank you, and we got the action starting very quick with Max Park. Number 2 seed?
It's going to go back to back to back, folks, so buckle in.
Oh, yeah, we are on for it.
Yellow cross to start us off.
Rough OLL.
Yeah, that was a bad look.
Yeah, that was a really good F2L. Rough execution on the last layer, but not bad start, 5-7.
Did you see anything else there on that scramble? I was a little bit surprised he picked yellow, but then again, I didn't see anything.
Oh, I just sat down. I was putting my headset on still during inspection.
Kevin Hayes, everyone, who just completed his average.
Yeah. Not much more to say about that.
Yeah, we saw one of them, and I was like, it was the one with the A-perm to finish, you almost +2, and I'm like, yeah, dude, that's I could have gotten it.
It's a classic combination of bad solving and bad cases, which leads to a bad result.
Who would have guessed? Anyway, Luke Greiser now is on your screen on this red stage. So he's going to be getting the same scramble that Max just got. Max picking yellow cross. Let's see what Luke is going to do here.
Looks like yellow cross as well.
Getting a different last layer case.
Into one look last layer. Very nice.
Very, very well done. 5.9.
Just a note to production, if we have the PVZ cams to get the side people also, because there's every single top seed is up right now, and so we want to get
jammed in.
We want to try and get as many people as possible, and tracking as many people as we can. All right, we got Timon. Top seed, big start to the weekend.
Yeah.
The only time I got a hint of that little nervousness, maybe he was like, oh, it's 2 4s in a row, or 2 4 averages. Start stringing those together. It's a pattern.
That's a pattern, most certainly. Oh my goodness.
We got Timon's ahead of Max. Let's switch to Timon. Thank you. Great. All right, is he gonna go yellow as well? It looks like he might be.
He's got yellow on bottom. Yeah, yellow it is.
Yellow is definitely the best in this first one. Great. It is soon. Oh wow.
So he did
5.5.
So it looks like he did some EO control at the very end there.
Whoa.
Yellow again for Max.
Oh, rough OLL again.
Yeah.
Good A-perm execution. But
I mean, the fact that this is insane. For a bad solve for Max is getting this 5-7, right? And even Luke, who had a good solution, Luke Greiser just now, he got a 5-9.
Yeah. Also, I was like, oh, 5-5 for Timon, and I'm like, wait, that's bad for him. He wants 4s every single time.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much drama.
Oh, sorry. We got Max Shop. He's taking his time. I think, none of these top guys are worried about making the next round. It's going to be 8.6 is the cutoff. But
yeah, it should be comfortable.
It's still, especially when they're all going in the same heat, it's kind of the same vibe we're going to have tomorrow for semifinals, and that's really, you want to get a good average under that pressure.
Yeah.
8 seconds. 8 seconds.
Yeah, Max, such a decorated competitor here. Max Xiao, that is. 12. Both Maxes.
Greiser started as well. They both. Oh, Greiser's out. Greiser had to mess up. He leaned back.
This is a pretty bad.
Ooh,
well, yeah, from bad to worse for Max.
All right, rough start. 9-6 for Greiser, 8-8 for Max. I mean, there is a slight like saving grace. Like it shouldn't be. Hope you should never think about this yet, but like they can both count those times and still make it. Like there is that lingering like disaster that's possible. It's not very likely.
Insurance.
They got the insurance. DNF is significantly worse than an 8-8, even though it might seem like.
Oh yeah.
Even though at first thought it might think like that. No. 8-8. You can get 8. I mean, these guys are going to count a 6, and then.
Yeah. It should be fine.
Yeah, you just really want to avoid that true disaster.
Imagine if Timon gets another sub 5 average. He might. I mean, 5-5 to start.
He's
could happen.
It's gonna be a tough counting of 5-5 though if you want a sub 5 average.
He's gonna have to go high 4 from here if he wants to give himself a chance.
I'm wondering if it's possible to get the PVZ cams, PTZ cams a little in, just so we can like have non-stop action. This is smooth. Wow.
This is a really
yeah,
good
there we
solve.
go. 4.8, very smooth.
There he goes. So he's on the track. He's looking for another one.
The D move on the OLL is really very nice execution.
Max on the yellow cross. Whoa, what was that?
Yeah, rotation, the OLL execution.
Yeah, very odd. Very odd.
It was smoother there, but the entire TPS in that solve seemed a little slower than we're kind of used to him. So Max is not off. Max is doing fine, but
yeah,
he's on pace for a high five.
For a high five, yeah.
Yeah, and Timon is very open-ended on his.
Yeah, anything could really happen for Timon. I mean, he's only 2 solves in, right? So it actually could just be anything.
Oh yeah, Timon was looking at that 5-5 though, and he's just saying that's the worst solve of the average score. All right, Max shot, round 1, worst solve, 6.1. Starting off here with the 8-8. Wants to get back to that 5 range.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And he's definitely capable of that.
Max is ahead of Greiser, by the way.
Looks like
12. 8 seconds.
Yeah, Max is going to start first.
Yeah, and then we can switch right over to Greiser immediately. All right. Rough execution from Max, 6.3. 5.2. Max was ahead of Greiser, but Greiser caught him.
Yeah.
5.2.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good comeback.
Oh, we missed his first one. 5.9. Okay,
no,
so
we saw.
Oh, okay. 5.99652. Great. Okay.
No, this is good. This is good.
All right, now you can. Now there's no disaster threat looming.
There's no.
You can count a 5.996. It doesn't matter. We're totally good.
Please
yeah, you can go full. You can go full throttle here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always just a little tight now. Like you've seen. I mean, Mats and Felix both did not make semifinals at last Worlds.
Right.
It's very like these things are automatic for these guys, but there is weird things happen when you get these scenarios.
Need to avoid like the 1 in 1,000 scenario. So.
Exactly. It's okay to sacrifice a couple hundreds here to avoid that type of event.
Max on solve 4.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we're looking for Max probably wants. I mean, it's always nice to get a 5 every round.
He's got three white edges he can insert in 1 move each.
12.
But blue it is the choice.
Oh, very nice. ZBLL? No, standard. Max the TPS, just standard whole BLL. But 6.0. Okay, so worst possible 6.0.
8 seconds.
Max certainly isn't bad, but nothing crazy.
12.
Just very consistent solving for him.
TPS is slow, but it looks like something fancy was going on. Yeah.
627, but yeah, you have to think that slow TPS at the beginning definitely cost him a lot of time here.
Yeah, he probably went for something a little fancier, but just not worth. Like the trade-out, like you can execute it, worth. Timon knows he's capable of it, but the execution wasn't quite there.
I mean, if he ends up counting, the 6 and the 5, he should.
But also a good note from like for everyone at home, like Timon's bad execution wasn't lockups; it was slower TPS,
Oh yes,
and that's better.
And almost certainly he's thinking.
Greiser started.
Yeah, almost certainly he's thinking a little bit more about his solution.
Yeah. Timon's very advanced in his solution building. Nice solving.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it was looking good.
Oh, that was the worst 5.4.
That's actually the worst 5 I think I've seen in a while.
Oh, man. He, like, burned straight. The F2L was so fast.
That was a really, really good F2L.
That was a wildly fast F2L.
You know, so I couldn't see the time because, his fabulous hair is blocking it. But, like, I thought that was, like, going to be a mid-6.
He's done right. And it's like,
there.
Yeah, wow. And then that, at a 5.4, his 6-move OLL took, like, a full second.
Into Y-perm too. I mean, not the greatest.
These guys, their Y-perm executions are so fast, though. It's crazy. Oh, we got Max Shaw is gonna be done before Max starts, I think. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, here's
Max will be okay.
Back onto the white cross.
ZBLL.
Pretty good looking solution. I mean, maybe he just knew that it was gonna do CP.
He definitely knows CP on that one.
Yeah, that one's a really easy one.
I'd imagine he knows the full ZBL case and just does H-perm after is the fastest option.
Yeah.
All right, Max is looking to get his 5-second average here, and he locks that in. Best possible average for Max, 5.88.
Yeah, I mean, just a completely solid average.
Totally solid. It's amazing that's fifth in the first round was 5.88.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really commentate anything else about this. I feel like this is more or less exactly what I expected from Max. I didn't expect to see any particular fireworks unless there was a really, really good scramble out there.
Yeah, it's just a good, like, 5-3 first round, 5-8 second round. You want to make sure every single round is consistent. You don't need to pull out that insanity until the finals, but just make sure that we're doing things that are getting in the top 5 ranking every single time.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Timon, still super open-ended in this average. Only 3 solves in. This solve is going to tell us a lot.
Yeah, anything could kind of happen here. On green.
Oh, this is...
8 seconds.
That's pseudo. Yeah, that's pseudo. A little bit slow on the PL execution. I think he knows it because that looked real nice.
I mean, overall, his turning does look a little slower.
Oh, those are killing Greiser.
5.88. I mean,
very happy with that.
Well, because his solving is looking really, really good. I mean,
his solving is amazing. You just need to clean up a little TPS, and he's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 5.74.
5.74 with some serious, like I think
some pretty like that. Like at least obviously like that's some pretty bad execution in some spots.
With the last 2 solves, the execution was costing him probably half a second on solve 4 and a third of a second on solve 5, and those were counting times.
I mean, for someone who like kind of struggled a little bit in like last year, right? I'm going back to last year, and he like that was almost. I feel like in his words, he would probably describe it as a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
So to take that as fuel, and he's gotten like a couple of sub-6 averages now. He's looking really good.
Really good. Also, 5.7
nice
Max.
solve for Max.
Getting it back down. Also, like. You can't become like a more advanced F2L solver between today and tomorrow.
Right.
You can get the nerves down. You can stop those lockups.
Yeah, clean up some of that execution.
If you're gonna have a mistake 5, you want it to be mistakes that can be handled by tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, is everyone like? Was that Josh should have one more Timon? We're looking for Timon's last one.
Yeah, Timon is coming up now.
All right, we got Timon on deck here.
As Alexi is gonna finish up this solve.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, 888.
Didn't know that U case.
All right,
yeah, most of the top guys do all the UZBLOs like every.
I've been seeing a lot of UZBLOs.
It's the first one you learn, and everyone knows all of them because they're all. It's such a bad OLL, and they're all good ZBLOs. All right, Timon, big range here. Full half second on best possible, worst possible. Yeah. Oh, ZBLL saves the day.
519. I feel like he got bailed out by that.
ZBLL saved the day.
He got bailed out. That F2L execution was not what we've seen from him.
Yeah, you put that ZBL on the first solve, and you get a bit of a different result.
Yeah.
All right, so Timon with the 5.3, he's eyeing. He's had the 5th pump, happy with that. He's off to a great start this competition with a 4.7 and a 5.3.
I mean, yeah, just absolutely fantastic. His solving in general just looked very, very
I mean,
good.
he beat Park and Greiser. Like that could easily win this round as well. Like second place was Max. In the first round, it was 5.35. And no one else. It's like, yeah, no one has gone faster than the average Timon just got, except for Max, and we already saw Max not beat that just now.
Yeah. Ready.
All right, Shaw is. This is just a confidence booster solve.
Yeah,
there's
I
no
mean, might
risk
as well
here.
get something nice to clean up the average here. Yeah, there is literally no risk. He should be good either way.
Yeah, 6.2 is a solid time for him as well. So, yeah, there it is. Bring the cube down. It's over.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, he tried something, didn't quite work. I mean,
yeah,
that's data.
The only thing, I guess, like in those scenarios, I think it's better habit building if you just keep the effort up 100%. Because yeah, in this case, it doesn't matter, but you don't know what's going to happen.
Tomorrow it's going to matter.
Maybe you're in a position where you got 2 really lucky solves and you have a 4. You're counting a 4, and now it's like, okay, the difference between like a 6.5 and a 6.6. Normally you can't count that if you want to win, but now you can because you're counting like a mid-4 somehow.
Right.
Like, you don't know which solves. Like you have bad solves. Even through a bad start doesn't mean the solve's not going to count. You have to assume every single solve is going to count, and always get in that mindset of finishing every solve.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that Felix, I know, talked about recently at Cube Camp as well. He gave the kids like, give yourself 3 good solves, and then back yourself to get those 2 good solves to finish out that average.
Let me know whenever you're ready.
All right, Dylan's up. We don't have any. Oh, we do have results for Dylan. Wait. Oh, no, we don't have results for Dylan.
Yeah. Yeah, so not sure what he's gotten.
Do we have Alyssa on mobile cam?
It looks like she is. Yeah, it looks like
Greiser, awesome.
Looks like she's going to be ready. Let's watch this solve from Dylan, and then let's switch it over to her.
Yeah, she's right there. Yeah, it's just I don't know. Dylan might take a while. We could switch to because this is probably this is the end of Dylan's average. Like it
Almost
won't mean as much during without the context.
That's true. That's true.
So we go to Alyssa if we want, whatever production's choice.
Yeah. I'm down for either or. I think both will be interesting.
Dylan does not look like he's about to start the solve in the next 5 seconds either.
I mean, Dylan, he's a very, he's a bit of an emotional solver. He needs to, he needs to get into the right headspace in order to put out his best result. Yeah, you can see him just warming up there.
Yeah, I think also if you know, like you can't change who you are. Like if you're going to be emotional about this event, you don't try and change.
Now is not the time.
Yeah.
Now is not the time.
Just know what's going to work for you.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you need to take some time, this is the time to do it.
The only one who can do that, I think, is Matty. He's just experimenting all the time. That's just who he is. So.
Yeah. Some of those guys have no concept of like, oh, it's a world final. Just try it out.
Let me try something different. I'm going to swap cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know for him, music is like a big thing. He needs to be able to listen to music before the solve. It really calms him down.
All right, Dylan. Based on the amount of time he took, that's a lot even for Dylan. I feel like he might have a big gap between best possible, worst possible here on this last solve. We might see a happy reaction if we get a good solve.
Tad lucky to start off.
Yeah, that's just Dylan's turning style, though.
Okay.
He's happy with that.
That looks good.
You got a 5 average. You definitely got a 5 average.
6 and 4. Well
that's
done.
the thing. Like it looks so lucky, right?
Dang, dude.
We have Alyssa standing by with Luke Greiser. We're gonna switch it over to her.
We just finished the second round of 3x3 Cube at Rubik's WCA North American Championship. A very exciting event. You can hear some applause in the background, I'm sure. I'm here with Luke Greiser. It's going to take us a little bit of time to know what exact seed you ended up in, but a very solid average of 574. However, your second solve was a 9-second solve. You put that down. What's going through your head in that moment?
That moment, I was kind of like, okay, you get 1 bad solve per average, so like that's just going to be it. So I just try to put it behind me and move forward.
Do you feel any pressure that, now you can't get another bad solve, though?
Yeah, but like I just tell myself not to get one, and I kind of don't.
I like that mindset. Okay, a 574 average. How'd you feel? What did the scrambles look like?
It felt great. The scrambles were like all right. I feel like I was able to see like pretty good solutions. I was able to see at least 1 pair every time. I don't remember exactly what I saw on the 9, but whatever I saw, it wasn't good. But I feel like I was able to take advantage of the scrambles and do a pretty good, have a pretty good average.
Awesome. Tomorrow is a big day. What goes into the prep tonight, and how are you feeling going into tomorrow?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. I'm coming off of 3 very solid sub-6 averages. As for tonight, I'm going to eat and sleep. As for tomorrow, I'm going to not cube a lot, and when I do cube, it's going to be fast.
Awesome stuff. Luke, thanks so much. Good luck tomorrow, and make sure you stay tuned. The best is yet to come at Rubik's WCA North American Championship. Tomorrow is finals day. It's Sunday of a championship tomorrow.
Yeah, so eat and sleep is what Luke Greiser says he's going to do. That's what I'm going to do also. It sounds like a great plan.
I think sleep is going to be higher on the priority list. It's been another long day, but it has been an action-packed one.
Very important day, this one. It was a little bit, as you mentioned, a little bit of a rest day for some of the top solvers, but there's been a lot that went on. This last set, 3x3 round 2, absolutely electric, as some would say.
Sparks were flying. We, unfortunately, due to the logistics of the competition, we only got half of the top competitors. We were waiting on a lot of results to go in. I imagine the Data team will be getting those in real quick, and we'll have a live results for the semifinals. Top 100 make it. It's going to be about 8.63 was the cutoff in the first round, so looking out for kind of the middling tier favorites there if you have friends in that range, but that's what we're expecting.
And yeah, let's see what comes up from Data. About Dylan, a lot of people asking. You could hear the celebration in the background. It seems like Dylan has gotten 5.29 average. That's a PR. You'll see on WCA Live whether or not that's legit or not. Someone in the chat also saying he needed 527 for a sub-5 average.
That is.
So to put yourself in that position,
He had 2
wild.
counting 4s. If that's the case.
That's yeah, exactly. So that would be insane if that were true. I'm gonna flag him down. I'm gonna see.
Yeah,
this
we could
is
grab
good.
Dylan if we. That'd be a great
Yeah,
interview.
yeah, okay,
or we
let's-
can. Is Alyssa out there? We can just get Dylan on the street.
Alyssa on the street. But yeah, I mean, in any case, so just some great solving. What are your thoughts going into tomorrow, Kevin? The finals day.
It's Sunday, Championship Sunday
Championship
is always.
Sunday.
I mean, it's such a crazy feeling when it's just there's so much going on. It's people's years are made or broken, and it's just back to back to back to back to back. There's finals for every single event. Even the morning, we're going to be starting out hot. 4 blind final rolls straight in, and the only slower event, there's 2x2 second round out of 4, so that's the only. There might be a little break in the morning, but other than that, semifinals of main events. Semifinal, 4 semi, 08 semi, 3x3 semi is basically.
That one's gonna be
3x3
big,
semifinal
big.
is probably the 3rd most exciting event of the entire competition. It's become such a spectacle because people are missing.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be absolute, just fireworks everywhere.
Oh yeah, I've nicknamed it the Heartbreaker round.
No, that's accurate. That's very accurate.
There's such a slim margin for error. We saw round 1, it was projected 6.9 to make it. I think it's going to be faster in semifinals.
Wow.
A lot of these top guys they want to do well in round 1, but they're going to be. Everyone is bringing their A game for sure during semifinals tomorrow. So, and then finals of every single other event, back to back to back to back.
Back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely wild. For anyone who is watching, you definitely don't want to miss that, which means your friends probably don't want to miss that either. If you have someone who is interested in speedcubing, tomorrow is the day where all of the top players are going to be just going back and forth with their best solving, and it's really going to be the biggest showcase of speedcubing ever. So share the stream with your friend. It's going to be on these exact same channels, on the Rubik's channel, the WCA channel, and the Cubing USA channel. So it's going to be all here, everyone.
We'll be starting at. Production, can we get the schedule, please, actually? I'm pretty sure we start at 9 a.m. for the morning, and then the rapid fire final. Yeah, so we'll be starting the stream at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll be recapping the 4 blind finals, and then we're going into semifinals up until lunch, and then at 1:20 is when the fireworks will truly start with all the finals back-to-back, capping off with 3x3 finals scheduled for 4:15 Central time. We're Central, right?
Yes, we are currently on
I forget
Central
the
time.
names. We're 1 below Eastern time.
Yeah. I was going to say 1:20 Central time means that is going to be, I might as well just say it. It's 2:20 Eastern time, and that's going to be 11:20 Pacific time. So they're prime times. Everyone should be awake.
Yeah.
Everyone should have had lunch if you're on the East Coast, and if you're on the West Coast, it's just before, so just get your lunch a little bit early.
Dylan, do you want to do?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So we have Dilly Millie hopping up onto the stream.
Oh, who wants to talk?
Either or. All right.
Oh.
So I'll get off. I'll let Dylan get on, and yeah.
All right. I'll be talking to Dylan. I don't care. Okay, I'm right here. Dylan, come on in. All right, we've pretend closed out the stream twice now, but now we got a bonus interview. We got the star. Well, we're assuming the star. Well, I feel like we haven't. There's no validated results that beat you yet. And is it 529?
539.
539.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Dude,
Big PB.
It was insane. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you were sitting down and we were watching you get ready mentally, and we're like, Manu was saying you're more an emotional solver, and I was like, make sure you get your stuff, get ready, and you're taking a long time, and we're like, the solve seems like it might be pretty important.
Yeah, dude, it was so none of my solves were on stream. Coming into the round, I was third, and I was pretty stressed because I knew Max and Greiser were in my group, so I was kind of stressed on if Max would be solving while I was, and reactions or whatever.
Yeah.
But it started off with a 5-1 on the first solve, just really clean start. I'm pretty sure it was just I just saw a first pair and it was pretty decent, and then solve 2 I got a 7, so I have a 5-1 and then a 7, and then solve 3 I get a 4-9. So I'm okay, counting 5-1, but huge variance here.
Yeah,
right? This could go a multitude of ways.
Well, it's not semifinals though, so you're not worried about if something crazy happens, it doesn't matter. You can still
exactly
count 7-9.
I have a counting 5-1. If I count the 7, it's still a 6-something average.
You can count 3 7s and make it
I was
to the next round.
I was chilling. Solve 4, 436, and then I had the HOLL PLL skip, so I pop off.
Yeah, that's pretty good last layer case.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy. But I was on that pace. I've never expected to get anything like that.
Yeah.
I would never expect to get that type of good solve there. So then they finally put me on stream for solve 5, and I'm like, okay, well, shoot, I gotta like. I was trying not to calculate like to see what I needed.
Right.
But
was like the sub 5 is like on your mind, or are you just like thinking about PB?
Like yeah, I knew it could have gone crazy. So what is this solve 5?
This is the last solve. This
okay, yeah. So I did orange green as my first pair. I made this into a free pair in BL. Dude, I'm just trying I'm just trying to focus on turning clean here because I don't want to choke this. Like I don't know if I'll ever be on this pace again.
You'll be on this pace again.
Well, hopefully. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
you don't know when it's gonna happen next.
Yeah,
You don't want to waste the opportunity.
Yeah. So I'm like shaking here, and then so I set this up. I have to rotate for it, like that. That push is a little tricky. This start, and then here I just like didn't see anything. That move was unnecessary. This and a really clean third pair.
Yeah.
That was an unnecessary move as well. And then this OLO tripped me up. If my exec here is like so trash because I was like actually on decent pace. And then F-perm to clutch. This is like the 3rd time I've had F-perm to clutch PR average, dude. Oh my gosh. But like I was like 6-1 is like serviceable. Like I was fine with it.
Yeah, we did hear you were like very happy with the 6-1. You're like, oh, that's good enough. Like
yeah, because I mean, dude, like counting 5-1-4-9 is crazy.
Yeah.
Like I would have never expected that.
I mean, how often do you even get on that pace at home?
Pretty frequently. Like it's not that crazy.
It's not that crazy
yeah,
for like ever, but this is not.
I don't
the same
normally
thing.
perform well in comp. Like my turning was just really crisp this round, and like last round it was so tough. But yeah, this Olo kind of threw me, and then the last layer. But like it was fine enough, which is like all that really matters.
Yeah,
so.
I mean you're like, it's if anything goes wrong, you're gonna miss PR, let alone like a really potentially good average.
Yeah,
so
like my goal ever. Like I got top 10 in the world April 2018 with like a 672 average, which is like crazy to say now.
Yeah.
But
that's not gonna get top 10. Like
yeah,
you're back right now like finals tomorrow.
Exactly.
With that.
So ever since then, recently my goal has just been get top 10 in the world again, and getting on that pace is like, I don't know. It felt like within my grasp, and like I don't know.
What's 10th right now?
524 Leo.
Okay, so you're very close.
So I've been trying to do more comp style stuff at home of like when I get on good pace, trying to like hit the mark that I need for it. And like I was a little off on this one, but like I'm just glad I got PR with like a crazy pace like that.
Well, like little off is a lot better than just like entirely the stall falling apart.
Yeah. I'm super happy anyways.
Yeah, you'll get on this pace again, and then you'll remember this moment and how it felt and like how to handle that, and you'll do better.
Second by 0.01 is crazy.
Yeah, that's we're still missing a couple people, but I mean, there's not that many people that are that are capable really of beating that. But
oh man,
I mean, I think there's no way you're worse than 3rd in this round.
Yeah,
you'll probably be 2nd.
Dude, yeah, I don't know. That's insane, man.
Good way to cap off day 3.
Yeah, dude, I wasn't expecting this. Round 1 went kind of meh for me, so like, I just wanted like a serviceable average, and then I was on pace after. Yeah, like the 7 was, yeah. After solve 3, I'm like, this could go so many ways, but I'm glad it went the way it did.
All right, what's your prep for tomorrow? What are you doing tonight?
I think I'm gonna go play mini golf.
Mini golf, wow,
yeah,
all right.
Mini golf and hit the arcade.
Good activity to get your mind off things.
Yeah,
kind of like not worried about the big day tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't know. If I don't make finals at this point, like 539 average is like insane. So I mean, I can't really be too mad about coming here. So
yeah, I mean, it'd be a great experience no matter what.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Congratulations again.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I think that is going to do it for us now. We are planning on streaming Regions Relay later, but we will be taking an extended break before then. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Get excited for the big action tomorrow and for the Regions Relay later tonight.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Regions. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. There's something going on. Welcome to the Regions Relay at North American Championships 2024. I'm Zach Rydell, joined with
Alyssa Espras.
We are going to see 16 of the best solvers, teams and regions across the North American region, all compete for the title of the Region Relay Champion.
Absolutely. So 16 teams, 3 solvers per team, and all of them have been organized by certain regions. They've got to get the best of the best from their region. And what they're going to do, this is a 3x3 event, so they're going to solve they're going to do 3 3x3 solves in a row. And whoever does those 3 solves faster in a knockout head-to-head format is going to move on to the next round. So we're starting with 16 teams. We'll go down to 8, go down to 4, and then we will go down to that final showdown.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited. I love this format. I love seeing bracket elimination style in cubing. And I remember Regions Relay at North American Championships 2022, where we saw Matty, Hiroto, Inaba with a 3.08 3x3 single. Absolutely amazing. Not official, unfortunately, but still, we could see anything.
You could see anything at any time. It's true.
I'm reading through our list of names of people we got solving together. I think it's going to be unlikely that we see nothing interesting. Like, just reading off the names, Luke Garrett, Luke Greiser, Matty, Hiroto, Inaba, Brendan Dunnigan, Max Shaw, Samir Agarwal. The list goes on. Dylan Miller, who just had an amazing performance maybe 30 minutes ago, is going to be solving with a team of amazing solvers. Chat, while you are here, we have several different teams from across the region. I'm going to list through all of them, or at least the team names. I want to know who you think is going to win. We have Great Lakes 1, West 1, Pacific Northwest 1, Southeast 1, Mid-Atlantic 1, South 1, Great Lakes USA 2, Canada East 1, Mid-Atlantic USA 2, Southeast 2, New England 1, Canada West 1, Rocky Mountain 1, West 2, Heartland 1, and Mexico. A bunch of top solvers on each one. There are too many names to go through all at once. We'll introduce them all when they come up to solve.
We absolutely will.
Passing it off to you, I've been talking way too, I'm too excited for this.
I'm
Alyssa.
so excited.
This is awesome. I've been looking forward to this all day. Didn't do the greatest in 3x3 round 2, so this is going to help us out. Here we're seeing a whole bunch of faces.
I mean, you already can see in there, they're getting their instructions. Obviously, this is a different format than people are used to, so we're going to have a stellar organizing team telling them where to go, what to do. You see Luke Garrett, Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. You see Brennan Lin. It's looking great. We are set for a really awesome final. You also see there, by the way, Jonathan Esperaz. Just a quick shout out to my little brother representing on Canada East with Brennan Lin and Arhan Serene.
So right now we can see the organizers explaining all the rules to competitors and how the format works in case they're not already familiar. Again, bunch of faces. A lot of these faces have been here before. Matty, Hiroto, Inaba being a pretty obvious one, being maybe a bit of a fan favorite going at this with that 308 single.
Yeah. He's a Regions Relay legend.
He knows what he's doing here. Maybe this is a time for us to list off our personal picks for Regions Relay, in case it's not obvious.
In case it's not already obvious.
Mid-Atlantic 1's going to win, right? I mean, a team of Jerry Yao, Carson Wajaya, and Sean Mack. New Jersey 1, essentially. Just 3 incredible solvers. I want to see them go all the way. I do know that they'll win. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. But do you have anything, or who do you think is going to win? Setting aside your obvious bias.
Yeah, my obvious bias. We've got a few Canada teams here, a couple Canada teams. Also, shout out to Mexico 1 as well.
Getting some representation.
Mexico and Latin America out here at North American Championship. I'm going to go with a favorite. You know, I was in person there when Matty got that world record single.
I was in the pool. I did not see it happen, unfortunately.
You never know what can happen. But West 1, Matty, Hiroto, Inaba, Varun Mahanraj, and Brendan Dunnigan. They are the 2nd seed, but I think we could see something pretty special.
I'd like to see something from them, but realistically, I think all of these teams are gonna have an amazing showing. At the very least, representing their region. There were a lot of applications, I believe, for regions teams, and these are just the top 16 that we went with.
Yeah.
These are the best of the best in the region.
Ranked by their official time, so they get seeded based on the official times of the people on the team that are on their WCA profile. And that can, I don't know, these psych sheets can kind of like bias things a certain way. Some of these teams might be much slower than they actually are today. And of course, you never know what could happen in terms of something faster happening.
We have the lovely Matthew Dickman explaining to the audience how the bracket works. You can see we have seed 1 paired against seed 16, 2 against 15, 3 against 14, and so on. You can see 5th from the top there. Nope, 7th, I can't count. Mid-Atlantic 1. They're going to go all the way, Alyssa.
I'm here for it. This is the storyline to follow.
So everyone seeing all the teams, maybe rattling off some of the names, who do you think is going to win this, guys?
I will give them the typical 8 to 12 second time inspection announcement, and then I'll give a 3, 2, 1, go. At that point, all 3 competitors will put their hands on the timer, and the inside stations will be solving first. So that's this one, and then the one closer to me on that side will be going first. As soon as this person stops the timer, that is when the next person goes. So it's like a relay, regions relay. And then at the end,
we have Matthew Dickman right now explaining the rules of the regions relay. Chuckling a little bit because a couple things he said are a little bit obvious, but we want to make sure everyone knows the rules of this unofficial event.
Yeah, obviously there's maybe a lot of new faces watching. I imagine family members of some of these competitors. Awesome. Thank you guys for supporting them and supporting your teams, everyone from your region especially. Sorry, it's hard to talk with Matthew shouting.
Shouting in the background, yeah.
Shouting through that headset. But yeah, just I'm excited. I'm at a loss for words, really.
Give us in the chat.
Introducing Luke Garrett coming up here. You can see on the blue stage representing Great Lakes 1.
Up next we have Luke Greiser.
Luke Greiser, fellow Luke G, also had an amazing showing in the second round. And there's Brian Johnson. Avid square 1 solver, but still quite fast at 3x3.
Volunteer runners, we also have Addison on the blue side. Addison can start running the up. And then we also have Jeremy on the red side. On the red side, we will have our Mexico team. First up, we have Joaquin Hernandez.
Awesome. Team Mexico coming up here on the red stage. Joaquin Hernandez.
And we have Alejandro Rivera.
Alejandro.
Followed by Salma Mendez.
And Salma Mendez rounding out Team Mexico.
Joaquin, I believe, had a 189 Pyramix in North American, Mexican national record average.
Yesterday. Second seed in Pyramix. One to watch.
Definitely.
While we wait, my show of hands, who got a PR today?
I still have not PR'd at this competition. Thanks for reminding me, Matthew.
I did not PR at this competition, and I'm done for this competition, so no PRs here, but it's all good. We're having fun, and it's just fun to solve on these stages, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so a factor here in this relay is people, like, the order that the teams choose to go in is a definite factor.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know I was talking a little bit getting in the mindset of Mid-Atlantic 1, maybe becoming a part of them. They've been working on their order for like the last 3 weeks, doing online calls, trying to figure out what order they're going to go in.
People take it really seriously with the prep and like practice. It's serious.
It's a prideful event.
Absolutely.
1000%.
All right, these teams are going to be going at the same time, and we're only going to get one of them. So let's make sure we'll probably see a lot of blue. So maybe we'll stay on red. This might be their only one.
We will keep you updated. Alyssa is going to be taking care of commentary of all the red stage times. I'll be going over the blue stage times. If that can help anyone in chat, know what all we're doing.
Excuse me.
All right, little bit of hesitation there. It's the first one. Get all the nerves out of the way, but teams are inspecting the puzzles now.
8 seconds. Hands on the timer.
Everyone's prepped.
And begin.
Luke Greiser starting off for Great Lakes 1.
I messed up.
6.9 for Luke.
That was Salma Mendez putting down 995 for Team Mexico 1.
684 for Brian. 595 for Luke Garrett.
Okay. That's not bad.
Very solid showing from Team Mexico.
Solid showing from Team Mexico, of course. It's tough going against the #1 seed in any kind of tournament, I am certain. It's still showing what they got.
Okay, so that was our first matchup. Next up, we're going to have West #1. They were my pick. Going up against Heartland USA #1 in the 15th seed.
You can see Mid-Atlantic 1, a little bit of a peek in the back, all with the matching New Jersey Championship shirts.
See, listen, that's the other thing, is we often see some pretty, like, coordinated outfits in this game as well.
I haven't seen any yet. I think it's only them.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
#1. And that consists of Dylan Miller.
Dylan Miller for South 1. Amazing showing that game 30 minutes ago.
Pilot or pull-up?
Then we have Ryan Pilot.
Ryan Pilot as well.
And Siddharth Reddy.
And Siddharth Reddy. All of which
Against
amazing
New England
solvers.
1, which is Chris Shanawani.
All right, we've got New England 1. My mistake, I misspoke earlier. We are going to the 11-6 matchup. So this is New England 1, Chris Shanawani, Daniel Gutierrez, and Timothy Yang representing New England 1.
Everybody's making their timers are on reset. Perfect.
Everyone just getting settled in, getting used to the timer and the setup. We usually have 2 stations per table, but we have 3 all crammed together just so we can have our regions relay at 1 table. Taking deep breaths. There's a lot going on at once here.
There is, you know, Regions Relay, it is one of those things where you don't even know what to watch. And I remember when Matty got that world record single, again, not an official world record single, at the last Regions Relay, some people didn't even know what happened because they were watching the other stage, they were...
I'm bummed. I know I mentioned earlier, I was in the pool. I didn't think it was going to be all that hype. And now I refuse to miss one of these relay-style events. There we see Addison Vincelli running the cubes to the blue stage. Mid-Atlantic hero. I know a lot of faces. I think I carry a lot of bias on myself.
Regions Relay is the time for bias, for cheering for your hometown team. It's all good.
Thumbs up
right,
from
we're
New
gonna
England.
get inspections starting.
Synchronized cover lift there. That looked beautiful.
This is a coordinated team.
8 seconds.
A little more coordinated with the outfits. Play into it.
Put your hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Gonna race through here. Sid and Daniel starting us off. Sid with a 6.94.
Dylan with an 7-11, just a little bit behind pace. So tight. Oh, this is going to be tight.
Ryan Pilot, 802. Dylan Miller, 703. I believe that does it for South. Chris maybe fumbling a little bit at the end there, but South takes it. Team of Dylan Miller, Ryan Pilot, and Siddharth Reddy.
It came down to the last solve. That's what you want to see in these regions relays.
That's what we're here for. New England not taking the hint to prepare for the next stage. Is that water bottle somebody?
I don't know.
I saw a water bottle sitting on the stage and it might just be left there.
Probably the #1 thing that gets lost at cubing competition.
I had
water bottles.
Canada East on the blue side.
Let's go, Canada East.
Canada East. Maybe I'll let you take over the blue stage for this one.
Brennan Lynn, Arhan Serene, and my brother, Jonathan Esperas giving us some solves on the blue stage here.
Mid-Atlantic 2, I think it's fitting.
Look at
Xavier
this.
Valadon, Michael Neelson, and Alex Neeland.
There we have Xavier Valadon, Michael Neelson, and Alex Needland. I'm gonna put this out here, setting bias aside. These are three, I don't want to say sporadic, but these are 3x3 solvers that are like capable of anything at any time.
Yeah.
Alex Needland, still a sleeper pick on the come up. Xavier Valadon has some great results. He was at North America. All three of these competitors on the Mid-Atlantic side were at North American All-Stars. And then Michael Neelson, still great competitor, 2x2, Pyramix, and 3x3. I know he has some amazing times in all of those events.
Michael is, of course, the reigning Pyramix
North
American champion. Yeah. Which, you know, Pyramix is not on display this evening, but relevant to who we're seeing.
Yeah, but arguably these are two of our these are our dead middle seats, I
Yes,
believe, actually.
yes,
So
this is gonna arguably be the closest matchup of this round.
apologies again that we aren't able to have both teams shown on screen at one time, but we're going to do our best to commentate times as we go through. There are 16 teams. I do not have an exact count of, well, it would be 16 different regions then, but there's some multiples. Inspection starting.
I have Arhan lead out on blue here.
As well as Alex Needland leading out on red.
Put your hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Smooth solving off stream from Alex Needland. 8:59 for Alex Needland.
Ooh, an 11 from Arhan is not what he's looking for.
Xavier smooth 6:56. Michael Neelson 6:19. That locks it in for
Solid
Mid-Atlantic
solving
2.
there. I think Brennan would have needed a 3 to catch up on that last one.
But it's not out of the question.
It is not out of the
It's
question.
not out of the
It's true.
question. All of these competitors are excellent. And, we've seen 3s here before. All right, so Mid-Atlantic 2 is going to advance.
We have Pacific Northwest, number 1. We have Max Young.
All right.
Samira Barwal.
That's going to we have Pacific Northwest 1. You can see Max Shaw, Simon Agarwal, Ashley Michelle on the stage.
We have Paul Bobby, Elijah Brown, and
This
Jack Stewart.
is on our red stage, Paul Mavi, Elijah Brown, and Jack Stewart representing West USA number 2. So this is the number 2 team coming out of the West region.
Seeing a lot of top names here. Posing for a picture, of course, before. Not that we're taking how many pictures a second by live streaming it, but that's the one that matters.
It's true.
So, of course, Pacific Northwest is our 3rd seed in this tournament. West 2 being the 14th seed. Maybe, I don't want to say maybe a little bit of a wash, but anything can happen. Pacific Northwest still being the favorite, though. Any predictions for this matchup, do you think, Alyssa?
You know, we haven't seen an upset. Oh, we did see an upset on the last one. Technically, the 8-9 matchup was an upset. But one of these big upsets in these first rounds are always shocking, but I feel like we always get one. And so, might be time for our first round upset. I don't know. But listen, Max, Samir, Asher, these are very experienced 3x3 solvers.
Absolutely.
I don't know that this is the one we get it on.
Elijah, at least happy to be here. Unfortunately, not knowing that the camera has switched over.
All right, let's get a thumbs up from all competitors if you're ready.
All competitors are ready.
All right, you can all remove the covers.
And inspection starts now.
8 seconds.
Chat asking what the regions are. These are split up by the Cubing USA regions,
hands on
which
the
are
timer.
listed on the Cubing USA website.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Samir starting off for Team Pacific Northwest.
Paul Mavi giving solve.
Ooh,
Paul
that is
Mavi
a
puts down an 879.
9.3 for Samir. 792 for Max Shaw. Hold on here.
Oh, just some nerves here.
Asher Kimajiro,
Oh.
1044.
And we might have gotten
we
our
just-
upset. We're going to need to do some work.
West 2 took it.
Oh.
We saw the upset, Alyssa.
Listen,
The team
I was just saying.
Paul Mavi, Elijah Brown, Jack Stewart.
Once again, anything can happen
Oh
in
my
Regions 3.
God, that's amazing to watch. And we're what, 4 matchups in? We're 4 matchups in.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Oh my God. Sorry, 5. No, 4. 4 matchups in, and we're already seeing amazing stuff. This is gonna be awesome.
that
You guys
is
need to stay tuned in, share this with all your friends and family.
14th seed pulling off an upset
14th
against
seed.
the 3rd seed.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
Rocky Mountain 1, or 13 seed, we have Jacob Noakes.
All right. Getting a little caught up here. My apologies. Southeast 1 on the blue stage of Nicholas Sanchez, Caleb Chen, and Dominic Radici.
And on the red stage, we have Rocky Mountain #1, Jacob Noakes, Oliver Seacho, and Braden Roten.
I believe this might be Team Colorado, as they have the Colorado flag right there. And I believe all 3 competitors are from Colorado.
Makes sense. Rocky Mountains. It's clicking.
Great Lakes 1 has gone already. Right now, we have Rocky Mountain on the red stage and Southeast 1 on the blue stage. All competitors getting warmed up here, waiting for the cubes to be scrambled. I'm a little scared to make any predictions now.
Yeah,
Alyssa.
I know.
I may have
Apologies
jinxed
to
it
my
there.
friends in the Pacific Northwest. I didn't mean it.
It's hard. I like all these guys. I don't want to see any of them lose.
No.
All right, we'll adopt the covers.
Inspection starting now.
Eight seconds.
Halfway through their inspection time.
Put your hands on the timer.
It's a little hard to see
3,
Braden's
2,
cube
1,
there,
begin.
but all right, both teams off to a hot start. Caleb Chen, 481.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Hot start for the Southeast. Gonna see a 625. Hello, Mitchell Lane. 778 from Dominic Radici.
All right, our Southeast team took it.
We just saw 4 in Regions Relay Time.
We just saw 4. We just saw 4 and a 625 and an upset. We've seen all the amazing things that we're super excited for, and we're like 6 matchups, 5 matchups, 5 matchups in. This is incredible. I'm loving this. Sorry, I'm speechless. I know I'm commentating, but I'm still a fan.
Yeah.
I love all this. I'm loving what all the teams are doing. We are going to see Southeast 1 advance. Great Lakes 2 going up right now onto the blue stage. Seed 7, Ben Zhao, Zeke Mackey, and Jack Pfeiffer. Our seed 7 going up against seed number 10.
Our second Southeast team, Tommy Cherry.
This is Southeast USA #2, Tommy Cherry, and Matias Martintoni Nunez. wonder if Tommy pulls out a blindfolded solve here. Probably not, but he could. You never know.
So if we do fourth, that's crazy.
Competitors submitting their keys, waiting for the scramble.
You see Joseph Garrett? Joseph Garrett has a Riz. He's in his baby mode. Stop calling people that.
Alright, taking a look. We're getting 6 cubes scrambled here. And here they come. So this is the 7-10 matchup. It is one of those opportunities again for an upset. It's one of those closer seeded matchups. And of course we got an upset in one of the further.
Oh yeah. So I think this is definitely possible for either team to take.
All right, they all lift
Cube cover.
You can all lift off the cube covers.
Senior delegate Matthew Dickman, by the way, forgetting the name of cube covers.
It happens to the best of us. It is the end of a long 3 days.
We are going to see Zeke and Mackie started out for Great Lakes 2.
Put your hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
There we
Got
go.
Matthias giving us some solves on the red stage.
Zeke Mackie, 576 plus 2. That is a 776.
Oh no, yeah, 691, which was behind but is now ahead.
Jack Pfeiffer, 745.
Carey with a 1020, not going to be happy with that.
Ben Zhao,
And
615.
wow.
A little bit of a scary plus 2 there for Great Lakes. That could be the difference maker, but it is going to be Great Lakes 2 taking it in this matchup. I forget which relay it was, but I remember seeing a plus 2 be the difference in between the two averages.
That is very, very much the case sometimes. And yeah, as much as possible, WCA regulations being followed in the region.
Obviously, not an
+2
official event, but we still do follow official regulations, so there's better. Mid-Atlantic 1.
All right, Zach, this is you.
This is all me, Sean Mack. Carson Wijaya. Jerry Here we go, Mid-Atlantic 1.
Again, we've got Canada against the Mid-Atlantic twice in a row. It was meant to be, I think.
This has to be intentional at this point.
I think so. Canada West, we have Kyle Santucci, Lucas Kuchai, Benjamin Reagan. Keep your eyes on Kyle Santucci, friends. He can put down an incredible solid at any given time.
I'd like to put some love.
How's everyone doing?
Everyone's
Y'all
doing
well?
great.
Let's go.
Finally, some coordination on the team's
Yeah,
efforts.
there we go.
We're seeing the matching New Jersey Championship shirts as well as the New Jersey flag on Sean Mack and the matching hats on Canada's side. If we
true.
can cut to that.
Feels like
I do wonder, this looks interesting. Is Canada going with their fastest solver as their first one?
All competitors receiving their puzzles. Got to go in the order of Sean Mack, Carson Wijaya, Jerry Yao for the Atlantic region. In order of slowest to fastest. Inspection starting now. Kyle placing the cover on floor, taking his time to inspect it.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that must mean he's going last. He knows that he'll have some extra time to take a look at it with his hands on the top.
He's ready already.
3, 2, 1, begin.
And I stand corrected. They went with Kyle as their first solve.
Sean Mack starting off. Little shaky. OLL.
704 from Kyle, starting them off ahead.
862
but
for Sean Mack.
Mid-Atlantic catch up.
Carson Wijaya. Don't count him
Benjamin
out.
on the roo.
766 for Carson Wijaya. That is solved, not a plus 2. Jerry Yao locking back in. Does he got it?
Oh, this is very close
This
as well.
is close. Hold on to the math. We're going to get an answer for you all guys.
2375 over here and 2338.
Very close one.
Very, very close. Probably a lot closer than I was hoping. I I am shaking over here, but Mid-Atlantic takes it. Amazing showing still from Canada. There's a lot of nerves here.
Yeah, it's funny.
There's no PRs, no world records to break. It is just bragging rights. And it still means more than everything.
Stakes are high.
Stakes are high. I believe we do have one more matchup in the first round. That is going to be in between South 1 and South...
No, it's going to be West 1 and Heartland.
My apologies. Yeah, we're going to see some hype names here. Matty, Hiroto, Inaba for 1. Again, one of the favorites in the relay format.
West 1.
There we go. And we have West 1 on the stage. Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. Varun, and Brendan Dunnigan.
Brendan is a fan favorite everywhere he goes.
I mean, again, as a fan, not just a commentator, Brendan's one of my favorite cubers ever. An amazing come up. Only competing as of very recently and sweeping his first competition is amazing.
All right, on the red stage, we've got Heartland, USA 1, Caius Young, Brody Rhodes, and Brody Lesnar, a double Brody team, 2 Brodies.
Maybe playing into the fun. I did run into them on my way out as we were still setting up, and all 3 of them are very thrilled to be here. They are all happy to be on stage, and we are seeing West 1. They are all locked in. Brendan, just chilling, getting his zone. Matty doing some warm-up solves. Varun just taking deep breaths. Definitely an upset is not out of the question here. Very fast 3x3 solvers, obviously, but we did see an upset already. It would not put it out of the question.
All right, let's get a thumbs up for both teams if you are all ready. Matty, you ready? You guys all ready over here? All right, you can all lift off your covers.
All right, inspection starting now for both teams. We're going to see Varun starting off on the blue stage.
And on the red stage, we are starting with, I believe, Caius.
Hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Varun starting off. Make a big pause there during F2L. Varun starting with an 863.
From Heartland.
Matty hopefully bringing it back. 615.
We are quite close here.
781 for Brendan Dunnigan. I think that should do it.
And yet, West number 1 kind of wiping their brow there. A little bit like, oh, good, they were relieved. A little bit more relieved than they should be.
These guys are all human in the end here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that is it, unfortunately. I think you're hopping off, Alyssa.
I'm going to hop off. We're going to take a short break as we get into the next groups and enjoy the rest of this
Awesome.
bracket.
I'm going to. It was awesome talking to you, being able to commentate that first round with you. It's nice talking to you, Alyssa. All right, everyone. I'm Zach Reidel again. If you are, sorry, I heard noise cut out, and I keep thinking that I'm cutting out when that happens.
No, you're good.
I'm Zach Reidel, coming back. If you were just joining us, we're going to be starting round 2 of the North American Championships Regions Relay. I am joined with
Brandon Lin. Hello, everyone. I was just watching the Regions Relay from the other side. It was fantastic. So, I guess from your point of view, like, what have you guys been talking about so far?
I'm in shock. I'm blown away. Commentator first, but fan second overall. And
of course, we got the Mid-Atlantic representation. Both teams made it.
Both Mid-Atlantic teams are are in, beating, unfortunately, both the Canada teams. I'm sorry, Alyssa. But they are just amazing showings from all competitors so far. We did only see one major upset, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be another one in the rest of the bracket. We have our matchups coming into this. We have Great Lakes 1 versus Mid-Atlantic 2.
Southeast 1, Mid-Atlantic 1 is your next matchup after that. West number 1, Great Lakes number 2 is your third matchup, sorry. And West number 2 and South number 1 is your last matchup here.
Not sure what order we're going to go in, but those are all the teams that we are going to see going in round number 2, battling for a spot in the semifinal.
Yeah, so I believe we're going to start. I hope we're going to be starting with Great Lakes 1 versus Mid-Atlantic 2, taking a look at who's in that. Great Lakes 1, Mid-Atlantic 2. Sorry, pulling up this. And Great Lakes number 1, of course, we have Luke Garrett, Luke Greiser, and Brian Johnson. Mid-Atlantic 2 is consisting of Xavier Valadon, Michael Neelson, and Alex Needland.
Yeah, definitely fast solvers on each side. Great Lakes 1, maybe the favorite to win the entire tournament, especially this matchup. But nothing's out of the question here.
Nothing out of the question.
We did see a 14 seed take over a 3rd seed, so we can really see anything here. While you were in the audience watching, helping calculate some of the times, thank you again for that. What team do you think is solving the hottest? Which team do you think is going to be able to go all the way in this tournament?
Okay, to be honest, I haven't been focusing too much on the action.
just
you caught me a little off guard there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But like,
I'm sorry.
no, for sure. I think I have my bias in here, where like Mid-Atlantic 2 is definitely pulling in hot. So they're already like on a pretty hot streak with who they beat out again? Mid-Atlantic 2, Canada East number 1.
And yeah, the Mid-Atlantic teams beat the Canada teams.
Gotcha. So they're pretty similar in their average. Not a huge major upset, but like I would say they're on a pretty good streak there. Looking at some of the other upsets, we have West number 2. The crowd was electric during that matchup. So
they're going to get started with the second round.
Yep.
Chat, I want to know from you guys, who do you think is going to take it in all of these matchups?
Yes, please let us know. We are starting with the quarterfinals of the Regents Relay here.
Great Lakes 1 on the blue stage. We're going to see Luke Greiser, Brian Johnson, and Luke Garrett. I'm Zach Reidel. I will be commentating all of the blue stage solves.
And I'll be keeping a close eye on the red stage solve. Mid-Atlantic 2 over here.
On the Mid-Atlantic side, we're seeing Alex Needland, Xavier Valadon, and Michael Neelson in that solving order.
It's getting so intense. I have to take off my jacket for this.
Make some noise.
Luke Garrett looking. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. No bias whatsoever.
Yeah, no bias. True commentator from Mid-Atlantic region.
Maybe the crowd a little more favored, but we can have our favorites too, you know.
Of course. Oh, that timer. The timer state doesn't do that during the solve.
Seeing some picks in chat here. We have Southeast, Mid-Atlantic 1 from Aaron Mack. I am sure no relation to Sean Mack.
A little suspicious.
I don't think it's suspicious at all.
No, not at all. They're just setting down the cubes on both stages over here, so we're going to get started real soon.
All right, thumbs up to you all already.
2 thumbs up from Luke Greiser. You know he means business. Just change to 1.
Of course, Luke Greiser having a great showing. Second round today of 3x3. So he is on fire.
8 seconds.
You see Luke Greiser start off on the blue stage. Alex Needland starting off on the red stage.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Quick start from Luke Greiser. 495 from Luke.
Wow. Alex Nealon still going with the 959.
Ryan Johnson, 824, taking his time, but he knows he has it.
Xavier just finishing with the 830.
Luke Garrett, 654.
Michael Neelson still on F2L there. Great Lakes 1 are the winners of this match over here.
They are. Sad to see the Mid-Atlantic 2 team go so early, but still one more team.
No, I mean,
it's coming home, Brandon.
I know. Yes. Hopefully we get there.
Amazing to see another 4 there from Luke Greiser. We did see a 4 earlier in the tournament. West 2 on the blue stage, the upset team taking out, was it Pacific Northwest 1?
Yep. West 2 and South 1 here. Paul Mavi, Elijah Brown, and Jack Stewart in West 2. And for South 1, we have Dylan Miller, Ryan Pielot, and Siddharth Reddy.
Famously, maybe not famously, Jack Stewart, the only Rue solver in this relay.
That's crazy.
And I can't help but notice he's on the upset team. Is Rue maybe the secret for this, Dylan? Dylan, why'd I call you Dylan? I'm looking at Dylan Miller.
I wish I could solve as fast as Dylan Miller. I would love a 536 average right now, but can't hope for that. I have noticed that we haven't had a ton of Rue solvers in this competition so far. Even we have a handful using Rue for OH, but
yeah, but maybe not for 3x3 now.
Not that much of this comp. I feel like at Worlds we do see a handful of Rue solvers. Just thinking of last year's finals, but not too much now. The anticipation as we for this match to begin, they're going to be setting off their cubes.
Cubes being delivered to each competitor.
Let's see, can West number 2 pull off another upset?
If they do pull off the upset, it's going to be even more challenging knowing that they're going to be going into the matchup potentially against, if we can pull up the bracket again.
For sure. They might be going against, well, it might be a West versus West situation or versus the other Great Lakes team.
So let's see what we got here. Teams are inspecting their cubes now.
8 seconds.
8 seconds of inspection of elect. Competitors getting ready.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Paul Mavi starting it off for West number 2.
So that's ready, starting.
Smooth turning.
South.
Smile, maybe a little.
Sid ending with a 740. Not really happy with that solve. Ryan Pielot
901 for right Paul Mavi. Maybe not the greatest start.
Ryan ending with the 612. Dylan Miller on OL already.
Elijah Brown, 770.
Dylan finishing with a 569 with an almost +2.
Siddharth. Oh. Jack Stewart with a 729. I don't think that +2 changes anything, but still an excellent showing.
South 1 takes it.
And South 1 does advance. No Cinderella story in this year's region.
Unfortunately.
Relay.
But I feel like it would have been cool to see a West versus West relay. That would have been crazy.
That would have been crazy.
Once again, the crowd would be electrified.
True. We have a team. Maybe if you can take the blue stages, I want to take some bias for my New Jersey folks.
Yeah, for sure. So now we got Southeast 1 versus Mid-Atlantic 1.
Cheer it again for Southeast 1.
Southeast 1. Nicolas Sanchez, Caleb Chen, and Dominic Adisi.
Mid-Atlantic 1 making their way to the red stage. Sean Mack, Jerry Yao, Carson Wijaya.
It's from New Jersey Championships.
It is.
Yes.
I gave all 3 of them a pep talk separately before this region's relay, telling them all that one of them is going to outshine the others, and I told all 3 of them that. So hoping that we see an excellent result here. Might be a tough matchup though.
They're seated right next to each other in the site sheet here.
Southeast just a little bit ahead. Team average in between the two, I'm looking at my stats, is just a 0.15 difference in between the 2 seeds. But we've seen gaps bigger than that here so far at the competition. Cubes delivered to the Mid-Atlantic 1 team. John Mack maybe not realizing that we have microphones still on each stage. That's all love, though. We have the region's relay happening right now. This is round 2, Mid-Atlantic 1 versus Southeast 1. Here you see your Southeast team.
We are in the quarterfinals right now. We're actually halfway through the quarterfinals right now.
I'm out of breath, Brandon. This is awesome. I'm so excited. I want to see all these guys do great.
For sure.
There's only going to be one winner, though.
think they're still Southeast is still waiting on their cubes.
There
as
we
I
go.
speak, they are getting their cubes right now.
Addison Vincelli. Again, as I mentioned, Mid-Atlantic hero. Hopefully dropping those cubes a little roughly. Making them harder to solve. Sure it works like that.
Yes.
Getting a thumbs up from the Southeast team. Thumbs up from Mid-Atlantic.
They're going to start inspecting now. I'll be keeping a close eye on the Southeast team here.
8 seconds.
I'll be keeping an eye on the Mid-Atlantic team. Schwan Park starting off for Mid-Atlantic.
Hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Caleb starting for Southeast over here.
Schwan Park need a bit of a lucky start.
Caleb started ending with a 572.
720 for Schwan Park.
Putting Southeast in an early lead. Nicholas was a 713.
Carson 780. We're going to see Jerry have to pull something off. Does he know the
OLL?
ZBLL? He does not. 765 for Jerry Yao. Southeast 1 is going to take it. Unfortunately, the end of the road for Mid-Atlantic.
Better luck next time, Mid-Atlantic.
Better luck next time.
Effort.
Maybe a little too much New Jersey going on there.
Congratulations to Southeast 1. We'll move on to the semifinals.
West 1, the blue side.
All right, now we have West 1 versus Great Lakes 2. West 1 are the favorites to come in. Matty, Hiroto, Inaba, Varun Rohan Raj, and Brandon Dunigan versus Great Lakes 2, consisting of Ben Zell, Zeke Mackey, and Jack Pfeiffer.
Are we able to see who is the higher seed going into this? If it
Yes,
still
so
shows
West
on the
1 is
bracket?
still highly seeded.
Oh, yeah,
No,
my bad.
They have fantastic, like really fast 3x3 solvers, but
oh yeah, definitely.
There's a difference between them, but not ginormously large.
Still not the furthest apart matchup. I believe that they did have a close call in the first round. So looking to see what happens here.
I don't know if you remind the chat, but 2 years ago, Matty got a 308.
Oh, trust
solve.
me, we've been talking about it.
Okay.
Matty, Hiroto, and
Fantastic.
Inaba famously at the last North American Championships Regions Relay pulled off a 3.08 unofficial single. That was absolutely electrifying, faster than the world record by a big margin at the time. Fortunately, not official, as I mentioned, as it's not an official WCA event.
I remember casting that one. That was nuts.
I told Alyssa I was unfortunately in the pool at that time, so I did not even witness it. But that's all right.
Not the pool.
Seeing all of our solvers inspect.
Which table are you looking at, Zach?
Ooh, I'll be back onto the blue table.
All right, sounds good.
Varun starting off for the blue stage with West 1.
2, 1, begin.
Zeke starting out here.
Hot start for Varun. OLL PLL at sub 5. 616 for Varun.
Zeke ending with a 795. Can Jackbird turn this around?
6-move OLL. PLL for Matty, Hiroto, Inaba. 661.
Benzel finishing. Brendan is already on OLL right
Brendan,
as
791. Ooh, that's close.
It's going to come down to the time.
20.68 on the West and 21.1 over here. So we have West number 1.
West number 1 does take it again by quite a small margin.
That was crazy.
West 1, our second seed, is almost just barely beating out the opponent.
If anybody knows any friends who wants to watch us, send them the stream link. They're streaming this whole thing on YouTube.
Thanks, Matthew. We are streaming the entire thing, and we are thanking you for it.
For sure.
Yeah, this is a... All right, so we are going to see, I believe, all of the matchups have happened in the second round. So your bracket for the semifinals. We lost internet on our bracket page. My apologies.
I believe it's Great Lakes 1 versus Southeast 1 and West number 1 versus South 1.
All right.
I think.
So
yes,
definitely some favorites. Great Lakes 1 and West 1 are top 2 seeds, opposite ends of the bracket. Would love to see them go against in the finals, but I am not opposed to seeing maybe a little bit of an upset here.
For
Brandon.
sure. For sure.
All right,
So
just writing down for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking a quick break while we're still getting things organized on our end. Chat, I want to know what you all think of not just Regions Relay, but the entire North American Championships 2024 stream experience. And you guys who are watching, who are here at the competition, any PRs this weekend? Seeing anything in the chat?
So hopefully it should be.
I think are we taking a quick break?
I think we're taking a really quick break right now.
Taking a quick break? All right. We'll be back with the semifinals matchup shortly. I'm Zach Rydell. Thank you for tuning in.
I'm Brandon Lin.
It's nice seeing you
for watching.
All right, we're going to get started with our semifinals. We have 4 teams left. Who's excited? Up first on the blue side, we have Great Lakes 1, our first seed. On the red side, we have Southeast 1.
We are back.
We are back, everyone. I hope you can all hear us fine. Great Lakes 1 on the blue stage, the favorites to win it all.
Versus Southeast 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Wait. Yes.
Yes. No, that is correct. Yes.
So our 1 seed versus our 4 seed. Again, I am Zach Rydell. I'm going to be commentating all the solves on the blue stage. So this is going to be from Great Lakes 1.
I'll be taking Southeast 1. Southeast 1 had a pretty good quarterfinal showing. I feel like they also really well. Caleb pulling that early 5 in, and Niklas following with a quick, I think, 6-7 seconds off. That wasn't too shabby.
I believe so.
Yep. So there is definitely potential here. This could be the upset of the match.
Yeah, definitely can go either way here. Again, we'd like to thank you all for tuning into the stream. We do not have the abilities for a split screen, so we're going to try and swap between each. Make sure you can see everyone's solve. But we are still going to make sure you see all of our top solvers.
For sure, as the cubes are being set down right now. We will be getting into this match very soon.
All right, let's get a thumbs up when both teams are ready.
Thumbs going
Thumbs
up.
Not up yet.
One at a time.
Thumbs up. There we
All
go.
right, lift off recovers.
Thumbs up. Inspection time going now. Here we see our 1 seed and our 3 seed. 3 seed, 4 seed?
You got blue?
Yes, I got blue.
Fantastic.
Luke Greiser starting us off.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Oh, Caleb with a big pause at 3 seconds. That's going to cause
Luke
them,
Greiser,
unfortunately.
6:17. Maybe not super thrilled with it, but in the lead.
Can
Brian
Nicholas
Johnson, 6:88.
Nicholas is
Still
going up
in the
second
lead
solve.
on Great Lakes 1. Luke Garrett, 5:89. Great Lakes 1 taking this by a pretty sizable margin. Awesome work again on the southeast side.
For sure. Definitely a dominating victory over
It's
them. But
it's hard going against the 1 seed.
Exactly.
You know they're the
Exactly.
you know they're 1 for a reason.
Exactly. But I like to root for the underdog, so great effort from them.
I can blame you.
Second seed, West 1 on the blue side.
West 1 coming up on the blue side. Matty, Hiroto, Inaba, Varun Mohanraj, and Brendan Donegan.
They are taking on the South here. South number 1, Dylan Miller, Ryan Pickle, and Siddharth Reddy.
South, our 6th seed, made it all the way to the semifinals matchup. Quite impressive.
Actually, if you update Dylan's average with what he got today, they move up to 5th seed. Not that much change.
But still, Dylan
decent.
Miller with a 539 average in the 2nd round, coming in 2nd place in 2nd round of North American Championships 2024.
After this, oh, sorry. My bad.
Wait.
That would be Southeast versus the loser of this one. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I think Matthew Dickman may have just called the South team losers.
Oh, no.
Well, that's quite unfortunate to hear. I know he didn't mean it. Gotta wonder if that's maybe playing into their mindset, though.
Now they have to win to prove them wrong.
Matty smiling, Varun smirking, Brendan yawning.
Oh.
I can't blame it. It's 7:20. We've been here for almost 12 hours, Brandon. Thumbs up, Matty.
So much
looks
cubing
exhausted,
in a day.
too.
All right, you lift off the numbers.
Inspection has started.
Going to see Varun starting off on the blue stage for West 1.
8 seconds. Hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Here we go. Varun starting off quick start.
Siddharth slightly blocking.
587 for Varun.
747 for Siddharth.
Matty, 569.
Brian with a 7-4. Dylan going as fast as
Brendan Dunnigan, 637. A little unfortunate for South 1. West 1 taking it. Your matchups currently, we're going to see Southeast 1 versus South 1 for a third place matchup.
Bronze medal.
And then we are going to see West 1 versus Great Lakes 1. We are going to see our number 1 and number 2 seeds go at it. Not this next matchup, but the one after that for the title of Region Relay winner.
Yep, so let's see who can take this third place finish. Once again, we have Southeast 1 sitting down on the blue stage here. Nicolas Sanchez, Caleb Chen, and Dominic Rudisi.
We also see on the red stage, still South 1, we have Siddharth Reddy, Ryan Pilot, and Dylan Miller. This is a battle for third place, so that is why South 1 is still up on the stage. I think the fastest single we've seen so far is a 4.8.
Yep.
Somewhere in that margin.
Something like that.
We still do have 12 solves to see total across these 4 remaining teams. I'd like to see something maybe a little bit faster. Maybe I'm being greedy as just a commentator. A fan of the chaotic.
I mean, you always want to see exciting solves. Who doesn't want to see that?
Again, we are trying our best to make sure that we are able to show both teams, but we do have some limitations at the moment. Inspection starting on both sides.
8 seconds.
The battle of the South. South versus Southeast.
Hands on the timer. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Caleb starting it off for Southeast.
Siddharth starting again. Siddharth on Ola with a 576.
Caleb finishing with an 830.
Brian also with a 5. Can Dylan get another 5 and complete the
Nicholas
streak?
with a 656.
Oh, but Dylan made it.
Dylan Miller with a 728. Dominic Rudisi just now finishing up 10:04. South is third place here at Regions Relay. Still a huge congratulations to Southeast for making it this far in the tournament. Gonna take a quick break, and then Sid, off camera, tripping over some of the stairs they have going up to the stage.
We didn't even mention South is actually slightly lower seeded than Southeast.
They are,
Yep.
so a little bit of an upset there. We are going to see our grand finals matchup here in between Great Lakes 1, our seed number 1 team, and West 1, our seed number 2 team. My apologies.
Yes.
Brandon,
Team.
we got to wonder who's going to take it.
Who's going to take
Who do
Great
you
Lakes
think?
and West? I mean, I honestly got to say Great Lakes has been solving fantastically.
We did.
I feel like I have expected a little bit more from West, but if they can solve under this pressure, that's what really matters. I do think that Great Lakes has a lot of. I mean, Great Lakes has a lot of people that want to solve the pressure.
Here we see the 2 teams making your way to the stage now.
Honestly, it's awesome.
Luke Greiser, Brian Johnson, Luke Garrett.
Yes. So Great Lakes won with Luke Garrett, Luke Greiser, and Brian Johnson. And the West with Matty, Hiroto, Inaba, Varun Mohanraj, and Brendan Dudigan. Sorry for saying those names again, but just to introduce these guys one more time.
I don't know if you guys can hear it coming through on your end, but I'm hearing it here in person. The crowd is electric. This is going to be a match that maybe not for the ages, but this is going to be some of the best 3x3 solving we see until Sunday, where we have head-to-head finals here at North American Championships.
Sure.
Can you hear the crowd, folks? They are nuts. You can see Brandon there peeking through on the stream.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, that's Manu.
That's Manu, yeah. I was like, I moved my head and that didn't move.
A little hand heart there from Luke Greiser. I am Zach Riedel. I'm going to be commentating the blue stage, which is Great Lakes 1.
And I'm Brandon Lin. I'll be doing the red stage, which just got its cubes dropped off right over here. Varun's going to be starting for, well, he's always been starting for the red stage here, or rather the West number 1.
Great Lakes maybe in some home state advantage or home territory. Inspection starting now. Let's see what we got here, Brandon. Yes, the Great Lakes.
Hands on the timer.
Doing some tent inspection.
3, 2, 1, begin.
And we're off.
Luke Greiser starting off. Hot start, OLO, PLO, 6:11 for Luke.
6:55 for Varun. Can Matty pull something off here?
Brian Johnson, 6:18. Great Lakes into the lead right now by about a second and a half.
It comes down to Brendan and Luke. Can Luke or Brendan?
Luke Garrett, 7:26. You can hear that huge shout from Luke Greiser. I apologize for the headphone users, but Great Lakes 1 are your North American champions in the Regions Relay. A huge congratulations again to West 1, your second place team, and for South 1, your third place team. Again, huge congratulations to all teams that competed tonight. This has been amazing to watch. I'm having a blast here. Brandon, how do you feel?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I feel proud of these teams. Like Luke, both Luke's. Yep. Both like Luke Garrett, Luke Greiser, and Brian Johnson. Congratulations! Congratulations to all the teams that participated in this Regions Relay.
A little unfortunate, maybe our favorites, the Mid-Atlantic teams, as well as Alyssa's favorites, the Canada teams, to go so early, but it's been worth it. That was amazing to watch, amazing to see high-level 3x3 solving. There is going to be Team Blind, an unofficial event, but I don't think that is going to be on stream, unfortunately. We are working with some limited resources, but I'm glad we were able to get this all shown to you. I know I was really, really hoping, and it was definitely much worth it to have everyone get to watch this.
For sure, for sure. This is really exciting to watch. I'm glad you got to experience this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to be wrapping up day 2 of the stream, day 3 of North American Championships 2024. We're going to see you all bright and here early tomorrow for Championship Sunday. I am Zach Riedel, joined with again.
I'm Brandon Lin.
We're going to be signing off for the night. Thank you again very much for watching.
Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow.